Chapter 301 Good News and Bad News. After learning about the countermeasures team and preparing to organize people to rescue Kato Kuri again, Matsuda Kaito, Li Jianliang, Matsuno Ruaim and others also came here without hesitation with their partner Digimon. In addition to them, the beasts of hell have also come. Little monster, why are you here too? Don't call me a little monster, call me a fall heaven and hell beast. I came here after receiving contact from someone from the network administration. Have your injuries healed? It doesn't matter, no need to care. The injury of the hell beast in the heavens was naturally not healed, but it was related to Kato Shuri, which was what he owed the girl. So, after getting in touch and knowing the countermeasures team is preparing to organize people to rescue the girl imprisoned by Dilimo again. Even if she is injured, he will come over again. The last rescue failed because we did not have enough firepower support, and conventional modern weapons cannot have an effect on the Emperor Limo. But this time it was different. I saw that there was no castle floating in the sky over there. They had the ultimate firepower and suppressed the mutated Emperor Limo just now. We have already obtained the promise of the owner of the castle to assist in the battle. I believe that with the help of foreign aid, we can successfully rescue Kato Shuri from Dilimo's body, and cut off Dilimo's continued to absorb her negative emotions. Yamaki Minoki explained the current situation and encouraged the children and their partner Digimon. Seeing the scene of Sky Castle suppressing the firepower of Emperor Limo on the screen recording, Matsuda Kaito and others' eyes lit up a little. The most difficult thing that Emperor Limo deals with is the continuous production of clone units. Even if they and their partner Digimon evolve into the ultimate body, they will be consumed by the continuous clone units. If someone can intercept those clones for them, it would not be a problem to break into the core position of Emperor Limo again. If you can retain enough physical strength and energy, the possibility of saving their friend Kato Shuri will be greatly increased. Hey, is it enough for us to cooperate with artillery fire? Contacting Sky Castle through computer communication, Yamaki Minoka surprised Broly. He thought the other party would directly ask them to solve the guy below. Yes, the main rushing members are these kids and their partner Digimon, but we will be grateful if you have more extra power to support us. The rescue battle began. The molecular beast had no objection to assisting in the battle, so it simply consumed some engine energy. On the contrary, after seeing Matsuda Kaito and his partner Digimon evolve into the ultimate body, the research soul of the molecular beast burned. In the last world, it obtained information about human evolution into Digimon, and this world actually experienced the evolution of humans and Digimon. If you can evolve with the Gluttony Beast King. The molecular beast that has seen some of Broly's power can't help but think like this. Vajra Realm, Mandala. In the bubble of Emperor Limo, he has the ability to suppress the evolution of Digimon. Fortunately, the purification barrier of the Songhai Tooth Beast can resist this negative impact in a short period of time. After a group of people were added to this purification barrier, they began to advance. Emperor Limo sensed the external invasion and began to produce various clone combat units. However, the head fire broke out again, and a large number of ultimate destruction cannons dragged their long tail flames and roared over. This made Dilimo necessary to divide some energy to repair the external body, and the production efficiency of the clone combat unit was almost half cut. The pressure of frontal rushing dropped sharply, and the children in the Red Lotus Night Beast, Saint Garago Beast, Sandu Tooth Beast, and Judgment Beast also noticed this, and suddenly accelerated their own rushing speed. Soon, together with the Hell Beast of Heaven and Heaven, came to the front of the Godmother. Why attack me? Did I do something wrong? This is fate. Some yellow mechanical mouths were opened and closed on the body of the Godmother, and the voices of Kato Shuri came out from it. These sounds were filled with a strong feeling of sorrow, which made people feel sad. Don't imitate Kato's voice anymore. There is no destiny in this world. Hurry up and release Sholai to me. The beast of hell fell into heaven and earth was nothing nonsense, it was a chaotic explosion attack. He saw his left hand depicting the magic circle, and his right arm turned into a gun and released a destructive wave. Seeing this scene, the Red Lotus Night Beast also raised its shield and sent it to the pure land of ultimate bliss. Inside the core of Emperor Limo, the bound girl was stumbled with sad voices in her ears. I became anxious and tied up the girl's fiber optic cables, which also increased my efforts. Kato Shuri felt pain, but she smiled. You are anxious. I will not believe your words anymore. My friends will definitely come to save me. It's just useless resistance, both humans and Digimon will be eliminated, just like your mother dies and the lion beast dies. This is fate. The imitator came out and said vicious words. Kato Shuri was just an 11-year-old girl, and more negative emotions emerged in her heart. After Emperor Limo absorbed these emotions, his power grew again here. A channel began to open on the ground of the internal space of Emperor Limo, but it connected the digital world. In the digital world, a large number of Dali demon clone units rushed into the channel and came to the real world for support through the channel. Medium and large-scale Imperial demon clone units such as crawlers, surveillancers, and suitable began to appear in this space in batches, rushing towards the ultimate bodies such as the Red Lotus Night Beast that are besieging the Godmother. Judgment Beast and Sangarago Beast he met the past, but was outnumbered and gradually fell into a disadvantage, while the defensive system of the Godmother later had not been broken. No, we have to retreat. If this continues, we will be swallowed up. Breaking through the intercept network made of optical fibers, looking at the core position that was about to reach, the Hell Beast of the Fallen Heaven did not want to give up. His figure directly passed over the Red Lotus Night Beast, raised his hand, and used the Lion Beast's Beast King's fist, hoping to break the core of the Emperor Limo like last time. However, the Beast King punch hit the core but it was useless, and the energy exploded directly. I have changed the Guardian's defense program. It is no longer the Guardian's human girl Kato Shuri. Everything you do is useless. The imitator emerged from the body of the Godmother and directly attacked the Beast of the Hell in the explosive form. You were saved last time, but this time no one can save you again. The culprit of killing the Lion Beast, I will kill you for Kato Shuri. This sentence made the Hell Beast of the Fallen Heaven and Heaven who wanted to attack stop the fingers that pulled the trigger. Don't listen to it. It's not the real Shalai, but the Emperor Lee Demon. It's destroying your fighting will. The Red Lotus Night Beast shouted quickly. I am indeed not the real Kato Shuri, but I can read Kato Shuri's heart. The death of the Lion Beast caused a major blow to the other party who was originally more sensitive in his heart. The fallen Hell Beast, the harm your behavior brought to that child is real. The imitator continues to use the mouth cannon attack with real damage. If I die, would she not be so painful? Will she forgive me? Will you not be able to use it? The beast falling into heaven and hell was affected, and he asked. Certainly. The imitator grinned, as if very satisfied with the consequences of the verbal trick. Xiao Ai, Ajahn, I'm sorry, it's my luck to be able to see you again, and now I have to make up for the mistakes I have made. When the beast falls into heaven and hell thought so, he became aware of apologizing for his death and shouted to the imitator, come on, as long as you can save the girl that the lion beast values, you can take my life. No, the beast falling into heaven and hell. Looking at the fallen heaven and hell beast who made such a declaration in the core of Emperor Lee Demon, Kato Shuri hurriedly shouted to stop him. However, this was useless because the outside world could not hear her voice at all. This was just something that Emperor Limo deliberately let her see and hear in order to stimulate more negative emotions in her heart. Since that's the case, then the beast that falls into heaven and hell, I will accept your life. The imitator attacked. Jaber Finder of Eden. But the next moment, the body of the imitator who was about to kill the hell beast of heaven and heaven was penetrated by a spear of light. How could it be? Its body began to dissipate, and he widened his eyes and looked in the direction of the attack. He saw that outside the blasted space, a sacred figure floated in front of the sky castle, which was the sacred celestial beast evolved from the Dai beast. And a javelin condensed in her hand again and threw it. Bang! The head of the Godmother was blown away, revealing the Guardian's defensive sphere inside. Okay, so awesome! Inside the Red Lotus Night Beast, looking at the sacred celestial beast that threw javelins everywhere outside and stabbed a large Emperor's demon clone with one shot, Kier's consciousness exclaimed. What are you waiting for? Go and save your friends. When the holy heavenly beast saw them stunned, he quickly urged them. After receiving a reminder, the ultimate body such as the Red Lotus Night Beast was reacting. Chaos Burst. Vulcan Cannon. Justice Kick. Under the joint attack of the 5 ultimate killing skills, cracks appeared on the Guardian's protective barrier. Victory Shooting. As the Red Lotus Night Beast shot, the protective barrier was completely pierced, and everyone also saw the girl tied up by fiber optic cables inside, and the Ghoul Beast lying on the side. The Red Lotus Night Beast cut off the fiber optic cable and hugged Kato Shuri in the posture of a princess, while the Ghoul Beast was picked up by the Sangyu Fang Beast. The clone of the Emperor Lee Demon on the digital world is still pouring in the real world for support. The Red Lotus Night Beast and the others rushed out of this area covered by the Emperor Lee Demon under the cover of the sacred heavenly girl beast throwing the javelin of Eden outside. There are too many of these guys. The sacred heavenly beast has a strong power, and the sacred power also restrains the Emperor Limo, but after all, the Emperor Limo is a god of death who can suppress the entire digital world. Now that the digital world channel is opened, she is facing the evolution of the entire bad artificial intelligence expulsion program, but she also feels powerless. Abu, help me. After attacking for a while and finding that he couldn't handle it, the holy heavenly beast decisively asked for help from his own boy. Facts have proved that Emperor Limo is definitely not invincible. Under the bombardment of an evaporated energy bomb with half a city, this evolution of the bad artificial intelligence expelling program decisively abandoned the goddess mother in the real world, and immediately closed the link channel between the digital world and the real world, choosing to establish a new core in the digital world. The countermeasures team looked at the rising mushroom cloud and fell into silence. The good news is that the girl Kato Shuri was successfully rescued, and the dilemma from Shinjuku was also solved. But the bad news is that it was solved together. There is also the city area that was previously covered by the Emperor Lee demon. The images captured by the satellite have been destroyed in an area of more than 10 square kilometers, and they are not left at all and are clean. Yamaki Meino's hands were a little shaking. He took out the lighter and fired a few times before lighting the cigarette. He took a sip and said, "Fortunately, before the rescue plan began, the army there left. At this time, the spaceship fortress came to communicate. We have already helped you, but I have a favor here, so I need you to help." "What are you busy with? Please tell me." Seeing the energy rays emitted by the boy with his own eyes, it easily destroyed the small half of the city. Now it seemed like it was wrapped in a thick barrier. I understood that the words of the little demon beast before were not false, and I became respectful. "I'm looking for Shagwea beast and want to talk to her about something." Ruoi Makina was found. When he learned that the owner of Sky Castle wanted to talk to him, he frowned and followed him. "I want the evolutionary data of the Sangaya beast. I wonder if you can trade this data to me." Seeing the combination of Mua no Liuji and the demon fox beast, Broly bluntly expressed his purpose. "Do you want the demon fox beast?" Ruoi Makina became alert. The demon fox beast beside her also made corresponding alert actions. "No, I just want the evolution data of the Sangaya tooth beast, and I don't need your demon fox beast." Broly reiterated his needs again. There have been many incidents of Deluman rejecting him as his wife when he is looking for other Digimons, so he doesn't say he wants the other party to be his wife now. Evolutionary data, can that thing be traded? Makina Liuji frowned. She had never heard of such a thing. "Of course it's okay. As long as you are willing to trade, we can extract your evolutionary data and pay you the corresponding rewards." "What do you need?" "Demon Fox Beast, what do you think?" Makina Liuji asked about the opinions of the Demon Fox Beast. "Liuji, you are my animal trainer, I will listen to you." The Demon Fox Beast has no objection. It seems that the Demon Fox Beast and I don't need anything, so. After thinking about it, Ruoi Makina thought about it, he still politely refused such a deal. Chapter 302 The Birth of Ms. Bizabe. Broly returned to the spaceship fortress with some disappointment. Ruoi Makina was unwilling to trade the evolutionary data of the Sangaya beast, and he had no choice. "Molecular beast, when can we set off?" When he came to this world, 6 hours had passed. Looking at the molecular beast busy in front of the control stand, Broly walked over and asked. "Glutty Beast King, are you worried about not being able to obtain the evolutionary data of the Sanguto beast?" Molecular beast did not answer the questions. "Are you monitoring me?" Broly looked at it curiously. "Is this still necessary to monitor? After becoming your subordinate, I have already summarized your action logic during the days I spent with you. Everything is to make the Deluman evolve into more female Digimon forms, working hard. Just now, you met with the Ruai Makina through the communication system of the spacecraft fortress. King of Gluttonum, what do you want to do?" "This is easy to guess, isn't it?" After a pause, the molecular beast continued, "When you come back in disappointment and ask when you go, it means that your purpose has not been achieved." "Okay, you're right, then do you have any opinions?" "I don't know how to tell you, but there is information. I must report it to you." "What information?" Molecular beast brought up a picture, which was captured by the girl rescued by the Red Lotus Night Beast. This girl is Kato Shuri, who is the companion and friend whom the children work hard to save from the body of Dili Demon. The other party has lost his partner Digimon, and the attacker is the same as the Hell Beast in the Fallen World. Is there anything special about this information?" Broly was puzzled. The Hell Beast of Heaven, also known as Bathibia Beast, will absorb the data of the Digimon that it kills. In other words, the data of this girl's partner, the Lion Beast, is in the body of the Hell Beast of Heaven. If the Hell Beast of Heaven and Heaven does not resist, according to the data extraction technology we have mastered, it is possible to extract the data of the opponent's partner Digimon, and then make it into a digital egg again to achieve the so-called resurrection. The part of the Shagwea Beast, the girl named Ruoi Makina, is a friend of this Kato Shuri. If you propose a deal with this, I think the other party will also make some considerations for your friends. Molecular beasts still cannot understand human emotional bonds, but after seeing so many miracles created by emotional bonds, they are willing to believe in the other party and make sacrifices for their friends. Of course, the reason why Molecular Beast mentioned this is mainly because it wants to study the fusion evolution of humans and Digimon in this world. However, whether the spaceship fortress can stay in this world depends on Broly's meaning. Molecular Beasts mentioned this because they wanted their king to do something. Molecular Beast, isn't it a bit bad to use this kind of matter as a transaction condition? Broly felt like he was extorted by his life. What's wrong with that? Those people are not friends with the Glutton King. If you have no relatives or reasons, if you want to revive your companion Digimon, then pay the ultimate evolution data of your companion Digimon, which is a fair deal. Broly thought about it and felt it made sense. Then I'll go down and talk to the other party. Broly is preparing to go down to find Ruaim Machina. Wait, the Gluttony Beast King. But the Molecular Beast stopped him. What else is there? Broly stopped and turned around and asked. You don't tell the girl about this matter alone, but you want to tell the girl about it. The begging of the other party's companions and friends can make it easier for you to achieve your goals. Molecular Beast gives suggestions. Okay, I get it. Broly accepted this suggestion. After flying down again, he soon found Kairo Matsuda and others. In front of Kato Shuri, he said to Ruaim Machina, after I go back, my subordinates will tell me what you may have. So, I will come back and tell you about the new trading conditions. Well, as long as you are willing to trade the evolution data of the Sangaya Beast to me, we can resurrect you here, and your friend Kato Shuri's partner Digimon, Lion Beast. Ah, can the Lion Beast be resurrected? Kato Shuri was stunned when she heard this. She was taken advantage of by Emperor Limo because of the death of the Lion Beast. However, she heard such great news after being rescued. Are you saying true? Matsuda Kairo asked. It's true, but it's not to directly resurrect the Lion Beast, but to extract the Lion Beast's data from the other party's body with the consent of the Hell Beast, and then use this data to form a digital egg and rehatch it into the kind of Digimon in the juvenile stage. Broly explained. I understand, isn't it just reincarnation? Li Jianliang easily understood the setting. That's great, Sholai, the Lion Beast can be resurrected in this way. The Ghoul Beast was very happy and looked at Kato Shuri and said. Will the beast who falls into heaven and hell? Kato Shuri was a little worried. It must be fine. The Hell Beast of heaven and heaven will sacrifice itself to save you. If you know that the Lion Beast can be resurrected in this way, you will definitely be willing to be extracted from your body's data. The big-eared beast said. Wait, everyone, have you forgotten? The other party is talking about transactions. Kishin Lia reminded him next to him. Well. After reminding, Matsuda Kaito and others reacted. May I ask, what does trading evolutionary data of the Sangaya Beast mean? Matsuda Kairo asked. Literally, she and the Demon Fox Beast merged into the Sangaya Tooth Beast, and we extracted the evolutionary data of the Sangaya Tooth Beast. Everyone looked at Ruaim Machina. Will this kind of data extraction have a negative impact on the Demon Fox Beast? Ruaim Machina asked, and being able to ask this question means she already has the intention to trade. Before Broly could answer, the computer next to him lit up and the mechanical sound of the molecular beast sounded. Let me answer this question instead of the Glutton King. Normal extraction of evolution data of Digimon will only cause the degeneration of Digimon. But the Sand Gold Tooth Beast is an existence evolved from the combination of data between you and the Demon Fox Beast. Therefore, we are not sure whether extracting such evolutionary data will have a negative impact on you. This requires you to cooperate in researching it before you can know the exact answer. Here comes, the molecular beast made research requirements for Makino Ruaim with its own abacus beads. Excuse me. What? Can you use my evolutionary data and Killman? Matsuda Kaito said. It depends on the meaning of the Gluttony Beast King. Molecular beasts don't care who can study the evolution data of human and beast fusion, but they have to consider the meaning of their own king. I don't need your data. Broly waved his hand to refuse. He just wanted to obtain new wife Digimon evolution data, not all data. Forget it, I'll do it. Ruoi Makina stood up. She was indeed willing to make some sacrifices for Kato Shuri. Of course, the premise is that the Demon Fox Beast cannot be hurt. How should I cooperate with your research? She asked to the lit computer camera. Please come to my laboratory. I need to conduct in-depth data scans on your evolved Sanguto Beast. The Demon Fox Beast cannot fly, Somwie Liuji and the Demon Fox Beast merged into the Sand Gufang Beast, so they prepared to follow Broly to the castle in the sky. Wait, can we go with you? Matsuda Kaito and others were a little worried, so they chased them out and asked the boy. Certainly. Broly had no objection to these people wanting to go up with them. The Killman greeted Granny, and a group of people rode it to the Castle of Heaven. And after getting closer, you can feel the size of the Sky Castle more. The Digimon, who lives on this inn as a crew member, looked at the group of guests curiously. However, I didn't come to disturb me. A group of people were soon led by Broly and went to the molecular beast on the spaceship research room. The molecular beast was already ready here. After the research materials came here, he immediately called the Sangaya Tooth Beast to go to the experimental platform. Are you sure you're just doing data scanning? The Shagmia asked a little uneasy. Of course, please rest assured that the data is tested. My molecular beast is professional. The molecular beast pulled down the switch, and a bunch of data codes soon appeared on the screen in front of it. So that's how it is. Human data is actually combined with Digimon's data in this strange way. The novel data make the molecular beasts excited. If the humans in the previous world activated the soul of the fighter with emotion to realize the transformation of human digital beasts, then this world is to realize the fusion evolution of one heartedness and one body through emotional resonance with their partner Digimons. Very research-worthy data. If used well, it may be able to achieve the combined evolution of mechanical Digimon and stability. Hey, we have heard all the words you talk to yourself. Will extracting evolutionary data have a negative impact on us? The Shagyu-Tooth Beast was speechless, but he started asking questions. Well, there are negative effects. The key to the fusion evolution link is emotional resonance. In other words, if the evolutionary data of the Sangaya beast is extracted, it will cause some of the memories to disappear, and that memory is the relevant information to establish emotional resonance between the two of you. Molecular beasts did not lie, and this negative impact was difficult for tamers and Digimons who value each other. After learning that this was the condition, even Kato Shuri could not say what she requested to Makinoru Ayam. But maybe there are other ways, and the other three are coming up to do data detection, and maybe I can find new ways out. Well, the molecular beast must admit that it has no new ways at all, but it is not a waste of time to collect data and information, and it is not a waste of time to use some lies. In the name of researching new methods, I stayed in this world for a week. After almost all the research on the data of human-beast combinations, the molecular beasts spread their hands. Sorry, I still haven't found a new way. Emotional resonance is a must for your ultimate evolution. If you want to extract the evolution data of your ultimate body, you will inevitably draw this resonant emotion away. Broly was very disappointed, and in the end there was nothing. Just as they were about to leave this world, the Hell Beast in the fallen world came over and asked them to help extract the data of the Lion Beast in their bodies in the posture of a land seat. Please help me resurrect the Lion Beast. If you want any reward, please take it from me. Although Kato Shuri said to forgive him when she was rescued, forgiveness is forgiveness, and this happened, and he will always owe the other party. Therefore, when we learned that the Lion Beast's digital eggs could be condensed again by extracting the data of the Lion Beast, the Hell Beast fell into heaven and earth, and was thinking about it. It was not until the other party announced that the transaction had failed and there was no way, and the Hell Beast fell from heaven and earth came to ask for it. Glutty Beast King, you have your ideas. The molecular beast gave the right to decide to Broly. Resurrecting the Lion Beast or something is actually just an excuse. However, if you really want to do it, it can be achieved. Forget it, just treat it as a good thing. Broly did not refuse the request of the Hell Beast of Heaven and Heaven. Seeing this, Matsuda Kiri and others looked at each other. Glutty Beast, you are such a great person. Digimon such as Keel Beasts, Big Ear Beasts, etc. were even more praised. Humph, you can tell me that Abu is the best person. The Deluman is a little proud. It likes to show off its partner Abu in front of other Digimons with human partners. And if possible, Deluman would also like Killman and others to evolve in a fusion with their own boys. But unfortunately, this seems to be impossible. It is not difficult to extract your ultimate evolutionary data and then separate the Lion Beast data inside, but after separation, it is difficult to stuff the messed up data back. Therefore, once you choose to extract data, it means that you will degenerate into the original form of a small monster. Are you sure you still need to extract it? After the molecular beast has detected the data before extracting data on the Hell Beast of Heaven and Heaven, it informed the other party about the consequences after extracting data. This is a power to lose oneself, so I killed the Lion Beast that persuaded myself. If it can be exchanged for the rebirth of the Lion Beast, then I am willing to exchange it with the power that once brought pain to others, and this will be my rebirth. Hearing that he would become a small monster in his long term, the Hell Beast fell into heaven and earth did not hesitate. As the Lion Beast said, strength is not everything, but more importantly, it is the bondage with the people he valued around him. In order to request the Hell Beast of Heaven and Heaven, the spaceship fortress stayed for another day. On this day, the molecular beast extracted the data of the fallen Heaven and Hell Beast and separated the data of the Lion Beast from it. Write a running program that simulates the founding village. After turning the data of the Lion Beast into a digital egg, Broly and others set off to leave the world. The crisis in this world has not been resolved, but it was transferred from the real world by Broly an energy bomb to the digital world. The kids such as Matsuda Kaito and others have to go to the digital world and fight the Emperor Limo there again, but it doesn't matter if they have left this world, Broly and the others. Delumen, take out your dark evolution armor. On the spaceship that set off again, Molecular Beast said to Delumen. What are you doing? There is a residual data here, do you want it? I want it. Delumen handed over the dark evolution armor, but after absorbing this residual ultimate data, the dark evolution armor changed a bit, and a pair of double guns appeared in front of the demon's wings. After taking it back and trying to evolve, the Delumen Beast had an additional virus-type ultimate form, one of the 3 gunmen in the digital world, known as Ms. Bellstomin, known as Ms. Beelzebub. Wearing a painted black leather suit, surrounded by a scarf that can be varied according to its purpose, the weapon is 2 short guns. Her figure is taller than a demon beast, and her exposed abdomen has a clear abdominal muscle profile. Her body temperature is no longer cold, but warm. He was wearing the same mask as the Hell Beast on his head, and his long golden hair was casually scattered behind his head, reaching his perky buttocks. Overall, this is a heroic female Digimon, and she was recognized by Crystal Palace as a wife. This made Broly feel like he lost the East and the Silent Harvest. Chapter 303 The New World of Peace, the Evolutionary Information of the King Flower Beast. Bellstomin, Delumen seems to like this form very much. Every time I evolve to other forms, my thinking will be affected by the evolved forms, but this seems to have no effect. Except for wiping the gun in my hand, it is simply the same as Delumen's state. Abu, accompany me to adapt to this form. Broly agreed and accompanied Delumen to adapt to the form of Bellstomin, but the actual situation was to become the target of Bellstomin's gun training. Her pair of guns, called Lotus Root, could fire fly projectiles that could be traced around. The attack felt more and more painful when it hit the body, which seemed to have the effect of weakening the defense. If it was not Broly who picked up the bullet, it would probably be possible to get rid of a complete body with one shot, and its strength would be greatly improved. In addition to gun attacks, the Bellstomin also has good physical skills. His plump body was thought to be a little clumsy, but in reality it was like a flexible cat. But for some reason, the fight will turn into a situation where he is held in his arms and caresses his ears and tail. Perhaps, this is related to the fact that when Bellstomin was a Dilruba, he was often touched by himself in his ears and tail. Broly doesn't hate being treated like this, especially when Bellstomin does this, it can effectively improve the happiness value of his body. Have you arrived yet? This time I spent a while traveling through the space-time channel. If the somatosensory time is just 5 days have passed. I made a significant correction in the space-time frequency, but it may be that the correction was excessive, and there was a long time jump. This is the explanation of the molecular beast, and it is not very clear about when it will be able to land. You guy, can't you get it cheaper twice, just deliberately traveling through the wrong world, right? The fairy beast was a little suspicious. How is this possible? I also want to help the Glutton King quickly, go to the real world to find the vampire Warcraft, and get the light badge of Delumen back. The molecular beast decisively rejected such a thing, but it is unknown how true this statement is. Fortunately, the stay on the panel of the Crystal Palace was gone for another 3 days. When Broly was caught in his arms and rubbed his tail by the Bellstomin again, the spacecraft fortress finally fell into the boundary and appeared high in a grassy plain. There is no need to ask this time. Looking out from the window and seeing the group of Ceratops and Triceratops running on the plain, you can know that this is not the real world, but the digital world. After this time and space, we will not return to the original digital world, right? The Bellstomin hugged Broly like a doll. After standing by the window, he saw the group of active Digimons on the grass plain below. He couldn't help asking. It's not the original digital world. I can be sure of this. The data concentration in this world is much higher than that in our world. This is a brand new digital world. After arriving in the new world, the molecular beast became busy again. It seemed as if it was ready, operating various instruments in the detection environment. So, when will we get to the real world? Well, I'm talking about the real world we want to go to. Broly asked, and he was held down by the Bellstomin. Bellstomin divided part of his pressure and used his head as a cushion, just as Broly would treat Dilruba's body as a pillow. The next world is certain, but in short, we have come, so let's take a look at the situation in this world first. Molecular Beast suggested. Anyway, charging the time and space gate also takes time. After saying this, there is no other choice. You can only be assured as you come. Spaceship Fortress, rest in this world. After. That being said, this world is really peaceful. After going to the ground, he had contact with the local Digimon and found that the Digimon in this world were very peaceful. The fairy beast sighed. Of course, because this world has the protection of the World Tree and the Royal Knights, and every Digimon can live a stable life in this world. When I gave some drinks to the guests from the sky, the mother-in-law beast said proudly that no Digimon would think that such a world was bad. Hey, the World Tree! The fairy beast was a little surprised. Have you ever encountered any collision with the real world in your world? It asked. Real world, what is that? The old lady looks like a mother-in-law, and the mother-in-law beast is a little confused. After questioning, the fairy beast got a message. That is, the Digimon in this world has no understanding of the real world. There may be a real world, but there has never been a crisis situation where the digital world overlaps and collides with each other. It's great. If there is no overlap in the world, perhaps our world will be as peaceful as this world. The fairy beast was envious of its real name. At this moment, a fighting Tyrannosaurus cut through the sky and landed in this small town built on the grassland by human-shaped Digimon. Everyone, run away quickly. The terrifying virus is about to attack here. The southern area has fallen, and some Digimons have begun to die. As soon as the battle Tyrannosaurus landed, he preached some words in the town, which caused some riots. However, the riots were not very big, and they were more of Digimon who were teasing the show. What's wrong there? The fairy beast saw the situation over there and couldn't help but ask the mother-in-law beast next to him. It's nothing, it's just that the newly born Digimon always imagines that there will be a big crisis in this world, so they are talking about these things. But with the protection of the World Tree and the Royal Knights, how could there be any crisis in this world? Mother-in-law said disrespectfully that after living in this peaceful digital world for so many years, most Digimons are like her, and do not think that some crises will suddenly break out in this peaceful world. This time it's different. The virus was released by the Royal Knight. The World Tree is preparing to clean up most of the Digimons. Only a small number of Digimons who have been selected and have already gone to the new world can survive. We must go to the new world in advance before the virus arrives here, otherwise everyone who stays here will be killed by the virus. The battle Tyrannosaurus persuaded the Digimon in the grassland town, but unfortunately no Digimon was willing to believe him. Young Digimons always look forward to the extraordinary beast life in the future, but in the peaceful digital world, there are not so many ups and downs waiting for them to experience. As a result, some unwilling Digimons formed a crisis association, believing that crisis will one day appear in this world, and they have the mission of solving the crisis. Well, this sounds very average, right? In fact, it is also very average, but this group of Digimon are tirelessly believing in such things and continue to promote some crisis theories. If you say too much about the wolf, normal Digimon will not catch a cold. Although they did not laugh at the group of Digimons who firmly believed that the crisis was coming, they did not believe their words. Listening to the mother-in-law beast telling the story of the battle of Tyrannosaurus over there, the fairy beast was speechless. The world there all needed to summon children to save the world. And here, an ultimate fighting Tyrannosaurus beast wants to save the world, but because the world is too peaceful, there is no room for this play. Or what if you want to turn the other party back? As soon as this idea arises, the fairy beast finds that it is moved. Fairy beast, don't you eat? Broly, who was ordering food in front of the stall run by the father-in-law beast, saw the fairy beast that got up and left, and couldn't help but shout. Of course I ate, but I want to meet my friends there. The fairy beast pointed to the battle Tyrannosaurus. When the father-in-law saw it, he shook his head and sighed, another young Digimon has been poisoned by the Crisis Society. The fairy beast is hundreds of years old. Are you still young? Bellstammen asked subconsciously. At a few hundred years old, he is still quite young. The couple, the father-in-law and mother-in-law, started running a snack bar here 1,000 years ago. Next to him, the Death Flame Beast, who was like a perverted murderer, said with a smile, and in front of the other party was a red turkey noodles with end peppers. After taking a bite, he began to spit flames into the sky, and other Digimon guests around him were not surprised by this. Ah, for 1,000 years, have you lived for so long? The flower fairy beast that followed was a little surprised at the age of the father-in-law beast and the mother-in-law beast. It's nothing strange. The Digimon we know are older than this one. The mother-in-law beast didn't care, and the father-in-law beast served the food they ordered to Broly and other guests, while Broly used the supplies brought from the previous real world to pay the meal. I understand, this world is very peaceful, and most Digimons have no lifespan. As long as the data can continue to exist, they can live forever. As the data in the body develops, Digimon may evolve. No wonder there are so many complete bodies here, the ultimate Digimon are also uncommon. The molecular beast did not follow, but it could view the situation here through a large number of drones. The number of fully body Digimons on the grassland alone was a bit beyond imagination, as if the beasts were mature and fully body. When a person is old, he likes to talk about the past, and Digimon is similar. The father-in-law talks about a peerless beauty he had seen when he was young. Her name is Dewang Flower Beast, and it is the most beautiful Digimon the old man has ever seen in his life. Hearing this, the mother-in-law beast came over, picked up the crutch and knocked the father-in-law beast's head. What about me? You are just a bad old woman. Old man, do you want to fight? If you do it, just fight. Am I afraid of you? The father-in-law beast started fighting with the mother-in-law beast with a crutch. Is this okay? Broly pointed at the two Digimons who started to hit each other's canes and asked the guest next to him. It doesn't matter, sometimes it's like this between father-in-law beasts and mother-in-law beasts. The relationship will get better after the fight. The bully bear beast was drinking black tea and acted very calmly. Don't look at them like this. They were very loving when they were young. One was the rose beast, but the famous beauties in our town, and the other was the steel Wukong beast. They played rock music. When the two guys were together, they showed their affection to us a lot. As this introduction, the death flame beast took another bite of turkey noodles, and then began to squirt with fire again. Broly sat next to him, and could fully feel the hotness of the turkey noodles the other party had eaten. As the other party said, after fighting each other with a crutch for a while, the two made up, and the father-in-law beast with a bag came back to talk about the king flower beast. Although the king flower beast is beautiful, I think the rose beast is the most beautiful, especially the rose beast that later became a mother-in-law beast. If you haven't heard the introduction of the death flame beast just now, Broly might have believed the words of the father-in-law beast, and now he just wants to ask the other party, are you threatened? If so, please blink. Mother-in-law was very satisfied with the change in her father-in-law's attitude, so she turned around and went to provide services to other guests. Is the king flower beast really so beautiful? How did she evolve? The two flower fairy beasts asked curiously. Do you also want to evolve into a king flower beast? I advise you not to think so. The king flower beast is beautiful, but it disappears as soon as the flowering period passes. It is very rare. There are only Digimons with a short flowering period. The other party is also a few Digimons that the old man has seen in his life. There is no saying that Digimon in this world becomes an egg after death. If you die, you will die. Hey, since that's the case, why did she evolve into a king flower beast? The Bellstomon was a little puzzled. I don't know, but maybe I want this world to know that there is a Digimon as beautiful as her. For the ultimate beauty of moment, I am willing to evolve into an existence that will wither. Then you haven't answered yet, how did she evolve? Bellstomon asked. This is not a good evolution, so don't ask. Broly interrupted. When he heard about the king flower beast, Broly was still interested, thinking about whether it was another wife's form to discover it, but when he heard about the king flower beast, he suddenly lost interest in exploring it. Compared to having another new wife form, Broly hopes that his cat can live for a long time. Don't forget, I can degenerate. Bellstomon reminded. It is the fusion evolution of the lotus beast and the rose beast. In the end, the Bellstomon got the answer from the father-in-law beast. At this time, the fairy beast also came back. However, there was an extra combat Tyrannosaurus around it. I heard from the fairy beast that you are willing to believe me. Hey, what are you talking about? Broly didn't understand a little and looked at the other person in confusion. Hearing this, the fighting Tyrannosaurus also looked at the fairy beast flying beside him with confusion. I was very interested in the crisis it talked about, so I invited it to come and explain it in detail. The fairy beast quickly explained. Chapter 304 Now, release the X program for me immediately. Are you interested in the crisis that others are talking about? You are clearly greedy for others' bodies, you are inferior. As soon as the fairy beast said, these strange messages popped up in Broly's mind. However, he didn't say anything. The battle Tyrannosaurus was invited. You can't remove the fairy beast's table at this time, so he asked the other party to sit down and talk. Mother-in-law beast, please give it some drink. The mother-in-law beast responded, and the fighting Tyrannosaurus thanked him and sat down. Listen to me, the virus is really coming, I didn't lie. Perhaps because he knew what others thought about his situation, the battle of Tyrannosaurus stated this from the beginning. We are new to this place and don't know what the world is like, but since the fairy beast is willing to believe you, we are also willing to believe in the judgment of our friends, but we don't know what the virus you mentioned is. Broly asked. It's the X program. Fighting. Tyrannosaurus answered. What is that? The flower fairy beast is puzzled. That was a special program created by the World Tree, specially used to delete Digimon. But why did the other party do this? Isn't it the system host of the digital world? Through the fairy beast, Broly also learned about the World Tree, although it is not the world tree of this digital world. Digimon's data is getting bigger and bigger, and the world tree foresaw the crisis of excessive data that may lead to the destruction of the world, so it is ready to launch the ARC plan. That is, create and release X programs that can delete Digimon data to eliminate most Digimons in the digital world. Only the selected Digimon can go to the new world zone called ARC to avoid this great purge. The Battle Tyrannosaurus explained. Does the data be overloaded to prevent the system host from burning, so that it can be carried out? Through the drone, the molecular beast also heard the ARC plan described by the fighting Tyrannosaurus here, and suddenly felt that the other party might not be lying. Is there no constancy in this world? Broly asked. What is that? This time it was the turn of fighting the Tyrannosaurus and was a little puzzled. A system that regulates the balance of everything in the digital world, if I remember correctly. Broly turned his gaze to the fairy beast. Yes, Broly, you remember correctly. Constancy cannot be described as simple light. To be precise, it is the will to balance the digital world. If there is too much light, darkness will be added. If there is too much darkness, light will be supported. Peace and dispute, birth and death each account for half. This is what constantness believes, the perfect operation form of the world. That is, our side gradually overlaps with the real world, and the idea of constancy in the world tree begins to be different, which leads to a violent conflict between the light and dark forces in our world. The fairy beast just talked with the battle Tyrannosaurus. It discovered the fact that this world has no constancy and soon realized the problems in this world. There is no restraint to accumulate data until the crisis occurs that the memory of the world tree host system is full, and the internal data has to be deleted. What are you talking about in this world and that world? The fighting Tyrannosaurus was a little unaware of their words. In fighting Tyrannosaurus, we are actually visitors from another world, from another digital world, and in our world, there is another crisis situation. The fairy beast explained, and the mother-in-law beast brought a drink at this time. After hearing this, he couldn't help but shake his head. The other party walked back. Broly could vaguely hear that the mother-in-law beast and the father-in-law beast were sighing and talking. The young Digimon now is getting more and more adept at playing things. Obviously, the fairy beast tells the truth, and there is no Digimon slaughter here, just like not believing in the words of the fighting Tyrannosaurus. In fact, our world is in crisis and we need warriors like you to save it. I want to invite you to get on our spaceship and go to our world. As the fairy beast said, he looked at Broly and asked, Can I do this, Broly? There are many more rooms on the spaceship. Broly didn't mind the fact that one or two more guests came to the spaceship fortress. Unfortunately, after passing by 2 worlds, no one or Digimon was willing to follow them. This. I have to say that the matter of saving the world made the fighting Tyrannosaurus very moved. If it had been learned about the ARC plan, it would have agreed to the fairy beast without hesitation and brought its own friend Steel Garuru of the Crisis Club to go to the fairy beast's world to save the world, but... Sorry, the implementation of the ARC plan, I have very important things to do in this world. The battle Tyrannosaurus refused. Is it very important to persuade other Digimons to go to the ARC to avoid X program cleaning? The fairy beast asked. Yes. The battle Tyrannosaurus nodded and admitted. But isn't there no Digimon willing to believe your words? The battle Tyrannosaurus was just preaching there, but no one cared about the situation, and the Bellstammen saw it. It's just that most Digimon don't believe it. The prestige of World Tree and Royal Knight is higher than our crisis society. The fighting Tyrannosaurus was a little depressed, but soon it cheered up and said, But as long as one of the Digimons is willing to believe me and go to the new world to avoid this great purge, it is all worth it and something I must continue to do. It cannot change the idea of Digimon who does not believe what it says, but it still wants to save the lives of Digimons who are willing to believe what it says. This is the reason why Tyrannosaurus fights when they go to a different place and preach the ARC plan is ridiculed by other Digimons. Some Digimons even become hostile to it and attack it, but they still continue to do this. When the ARC project is over, I may be able to call my friend Iron Garalumen and go to your world to help you, but now, there are other Digimons in this world that need us, and our Crisis Club must stay here to do something. How long does it take? I'm not sure about this for a year or 2 or more, but the X program is indeed spreading faster and faster. The fairy beast was a little disappointed, knowing bro it is impossible for the prophet to wait for so long, but there is no way to say anything. I am willing to believe in my guests in another world. If you can leave this world quickly, you can leave this world quickly. Program X will not show mercy to your subordinates just because you are not the life of this world. The southern area has completely fallen, and many Digimon have died under the X program. The fighting Tyrannosaurus persuaded them to leave as soon as possible. Half an hour ago, just on the edge of the grass plain, there was a Digimon city that was reduced to ruins under the attack of X program and the Royal Knights. We just want to survive. What's wrong with us? Faced with the questioning of the ultimate Digimon that produced X antibodies, Omegaman didn't say anything, but just lifted the Garalo cannon. An absolute air conditioner bombarded the opponent, freezing the opponent's ice, and then smashing the opponent's frozen body with a sword with the Tyrannosaurus sword to complete the final kill. The abnormal data of X antibody has been cleared. Red Lotus Night Beast, is it over there? Well, it's over. Behind the Omegaman, the Red Lotus Night Monster came at some point and answered the Omegaman's question. Omega Beast. What? Is it really right for us to do this? What are you referring to? Purge these Digimons who want to survive. They produce antibodies to the X program and have become obstacles to the execution of the ARC program. The ARC plan is a plan that allows the world to continue. This is the greatest justice and the most correct one. Red Lotus Night Beast, what are you confused about? I am not confused, but I am just feeling extremely sad about destroying the world and Digimon we once guarded. If you infected with Program X, Digimon will be deleted without pain, but will feel pain, only those who are unwilling to sacrifice for this world. Although it is not their fault to live, they have become enemies of the World Tree. We are the Royal Knights serving the World Tree. All we can do is to eliminate the abnormal data as soon as possible to reduce the pain brought to them by struggle. This is the only mercy. The Omegaman has not yet questioned the decision of the World Tree. The implementation of the ARC plan in the current data expansion is to save this digital world that is about to be burst and killed by huge data. The best choice. For this reason, even if he transforms into an executioner, he will do whatever he wants, and this is the consensus and awareness that every Royal Knight has reached. Let's go, it's time for us to go to the next place. I got a message from the mouth of the X-antibody Digimon that I destroyed. What news? The Digimon was preaching the ARC plan, and the guy said that he should have escaped and headed to the new world if he knew it. Is this kind of thing there? Well, although there are not many Digimons who believe this, there are indeed some Digimons who choose to leave here. I think they have to report it. It's true that we should report. Omegaman nodded and reported the information directly. Are we going to stop the left Digimon, or go to the next target? After a while, the Red Lotus Night Beast asked. None of them are. We must stop the preaching behavior of the guys who are not conducive to the implementation of the ARC plan and promote the ARC plan to other Digimons. Omega Beast and Red Lotus Night Beast, who received the order to return the World Tree, flew directly to the direction of the grassland. After receiving the warning from the Battle of Tyrannosaurus, Broly and others returned to the spaceship and prepared to start the spaceship fortress and leave the old world area that will be eliminated by Program X first. But unfortunately, it was a little late. Before the spacecraft started to transfer, the two Royal Night Beasts arrived here, and the X program followed. In the grassland town, a large number of Digimons were infected and fell down before they realized the problem. Is the battle Tyrannosaurus true? Why, you guys, Royal Knights, do this. Brother-in-law. Mother-in-law Beast. The X program, even the ultimate body, is somewhat unstoppable. Their bodies began to dissipate when they had time to hold them together. The bustling town turned into a dead place in just half a quarter of an hour. However, the battle of Tyrannosaurus is struggling to support it. I can't die, I still have something to do. The strong will to survive changed its body shape. X antibodies appeared in its body, but it resisted the deletion of the X program. Are you the fighting Tyrannosaurus who preached the ARC plan? Omega Beast. Your behavior has already hindered the ARC program, and your resistance to X programs producing X antibodies also makes you an abnormal data that must be eliminated. I will kill you here in the name of justice. After landing, Omegaman spitted out the Tyrannosaurus sword with his left hand and walked towards the fighting Tyrannosaurus whose data was undergoing mutation. The fighting Tyrannosaurus looked at Omega Monster with a complicated gaze. This was the second time it had seen the Royal Knight close. Last time, when it and another companion of the Crisis Society, Steel Garuru, were invaded by the dark realm of the world and saved by the Omega Beasts that fell from the sky. It is also because of that rescue that Aguman and Gabuman had aspirations for the Royal Knights, and worked hard to evolve into the ultimate body at the evolutionary speed that surpassed other Digimons, and established a Crisis Society in order to resolve a major crisis in the future. They were selected by the World Tree to become the new Royal Knights. However, I didn't expect that when I saw the Royal Knight for the second time and saw the Omega Beast who had saved him again, I became the target of being executed by the Omega Beast. However, in this case, the fighting Tyrannosaurus did not resent the other party. He knew the inside story of the ARC plan and knew that the other party did not do anything wrong. Wait, Omegaman, I want to ask it 2 words. Just as the battle Tyrannosaurus was closing his eyes and waiting for death, the Red Lotus Night Beast intervened and stopped the Omega Beast who was preparing to behead the battle Tyrannosaurus. Omegaman frowned, but still gave his companions this face, asking the Red Lotus Night Beast to ask questions about the battle of Tyrannosaurus in front of him. What do you want to ask? Why did you do this? Do what? Talk to other Digimons about the ARC plan. I want to save them. The answer to the battle of Tyrannosaurus was very simple, and the Red Lotus Night Beast nodded. The second question is, how do you know the ARC plan? And this time, the battle Tyrannosaurus was silent. There are only a few selected Digimons who can know the ARC plan, except for our Royal Knights. The Red Lotus Night Beast didn't care about this and continued to talk. You are the selected Digimon, right? It asked. The fighting Tyrannosaurus responded softly. Okay, I've finished asking my question. I'll leave it to you how to deal with it. The Red Lotus Night Beast retreated and handed over the handling of the battle of Tyrannosaurus to Omega Beast. Why do you do this? Don't you know that you can survive? Omega Beast was puzzled. I know, but I can't see other Digimons in danger but are indifferent. I should save them. The battle Tyrannosaurus answered. Since you are the selected Digimon, you are qualified to survive, but stop preaching the ARC plan, causing us trouble. In the end, the Omega Beast did not swing the Tyrannosaurus sword, and it was ready to give this fighting Tyrannosaurus who also had a certain spirit of justice on his body the chance to survive. It was let go by Omega, but the battle of Tyrannosaurus was not happy because it did not save any Digimon this time. I will not give up. If we meet again, we will be enemies. It shouted to the back of Omega Beast. You don't have a second chance to survive, if you become a hindrance to the ARC plan again. Omega Beast didn't look back and gave his tough attitude. It took off, but before it flew away, it was stepped into the mud by a figure that suddenly fell from the sky. Hey, I don't care about any strange plans you have. I only have one requirement now, that is, to cancel the X program for me now, right now. Broly stepped on Omega's head, his little face was very serious, and he was seriously expressing his request. Chapter 305 Entering the second stage of the team? You have to figure out who is the boss. Are the enemy that hinders the ARC's plan. After realizing that he was attacked, he tried to look up but found that there was a huge force behind his head. He decisively aimed at his absolute air conditioning bullet under him. Red Lotus Night Beast, take action. The Omega Beast frozen itself, but also frozen Broly in. It handed over the attack on the enemy to its companions next to it. Royal shooting. The Red Lotus Night Beast did not hesitate. The holy gun in his hand glowed brightly, and the blazing energy shot beam stabbed the back of the enemy who suddenly attacked the Omega Beast. The boy's back was pierced, and a white beam of light came out from his chest. When the Red Lotus Night Beast thought his attack was effective, the petite figure that was penetrated gradually disappeared. After pictures. The Red Lotus Night Beast widened his eyes and saw a foreign object attacking from the corner of his eyes. But before I could raise the shield in my hand, my right face was hit by the back of the Saiyan boy's right hand. With a bang, the Red Lotus Night Beast was knocked away. It's like a cannonball, piercing through small town buildings. With a bang, it hit a thick stone wall. The whole body was trapped in the stone wall and then stopped. Mr. Broly. The battle Tyrannosaurus widened his eyes. He did not expect that the stranger he had met just now would come to help him at this time and defeat the two royal knights in one encounter. My companion, the data is being deleted. Do you have any solutions? Broly asked when he fell in front of this combat Tyrannosaurus with a somewhat changed body. Did the fairy beasts also get infected with Program X? The battle Tyrannosaurus realized something and asked immediately. Broly nodded. The world tree of this world, I want to delete some Digimon, it has nothing to do with him. If it weren't for the Bellstammen and the others who suddenly found that the data in their bodies were being deleted after returning to the spacecraft, he wouldn't have come down at all. Now the entire spacecraft fortress has opened a protective barrier to the outside world, but it has been infected. The Bellstammen and the others of the X program were unable to easily remove the X program in their bodies. The way to deal with molecular beasts is to temporarily isolate them and put them in the data transmission room. The X program deletes as much data as the data it contains in their bodies to fill it. However, this treats the symptoms but not the root cause, but only delays the deletion process of the X program. This is awful. Digimon infected with Program X can basically survive by relying on themselves. But what if you can't get through? If you can't stand it, you will die. The battle Tyrannosaurus turned around and looked at the ground full of clothes. It was left by the Digimon who had eliminated the data. Broly's expression was a little ugly. At this moment, he realized that there were risks in other worlds, and time traveling requires caution. Squatting down, the Tyrannosaurus sword slashed over his head. After kicking back, the Omega Beast, which was covered in frost, was kicked away. But the other party stopped in the air quickly. Except for a clear footprint on his waist and looking a little embarrassed, there was no other injury. The Red Lotus Night Beast, who was knocked away, also returned. Except for a fist mark on the side of the helmet on his face, there was no other damage. You guys are pretty tough. Broly was a little surprised. I thought you were dead. He looked at the Red Lotus Night Beast and said. Be careful, this guy is very powerful. The Red Lotus Night Beast reminds her companions around her. Well, I know. Omega Beast nodded. It and the armor on the Red Lotus Night Beast are made of digital alloy of time. The digital alloy will provide corresponding defense capabilities with data volume. With the terrifying data that the Royal Knights have in their bodies, their defense is amazing. Even if you can take a bath in some ultimate Digimon's ultimate skill, the opponent can leave some traces on it. Obviously, that simple fist and foot attack has surpassed the attack power of many ultimate Digimons. Can the X program be able to resist by itself? Is there no other way, such as letting them stop it? Broly asked the battle Tyrannosaurus behind him. I don't know, but maybe they have a way to stop the X program. After all, the ARC plan is executed by the Royal Knights. Fighting Tyrannosaurus, oh no, it should be called Fighting Tyrannosaurus X now. It only knows the ARC plan. As for more inside stories, such as the running principle of the X program, it cannot know. I have only one request, that is, to stop the X program in my companion's body. Broly once again stated his request. You are strong, but the will of the World Tree is absolute. We Royal Knights are not afraid of powerful enemies. The ARC project, except for those selected Digimons who survived, everything else must be eliminated. Broly's situation is not a selected person in the eyes of Omega Beast and Red Lotus Night Beast, so there is no need to discuss this matter at all. I am not a person from this world, my companions and I are just passing by this world. The Red Lotus Night Beast was stunned. It had never encountered such a situation before. As alien data that invaded the world, you will have to be even more eliminated. Just as it was thinking about whether to report it up, the Omega Beast next to it had already spoken, with a very tough attitude. Since that's the case, I'll fight until you change your mind. Omegamon's words made Broly extinguish the idea of communicating with words, and he was ready to communicate with force and fists. The ground was stomped, and the airwaves exploded in front of the battle of Tyrannosaurus X. When it was blown away, the battle above the head had already begun. Broly pressed against the two Royal Knights, but the Royal Knights' amazing defense still gave them the power to fight back. Although their fight back is very weak, they can only fire air-conditioning bullets that freeze grasslands or royal shootings that smash the ground. The aftermath of the battle quickly raised the town below to the ground. In order not to affect the spaceship fortress in the sky, Broly intends to knock the two Digimons away from the spaceship fortress. The grass plains were destroyed all the way, but this was not Broly's fault. After all, he was useless to even the energy bomb. It was all made by the Omega Beast and the Red Lotus Night Beast who resisted him and used his own skills. No, we are not his opponents, so we have to ask for support. The Red Lotus Night Beast, who was kicked out of the sky again and smashed a crater on the ground, said. The gap in strength is too big. It and Omega Beast only rely on the powerful defense provided by the time digital alloy on its body to barely resist the opponent's beating. However, it is only a matter of time before it loses. Look at the fist mark on its shield. This was the opponent's attack on the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss and hit it with his fist. You ask for support, I'll hold him back. Omegamon intercepted the boy who wanted to use a fall on the Red Lotus Knightman. The battle Tyrannosaurus poured on his hand was no longer a Tyrannosaurus sword. The thing has been interrupted by Broly, but now it uses Gaia energy bombs and cross-bombing with the Garalo cannon, forming a wonder of the two heavens of ice and fire. However, this kind of attack is useless. Rory just supported the energy barrier, and all the energy attacks were repelled, and even his energy barrier could not be broken, let alone causing damage to him. He did not mean to stop the Red Lotus Night Beast from asking for help. The two Royal Knights were beaten in front of him. Can a group of Royal Knights change the situation of being beaten? As it turns out, Broly is right. Other Royal Knights quickly transferred over through the data space, but they are still beaten. Two fists are hard to beat four hands, and they do not exist here in Broly. As long as the speed is fast enough and the attack frequency is high enough, he is four hands alone, and the opposite of the 12 Royal Knights is two fists. They are beaten to no avail. They are all relying on the digital alloy on their bodies, and they can only withstand the attack of him, the Saiyan. As a battered sandbag, these Royal Knights are qualified. However, no matter how good the sandbag is, it cannot withstand the Saiyan's violent kicks. As the shield of the Red Lotus Night Beast was overwhelmed and shattered, the defeat of the Royal Knight was inevitable. Now, tell me, can Program X be turned off, or can't be turned off? Crush the proud defensive armor on the golden armored dragon beast and throw the opponent out like garbage. Broly stepped on Omega's head and asked another question. Omega Man. Do you have to step on its head and ask questions? It wanted to resist, but it was powerless to resist. Both arms have been crushed, and both the Garalo cannon and the Tyrannosaurus sword are completely damaged. Program X is manipulated by World Tree, and we have no right to interfere. The shield was broken and the spear was twisted into a Red Lotus Night Beast whose spear fell to the side, and answered. Red Lotus Night Beast, do you want to betray the World Tree? The seriously injured Golden Ankylos Dragon Beast asked, and the Skull Beast also glared at the Red Lotus Night Beast. This situation is no longer a problem that we can deal with. We have to contact the World Tree, right? The Red Lotus Night Beast's rhetoric asked unexpectedly to calm the other Royal Knights, as if they all agreed to this point. Where is that World Tree? In the data space, I can open the channel. Broly did not attack the group of Royal Knights again, and allowed the Red Lotus Night Beast to pick up the shields that were broken and scattered around him. After putting it together, the Red Lotus Night Beast barely used the broken version of the Pure Land of Bliss. The reddish-brown beam hit the sky, and a space channel emitting light was opened. But before Broly flew up, a terrifying data stream surged out of the space channel, fell from the sky, and fell accurately on every Royal Night Beast on the ground. In just a moment, the Royal Knights who were defeated by Broly were resurrected from the defeated CG one by one. The armor on his body not only returned to its original state, but also covered with a layer of golden color, which looked like it was plated with a layer of gold. When we are the most powerful, we are the time to receive support from the World Tree. The World Tree will provide us with a steady stream of data. This can restore our physical strength and repair our injuries. At the same time, our armor will become indestructible because of this support. You can defeat us who have no support, but you will definitely not defeat us who have World Tree support. Red Lotus Night Beast, you are more smart. You are stolen to open a passage for this guy, but it is to welcome the power of your master. The Royal Knight who was resurrected in full blood said one by one. So, am I being fooled? Broly asked. You are not fooled, but you just want to see the World Tree. You have to face the 12 Royal Knights who are guarding the World Tree. As long as you can defeat us who are supported by the World Tree, you will naturally be able to see our master, the World Tree. The Royal Knight in his prime is fighting against the enemy with the big spring of the World Tree. There are basically no Digimon in this world. It can deal with the Royal Knight in this state, even the 7 Demon Kings in the Dark Realm, leading their dark forces to gather to siege the World Tree. The Royal Knight with various buffs is confident that he can defeat any enemy in this world. Unfortunately, Broly is not from this world. I saw that the boy raised his right hand and an energy ball appeared on his hand. The energy ball changed from light green to dark green, then from dark green to dark green, until it turned into a dark color, and then threw it towards the Royal Knight who entered the second stage. There was no terrifying explosion, but it was like a silent drama. The energy ball began to expand and easily drown the Royal Knight. The Royal Knight was like melted ice, unable to recover at all, and was evaporated. And what evaporated together was the world behind them, and this digital world was erased 1/3 of it in just a moment. The dark field below also saw the bright sun at this moment. The data that had been deleted once was deleted again at this moment. Stop Program X, or I will help you delete the data from this world in person. I promise that I will delete it completely without leaving any dust. Broly condensed another compressed energy bomb, aimed at the remaining ground under his feet and said to the passage where the sky was still open. The digital world is about the size of the Earth, but it destroys a planet the size of the Earth. Broly is not a difficult task. The Delumen infected with X program made Broly anxious, but the Royal Knight challenged his patience again and again. Now, Broly has no patience anymore. Either the World Tree releases X program, or the world doesn't need to exist anymore. He will personally help the World Tree delete data, along with the other party itself. There was no response from the other end of the passage in the sky, just a thread of colorful light was directed towards the direction he came. Seeing this, Broly took back his hand and hurriedly followed him to check the situation. The colorful light did not fall on the spaceship fortress, but fell on the ground to fight Tyrannosaurus X. Where are Omega Beasts and Red Lotus Night Beasts? Seeing the boy falling in front of him, fighting Tyrannosaurus X asked. They were unwilling to close the X program, and I solved it. Broly answered honestly. Is that? The gaze of fighting Tyrannosaurus X is a bit complicated. What does the World Tree mean? Broly asked out at the colorful light on it. The World Tree wants me to solve this great crisis of world destruction. As long as I solve it, I can become the new Royal Knight. Then how do you want to solve it? I don't want to be a Royal Knight, but I don't want to see the destruction of this world, so. Fighting Tyrannosaurus X inserted his claw into his chest and captured a ball of light data. This is X antibody. If you give this to your companions to absorb, they will be fine. Fighting Tyrannosaurus X fell down on his knees. This is the message the World Tree told it. What do you do? Broly took the X antibody of the combat Tyrannosaurus X and frowned and asked. Me? I have saved the world, and that's enough. The battle Tyrannosaurus X completely fell down, and the X program quickly decomposed its body, but some of the data seemed to be taken away by the colorful light of the World Tree. Broly was not in a good mood, and the death of fighting Tyrannosaurus X touched him. But now, it is not the time to think too much. Broly hurriedly returned to the spacecraft fortress with X antibodies and handed over the X antibodies to the molecular beast. After detection, it was not bad data, and it was injected into the bodies of Belsta beasts, flower fairy beasts, and fairy beasts. After the X antibody was found, the self-deletion program of their in vivo data stopped, but the X antibody changed their external form. The Bellstamen turned into the Bellstamen X, and the double guns turned into a combination of shotgun and rifle, with painted black wings appearing behind it. I seem to have become stronger. This is the answer given by Bellstamen X when Broly asked about the feeling of Bellstamen X when she woke up. Chapter 306. Do you want us to leave this world as soon as possible? Then let's talk about the price you are willing to pay for. X antibody, as Digimon struggle to save the special data born during the X program deletion process, can itself greatly stimulate the potential of Digimon. It can be said that it will be a further evolutionary form in its original evolutionary form. Now, Bellstamen X and Fairy Beast X, who absorb X antibody data, can be said to be the existence of super ultimate and super complete bodies. You don't need to worry about their possible appearance again in self-deletion data. Fighting Tyrannosaurus, can I trust your words? You sacrificed for this world in front of me, but suddenly reappeared and came over to tell us the information about X's evolution. Are you really the original fighting Tyrannosaurus? Broly questioned the identity of the fighting Tyrannosaurus in front of him. I don't know if I am the original combat Tyrannosaurus. The World Tree reshaped my body with my data. After I came to my senses, I appeared in a data space and became the new Royal Knight, but what is certain is that I still have memories of the past, including those memories I took out the X antibody and handed it to you. The battle Tyrannosaurus answered. But there is also the possibility that my memory is tampered with. Do you want me to check the data for you? Molecular Beast made suggestions. If this makes you feel at ease. The battle Tyrannosaurus did not refuse, and entered the laboratory with the Molecular Beast and voluntarily lie into the data detector. However, even if there is any problem with the battle Tyrannosaurus, the Molecular Beast actually cannot check it. It just wants to study the data of the battle Tyrannosaurus, the ultimate body that it delivered to the door. And such data is meaningful. After the collection is completed, the Molecular Beast feels that it can upgrade the main artillery of the spaceship fortress, the ultimate destruction cannon. The World Tree is uneasy because you are stuck in this world, so I ordered me to come over and ask when will you leave this world. In the data detector cabin, the combat Tyrannosaurus expressed his intention. Broly's power displayed, his stay in this world, brought great pressure to the World Tree of this world. The choice of violent expulsion is simply not feasible, and the 12 Royal Knights have proved this with their lives. Even if the World Tree can fish out its own paladin from the dark area and use it with the other party, the ending of the battle again will not change much. The World Tree was able to calculate this easily, so it became very polite, not at all like the supreme ruler of this digital world, but sent to fight Tyrannosaurus to negotiate. We are stranded in this world because the Glutton King is worried about the safety of Lord Delumen. Delumen is the degenerate form of Bellstamen. He is worried that after leaving, the X program in Delumen's body will be activated again, and we may not be able to return to this world. I've explained this clearly just now, right? You, who are already a Royal Knight, may not be credible. With the favor of the Glutton King for Lord Diluo Beast, even if you give up your original purpose, you will not let the other party fall into danger again. The Molecular Beasts did not lie because of the X program, their stay in this world has been postponed indefinitely. This is a bit bad. In the near future, a big war will begin. The combat Tyrannosaurus, who walked out of the data detector, scratched his head and showed a somewhat distressed expression on his face. War? The World Tree of this world has not learned enough lessons yet, and dare to challenge the Gluttony Beast King. The Molecular Beast was a little strange and asked directly. It's not challenging him, but the army of the 7 Demon Kings in the dark area is gathering, preparing to attack from the gap in the world he has set out. War is about to break out between the surface and the inner world, and this is the future predicted by the World Tree. But what does this have to do with us? Can those Digimons in the dark areas beat the Glutton King? The Molecular Beast didn't care and traveled through 3 worlds. It had fully realized the strength of its king and did not take the Digimon in the dark area of this world seriously. It does have nothing to do with you, but if you continue to stay in this world, the World Tree will be afraid of you to preserve your own strength. Without the help of the World Tree, the superficial world may be unable to withstand the offensive of the 7 Demon Kings' army in the dark area. The Battle Tyrannosaurus explained. Isn't this just in line with the intention of this World Tree? You can clear away a lot of Digimon data without using the X program. Dark data is also data. Once the number is too large, it will be more uncontrollable than Program X, and the world will still be destroyed. So, do you mean to invite us Glutton King to help you defeat the 7 Demon Kings' army in the dark area? It's not that you are asking you to help us defeat the 7 Demon Kings' army. The combat Tyrannosaurus paused before continuing. We would rather die in the battle with the 7 Demon Kings' army than being deleted by the X program. Because of the Glutton, the World Tree has given up implementing the original ARC plan. Next, it will lead the battle between the surface world and the dark area. It will be a war to clean up data, and countless Digimon will be thrown into this war and then die in battle. But in order to ensure the balance of the war situation, the World Tree must reserve corresponding power. If you continue to stay in this world, the World Tree will have to guard against you, which may lead to the situation on the battlefield. It's like the World Tree can now withstand the Glutton King. If the Glutton King really wants to destroy this world, it's true that I can't resist it, but the World Tree is so rigid. To be honest, the fighting Tyrannosaurus couldn't understand the idea of the World Tree. However, the logic of the World Tree is actually very simple, which is to calculate the probability risk very rigidly and then choose a method with lower risks. For example, in terms of data removal, there are many choices for the World Tree in this world, but they choose to fabricate X programs that specifically remove Digimon data to execute the so-called ARC plan. During the implementation of the ARC plan, after kicking Broly, a large steel plate from another world, the risk of continuing to implement the ARC plan was too high, and World Tree decisively terminated the ARC plan. The 7 Demon Kings mobilized the army and was seen by the World Tree, but in order to continue to clear the overloaded memory data, it did not choose to repair the surface world gap that was struck by Broly. It just silently changed the risk to the ARC plan, which has become a less risky war-induced plan. Similarly, after the correction of the war plan, Broly, the great threat of unpredictable actions, did not leave the world, but was also considered by the World Tree. The World Tree must use a large part of its power to guard against the threat of Broly. Even though it is known through calculation that this kind of defense may be useless, the World Tree does not mean to be useless and let it go. Instead, it actively makes a strategy and sends combat Tyrannosaurus to negotiate. Every decision made by the World Tree is to reduce the risk of the destruction of this digital world. It is like a clever artificial intelligence player, keeping the entire situation to the most correct result. During this period, all the Digimons in this world were chess pieces, and even chess pieces themselves were one of them, as long as they were needed. I can understand such rigid calculations. Molecular Beast just simulated the idea of down the World Tree, and felt that the logic was very clear, just because it also thought about problems in this way most of the time. Ah, can you understand? The fighting Tyrannosaurus was a little surprised, and then he wanted to ask the Molecular Beast to persuade the boy. I can persuade you, but the price is, you have to know, leave this world quickly, for us nothing good either. What do you want? You are a Digimon who understands the truth, and the World Tree of this world is the same. Let's do it. You give me the source code of the X program. As long as I thoroughly study that thing, the Glutton King should be able to feel at ease. Secondly, this time due to the impact of the X program, our spacecraft fortress consumed a lot of data. We have to get compensation for the corresponding data from you. Anyway, the data in your world will also be deleted. It is better to give us the unnecessary data. Molecular Beasts put forward conditions. In response, the Battle Tyrannosaurus uploaded the conditions it mentioned to the data space of the World Tree, and soon received a response from the World Tree. The World Tree has agreed to your request. The cooperation is pleasant, and after seeing your sincerity, the Glutton King will surely understand your concerns and agree to your request to leave this world as soon as possible. The source code of the X program was traded, and at the same time, there were also huge data of 3 types of data. The Molecular Beast was not polite and immediately used this huge compensation data to upgrade the spacecraft fortress again. It changed the ultimate destruction cannon to an output muzzle that can release Gaia energy bomb, and also obtained the data of Steel Garaloo, adding the output port of the absolute air conditioning bomb. However, the ultimate weapon is a ripple cannon that can release X program. This weapon is useless to Broly, who is not Digimon, and also to Digimon with X antibodies. However, for Digimon without X antibodies, it can be said to be a superscale killing weapon. With this thing, the Molecular Beast felt that he could return to his original world and drive this spaceship with upgraded weapon system to single-handedly brush the 4 heavenly kings of darkness. Of course, the premise is to ensure that they cannot form X antibodies. Once X antibodies are formed, it is equivalent to stealing chickens and losing rice, but it is indeed a killer. The dark space, which is the source of power, has also been transformed into a data space that can efficiently transmit data energy. In other words, due to the actual physical rules in the previous world, the problem of not being able to leave the Shinjuku area will be solved. This spacecraft fortress will be able to continue to ensure the normal operation of the spacecraft's power system in a data-free environment, and the data space is a mobile base station. In addition, the Digimon crew on the spacecraft also gained benefits. With the supply of large amounts of compensation data from this digital world tree, the data absorbed one by one has been super-evolutionized, and some even crossed the limit of the complete body and evolved into the ultimate Digimon. Fairy Beast X evolved into Sea Angel Beast X, and the two Flower Fairy Beast X evolved into Rose Beast X and the other evolved into Fenlong Lily Beast X. Even the Lilac Beast form of the Dailoa Beast has evolved into the Lotus Beast X form under the stacking of terrifying data. But unfortunately, Lotus Beast X is not the wife form recognized by Crystal Palace. However, Lotus Beast X, the King Flower Beast that was dragging Rose Beast X to try to merge, was in the wife form. The King Flower Beast is very strong, so strong that even X antibodies cannot act on this form. However, Broly was not happy, because if it weren't for the help of the World Tree in this world, the Dailoa Beast, who might have evolved into a King Flower Beast, would have been unable to degenerate back. The fusion evolution behavior of the Dailoa Beast X almost killed himself and the Rose Beast X, which made Broly angry at it for the first time. "I'm sorry, Abu, I promise there won't be another time." Delumen X was wandering in front of Broly, and he knew that he had done something wrong and was very nervous. Fortunately, Broly was just worried about it, not really angry, and soon forgives it. Since the World Tree in this world has a way to separate you, then while you can evolve into a King Flower Beast without risk, you can agree to become my wife in the form of a King Flower Beast. Broly didn't waste any chance at the World Tree that helped separate the data of the King Flower Beast twice. In this way, among all the evolutionary forms of wife that Dailoa Beast X now have, it is the latest evolutionary form of the King Flower Beast, and becomes Broly's Digimon's wife first. Although the happiness value of this form was harvested in advance, because Dailoa Beast X already had a very high happiness value, Broly still obtained nearly 170,000 happiness points. The King Flower Beast was very happy. She knew that her wife had the meaning of a lifelong companion. After becoming a boy's wife, she hugged her boy and rubbed against the other person with great intimacy. It is after the fusion evolution was lifted, the Rose Beast X, which evolved from the ultimate Hwala Beast, felt a little embarrassed. After the fusion evolution, her consciousness was fully synchronized with Delumen. Delumen's love for Broly can be fully felt by her. That is different from the feelings of their Digimon men to treat their own kings, which makes Rose Beast X a little uncomfortable after the Union evolution. On the contrary, the Lily Beast X, who evolved from the Baru Beast, became a little heartless and treated her own king like a good friend. "Oh, Glutton King, do you want to cooperate with Lord Dailoa Beast to adapt to the X form of Belsta Beast? Can you add me one? This guy has the potential of a light bulb and often joins in when Broly is practicing shooting with Bellstammen X. But I have to say that this guy is not bad at all. He can fight with Bellstammen X's two guns with a pair of yo-yos. It is hard to believe that she and the originally stupid and greedy Baru Beast would be the same Digimon. And also in contrast to the Fanchang Lily Beast, Sea Angel Beast X. It was originally in the form of a fairy beast, and had strong combat strength, but after evolving into Sea Angel Beast X, it became a pure auxiliary Digimon, with no attack on all moves. This change makes it difficult for the Sea Angel Beast X, which evolved from the fairy beast, to hold back, but instead, it has extremely terrifying auxiliary ability, which is the Sea Love skill that can make all enemies lose their fighting spirit in an instant. Even Broly's mood will calm down after being attacked by the Sea Angel Beast X, and she feels like she is lying in a warm bed in the cold winter and not wanting to move at all. Of course, for Broly, it feels more like she is lying on the Baya Beast when she was a child, which is very comfortable. "Really, have I become your sleep aid tool?" Sea Angel X complained a little, but she still released the love of the sea towards Bellstammen X and Broly. Broly lay lazily on Bellstammen X, while Bellstammen X also hugged the boy a little lazy. "There is a blue sky above my head, and I can hardly feel the passage of time leisurely, but the value of happiness can grow rapidly in this time. Although it may be 1 or 2 more points higher than the previous daily happiness value, the Sea Angel Beast is already worthy of the best strong supporter. The X program and data you want are given. When will you leave?" The Red Lotus Night Beast, caught out by the World Tree from the dark area, came to ask about the specific time when the spaceship fortress left this world. As the army of the 7 Demon Kings in the dark area and the Digimon army of the surface world pressed to the gap in the world that Broly blasted out, the World Tree became a little anxious. "You did pay the price, I'll ask the Gluttony King. Molecular beast is the only one that has not absorbed huge data to evolve because it has not yet decided its evolutionary route. In the past, it wanted to evolve into a mechanical evil dragon beast, but now it is somewhat disliked by mechanical evil dragon beast. Then go and ask. The golden armored dragon beast that followed urged him. Glutty Beast King, the internal data of the spacecraft fortress has been fully stored. Are we going to the new world? A small drone came to Broly, who was spending leisurely on the roof, but a question from the molecular beast sounded from it. Take benefits to others and be convenient to others. The world tree of this world, since we are so anxious to see off guests, then let's leave. After thinking about something, Broly paused, he boosted some energy from his lazy state and added to the drone, molecular beast, next world, don't wear me wrongly. I understand, I will definitely not be wrong this time. Hearing this, the molecular beast felt astern, knowing that this was a warning to him. Perhaps if there is another danger like X program in the next world, the Gluttony Beast King will take action against himself, the navigator. Molecular beasts no longer dare to adjust the space-time frequency randomly. After the two royal knights left the space-time fortress, they opened a new space-time channel according to the inferred that it should be the correct space-time frequency. The spacecraft fortress, which iterated again and was terrifyingly iterated, rushed into the space-time channel. Not long after Broly and others left the world, the battle between the surface of the world and the Digimon in the dark area began. The 7 demon kings who ruled the dark area attacked excitedly when they discovered that the world tree had not repaired the gap in the dark area to the surface world. I've had enough of staying in a dark area where the sky is clear. This time the surface world will become our territory and attack. Lilith Beast issued an attack order, and the dark army rushed into the gap like a tide. Stop the invasion of evil Digimons in the dark area. The Red Lotus Night Beast issued an order, even though it knew that this battle was intentionally allowed by the world tree to eliminate the excess number of Digimons, but it was much better than releasing the X program itself and becoming an executioner to eliminate other Digimons. The Arc plan seemed to have never appeared before, and the guilt of a part of the world destroyed by the Saiyan boy was thrown on the 7 demon kings in the dark area. A protracted battle between good and evil began, and the world tree of this world has learned the idea of permanence and balance of all things. Chapter 307 The Ultimate Evolution of the Vampire Warcraft, The Desperate Great Dracuman. Broly spent more than half a year in 3 different worlds. However, in the real world where Yakamate was selected for children, only 5 days have passed. Today is August 6, 1999, and the operation of the Vampire Warcraft is already undisguised. Today, a data fog with strong electronic interference has covered most of Tokyo. The Death Beast took ghosts and monsters out in the fog, kidnapped and charmed a large number of humans. If you want to fight me in this place, then just do it. Anyway, I don't care about the life or death of ordinary humans. Inside the Fuji TV building, the vampire monster looked at the selected children chasing underneath, but it was no worries about the arrival of these guys. Vampire monster, you are so despicable that you actually treat ordinary people as hostages. Yakamate and others were very angry, but they did not dare to act rashly. Ha ha ha, you will be threatened by hostages. This is your problem, not mine. You can ignore the humans here and attack me, but can you do it? Once the fight starts here and the building collapses, how many people will die here? Of course, killing life at will is not in line with my aesthetics. If you are willing to wait here, let me complete the ultimate evolution. At that time, I will give you a fair battle that will never affect other humans. How about it, make a choice. The vampire monsters were very cunningly using the lives of ordinary humans as a threat. The 8th god Tei and others looked at each other and had no right to choose. They could not ignore the lives of other people, even if they were strangers who had nothing to do with them. Vampire monster, can you keep the promise, right? Tei of Yashiji asked. Of course. This question made the corners of the vampire witch's mouth curled up. He understood that the group of selected children had compromised and they were easier to deal with than they thought. Why don't you kill them now, the vampire king? The death beast was a little puzzled by the side. With ordinary humans as hostages, this group of selected children seemed a little timid in their eyes. They could take this opportunity to deal with them. Don't be too anxious. If you force yourself too hard, it will only make the selected children choose to fight back. Now my ultimate evolution is the most important thing. Moreover, if there is no error in the prophecy, only light is my enemy and an existence that threatens me. The vampire monster took out the badge of light from his arms. Even though the ceremony of preparing for the ultimate evolution in the real world was very smooth, this was still something he feared. Tei, are we just waiting like this? Below, the subordinates of the vampire king were alert, and the Agu beast couldn't help asking. Of course not, but it depends on Qik Oro. As Yachi Teiki said, he looked at Hirako. According to the prophecy sent to us by Old Man Suaniai, the ultimate evolution of the vampire monster seems to be destined, but there is another prophecy behind it, which is to predict the other party's defeat. What we need to do now is to interpret the prophecy of how to defeat the ultimate evolutionary opponent. Photonro nodded, then took out the computer to show the content of the prophecy stone slab to the friends around him. At the beginning, there will be bats falling from the sky, and everyone will shout the name of the legendary digital devil. When it matches the demon numbers, the legendary digital devil will appear in the real body. At that time, angels will appear and will shoot the sacred arrows at the loved ones they guard. At that time, a miracle will appear and light will eventually defeat the darkness. Suana leaned beside her and read out the prophecy text on the computer. Bats are easy to understand. They represent the vampire beast, shouting the legendary digital demon king. I can understand this, probably the ultimate evolutionary ritual of the vampire beast, but does the appearance of the angel refer to the angel beast evolved by Bada beast? But those, obviously there are more than one angel, but where is the other one? Is it Broly's deluxe? And they shot arrows at the person they were beloved by the ones they were guarding. Could it be that Ahu's Bada beast would attack Ahe after it evolved into an angel beast? Since the eighth child who was selected was not found, Yakamate and others had considerable errors in their interpretation of the prophecy. Anyway, while the vampire warcraft has not evolved ultimately, we still have some time. I will try to contact Broly and Illumin in the digital world. I understand, Gray, we will try our best to think about the specific meaning of the following content of the prophecy. The selected children and the vampire monster were in a stalemate, doing their own things, and the time soon came to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The time of prophecy is approaching, and the ceremony of ultimate evolution begins. The vampire beast issued an order, and a dark cloud composed of dark bats began to condense in the sky. Hey, the selected children, I advise you not to have any bad thoughts. The vampire king has already given instructions. Once you dare to interfere with this evolutionary ritual, we will start killing the humans in this building. The death beast flew down and warned the children who were eager to be summoned. The vampire king, the vampire king. At this moment, not only on the TV station, but also on the International Exhibition Hall, all the kidnapped and charming humans began to recite the name of the vampire warcraft. I feel it, I have already felt the power of human thoughts. Come on, it will be turned into data and become a part of me. The vampire monster flew into the sky, and the bat groups in the sky began to split and proliferate as humans recited the name of the digital demon king. They quickly wrapped their master's vampire monster in it. But when the time came to 6:6:6, all the hypnotized human voices were paused, and then they turned into the Great Draco Beast King. Without any accident, the vampire warcraft completed its expected ultimate evolution. It was not the vanguard character who lost his mind and the vampire warcraft, nor the Barya vampire warcraft who became a miscellaneous soldier in the digital world in another parallel time and space, but was standing in all the undead numbers. The vertex of the code beast, the great Delacuman, who is defaulted to be the king of the vampire Digimon. Ah, this feeling is really great. I can feel that human beings have become the resource of my power, and their thoughts can continuously improve my power. This is the true king of the immortal, and the strongest ultimate evolution I pursue. Congratulations to the vampire king, and congratulations to the vampire king, who has successfully evolved. The death beast flew up to congratulate him and asked. Next, how do we deal with the selected children below? Don't call me a vampire monster, that's me in the past. I am now the great vampire ancestor, the great Dracuman. The great Dracuman glanced at his subordinates very dissatisfiedly, and under his gaze, the body of the death beast gradually freezes. Ah, king of the great Draco beast, please forgive me. The death beast realized something and immediately begged for mercy. However, the power of crystal transformation still turned it into an ice sculpture. It fell from the sky and shattered directly. Wow, you are still a little uncomfortable with the powerful power, but it is also your honor to be able to die under my ultimate evolutionary power. The great Dracuman didn't care about killing his subordinates too hard. On the contrary, he was happy that he could kill the full-body death beast with just one look. As for how to deal with the selected children below, the corners of the great Dracubum curled up and fell from the sky, standing in front of the abnormally vigilant children. Children who have been selected, you will evolve your Digimon, as a training partner who can adapt to my strength now. Change a different place. Of course, the humans in this world are now considered the property of my great Dracuman. The great Dracuman didn't mind changing places at all and having fun with the selected children. Under the light of the sacred evolution, a group of companions Digimons have evolved. Come on! The great Delacuman took the lead and left the Fuji TV building. So fast! A group of complete companions Digimons were chasing behind, but they found that even the fastest orc Garuru could not keep up with the speed of the great Dracumen in front. You guys are so slow. I've been waiting here for you for a while. The Imperial Palace Square covers an area of 17 hectares and was chosen by the Great Delacumen as the place to play with the Digimon who were selected for the children. The Great Delacumen stood in the center of the huge square with his arms in his arms, making a gesture of waiting for a long time. And this place has long fallen. After the ghosts and monsters started to take action, those Digimons did not care about the identity of people in the real world. Whether it was ordinary people or members of the royal family, they were arrested and hypnotized, chanting the name of the Digimon King. Ultimate Destruction Cannon. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus of 8 God Tei is still very brave, and he used a killing skill to target the Great Dracumen. But this move is useless for the Vampire Warcraft, let alone deal with the Great Dracumen, who has completed the ultimate evolution. Before reaching the Great Destruction Beast, the Ultimate Destruction Cannon was frozen into ice, dropped to the ground, crushed into data disappearing. Do you only have this level of strength? After that, the Great Dracumen did not dodge or avoid, and used his body to take over the tricks of Digimon, the selected friends of the children, including the Heavenly Fist, but the result was not damaged. The Heavenly Fist, which could have effect on the Vampire Warcraft, could not have any defensive effect after facing him now as the ultimate body, and the strength gap was too big. With this level of power, it may be difficult for me to adapt to my current strength. You guys who have been selected have really disappointed me. The Great Dracumen said with a sigh. If you don't have any other skills, I will start killing you. The Great Dracumen is very elegant, but what is hidden under this superficial elegance is the desire to see others' desperate hearts. Ahu. Yamato Ishida looked at his younger brother. He was about to try it based on the prophecy. Although Ahu was a little worried, when many of his companions' Digimon showed vulnerable conditions in front of the Great Dracumen, he could only choose to believe in the prophecy. Wow, there's something really. What are you trying to do? The Great Dracumen looked at the selected children's operations with great interest, and his strength became too strong and he had no intention of stopping them. As Ahu's sacred plan shot out light, a javelin condensed in the angel beast's hand. The angel beast shot the javelin at Yamato Ishida. After entering Ah's body, the orc Garalua finally evolved, lying back on the ground from a human wolf form, and turned into an iron Garalua beast armed to the teeth. However, there is also a gap between the ultimate body and the ultimate body. The power of the Great Dracumen, which hypnotized a large number of humans to complete the evolution of the ultimate body, is far above the Steel Garalua. The highlight moment of Steel Garuru did not appear at all, and he was knocked to the ground. Why is the strength gap so big? How should we defeat a guy like this? Kukuro, haven't contacted Broly yet. No. Photon-Ro smiled bitterly, but he still didn't contact the molecular beast. The things about old man Xian's NEI cannot believe at all, and any prophecy is false. Prophecy, it seems that you know that prophecy too. Is Broly the 8th child selected? Oh, you guys were selected. I did a lot of things to summon the child. Unfortunately, what happens in the world is always unsatisfactory. After you are solved, I will rule the real world. After I ruled the real world, I will fight back to the digital world. At that time, the 8th child selected will follow your footsteps and be solved by me. At some point, the Great Dracumen bypassed the siege of his partner Digimon and came to the back of the selected children. He looked at Yagami Teiki and smiled gracefully. If I like your words, the prophecy behind it should be false. How could light defeat me now? How could I be defeated because of light? Well, that's fine. In order to express my love for you, you'll be the last one to kill. I'll kill your companions first, then kill your family, destroy everything you cherish, and let you feel the ultimate pain. This is the repayment of my Great Dracumen to you. Yahuda's eyes widened. How could a person do this? Wait, the other party is an evil Digimon, that's fine. Don't think about it. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus rushed over, but was easily knocked away by the Great Dracumen. Oh, this is indeed unfair. I should repay you all for your death crisis. I decided that I will not let you die until you kill the people you value. As you who have brought me shame, it is worth dying in the most painful way. The selected children were cold all over when they heard this. The companions Digimons who rushed over were beaten back to their childhood, while the Great Dracumen admired the despair on the faces of these children like cats. At this moment, the communication suddenly showed that the communication was successful on Photon-Ro's computer, and a distortion occurred in the sky covered by data fog above his head. A spacecraft wrapped in time digital alloy outside rushed out of the space-time channel. In front of the selected children, they looked up at the Great Dracumen in despair, and just floated over the Imperial Palace Square. I have received the communication from Gluttonilo, I have received it from Photon. This must be the real world we want to reach. The sound of molecular beast sounded in Photon's computer, and Broly and Illumin X appeared in front of the camera. Kokoro, have you solved the vampire monster? Does he have the light badge of my dialogue beast in his hand? Hey, why don't you talk? Photon Ro. Chapter 308. The light of the beast of light is also light, and the correct interpretation of the prophecy. The ultimate evolutionary type of the vampire warcraft is right next to it. Broly on the other end of the communication asked them if they could solve the vampire warcraft. How could Photon Ro answer? It's very interesting to solve me. It seems that you, the 8th child who was selected, have not yet figured out the status quo. The great Dracuman stepped forward, grabbed the laptop in Kaihuzero's hand, and said to the Saiyan boy over there. Your companions have not solved my ability. On the contrary, they are about to be solved by me now. If I hadn't wanted them to suffer more, they would have died. Who are you? I am the great Dracuman, and I am the ultimate evolutionary type of the vampire warcraft. The great Dracuman introduced himself politely. You took away the light badge of my dialogue beast. Broly asked. If you are talking about this, it's indeed in my hands. The great Dracuman took out the badge of light in his arms indifferently and showed it to Broly. It's it, that's the badge of light. On the screen, the sea angel beast's head approached, and it looked at it and confirmed. You shouldn't take it away, that's my Dealro beast. Broly said seriously. Is this time now? Shouldn't you care more about your companions now? The great Dracuman aimed the camera at the selected children around him, showing the CG scene after they were defeated by him to the 8th selected children on the other side. Molecular beast, where are Tei and the others now? Broly was silent for a moment and asked the molecular beast next to him. Report to the Gluttony King, according to the positioning of the digital Tyrannosaurus, it is directly under our spacecraft. The molecular beast immediately gave the answer. The great Dracuman heard it and subconsciously raised his head. Only then did he see the huge spaceship fortress floating above his head. So, have you, the 8th child selected, come out of the digital world? I thought it would take some time before I could go back and get rid of you, but I didn't expect you to come to your door by yourself. It's really a waste of death, but it also saved me some time. The great Delacuman grinned and did not seem to have taken the spaceship fortress wrapped in digital alloy of time on his head, loaded with 50 combat Tyrannosaurus Gaia energy bomb cannons, 30 steel Garalumen absolute air conditioning bomb launch devices, and 3x programmed corrugated cannons. Ah, what is this guy talking about? Is it looking down on you? King of Gluttonum, my King Wukong beast requests to go to war. From the snot beast to the bear beast, and from the digital alloy when the bear beast was loaded come, the King Wukong beast, who was like gold pouring, asked to go to the battle and said. No, I think this guy should be taught a lesson. Some disputes broke out on Broly. Before spending the last world, there was no Digimon on the spaceship that could deal with the great Dracuman except the Deluman. But after spending the previous world, with the large amount of data compensation provided by the World Tree, the Digimon on the spacecraft were almost all complete, and partly evolved into ultimate bodies. Now I suddenly saw an unknown ultimate body talking wildly to his king, and they were all very angry. The gluttonous Beast King brought them to an extent that they could not reach. Who is the masked guy on the screen? If you dare to say such a big talk and disrespect their king, then be prepared to be pressed to the ground and beaten. The dispute over there was also heard by the great Dracuman and the selected children. The great Dracuman's face turned cold. What kind of guy with smelly fish and rotten shrimp dared to say what he taught him a lesson? Ah, my laptop. The nonsense laptop was frozen directly by the great Delacuman, and threw it on the ground and broke it into pieces. Photon shouted out with some pain. In this regard, the great Dracuman ignored it and left a sentence: when I clean up the group of arrogant guys above my head and then curse you. He flew straight towards the spaceship fortress floating in the air. Death whistles. Before the beast arrived, the attack arrived first, and the black tornado hit the bottom of the spaceship, as if it was about to drill a hole into the bottom of the spaceship. If this is a spacecraft fortress that has not been newly upgraded, it can definitely be done, but this is a spacecraft wrapped in digital alloy and has sufficient data energy inside, so... What? My attack has no effect. The great Dracuman, which was originally rising rapidly, stopped immediately after seeing that his attack was invalid. After evolving into the ultimate body and easily defeating Digimon, the selected children's partner who once brought him crisis, did make the great Dracuman become arrogant. However, he was actually the vampire beast. After realizing the extraordinary nature of the enemy above his head, he quickly adjusted his mindset and became vigilant again. At this time, many muzzles on the spacecraft fortress also extended out of the secret door and aimed at him. With just one order from Broly, the molecular beast can let the great Dracuman know what the strongest firepower is. Unfortunately, there is the city below, and there are also the defeated selected children. Once the fire is fully opened, they may be affected. It's better to go to Digimon and get that guy done. Broly originally wanted to get on his own, but everyone on the spaceship was very excited, so he decided to leave the opportunity for his Digimon to perform. The badge of light is my thing. That guy dares to say that Abu is looking for death. I think he is the one who is looking for death. Delumen X directly evolved into Bellstomon X. She drew out her 2 guns and planned to go out to fight the thief who stole the badge of light. Master Bellstobeast. But just as she was about to leave, a tender voice stopped her. Your identity is noble, and you don't need to take your own actions such as the filthy beasts of the Great Dracubun. It's better to hand it over to me. Bellstomon X looked over and saw a cute blonde boy with 6 angel wings behind him coming over and kneeling down in front of him on one knee. Who could the other party be? The beast of light that was not a re-evolved from the little angel beast? It just so happened that in my world, I had a grudge with the Great Dracuman, and it was the other party who seduced me to fall. Although I know that the Great Dracuman in this world is not the Great Dracuman in my world, this is also considered a kind of evil fate. The beast of light was not beaten into a digital egg, so he had all the memories of the beast of light in the past. After being beaten back to the little angel beast by Broly, he had already realized the abnormality of his depravity. Now, the beast of light will defeat himself head-on and save his life as the Saiyan boy, who regards the new Holy Father, and the Dailuo beast who takes care of himself for a short time in childhood, actually playing with himself as a wool ball, but wants to exasperate his anger for these two and himself. I would also like to ask Lord Bellstab and King of Glutton to give me this opportunity to make me vent my anger. Actually, no matter who goes to fight, it's okay, but since you have such a past. Broly looked at Bellstomon X and wanted to ask her what she meant. Okay, that guy outside will give it to you. Bellstomon X put away her 2 guns, turned back to Delumen X, and jumped into Broly's arms. I will definitely let the other party understand that the majesty of you and the Glutton King is inviolable. The harmless beast of light stood up, spread the 6 white wings behind it, and flew towards it. Is this okay? The ultimate Digimon who were present intent on teaching the madman a lesson was a little regretful. If they had known that they would have learned that the beast of light would have said this. Annoying flattery. The demon beast mixed in the ultimate body, which evolved from the little demon beast, gritted her teeth. She really didn't expect that there would be such a guy who could flatter the gluttony beast king. It was really careless. It was all blamed for the other party's behavior when he was still a little angel beast, which made him take it lightly. Regardless of the jealousy of the demon beast evolved from the little demon beast, outside, the Great Dracuman has begun to face the attack of the blonde beast with the blonde little boy. A maggot like you who are only worthy of hiding in the shadows is not qualified to meet the gluttony beast king. What you say, do, think, are an annoying filth, and I will clear you here for the sake of the father and the mother. 2 black and white figures flew quickly in the air and collided with extremely fast frequency, and the power of darkness and light collided violently. Is there any help from the 8th child who was selected to be around you? The Great Dracuman who felt that he was suppressed was a little unbelievable. Is this considered strong? That's because you have never seen a truly powerful force. Although the beast of light is in the growth stage, it is just because the beast of light that does not fall only has the growth stage, but it does not mean that the beast of light is only in the growth stage. The data compensated by the world tree in the previous world, Bright Beast is the crew member who absorbs the most data on the spacecraft fortress. Now he has the power equal to the Omega Beast in the previous world. However, he was not complacent about his strength, just because he had been crushed by absolute power when he was stronger, which gave him a sense of awe. Damn it, it seems impossible to kill the 8th child who was selected now. Should I retreat temporarily and wait until more humans are hypnotized, so that they can contribute their thought power to become my resource and make me stronger? The Great Dracuman had the idea of retreating, so he flew towards the city below, preparing to use the terrain to get rid of the entanglement of the Bright Beast. You are so weaker than the Great Dracuman in my world, whether it is power or wisdom. Seeing this scene, the Beast of Light mocked him. The other party dared to reveal his back in front of him. Isn't this seeking death? The Beast of Light raised its hands, its feet together like a human-shaped cross, and released its ultimate skill towards the Great Dracuman who was running down. The Grand Cross. 10 super hot light balls emerged, appearing in the shape of a planet, forming a huge cross in series, imprisoning the Great Dracuman in the air. Crystal change. Realizing that things were not good, the Great Dracuman was ready to block the cross of his action in ice, but how could his ice be frozen and simulated the super hot light ball of the asteroid? A useless act, except purification in the light. Like a supernova explosion, the endless light of the magnificent cross was bombarded on the body of the Great Dracuman. This is also a prophecy, airborne a powerful angel-type Digimon to deal with me. The Great Dracuman, who was flooded by the light, felt very fucked. He believed in the prophecy, so he collected the light badge in advance to prevent the possibility of killing his old enemy. As a result, the badge of light was indeed still in his hands, but an outrageous Digimon who could crush his ultimate evolutionary form came directly opposite him. At this moment, the great Dracuman had to doubt whether the constancy of the digital world could not be afforded. Behind the beast of light was the incarnation of the constancy of the personal outcome. The great Dracuman, whose body was burned by the hot energy, fell from the sky seriously injured. The beast of light flew over and grabbed him. There was an undisguised look of disgust on his little face, but he still brought the seriously injured party back to the spaceship. The great Delacuman was put on a data absorption collar and his whole body was hung up. As he gradually woke up, he also saw the 8th child who was selected. Constantness, shameless. After seeing Broly, the great Dracuman cursed directly. Constancy, did you do anything? Broly was a little puzzled and looked at the sea angel beast next to him. I don't know, I'm here with you all these days. The sea angel beast shook its head. Forget it. Hey, the badge of light, where did you put it? Broly asked the prisoner in front of him. The great Dracuman remained silent. The Vampire King, if you don't want to suffer, it's best to honestly explain it. The demon beast evolved from the little demon beast walked forward, and she felt it was time for her to show off. Do you think I will surrender? After the words came, the electric shock came, and the great Dracuman let out a cry of pain. I know you won't surrender so easily, but it doesn't matter. I know you best, I know how to make you more uncomfortable. The demon beast showed an ill-intentioned smile and began to reveal that the other party was still a short period of the Vampire Warcraft period. It was ridiculous and sarcastic, which allowed the captured and able to maintain the demeanor, directly broke the defense. Who are you and why do you know this? Ah, I'm going to kill you. Look, you are starting to be anxious again, but it's useful, it's useless. You can't kill me, let alone break free from it. As for who I am, of course you have been the most loyal subordinate of yours, the little demon beast. However, I am now a loyal servant of the Glutton King. You'd better not make connections with me, because I'm afraid I'll be misunderstood by the Glutton King. Great Dracuman. You said you wouldn't tell me where the badge of light was placed. If you still have a stubborn mouth and don't explain it, don't blame me for letting the feces search your body, and they will slap your mouth, search it carefully. Not a plant-type Digimon, the big Dracuman who doesn't want to eat shit can't stand the torture of his men, and he still explained the location of the badge of light. As a prisoner, he was still muttering damn words about constantness. The sea angel beast listened for a while and understood why constantness was held in grudge. I felt that this guy was a little pitiful and kind-hearted, so I told Dracuman the reason why he was defeated. The beast of light is not a Digimon created by permanence, but a Digimon that we encountered in other digital worlds on the way when we came to the real world. He was impressed by the bulldog and became a crew member. As for the gluttony beast, it is what you say. The reason why you are defeated is not the prophecy that light will eventually defeat the darkness, but you are not very lucky to encounter such an unconventional existence. His strength is too strong, and he has experienced an adventure with his Digimon. Now the number of ultimate Digimons under his command is close to 3 digits. Even if there is no angel-type Digimon like Light Beast that restrains you, how many can you fight? To sum up, you are not unfair to defeat, so in the future, you should be your data cow here. I can change my mind and say I still have a chance to go out in the future. Great Dracuman. He was not comforted at all. So, I got into trouble with the other party because I took the badge of light. His body trembled a little and he asked. Almost. The sea angel beast thought about it and felt that this was true. If the other party does not take the badge of light, Broly and Illumin will probably not be chasing him from the digital world. So that's it. The reason for my failure is really because of the light. The great Dracuman gritted his teeth and tilted his head, but it was the true situation of the prediction that he was realized, which made him faint. If I had known that the prophecy was like this, I would not have received the light badge of hot potatoes even if I beat him to death. It's over. Looking at the data fog gradually dissipating around, witnessing the battle between the Beast of Light and the Great Dracuman just now, and seeing the scene of the big Dracuman being defeated and brought back to the spaceship, the selected children felt like they were different. Are you okay? Broly flew down and asked. We're fine. Yashida Tei answered. Thank you, Broly, I thought we were dead. At this time, Mimi's legs became a little weak, but she sat down, looking at the boy with tears in her eyes. Chapter 309, The Light Badge did not respond. Is it the reason for my darkness? The crisis created by the Vampire Warcraft was solved within less than half an hour after the spacecraft fortress arrived in the real world. However, the other party was dealt with, but the subsequent impact of the troubles caused by the other party has not been dealt with. After the Digimon under the other party was captured by the complete body and ultimate body that went down the spaceship, a large number of hypnotized humans gradually regained their sober minds. Then, these people saw the spaceship fortress floating directly above the Imperial Palace Square. Because there was no concealment of data fog, the outside world also saw this building that was completely unreasonable. What the hell is that? Faced with unknown things, ordinary people in this world also showed extremely normal panic reactions. Is it the cosmic man who drove UFO to attack the Earth? Someone guessed this and regarded the Digimon I saw before as big as monsters and the small as aliens. Glutty Beast King, I have some information to report to you. When human society became noisy, Molecular Beast sent a drone to find Broly on the ground, who was chosen to stay with the children. Broly held the Delu Beast X in his hand, and looked at the drone and let the Molecular Beast over there speak directly. I intercepted human communication information. Those humans seemed to be culprits of the riots created by the vampire monsters, and were ready to mobilize their troops to launch attacks on us using modern human weapons. Molecular Beasts reported. However, it is not nervous at all. As for the weapons of humans in this world, even if the spacecraft fortress is parked in the air and is not moved, and if it is attacked by the humans here, it is difficult for the humans here to cause damage to the spacecraft fortress wrapped in digital alloy of time. If you are attacked, do we need to fight back? Molecular Beasts mainly come to ask about this. The battle is not very good, and it will prevent me from finding delicious food. Let me explain to the humans in this world that we are not bad guys, but good people who help them. Broly gave his own opinions. If you are misunderstood, just solve the misunderstanding. His idea is very simple. Yes, however, humans in this world don't seem to know much about the digital world, and they may not be willing to believe our explanation. The Molecular Beast responded, but raised another possible situation. If you don't believe or attack us, you'll fight back. When they get beaten up, they will naturally believe in the explanation. Broly said indifferently that he was regarded as a bad guy because of misunderstandings. He had experienced such things. Generally, you only need to understand your emotions and use your reason, and talk about the principles of physics. Those who misunderstand will eventually become understanding. Although it is purely his personal experience, Broly, it has to be used here, and there is no problem at all. Is that simple and crude? Next to him, listening to Broly's explanation to the Molecular Beast, Yahuda Tei and others felt a little bad. If the situation in front of you is not explained well, is it the real-world army going to fight against the Digimon under Broly? Then do you have any better solutions? Broly looked at Yagami Teiki and the others, wanting to know what kind of insights this group of selected friends can have. Of course, if Yahuda Tei and others had better ideas to solve the current problem, he could completely accept it humbly and let the Molecular Beast obey and execute it. The children who were selected by Yagami Tei looked at each other, but after discussion, they really discussed a better solution. And this method is that they also join the ranks of explanations to the outside world, and show themselves to inform ordinary local people about Digimon, digital world, and what vampire did in the foggy area in Tokyo these days. That's right, we have to stand up and tell the adults the truth about the whole thing. We must not let you who help everyone be misunderstood. Unlock misunderstandings and avoid conflicts. The children were selected to stand in front of the drone camera, led by Yoshida Tei. Their ideas are very naive, but it is precisely because of this naivety that ordinary people who saw this live broadcast of the statement have had an impact on the official department, and the troops heading here have made a decision not to directly use force. Because the Molecular Beast invaded the internet of the world, humans in the world, as long as they have internet, they know what happened in Tokyo. Countries were frantically calling diplomatic phones to inquire about the situation, but they tried to negotiate with the spaceship fortress represented by Molecular Beasts. They want to know more about the fog disaster created by vampire warcraft and the truth about the kidnapped and charming things that tens of thousands of people were kidnapped, and at the same time they also want to know what Digimon is and what the digital world is. However, the Molecular Beast was busy studying the Demon King data of the Great Dracuman and questioning the other party's research on the use of the power of human thoughts, and had no time to talk to external humans. So, it was directly disclosed to humans outside. An online address containing electronic information digital guide can be downloaded and read the information on this website through the internet. Of course, this digital guide is naturally impossible to be made on site, but it is taken from the second human being who travels through the wrong parallel real world, the world where Emperor Limo is located, and the things in the database of the Network Administration Department. Before sending it out, the Molecular Beast also modified the contents inside, but in order to avoid possible errors. Molecular Beast also thoughtfully stated at the beginning of the information that the source of the digital guide is the parallel time and space that has an understanding of the digital world, which is another real world, and it also identifies that there may be different red reminders in this information due to different worlds. After this digital guide electronic information was released, it undoubtedly looked like a big Yvonne invested in the real-world network. Regardless of the digital world, Digimon, etc., the parallel time and space stated in the first place are enough to make all research groups that download and view this document and watch it collectively confused. Before the Cosmic Man discovered the information of the parallel world, he first discovered the information of the parallel world. Although there is no way to verify the authenticity of this information, if the spaceship fortress parked over Tokyo is not fake and the Digimon is not fake, then the information is likely to be fake. The act of molecular beasts invading the internet around the world is considered to be an operation of GCAO Wulyu, but for humans, it is undoubtedly a terrifying network attack. Therefore, there are many people who download digital guides, not only official people from various countries, but also some ordinary netizens. After reading the digital guide, these people only feel that their normal worldview is being hit by a crushing bombardment. No wonder the global climate is abnormal this year. It turns out that the digital world and the real world are getting closer. The molecular beast is a bit fooling around, but the sea angel beast thinks this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he asked the other party for permission to modify the digital guide and threw in the information that the two worlds are close to overlapping. Since we have traveled through the second world by mistake, and the humans there can live in peace with Digimon, then this world should be okay. At least this is what the sea angel beast thinks, and feels that this journey to this real world has allowed it to find a solution to the overlapping and probability of conflict between the two worlds. It wants humans in the real world to know more about the digital world, and reveal the real world of other parallel worlds, the digital world in which their world exists, and has reached a peaceful coexistence relationship. Of course, modifications to the sea angel beast's private goods are indispensable, such as writing Digimon as much as possible is more harmless. However, the kidnapping and hypnosis incident caused by the vampire Warcraft almost controlled the record of a developed country's capital for several days, which was not convincing. Before countries in the real world sent people to negotiate, the sea angel beast also swears with some human black spots who called for boycott of Digimon on the internet. Some of them are anti-internet people holding the banner of internet harmful theory, and some believe that the development of the internet makes the world full of radiation, and believe that the internet is destroying the world. The devil of things is crazy. However, these have nothing to do with Broly. During the live broadcast of the statement by Yagami Taiki and others, he took out the newly obtained badge of light and tried to let Delumen X perform a super evolution experiment on the roadside. Strange, there are both digital Tyrannosaurus and light badges, why still not? After failing to try super evolution, Broly fell into suspicion, suspecting that the badge of light he got was fake. If we want to use the power of the badge to super evolution, we need to have corresponding emotions in our hearts. Just in time, when Kaihuziro, who finished the live broadcast, saw the boy's distressed appearance, he came over to remind him. What do you mean is that my heart is not bright enough? No, I don't mean that. Kaihuziro waved his hand quickly. But can you, who can transform the Dialogue beast into a demon beast, really be called inner light? Takatasuk is an honest man, and his complaints are very sharp. Broly. This statement is a bit unrefutable for the Saiyans to refute. By the way, why did Dialogue beast become like this? Suna squatted down, leaned against Dialogue beast X, and asked. Before coming to this world, we passed through another digital world. In another digital world, Delumen was infected with X program. Broly explained a little about the situation in the digital world of the X program world. Ah, there is also the digital world that deletes Digimon. After listening, the children were very surprised to be selected. Fortunately, Abu is super awesome, so he saved me on the spot, and that was the third time he saved me. Dialogue Beast X stood up with his small chest, looking proud. The other partner Digimon who were beaten back to their childhood status by the great Delicuman saw it and became a little savory. Why can't our own partners come out to save them occasionally like Dialogue Beast X's partners? Don't compare us to our normal human children. Is it better to compare with alien superhuman children? Taiki Yaji was so unbearable that he was looking at the ball beast's expectation, and he started to yell. Broly, how did you save Delumen? After Mimi's eyes were shiny and curious, everyone learned about Broly's specific method to save Delumen infected with Program X. You use the destruction of that digital world as a way to save yourself, no wonder your light badge will not respond. After learning about the specific rescue method, Yakamatei and others were not polite at all and started to complain wildly. In the end, even Broly began to feel that it was because of his lack of light inside, which led to the light badge not responding. Abu, this has nothing to do with you, you will always be my light. Dialogue Beast X jumped onto his shoulder, rubbed his head against his face and comforted him. It made others envious. What a great cat! Gilyalu. At this time, Broly's stomach started to scream. I'm hungry. Are there any delicious restaurants nearby? Broly asked Yagami Taiki and others. The vampire beast has hypnotized everyone. Even if the hypnosis has been lifted now, it is impossible for the city to return to normal immediately after such a thing happened. Suna said. In other words, there are no restaurants nearby now that are open for normal business. Hey, supplementary instructions. Or, go to our hiding place to have dinner. Everyone's parents are there, and there is enough food reserves there. Yes, yes, Taei's mother made fried pork chops, which were so delicious. The rolling ball beast was next to him and echoed the words of Yaji Taei. After the incident of the vampire monster hijacking people, Yahida Taei and others took their parents to a safe place and hid. Although their parents do not want their children to go out and take risks, it is difficult for children who say only we can stop the vampire and save others to say things to stop them. Now when I think about it, Yahida Taei and others only feel scared. Sure enough, heroes and so on are only easier to see on the movie screen. The heroes in reality are not that easy to be. This time, thanks to Broly and Illumin, who came here in time to save us. The children who were selected to call Illumin X was still used to calling Illumin X, but thanked Broly and Illumin X again. However, please wait and don't tell our parents and family about our failure. Fearing that their family members were worried about, Taiki and others explained to Broly and Illumin X in advance. No wonder you just showed up to explain, you were vague about your own failure. No problem, we won't talk about your embarrassing defeat. Broly had some enlightenment, nodded and agreed. Then, he was taken to the hiding place by Yagami Taei and others. Brother, you are back. Just as I approached a supermarket, a small figure ran out of the supermarket and rushed towards it. Jie, I'm back. Just in 8 when Shen Taei picked up the sister who ran over, the badge of light in Broly's hand suddenly lit up. Dad, Mom, Uncle and Aunt have already seen the speeches of my brother and other older brothers and older sisters on TV. Jia said happily, and suddenly noticed behind her, she was holding a white cat and a boy who was similar to her brother. Hey, it's you, the big brother who knows magical magic. The little girl recognized Broly. Chapter 310 Li Gui meets Li Kui and makes big bones into soup. Hey, Jia, do you know Broly, too? The reaction of her sister surprised Yakan Taiki and she couldn't help but ask. Well, brother, it's this Broly brother. He used magical magic to cure my cold. Yaji Kr nodded obediently and answered his brother's words. Everyone also looked at the Saiyan boy at this time. Because time in the digital world passed too long, Broly did not recognize it at the first time. Yasuko Kr, a little girl who only met one time, but now after hearing the other person's words, he remembered who the other person was. But after curing my cold, this big brother who asked me for food at our house for food suddenly disappeared mysteriously in our house. Afterwards, I told my parents who came home about this. They didn't believe me, thinking that I was ill and were talking nonsense. Kr Yaji added some things that happened to the Yaji family 6 days ago after Broly left. Ah, Broly, your badge of light seems to be glowing. Suddenly, Mimi noticed the badge and exclaimed. Hey, it's true. Broly looked down and found that the badge in his hand was really glowing, and he was immediately a little happy. Diluo Beast, let's try Super Evolution. Broly was actually quite used to calling Dilumin X the Dilumin, so he immediately called the other party. Diluo Beast X didn't notice something was wrong and immediately jumped out of the boy's arms. Ah! A person and a cat made a sound that stimulated emotions as much as possible, but after waiting for a while, there was no reaction except that Broly's stomach rumbling again. Why? Broly couldn't understand. Broly, can I ask, how did you enter the digital world? Yamato Ishida asked at this time. I picked up the digital Tyrannosaurus and then teleported to the digital world. Broly's answer, which was revealed to the selected children, did not change much. Then where did you pick up the digital Tyrannosaurus? Takatasuk also reacted and asked again. I picked it up at her house. Broly recalled the situation when he first came to this world and picked up the Tyrannosaurus, and then he explained it carefully. A group of selected children made the move to pat their foreheads, with an expression that was indeed like this. What are your reactions? Do you know that the Diluo beast cannot super evolve? Broly asked. I think the answer is clear. Yamato Ishida said. The children around him nodded. However, we have to confirm it. Photonro is more rigorous. Broly, can you give me your digital Tyrannosaurus and the badge of light for the time being? He asked Broly. Yes, but what do you want to do? Broly answered, and handed over the things in his hand. Sister Jia, you can continue these 2 things. Photonro did not answer Broly's question, but just called Yagami over and handed over the Saiyan boy's digital Tyrannosaurus and the badge of light. After these two things came to Yajima's hands, the white light emitted by the light badge became even stronger. Sure enough. After trying to take away the light badge, go to a farther place, and then take the light badge closer. After trying it repeatedly, it was all the bright and dark situations in the near and dark situation, the children who were selected had the answer in their hearts. Broly, I know why you can't make the Delumen Super evolve. Why? Broly asked, but after seeing the behavior of the children being called, he actually had the answer in his mind. Not only him, but even Diluo Beast X had a premonition and hugged at his feet, but he didn't dare to look at Jia holding the badge of light. You may not be the chosen child. Photonor took a deep breath before he said it. Impossible. If Abu was not the chosen child, how could he appear in front of me? Broly didn't say anything, but Delumen X spoke first and refuted. I don't know what's going on here, but maybe it was because he picked up the Tyrannosaurus that originally belonged to Jia, and then he went to the digital world. Kikiro answered. I don't believe it. Abu is my partner. He has allowed me to evolve. Delumen X continued to refute. But you didn't make you evolve with the digital Tyrannosaurus like us, right? Digbeast's words were like a killer, making Diluo Beast X look at it fiercely. But before I knew it, there were some crystal tears in Diluo Beast's eyes. The cat claw hugged the Clothuri's calf was very hard. It hugged it very tightly, as if it was afraid that it would be pulled apart by others. I am the chosen child in this world? Broly asked in his consciousness to the Crystal Palace. You are not, but the ability to praise you makes you feel at some point before. Crystal Palace's answer is very rigid. But Broly already understood. It is because when I came to this world, I wanted to find a wife in my heart, but this world may not have the wife I am looking for. Only in the digital world can I find it. So, I picked up the other party's sacred plan, and was mistaken for the selected child by permanence, and then went to the digital world? Broly glanced at Yashiji and bent down to pick up Deluxe Beast X, but Deluxe Beast X held his calves tightly, raised his head and looked pitiful. Abu, don't you want me, right? Broly gently touched its cat's head and said, don't worry, you are my Digimon, and you can only be my Digimon. No one can snatch you away from me. The boy's words made the cat feel at ease. Diluo Beast X no longer resisted, letting his own boy hold himself in his arms, and then facing other selected children, as well as the little girl who might be his real partner. Diluo Beast, it's mine. Who agrees and who opposes? Although he is friends with the selected children in front of him, if their opinions are contrary to their own, Broly will also take action. Of course, you won't be beaten to death, but you will beat these selected children like you are beating your own old father. Hey, Broly, don't be so hostile. Okay, we didn't say that Diluo Beast is not yours. Mimi was a little scared, and Suna said immediately. Yes, my sister knows nothing. I, the brother, have to thank you for not letting her be involved in the dangerous digital world. Yaji Taiki immediately agreed, and his words were from the heart. Although his experience after going to the digital world was very exciting and he also met the rolling ball beasts and the others, he had to bear the price of possible death in that world there. His sister is only 8 years old. Although Ahu in the team is also 8 years old, if you ask Ahe now if you want to let your younger brother go to the digital world, his answer will definitely be no. And Taiki Yaji, who is also the older brother, has the same idea. He sincerely thanked Broly for going to the digital world instead of his sister. Come on, Jia, return the Tyrannosaurus and badge to this big brother. The 8 God Tai said. Well, I get it. Yaji Kr listened to his brother very much, walked over and handed over the Tyrannosaurus machine and badge in his hand. Thanks. Broly took the opponent's Tyrannosaurus and badge and thanked him. Can I touch it? But after handing back the Tyrannosaurus and badge, Jia did not go back to her brother immediately, but instead approached Diluo Beast X and asked Broly. You have to ask the Diluo Beast yourself if it wants to be touched by you. Broly did not mean to make decisions for the cat in his arms without authorization. My name is Jia, your name is Deluzin, right? It's the first time I met, well, can you let me touch it? The Diluo Beast's eyes dodged a little, and it looked up at the boy, wanting to ask for help. You are my Digimon, and this will not be changed. What I got was the boy's words and his feedback on his movements. I'm Diluo Beast X. If you just want to touch me and have no other purpose, then you can. Broly's attitude made Diluo Beast X feel more at ease, and he said to the little girl in front of him. It's so good, don't worry, I just want to touch you. Jia touched Diluo Beast X, and didn't know if it was because she also had cats at home, but her cat petting skills were no less than Broly's. Ah, Don't scratch your chin. Soon, Dialogue Beast X was touched a little comfortable. Even though he tried not to touch anyone other than Abu and made corresponding cater actions, he still couldn't control his instinct and subconsciously rubbed his face against Yaji Kair's little hand scratching his chin. Dialogue Beast, if you want to be touched, don't hold it back, I won't care. Seeing this scene, Broly's mind saw the 4 words husband's predictions, but he felt uncomfortable as if he couldn't stand it. He lowered his head and leaned against the cat wearing a bell, and said to it in a low voice. Dialogue Beast X widened his eyes, but with the permission of his own boy, it could no longer hold it back and was trapped in the girl's little hands. Seeing the happiness value of Delumen on his body rising, Broly also handed it to the little girl in front of him. Yasuko Kair hugged Delumen X and happily started giving the other party a full body massage for the cat. So I also have a partner Digimon, which is really great. No, I'm Abu's, partner Digimon. The unfamiliar technique brought a lot of stimulation, and Dialogue Beast X retorted breathlessly. I know, but you can also treat me as yours another partner, isn't it? You have to ask Abu this, he said. Yes, that's fine. Delumen X answered. Is it okay to be a partner, but you can't let Dialogue Beast be your wife? Broly agreed to this, but also put forward his own bottom line. Strictly speaking, he is the third party here. It's just that he's one step ahead of Yaji Kair, and encounters Dialogue Beast and intercepts the other parties who. I can't let Dialogue Beast be my wife. Yaji Kair was a little confused, while the other children who were selected were also a little confused. Yes, you can't let me be your wife, because I'm already Abu's wife. Dialogue Beast X nodded and confirmed. I understand, you are playing a bar. I understand, so I'll be the best friend of Dialogue Beast. Yaji Kair used his own cognition to understand the meaning, and the other selected children also suddenly realized it. Before Broly understood what it means to play the wine, Yakamatei and others' parents and family also ran out of the supermarket. After learning that it was Broly, Digimon, who saved his child, the adults thanked him. After knowing that he was hungry, he immediately took a big cleaning in the supermarket where he hid, leaving the money to pay for the goods used in the goods these days at the uninhabited counter, and went to the Mimi home closest to here. An open-air barbecue became Broly's first meal after returning to this real world. Of course, there are other foods besides barbecue. For example, the fried pork chop made by Yagami Teiki's mother is as delicious as the rolling ball beast said. However, the curry rice made by Suna's mother is better than this one. All the ingredients are not too expensive and the method is relatively home-friendly. But this kind of atmosphere of parents and family eating together makes Broly feel very comfortable. This is different from eating in the cafeteria, and it is also different from having a small meal with Delusion alone. The dining atmosphere here is more lively and warm. Although this kind of excitement and warmth belongs to friends and their families. The closest thing is probably the feeling of traveling with Kaitong and the others, and eating at the same dining table with Master Akia and the others. Some miss it. This made Broly look at Delumen X and add barbecue to the other party's plate. Ah, Abu, I'm full. Dialogue Beast X looked at the barbecue on the plate and felt a little embarrassed because its belly had already become round. Well. Broly silently picked up the meat, but put it in his mouth and ate it himself. Jie, I want to ask you something. After eating and drinking enough and taking a shower at Mimi's house, Broly came to Karayaji. Brother Broly, you said, as long as I can help you. On the legs of Yagami Kair in pajamas, he lay on the Delumen X, and he took a shower with the girl. I want to ask you to use Tyrannosaurus and badges to help Delumen evolve into a celestial beast. Broly took out the Tyrannosaurus and said. Hearing this, a group of selected children who had already taken a shower in the living room all came over. Due to the reason they were on TV, their adults decided to get together and discuss how to deal with the outside world. This is the adults' consideration, but it also leads to the fact that the children of Yaji Tei still have to stay in Mimi's home. What do I want to do? Yagami Kair took over the Tyrannosaurus and his badge, but did not refuse, but he didn't know what to do. You must believe in the light. Photonro gave advice, but it was useless. Maybe, I have to put some pressure on Jir, just like when Broly put pressure on us before. The rolling ball beast suggested. Rolling ball beast. Yagami Teiki looked at the rolling ball beast a little dissatisfied, so he didn't want his sister to be under pressure as well. A group of children and partners Digimon started discussing how to super evolve Delumen X. However, the various methods they proposed, no matter which one, were of no use. How can I make the badge of light, super evolutionary Dialogue Beast? Broly was also worried, and a message suddenly popped up in his mind. Come outside with me. After thinking about it, Broly pulled Yaji Kair and took Delumen X out. Come on, shout to me, make Big Bones into soup. Broly said. Ah. Jia didn't know what this sentence meant, but she still said. Is this related to hype revolution? After shouting, nothing happened. Kaihuziro felt a little strange and asked directly. The badge of the Deluman is the badge of light, and when the big bones are boiled into soup, they can turn into light. Broly explained. Is this what you want Paxing know? Mimi asked. No, this is what comes out in my mind. But this seems useless. Maybe the mood is not in place yet. Jia, please follow me and use your full strength. Make the big bones into soup. Ah, it's the light of evolution. After Yaji Kr tried his best and shouted out loud again, the badge of light emitted a dazzling light. The light penetrated the digital Tyrannosaurus and shot on Dailu at this moment. The sacred and brilliant light of the Beast X also came to the yard of Mimi's home. Dailu Beast, so beautiful. Looking at the super-evolved Dailu Beast, Yaji Kr subconsciously sighed. Is this the celestial beast? Mimi asked. No, this is the heavenly girl Beast X. Broly corrected the way. Chapter 311 Reduce my stay time? Wait, I'll go on the spaceship to create you. When the Dailu Beast X evolved into the celestial Beast X, she fell down and hugged the Saiyan boy, and happily said that she had successfully evolved. In the digital world, the four kings of darkness reunited on the territory of the Clown King. The dark seeds buried in the Xian Nei body reacted. The child was selected to have an ultimate Digimon. After the other three dark kings arrived, the Clown King told the truth straight to the point of the reason for his convening of the meeting. The ultimate body is the ultimate body. Will the ultimate body be our opponent? I happen to be a little idle these days, so it would be good to be able to play with me for a while. The puppet beast is not very concerned about the attitude. There is a gap between the ultimate body and the ultimate body. As one of the four kings of the dark, it can rule an adaptive field. It does not think that the ultimate body partner Digimon, which has been accelerated by the sacred evolution, will be their opponent who will achieve the ultimate body in the fight step by step. Even if the data volume is similar, combat awareness is irreparable. Puppet beast, we still need to be more cautious. After all, behind the selected children, there is a constant existence. The mechanical evil dragon beast reminded, but this was like what he said to the puppet beast, but in fact it was to the clown emperor whose eyes had become colder. The four dark kings said that they have equal status, but in fact they are mainly clown emperor. The reason is that the other party is the strongest. If it weren't for the reason that there was a constancy, the world tree, and their strength and power, there would be only one dark king who could not rule the digital world. Of course, it may be 2 or 3. The mechanical evil dragon beast is not sure whether the clown king has won over him. In addition to winning over himself, he has also won over the steel sea dragon beast. As for the puppet beast, this guy who is playful and has no eyes, the clown king probably doesn't like it. It was because he didn't want to be inferior to others, so he did not agree to the clown emperor's enlistment and took the initiative to eliminate the inferior products among the four dark kings. They need to balance, at least when ensuring that the steel sea dragon beast is attracted. He can form an alliance with the puppet beast without a glance but barely a little powerful to fight against the other two. That guy won't end by himself, he will do his best to cause us some trouble. The words of the puppet beast made the other dark kings feel a little nervous. This is because they have been dominating the digital world for a long time, and they don't even take the constancy of the digital world balance system seriously. Anyway, we want to kill the threat in the cradle, Clown King, that's what you mean, right? The Iron Sea Dragon Beast asked directly to the Clown Emperor. That's right. The Clown King nodded, sighing in his heart. Fortunately there are 2 normal ones. The Iron Sea Dragon Beast and the Mechanical Evil Dragon Beast both began to ignore the Puppet Beast and talked about the serious matter with the Clown King. Then, where is the selected child who evolved the ultimate partner Digimon now? I'll deal with the other party. Seeing that he was being ignored, the Puppet Beast started yelling in a hurry. The selected child went to the real world and tracked a great ambition subordinate of my family. The Vampire Warcraft is also a member of the Nightmare Legion, and the Clown King is the leader of the Nightmare Legion. The real world, how can we get through it? The Iron Sea Dragon Monster asked. The real world was not difficult in the past, and my Steel Empire mastered this technology, but the problem is that the time flow rate in the real world and the digital world is different. Once we go there, the order we built on the digital world may be banned. The Mechanical Evil Dragon Beast raised the difficulties. Who doesn't have some ambitious Digimon kings? Their 4 Dark Kings are there, so they can naturally suppress everything, maintain their domination over the world, and continue the order they have created in this world. But if they are gone, there will definitely be many ambitious people who are seeking power and usurping the throne. In addition, there are constant fuel to fuel the fire. You can imagine what will happen here at that time. It's simple. Let's leave one of us, just guard the digital world. As soon as these words were said, the puppet beast was rolled. The four heavenly kings of darkness are not solid in nature, but because they have common interests and goals, they gather together to form an alliance. In this case, who would be willing to leave an ally of the same level in his home after he leaves his lair? What if you are stabbed by an allies in the digital world to steal your home when you go to the real world to deal with your chosen child and you can't go back to the digital world? However, on the other hand, it is okay to just let a 4-day king go to the real world to solve the selected children. For example, let the puppet beast go to the real world alone to deal with the selected children, and the three of them help to keep a look. The clown emperor made this idea, but unfortunately, except for the puppet beast who was eager to try, the steel sea dragon beast and the mechanical evil dragon beast opposed it. We, the four dark kings, are in the same spirit, and we should advance and retreat together. The reason given also made the clown king unable to refute. Iron sea dragon beast, mechanical evil dragon beast. On the other hand, the puppet beast felt a heavy friendship with comrades after hearing this. Although the Iron Sea Dragon Monster and the Mechanical Evil Dragon Monster are just worried that after the balance of the four heavenly kings of darkness is broken, the situation where the Clown King's family may dominate. This is not okay, that is not okay. What are you going to do? Let the child who has completed the ultimate evolution of partner Digimon, be selected to grow up, and then like we defeat the four holy beasts, will the other party finally defeat us? Of course not. Well, Clown King, I have already made the program you want me to do. Hearing this, the Clown King narrowed his eyes and asked, when did it happen? Recently. The sound of the mechanical evil dragon beast did not fluctuate. Then why not inform me? That procedure was not perfect before this. That's a coincidence. When I held this meeting, it suddenly improved. That's true. The Clown Emperor chuckled, and his answer to the mechanical evil dragon beast was undeniable. Perhaps the other party had tried to include all the intelligence data in the digital world under his command and failed to tell the story of the Apocalypse program at this time. And things like this were expected when the Clown King handed over the Apocalypse program to the mechanical evil dragon beast to develop. Since the Apocalypse program has been completed, we should also revise our goals. The most important thing at the moment is not to eliminate potential threats, but to change the operating procedures of the entire digital world, so that constancy can no longer check and balance our actions. Start the Apocalypse project, gather all the intelligence in the digital world, focus on our attributes, rebuild the entire world, ban the functions of the founding village, and fundamentally stop the evolution of the digital world. This world will always be ours. Is this time finally here? I've been waiting for a long time. The Iron Sea Dragon Monster was a little excited and integrated the information of the digital world, so that he could become the real overlord of the digital world. If you can control the evolution of all Digimons in the adaptive field to which you belong, then the so-called ambitious ones are just a joke. They will no longer be afraid of the possible rebellion that Digimons under their hands. After all, as long as the evolution of the ultimate body is limited, who can deal with them as the ultimate body? At that time, only the selected children and their partner Digimon will be able to pose a threat to them. As long as they are solved, the digital world will always be their back garden for the four Dark Kings. Even if the digital world connects with the real world later, it will only expand its own back garden territory. As for the growth and development of Digimon in the real world, come on, just because the time flow rate difference between the real world and the digital world, who can develop them who stay in the digital world? When the other party returns to the digital world, they have completed the Apocalypse plan and will master all the data entering the digital world. At that time, just put the landing point of the selected children in front of you and others, and the four ultimate bosses are blocked. Just some ultimate partner Digimons are not pinching their hands, and are they still need to take the initiative to kill them in the real world in advance? The only problem now is that with the power of the four of us, it may be difficult to implement the Apocalypse program. The program has not been perfect yet. It has been improved, but the power is insufficient. We need four powerful sources of power. For example, the four sacred beasts sealed. Hearing this, the Clown King smiled, the Steel Sea Dragon Beast smiled, and the Puppet Beast laughed. The four Saint Beasts have been dealt with long ago, and it is not a problem at all. Of course, the Mechanical Evil Dragon Beast is not worried about this, but is just worried that the permanence may be interfered with. The Apocalypse program was started, and there were huge changes in the digital world. All the information is gathered together, and it forms a spiral tornado mountain in the center of the digital world. Because its owner is the four heavenly kings of darkness, it is also called Dark Tornado Mountain. The aggregation of high concentration data breaks the boundaries between the two worlds that are already in harmony. Look at the sky, what is that? In the real world, no matter where you are, you can see the Dark Tornado Mountain appearing above the sky above you. Ah, if there is Digimon, is that the world of Digimon? Someone took out the astronomical telescope and looked at the sky above his head, and saw some traces of Digimon on it. Corresponding to the introduction of the digital guide I downloaded, I suddenly had some guesses about the reflection of the world appearing in the sky above my head. The time in the digital world and the time in the real world have also been broken, and the flow rate ratio has begun to get closer. Therefore, when the constant mouth substitution was replaced, the old man Xian contacted and told the selected children about the four kings of darkness and integrating intelligence in the digital world. Broly also noticed the situation where he was stranding in the digital world on the panel of the Crystal Palace, as if he was falling rapidly as if he jumped off a building. When the two worlds fit together, Digimon can easily enter the real world, and the four Dark Kings can also lead the army into come here, the children who were selected, now you are the only ones who can save two worlds. Please. Before the old man Xian finished his request, Broly jumped up like a cat with his tail stepped on. No, I have to go back to the digital world to stop the four kings of darkness. With a bang, the roof of Mimi's house was smashed by the Saiyan boy flying away with the Lumen X. Ah, my roof! Mimi, who reacted, exclaimed in surprise. What should I do now? Takatasuk looked at Yagami Taiki. Broly is over, let's go there too. You can't let him face it alone. The children who were selected were still very loyal and made a decision immediately. Some parents who stood behind them, who also heard the words of the old man Xian wanted to stop their children from taking risks in the digital world again. But their shoulders were pressed by their husbands around them. The man pointed at the big hole in the roof of Mimi's house at the same time. When I went there, it seemed that there was also the tall man Broly, and the other party was far more powerful than his own children. Thinking of the boys' food, the adults felt at ease. Children who can eat must be very good at fighting. Then let's go. The light of data fell from the sky, and 8 God Tai and others took their companions Digimon and walked over directly. Jie, where are you going? Tai's mother said goodbye to her son, but found that her daughter was following her, so she hurriedly grabbed her. I want to go with my brother, the evolution of Delumen needs me. After a dispute, Yaji Kr also followed in the light of data. Fortunately, Broly walked in a hurry and did not get the digital Tyrannosaurus in her hand. A group of selected children began to be teleported back to the digital world. On Broly's side, the spacecraft fortress has been started first. This time is tight, molecular beast, don't make mistakes for me, traveling to another digital world. There will definitely be no mistake, don't worry, the Gluttony Beast King. Molecular beasts are very confident. By the way, I extracted some strange dark data from the Great Dracuman. Delumen X, do you want to try to absorb it? Molecular beast asked again. What dark data? Delumen X is curious. Devil-type dark data. The Dark Evolution armor was upgraded again, but there was another branch. Dilo Beast X Dark Evolution, which Beast X? The ultimate evolution of the Demon Beast X. Lilith Beast X, dressed in gorgeous robe and Dark Queen temperament, appeared on the spaceship. In less than 2 hours, Dilo Beast had a new form of wife. This was something to be happy about, but seeing that it had slipped to the double digits daytime, Broly was a little unhappy. Abu, don't you like my evolution? Lilith Beast X asked. No, I like it very much, just. Broly thought about it and felt that the other party would know about this sooner or later, so he told Lilith Beast X to listen. When he heard that Broly would go back to his own world, there would be time to stay in this world. After this time, the operation of the 4 Dark Kings in the digital world was severely reduced, a strong dark aura appeared on Lilith Beast X. Damn the 4 Dark Kings! The spacecraft fortress started first, but the speed of traveling through is not as good as that of the constant data light transfer. The children who were selected by Yagami Tai arrived in the digital world earlier than the spacecraft fortress. But as soon as he came here, he encountered the 4 Dark Kings who were blocking their arrival. Not surprisingly, they were the only one who was the ultimate body of Steel Garuru, who was easily defeated by the 4 Heavenly Kings of Darkness. Chapter 312 The Fleeting 4 Kings of Darkness, the Laughing Blood-Sucking Monster. Ha, your strength is so weak, but you still dare to come back to the digital world. The puppet beast shook its fingers, and a group of companion Digimon started fighting each other under its control. With wired, our body is wired, it's this thing that controls us and cuts it off quickly. After fighting each other for a while, a group of companion Digimon discovered the puppet beast's tricks. By manipulating the silk threads, they were unable to control their energy release skills, so they barely removed the control. However, this angered the puppet beast. The puppet beast took out the hammer behind it, and used only one heavy hammer to beat all the companion Digimons except Steel Garaloa back to their childhood from their complete body. Humph, be obediently controlled by me, just play with me. A group of disappointed guys insist on me taking action. Puppet Beast, stop playing, get out of the way and let me get rid of them. The infinite cannon behind the mechanical evil dragon beast is ready to fire. Don't think about it, you'll definitely have air conditioning bombs. Steel Garolo immediately used his trick on it, and the mechanical evil dragon beast was sealed by the entire ice. Stop getting in trouble. The next moment, Steel Garolo was knocked away by the tail swinged by the Iron Sea Dragon Beast next to him. Mechanical Evil Dragon Beast, are you okay? The Steel Sea Dragon Beast asked the backward machinery the Evil Dragon Beast path. Do you think I'm in trouble? The frozen ice quickly shattered, and the mechanical Evil Dragon Beast was nothing. An infinite cannon was given to the Steel Garolo who was fanned out of the distance. Steel Garolo was hit and turned directly back to the unicorn form. Your death is coming, the children who have been selected. The Steel Sea Dragon Beast stood in front of the children, and the ultimate wave cannon had already condensed in front of its nose. Just when Yagami-Tai and others were feeling desperate, a huge stream of data that invaded the digital world was suddenly transmitted to this place by the Apocalypse program. The space-time channel appeared, and the spacecraft fortress rushed out from it. With a bang, the Steel Sea Dragon Beast that was flying in the air and was preparing to accumulate strength to attack was knocked away. The Steel Sea Dragon Beast that was knocked down happened to hit the mechanical Evil Dragon Beast. The huge force caused the mechanical Evil Dragon Beast covered in metal to sink into the ground, slid backward for more than 10 meters, and plowed out 2 deep gullies on the ground. Who is it? The puppet beast was startled by the loud sound, looked up and questioned it. Why are you here above the sky? The mechanical Evil Dragon Beast asked. Its data database contains information about this force. Although the spacecraft fortress has been upgraded for the second time and its appearance has changed, the only force in the flying castle in this digital world is this. We came because of you building the Dark Tornado Mountain. The actions of your 4 Dark Kings have angered the Gluttony King, and now we are left alone. Why do you say so much? The 4 Heavenly Kings of Darkness, you are dead. What I said about Lilith Beast X, the World Tree can't keep you. In the communicator of the spaceship fortress, the molecular beast's words were interrupted, and after finishing speaking, Lilith Beast X on the spaceship flew out directly from the window. The butterfly-like wings dragged their black aura and rushed towards the 4 Dark Kings below, looking like they were trying to fight for Devil-type ultimate body. The Clown King is an insightful person. Although he doesn't know what X means, he recognizes the prototype of Lilith Beast X. Damn it, you dare to hit me. The Iron Sea Dragon Beast was very angry. He flew up from the mechanical Evil Dragon Beast and released his ultimate wave cannon at the Lilith Beast X, who was obviously an enemy. Absolute air conditioning bomb launch. Before the water blue ultimate wave cannon hit Lilith Beast X, it intercepted its attack by sending multiple absolute air conditioning bullets and freezing its wave cannon. Puppet Beast, she will give it to you, isn't it a problem? The Clown King narrowed his eyes and asked the Puppet Beast. No problem, this is finally an interesting opponent. The Puppet Beast carried its hammer and faced the Lilith Beast X that fell from the sky. Just as the Puppet Beast was about to use the projectile heavy hammer, I suddenly felt that Lilith Beast X was extremely beautiful. Suddenly, it felt a little guilty. How could it attack such a beautiful Digimon? The Clown Emperor who made it do this is really damn. The projectile is heavy hammer. The Puppet Beast's ultimate skill was used, but it was not aimed at the Lilith Beast X in front of him, but the Clown King behind him. Are you crazy? The Clown King quickly took a step back and jumped, and then avoided the attack of the Puppet Beast. I'm not crazy, you are crazy. She is so beautiful, you actually have the heart to let me hurt her. The Puppet Beast said righteously, and its eyes have become like the real world, some human-shaped canine creature called licking dogs. Damn it, are you fascinated? The Clown King also noticed the abnormality of the Puppet Beast, and his face looked a little ugly. He never expected that the Puppet Beast, who is also the 4 Heavenly Kings of Darkness, would be instantly given by Lilith Beast X in one encounter. Oh no, the current situation is worse than the Puppet Beast being instantly killed. The Puppet Beast is now directly controlled by its mind and is an enemy of itself. The power extracted by Lilith Beast X from the Crown of Lust. As long as the opponent is amazed at her beauty for a moment, he will be hit. This move will turn all the individuals who are hit into it and will willingly do anything for Lilith Beast X until he dies. The object that is charmed by this skill will stimulate power far beyond the limit at the cost of significantly reducing life, burning data. The Puppet Beast is not as powerful as the Clown Emperor, but in the state of fighting for Lilith Beast X and burning data, it actually chases the Clown Emperor to fight. Lilith Beast X next to it still remembers phantom pain from time to time. On the other hand, the mechanical Evil Dragon Beast and the Steel Sea Dragon Beast have begun to attack the spaceship fortress. The infinite cannon behind the mechanical Evil Dragon Beast has continuously blasted out powerful energy, but it actually bombarded the 50 Gaia energy bomb cannons with its own strength without falling short of the disadvantage. But unfortunately, it is just not a disadvantage for the time being. As for the Infinity Cannon to destroy the spaceship fortress, we have to ask if the time digital alloy wrapped outside the fortress can be broken. Obviously, it is impossible to break the defense. Even if all the energy ammunition of the evil dragon beast of the mechanical evil dragon beast is impossible to break through the defense of the spacecraft fortress with data space, which is loaded with a bunch of data energy. Not far away, the selected child of Yagamai Tei once again became a bystander of the role of passersby. This experience was only experienced by others except Jia 6 hours ago. It is also similar to the previous situation, and they are facing similar despair during the crisis. The spacecraft fortress appeared almost the same way to save the scene, and then they became almost the same passersby, watching a wonderful battle that was almost the lively. At the same time, Broly also flew down. As soon as he flew down, he looked at Mimi who was sitting down in a similar position as 6 hours ago, and asked Yagamai Tei and others why they appeared here. "We were worried about you, so we followed." The answer is very touching, but the outcome is very bad. If there is a spacecraft blockage in the space-time channel, Yahada Tei and others will die. Isn't my ability really worthy of being believed by you? Broly asked. No, we believe in your ability. Looking at the terrifying firepower displayed by the spaceship fortress over there, Yagamai Tei and others were very willing to believe in the boy's ability. We're just worried about you. Okay, but now you should stay away from it so as not to be affected by the battle over there. Broly casually blocked the fired energy cannon and said to Yagamai Tei and others. Okay, we'll stay away. Well, Broly, don't you go there to help. After Bukido Susus agreed, he pointed to the Iron Sea Dragon Beast Road flying towards the spaceship fortress. I'll help, and my Digimon will have no chance to perform. Back to the digital world, the residence time on the Crystal Palace panel no longer decreases. Instead, the residence time on the real world is increasing as the two worlds approach. Now there is no hurry. What should be gone is gone. Even if he takes action, he can't change anything. It's better to let the damn 4 heavenly kings play their final value and let Lilith Beast X and his Digimon vent their vents. The controller of that spacecraft is a molecular beast. As long as it can get close to it, it is not worth worrying about being completely like it. Iron Sea Dragon Beast, I'll cover you here. You fly up to find the molecular beast and get rid of it. This is the original words of the mechanical evil dragon beast. The Steel Sea Dragon Beast also thought it was a good idea until it flew onto the spaceship and saw a group of ultimate bodies waiting for it on the spaceship. The molecular beast is indeed not worth worrying about, but no one told it that there were hundreds of ultimate crew members on the spacecraft. Therefore, the Iron Sea Dragon Beast was tragic and was dragged in and beaten up. Even though it was the 4 heavenly kings of darkness and was stronger than the ordinary ultimate body, its quality did not allow it to make up for the huge gap brought by quantity. There is a trap, save me. The Iron Sea Dragon Beast who wanted to escape was dragged back, and a group of ultimate bodies beat it up. Iron Sea Dragon Beast, go downstairs and let the mechanical evil dragon beast below know what backstab is. The Iron Sea Dragon Beast of the 4 Dark Kings was put on a data absorption collar, and the artillery fire from the spacecraft fortress also stopped at this moment, but the molecular beast was an Iron Sea Dragon Beast that directly ordered the spacecraft crew. I understand, Lord Molecular Beast, I'll go down and stab the mechanical evil dragon beast underneath. The Iron Sea Dragon Beast, the crew of the spacecraft, agreed and prepared to fly down as the 4 heavenly kings of the darkness. You guys are ready to respond at any time. Don't be able to see through your identity and let your own people's steel dragon beast be killed. I understand, but, Lord Molecular Beast, why don't we go down together? Yes, just the number of our ultimate body can completely solve the other party. You can solve the problem by using simple methods, but you want to solve the problem by using difficult methods. Did you not hear the other party's firepower just now? With this kind of firepower, without the Gluttony Beast King taking action, how many of you are going to die to deal with each other? Okay, but I don't understand very much. It's also a mechanical evil dragon beast. Why is our mechanical evil dragon beast not as powerful as the mechanical evil dragon beast? That was the mechanical evil dragon beast that controls the Iron Empire and one of the 4 Dark Kings. It was loaded with various superscale advanced weapons and equipment. Our mechanical evil dragon beasts are just evolved from Angelo beasts with stacked data. Their weapons are not advanced except for the X-program Ripple Cannon, but I plan to capture the ultimate opponent alive. If you want to solve the problem of the 4 heavenly kings of darkness, just use the X-program Ripple Cannon, but if you want to capture the ultimate body of darkness, the X-program Ripple Cannon is not very useful. However, playing the other party's companion, the backstab move is very useful. It just so happened that after experiencing the digital world that almost filled up memory, I got a large amount of data there, but there were some Digimon crew members on the spacecraft who evolved into the same ultimate Digimon as the 4 Heavenly Kings of Darkness. Although it is a fake and its strength is not as strong as the original of the 4 Heavenly Kings of Darkness, the fake is pretending to be the original, and the cooperation of the spaceship fortress to extinguish the flames. The mechanical evil dragon beast also has to drink the motor oil of the molecular beast, moistening the gears. I have solved the molecular beast. What should I do if this spacecraft is destroyed? Will it be destroyed? The Iron Sea Dragon Monster, crew, flew down and asked the mechanical evil dragonman for his opinion. It's a pity to ruin it. This spacecraft can withstand the output of my infinite cannon. Obviously, the materials used on it are very good. I want to take it back to the Iron Empire and transform it into a spacecraft of my Iron Empire. The mechanical evil dragon beast answered and flew towards the floating spaceship fortress. The steel dragon beast, the crew member, followed behind it, and the ultimate wave cannon on its nose was ready. In the mechanical evil dragon beast, I saw several other machinery on the spacecraft. After the evil dragon beast, he decisively shot it in the back. The mechanical evil dragon beast of the 4 Heavenly Kings was not prepared. It was directly tied up by the data absorption network of the crew's mechanical evil dragon beast. The mechanical evil dragon beast of the 4 Heavenly Kings of Darkness was arrested. The 4 Heavenly Kings of Darkness had gone, 2 of them. The remaining 2 were also forced to control by Lilith Beast X and were dealing with the Clown King. The molecular beast used the same trick again, allowing the crew of the Iron Sea Dragon Monster and the mechanical evil dragon monster to come down to help the Clown Emperor deal with Lilith Beast X. The ending was similar. The Clown Emperor, who had not expected that the replaced Iron Sea Dragon Beast and mechanical evil dragon beast would become a real clown. Without exerting all his strength, he was successfully stabbed by 2 ultimate bodies. Lilith Beast X was greeted by the Clown King in advance by the Iron Sea Dragon Beast and Infinite Evil Dragon Beast with actions. Knowing that it was her own, after the 2 crew members successfully attacked, she immediately came to the front of the Clown Emperor, and a claw of Nazar inserted into the Clown Emperor's chest, severely injured the Clown Emperor. Steel Sea Dragon Beast and Mechanical Evil Dragon Beast, are you actually charmed too? The Clown King couldn't understand at all how Lilith Beast X charmed these 2 steel heads. It was not until it was taken to the cell of the spaceship fortress with the charming puppet beast, and saw the real Steel Sea Dragon Beast and Mechanical Evil Dragon Beast here that it understood the situation. I didn't expect that my Clown Emperor would fall like this. Come on, I have evolved to a level beyond you, haven't I also suffered the same? Who are you? Vampire monster. In the prison cell next to him, when the boss who had been in the past also came in, the great Dracuman felt extremely happy. He became a joke himself, but he also hoped that others would become a joke. Now, the joke about the arrested 4 Heavenly Kings of Darkness is very funny. Chapter 313, Put on the yellow robe, please become the king of the digital world. Abu, I won. After everything was settled, Lilith Beast X flew over. Well, I saw it all, fuck, beautifully. Broly praised Lilith Beast X, but was suddenly picked up by Lilith Beast X who came in front of him. The softness drowned out his face, making the sound behind him a little dull. Who is this? Twoto assistant asked. Lilith Beast X's somewhat exposed clothes made the boys selected, except for the younger Au, who dared not look at him directly. She is Lilith Beast X, the new ultimate evolutionary form of Dialogue Beast. Broly turned around in Lilith Beast X's arms, and the man was like a doll being held, so he introduced Lilith Beast X's true identity to the selected children. Hey, is she a Deluman? The girls who originally thought that Lilith Beast X came over and picked up the boys' behavior were a bit frivolous, and suddenly their eyes widened and their attitude changed. This ultimate evolutionary form of Dialogue Beast is really beautiful. Well, I really hope that the ultimate evolutionary type of my Baru Beast can be as beautiful as her. Hey, Deluman, can I touch you now? The 3 girls became kind to Lilith Beast X. Suna, thank you for your praise, Mimi, the ultimate evolutionary type of your Baru Beast is actually very beautiful. Well, Jur, where do you want to touch me? Ear. Yaji Kair said without hesitation, she was curious about Lilith Beast X's pointed ears. Lilith Beast X squatted down and picked up Jur. On the left is Broly, on the right is Kair Yashi, like a beautiful young woman with 2 children. Yashi Kair raised his little hand and stroked Lilith Beast X's sharp ears. The little hand was not very strong, but he used a technique similar to rubbing cat's ears, which quickly made Lilith Beast X's face die. However, Lilith Beast X did not hide, but just looked at the Saiyan boy on his left hand and asked, Abu, do you want to touch my ears too? The eyes were a little brushed, and the voice was charming, as if it was an emotional woman who was eager for her lover's caress. The children who were selected by Yagami Tei were stunned. Is this scene in front of them really something that they can see? Lilith Beast X, can I touch your ears too? At this moment, Ahu asked, and he was also very curious about the sharp ears. You can't. Lilith Beast X looked at the little boy and refused without thinking. Why? Ahu asked in confusion. Only Abu and Jr can touch my ears, but as for others, they cannot. Lilith Beast X's attitude was very firm. After she evolved into Lilith Beast X, she naturally got the data information of being the lustful devil in her mind. She knew that only people who were close to her could do it. So that's the case. The little boy accepted this, but he was still feeling a little disappointed. Ahu, it doesn't matter, my ears are easy to touch. The Digimon leaned over, and his ears with two small tentacles on his head were shaking. Tai, do you want to touch your ears? Seeing this, the rolling ball beast follows the same situation. It's the same ear touch, but why do you feel that you can't compare to others? Takatasuk raised questions. Is there a possibility that your Bugga beast is the same as my rice cake beast, and has no ears at all? Photonro asked back. Sorry, Kaizero, I don't have ears. Hearing this, rice cake beast apologized. Rinko beast, I didn't say what you are, well, your body is soft and it feels very comfortable to touch. Kaizero quickly praised the rice cake beast. Baijiao is also very elastic. Suna also praised her in her arms while holding Baijiao beast. Hey. The unicorn looked at his partner. No problem, you are furry, and you feel comfortable to touch. Yamato Ishida has changed a lot, and there is no fighting Tyrannosaurus appears. He is now in a very good state of mind. Seed beast, why are you neither soft nor furry? Mimi, I. Before the seed beast could finish speaking, Tadeo-kun Mimi changed her mind. But you are smooth and your skin is really good. When you touch each young partner Digimon, you can actually find some excellent points. But seeing this, Lilith Beast X developed a competitive spirit. She must be the Digimon with the best feel to the touch. Abu, their softness, their elasticity, their furry, and their smoothness, I have them too. Do you want to touch and see other places, such as mine? Before Lilith Beast X could say something too bold, the sound of the Sea Angel Beast sounded from the spaceship fortress overhead interrupted the companion Digimon, and began a relatively inexplicable and silent stroking battle. Broly, Lilith Beast X, come up quickly, old man Xian Nei contacted me, he said that the crisis in the world has not been completely resolved. Lilith Beast X flew back to the spaceship fortress with Broly and Jr, followed by the other selected children. It has to be said that the recovery power of partner Digimon is really strong. Even though he has just been beaten back to his childhood, he can still pass the growth stage at any time and evolve into a mature stage at any time when needed. Now, the Flying Betamon and the Badoramon are now bringing people up. Old man Xian Nei, haven't the four heavenly kings of darkness been defeated by Broly and the others? Why do you say that the crisis in the world has not been resolved yet? The selected children were confused. After entering the communication room of the spacecraft fortress, they directly asked the old man Xian Nei who was in the virtual image. I will answer you this question. The old man Qian Nei was about to speak when Kair Yasuko, who was put down by Lilith Beast X, spoke. Jr. Taiki Yaji looked at her sister and was a little confused about what was going on. Sorry, I temporarily borrowed this girl's body. I am Constancy in the balance system of the digital world. I have no specific form and can only talk to you in this way, but please rest assured that I will not cause any harm to this child. Yashi Kair, no, it should be said that it is permanence, so I can explain it to Yashi Taiki. Now, let's answer your question first, why are the four kings of darkness defeated, but the crisis in the world has not been resolved? That's because the four heavenly kings of darkness have started the Apocalypse program, which integrates all the intelligence in the digital world and turns into the Dark Tornado Mountain. And this is the plan of the Sealed World Tree. The four Dark Kings thought they were avoiding the unseal of the World Tree, but in fact they were still pawns controlled by the Sealed World Tree. The World Tree is driven by their ambitions. In the original plan, if the four heavenly kings of darkness wins the sacred plan of permanence, then, under the rule of the four Dark Kings, the digital world will invade and occupy the real world, and solve the problem of overlapping the two worlds from the perspective of the World Tree. Even if the four heavenly kings of darkness lose, the Apocalypse program that has been launched will also enter the next stage. All intelligence data in the digital world will form the Apocalypse Beast, and the Apocalypse Beast will destroy and restart the two worlds. And this is also a method that conforms to the recognition of World Tree and solves the crisis of overlapping worlds. As for continuity, in the face of avoiding this extreme solution to the problem, the four holy beasts in union stabbed the World Tree, betting everything on the miracle that the selected children and their partner Digimon could create. And as long as you defeat the Apocalypse Beast, you can change the decision of the world tree. The world tree of this digital world is no different from the world tree that Broly encountered in the third time travel error. The logic of thinking about the problem is no different. They are both choosing the optimal solution. If you want to change the idea of the world tree, you can only prove your own idea with facts, which is better than the optimal solution calculated by. The children and the four kings of the darkness selected by the holy plan are the products of the game of different ideas of the constancy of the digital world balance system and the host system world tree. The final showdown method is the right way to decide who is more correct. All the selected children and Digimon are just pawns of the game. Of course, before the game ended, Broly, an anomaly who broke into the digital world, was a mess. According to the original situation, after the four heavenly kings of darkness was defeated, the revelation beasts would appear, but now, the four heavenly kings of darkness were only defeated, but not destroyed, and they were captured by you. In this way the apocalypse program is stuck on the last step. But the real world and the digital world are still overlapping, and new changes may occur at any time in the apocalypse program. Lord Broly, I ask you to save the digital world and the real world in a reasonable way before this. Constancy requests. Let me save the world. Broly was a little stunned. Yes, now only you, and only you, can save the digital world and the real world. Constancy nodded very seriously. Others are not easy to convince the world tree, but only Broly, who has threatened the more powerful world tree in the digital world, can easily convince the other party. Before the permanence came to Keiyaji, he had already sent the other party's fierce battle record information in another world to the sealed world tree. Well, it is said to be sealed, but in fact this may also be in the calculation of the world tree. The world tree is just calculating the answer to the optimal solution, and then lets itself be stabbed by itself and the four sacred beasts, thus sealing it. What do you want me to do? Go and blow up that dark tornado mountain? Broly asked. He was actually better at destruction than saving the world. No, you just need to give a general method to peacefully resolve the possible conflict problems after the overlapping of the two worlds, and theories are feasible. Continuity said quickly. The Dark Tornado Mountain, which gathers all the intelligence data in the digital world, will be bombed by the other party. The digital world really needs to be restarted. But I have any solutions? Could it be that if I say something, let everyone live in peace in the future, can they solve the problem? That's right, that's it. Constant nodded quickly. The world tree has recognized your plan. Said with Jia's body. No, can the big crisis in the two worlds be solved by Broly's words? The selected children were confused and someone asked directly. Your words are definitely not good, and mine's are not good, but his words are okay. Constant nodded seriously. Mr. Broly has the power to easily destroy the digital world. His words are the absolute truth, and even the world tree must be recognized. A group of children selected. At this moment, they experienced the gap between ordinary people and Saiyans. So, you just come here to let me express my opinion, and then the crisis in the digital world and the real world will be solved. Absolutely. Next, you just need to run the apocalypse program in reverse and restore the digital world to its original state. After a pause, Constant said again, of course, the order of the restored digital world must be re-established, which requires the help from the high heaven. In addition, the digital world needs a real king. I hope Lord Broly can help us become the king of this world. For the sake of the world plan, it is not embarrassing to recognize and hug the thighs. At least, both the two systems of constancy and the world tree do not have such things as face. Faced with the request of permanence, Broly scratched his head, but also explained his situation. It's impossible for me to stay in this world all the time. I'll be home soon. Although I don't mind being the king of the digital world, are you willing to accept a king who is not in this world all year round? Broly asked about constancy. Hearing this, Constantness fell into silence and began to think. After a while, he asked, then can you come back after you leave? At this time, Lilith Beast X's long ears trembled, and then they stood up. Can. Broly nodded and replied. After Dialogue Beast agreed to become his wife in the form of a King Flower Beast, the Crystal Palace system was upgraded to another level. After arriving in LV4, Crystal Palace unlocked the construction function of the portal of the Love World. However, this thing is very expensive. It costs 1 million happiness points just for a door, and an additional 10 cubic meters of internal space in the Crystal Palace. If it weren't for the fact that Dialogue Beast had some wife shape, Broly wouldn't dare to think that he could build this thing. If you can come back, there will be no problem. Jia relaxed her eyebrows in a state of constant possession. The digital world only needs a king who can integrate all the individual's wills within, and he does not need the other party to really make trouble for the digital world, so there is no problem not being here for many years. As for the small things that manage the digital world, Constancy can also help, and managing the molecular beasts above the sky seems to be a familiar player, a cow and a horse. The digital world was made king by Scion boys, and things were simply ordered. The continuity recognition, the world tree has no objection, and it feels like it is appointed. However, in fact, it was because Broly had the powerful ability to destroy everything that he was begged to take up this position. As for Lilith Beast X, it was no surprise that after the digital world was restored to its original state, she became the real queen. The ultimate crew above the sky took action and promoted the name of the digital king Gluttony to the entire digital world, and gathered the forces that originally belonged to the 4 heavenly kings of darkness. During this period, I encountered some resistance, but in front of the huge number of ultimate crew members, those resistances were just native chickens, dogs, and mantis-armed mantis. The selected children returned to the real world and revealed to the real world the strength of the new king of the digital world to the official, and were willing to have peaceful contact with the real world, intending to avoid possible war in the 2 worlds. As a result, the 2 worlds began to communicate. During this period, the molecular beast finally evolved. It did not choose the evolution route of the mechanical evil dragon beast, but chose to merge with the data space of the spacecraft fortress and became the main control system of the spacecraft fortress. Nowadays, it can be called a spaceship fortress beast, but the other party is more like a world tree. However, one is to the host of the digital world, and the other is to the host of the spacecraft fortress. In the future, the communication between the 2 worlds will definitely be very important. I will become a linker between the digital world and the real world. This is a decision made by the molecular beast. Afterwards, the spacecraft fortress became a ferry boat that travels back and forth between the real world and the digital world. We can pick up some humans into the digital world and learn about the situation in the digital world. They also took some smart-minded Digimons such as wizard beasts and sage beasts to the real world to understand the human situation. The 2 worlds that have overlapped are difficult to get rid of each other without the destruction of the apocalypse beast. Active understanding and communication is the best way to avoid war in the 2 worlds. In this situation, the selected children do not need to separate from their partner Digimon, and they directly lose the reluctance to part. The Lilith Beast King, the device that controls X program and X antibodies, has been made in the laboratory. A demon beast came to report. Okay, I understand, I'll go find Abu now. After Lilith Beast X left, another demon beast rushed over and saw that there was no one here, so he asked, "Where is the king of Lilith?" "I've already gone to find the king of Gluttonym." The demon beast who came in first answered. "You guy, you don't know how to respect your seniors at all. You should be a senior like me who reports things like this." The demon beast evolved from the little demon beast was a little angry. "Ha!" In response to this, the Nightmare Legion's surrendered general, the demon beast sneered. After knowing who was the owner of this palace, she immediately started working alone. This weak senior who has evolved into a demon beast with huge data. The digital world is very cruel. Even if it is peaceful now, you cannot kill other Digimons at will. But isn't this kind of favor in the workplace a kind of alternative fight? This surrendered demon beast adapted to the workplace at an extremely fast pace and quickly became the current Lilith Beast X, which felt that it was easier to use. Perhaps, in the near future, she will become the confidant of the Lilith Beast King and a demon beast with a status that exceeds the evolution of the little demon beast. Seeing her expression, the demon beast evolved from the little demon beast was so angry that he wanted to take action that he found that the other party had already stretched his face over. "You guy is so sinister. You actually want to seduce me to do it. Nothing is there? I respect you very much, but I'm afraid it's your turn to respect me soon. You." Not to mention the sarcasm and intrigue of the 2 demon beasts, Lilith Beast X has found Broly. She happily told the boy about the development of the device that controls X programs and X antibodies. "That's great. In this way, you can agree to be my wife in some of your original forms." Broly was very happy. Some of the evolutionary forms of Dialogue Beast were not recognized as their wife after having X antibodies. I thought that this device that controls X programs and X antibodies could not be developed before I left, and I could only lack the form of a few wife in Dialogue Beast, and I regret to leave this world. Unexpectedly, the accepted Iron Empire will have such powerful scientific research capabilities. After obtaining the data of the X program and X antibody, the control device was developed in just 2 months. Broly immediately followed Lilith Beast X to the laboratory. "Glutty Beast King, Lilith Beast King." The gear beasts I met on the road were saluting them. When I arrived at the laboratory, I saw a group of Digimons that looked like molecular beasts. But this is actually the prototype of a group of molecular beasts, small healing mechanical Digimons. After seeing Broly, the digital king, come in, they immediately took out a piece of diamond-shaped crystallized thing, handed it over and explained the function. As long as you absorb this diamond crystal, the Lilith Beast King can control his own X evolution with his subjective consciousness. Are you sure? After Broly took over the diamond crystal, he was a little suspicious. Glutty Beast King, we are sure, because we have successfully applied it to ourselves. If you don't believe it, please see, X evolves. The small healing mechanical Digimon performed X evolution and degeneration on the spot, and Broly could only say 6 after watching it. This group of small therapeutic mechanical Digimons deserves to look similar to molecular beasts, and even the crazy scientific research spirit is similar. Perhaps it is because of this that the diamond crystallization device that controls X programs and X antibodies was developed so quickly. Broly held the diamond crystal and handed it to Lilith Beast X next to him. Lilith Beast X squatted down, opened her purple lips and said coquettishly, "Abu, I want you to feed me." Broly felt that Lilith's character was no different from that of Deluman, and he always liked his feeding. Of course, in addition to the fact that I prefer fingering. After swallowing the diamond crystal, Lilith Beast X bit the boy's finger with her teeth. The tongue wraps around the fingertips. After you have a full mouthful of saliva and clean it up. The wave let the fingers leave. Is my fingers a delicacy? Broly couldn't quite understand this strange oral habit. There is the Abu flavor I like. While his ears were rubbing against each other, Lilith Beast X bit his ears and bit him gently and gently. Recently, Lilith Beast X has become more and more clingy, giving Broly a feeling of being a puppy beast. Chapter 314 Return, Communication between the wife of Crystal Palace. The puppy beast likes to express his emotions by licking, biting and sniffing, but he didn't expect that after he evolved into the ultimate body, the Lilith Beast X also had this habit. Moreover, not only does Lilith Beast X have the form, but other evolutionary forms, and they will also vary with the form changes. In the following days, Broly experienced this difference. When Deluman became a normal demon beast, he would like to tie him up with the iron chains on his body and gently caress him with his long claws. When he became Belstabian X, he liked to hold him in his arms and face him very close to him. Then, wrap it with wings to form an environment similar to a bed, so that each other's breathing can be sprayed on each other's faces. Sniff each other's smells close, although it doesn't taste much. The shapes of the Celestial Beast, X, and the Sacred Celestial Beast, X, are more subtle. Although they also like to hug him, they will not talk to him easily. However, the other party in the form of an angel with a sacred temperament always likes to grab his tail and put it in front of his nose and smell it. Every time Broly felt something strange when he was caught and smelled the smell. When lilac beasts, they like to be smelled. If Broly doesn't smell it, the other party will be a little anxious. Later, Broly also understood the idea of Deluman, and the reason why the other party's various evolutionary forms did these strange actions. All this points to a point, which is that he feels reluctant to leave him, and wants to leave a smell on his body by licking, biting, or sniffing it while remembering his smell. The children who were normally selected did not separate from their partner Digimon. Instead, they were the false selected children and partner Digimon, and they ushered in a sad time. Abu, you must come back to see me in the future. On the eve of exhausting the last reserve of time and space energy, Dilo Beast agreed to become the boy's wife one by one, and finally stayed in the form of Lilith Beast X. The other party's eyes were filled with reluctance and wanted to get the boy's promise. Well, I will. Broly Zhang pointed out that he was also a wife, but he was also intimate and distant. Like the Lilith Beast X in front of him, he was the kind who was closer to Broly than other wives. If there is a meal, Lilith Beast X can even sit with Fujimura Okawa and Akia, who is Broly's closer wife. Help me say goodbye to Tei and the others, Lilith Beast, take good care of yourself, I'm leaving. Each person and Digimon hugged each other tightly. As Lilith Beast X's arms suddenly empty, Broly disappeared into her arms. Lilith Beast X felt lost and felt a little empty inside, but she quickly calmed down her empty mood. In the future, she will help Abu manage the world well, because this is the territory they get when they are together. Go and inform the spaceship Fortress Beast that I'm going to go to the real world. He gave an order to the demon beast next to him. While the two demon beasts were scrambling to do things, Lilith Beast X sat down on the throne. By the way, remember Abu said that if you have something, you can contact him through the group chat room. Suddenly thinking about something, the Dark Digital Queen clicked on it. After all, her recognized wife evolved. After promising to become the boy's wife, she appeared in the Crystal Palace panel in front of her and found the cross-border group chat room above. I clicked it and then a prompt message popped up on the panel, whether to join the cross-border group chat room. Click yes and a new prompt message pops up on the panel. Please set up their personalized ID in the group chat room or select the default system ID given by Crystal Palace to change with the status. Lilith Beast X didn't know what kind of personalized ID to set, so he chose the one behind. Welcome the fickle dark goddess to join the cross-border group chat room. Hey, is there another new person coming, or is it a goddess? In Seeking World, Goddess Space, Akia, who was chewing potato chips into a state of fishing, received a message reminder from the Crystal Palace cross-border group chat room, immediately sent a message. Newcomers join the group, welcome, well, consciously expose the happiness points you have obtained. Although the group chat room needs to be happy points when speaking, in order to defend her identity as the head of the group chat room, thinking of herself, Akia spoke as soon as possible. What's the meaning? As soon as Lilith Beast X came out of her idea, she found that her idea had turned into text and appeared in the input window of the cross-border group chat room, and next to it was reminded whether it was spent on 5 happiness points to send information. Lilith Beast X clicked and sent the text message. Ding! The head of the group chat room, the goddess of water who is sucking fishing at work, poked you and reminded you to check the cross-border group chat room announcement. Lilith Beast X frowned, but still found the group chat room announcement and clicked it. Then, he saw the link to the user manual of various functions of the cross-border group chat room in the announcement. Lilith Beast X clicked, and then a prompt message jumped out. This group chat room user manual is the only director of the group chat room, the great goddess of water, and Broly's favorite master Akia paid for it. Wits said that Akia is a handoff manager. If you want to check the number of happiness points you need to pay, or voluntarily join the Acusis religion, you swear to become a supporter of the great goddess of water in the future, and firmly support Akia's identity as the director of the cross-border group chat room. Pay 1000 happiness points or join the Acusis church. Lilith Beast X didn't know what the happiness points were, nor did he know the Acusis religion, so he clicked on one casually. Ding! The fickle dark goddess paid 1000 happiness points and purchased the group chat room file you shared for a paid time. You got 900 happiness points. Please check. Akia got the information and raised her eyebrows, thinking that things were not simple. If it weren't for a little white wife who randomly used happiness points, it would be like that guy, Sinky Nelbalian, who wanted to challenge her group chat room chief and Broly's favorite wife position. Speak, newcomer, tell you, I am the master of little Broly. Later you have to call my mother-in-law. Abu's favorite Digimon is me. Lilith Beast X sent a very aggressive message, and Akia from Seeking's World had such an expression. Humph, the guy who wants to challenge my status is overestimating his ability. Look at me using super high happiness points to crush you. Akia said viciously and took a screenshot of her current happiness points balance on the Crystal Palace panel. The happiness points of more than 20,000 points look particularly scary. See, do you think this is the symbol of little Broly's favorite? Akia used this trick to convince others in the group chat room. Of course, Aqua got more than 80,000 happiness points from Broly at the beginning. But as time goes by, spanking with others in the group chat room has been used to the current amount. Are you talking about this? Lilith Beast X, who has read the user manual of the group chat room, follows the example and posted a screenshot of the happiness points on the panel of her Crystal Palace. The happiness points with a 6-digit number at the beginning of the 9 characters made the entire group chat room explode. A lot of question marks and exclamation marks appeared quickly. She has 13 recognized wife forms. Although Crystal Palace only treats her as an individual wife, when she converts the happiness value in Broly into happiness points, she is also settled 13 times like Broly. The happiness value Broly produced from the Dialogue Beast is second only to Master Akia, who always needs his care, with more than 700 points. After 13 times of the magnification, even though there was a big King Flower Beast's wife in it, it was transformed into more than 900,000 happiness points. If the number of happiness points a wife receives can measure the boy's liking for his wife, then Lilith Beast X is undoubtedly Broly's favorite wife, and this kind of liking may not be comparable to other wives. Of course, the actual situation cannot be calculated like this, but someone sent a large text message in the group chat room at this time. Oh, this is another new chief, Miss Akia, you said. The position of the chief of the group chat room must be someone with high happiness points to take charge. Now, should you abdicate and give up the position of the chief of the office to this dark goddess? That's right, the sarcastic guy is Sinkneel Balian of the game's life world, the leader of the All-Race Council. The text is also attached with screenshots of the speeches Akia posted by herself before the group chat room. Akia's face was beaten and squirted. Of course, Sinkneelba also paid the expensive happiness points spent on posting text messages and screenshots. However, the petty and serene speaker of the All-Race Council was very happy. When he lay on the flower bed, he felt extremely happy when he thought of that guy Akia being so frustrated. Seeking World, Goddess Space, Akia showed an expression of anger on her face. When a new soul of the dead was teleported here to receive the goddess guidance, she, the goddess of water, was already lying on the square ground, waving her hands and feet, and shouting something she absolutely did not admit. The female soul teleported over, looked at the goddess rolling on the ground, stunned, being hard controlled for 3 minutes. Broly is such a heartless man. He has just left me for a short time and has fallen in love with other goddesses. During the day of rest in the world, she went down to the earth to cry to others, and then she got the eyes rolled up by others. Sir Akia, it's almost 2 years since Broly left. You reminded that at the age of 16, her breasts were plump again. But even though it's almost 2 years old, I can't like other goddesses more. I'm obviously his favorite goddess master. Akia hugged her legs and said cryingly. Humph, Akia, look at your unpromising appearance. Why don't you worry about having no husband? Since Broly is in love with someone else, then we are in love with someone else. Before Huai could finish her words, she was beaten up by the person behind her. Darkness, why are you hitting me? The girl covered her head and questioned the female knight behind her with tears in her eyes. Who told you guy to be serious and say shameless words? The Eris Church has a doctrine of unity, and cheating is a great debauch. Who told that guy to leave for so long? He agreed to come back and never came back yet. Huai complained. I don't want to be an old virgin in this world for the rest of my life. She said. Hey. Wiz took a sip of black tea next to him. Looking at the noisy scene at home, he felt that today was another harmonious and peaceful day. After being together for so long, Huai's temperament has been figured out for a long time. For example, the words just now are obviously talking. If she really wants to find a opposite sex to complete the work of becoming an adult, she will probably be a coward. Even if Broly really comes back to this world and asks Huai to fulfill her wife's obligations, the other party will probably hide. Only when the person involved is not here can the other party speak nonsense. Having said that, I don't know how Broly was and whether he had grown up. Thinking of this, Wiz sent the message Huai wants to be a woman to the group chat room. Ah, Wiz, what have you done? Didn't you say you don't want to be a virgin, so I shared this news in the group chat room. If Broly sees it, maybe he will come back to help you realize it, his wish to go from a girl to a woman. Well, don't thank me. Ah, I'm talking about an old virgin. Now I'm still a girl, delete it for me. Huai cut directly towards the black-bellied lich, which must have been the black-bellied lich. So you're just talking, I thought you really couldn't stand this kind of placement play. However, I want to be insulted by being hung in the group chat room. Darkness is next to him, showing his perverted style. A group of melon-eating people in the group were watching the show, but some were also implicitly expressing their feelings. Brother Broly, Sakura has grown up. When will you come back to see me? Sakura, who is just in the first year of junior high school this year, took a selfie on herself in a dark blue school uniform. Then I spent the corresponding amount of happiness points in the photo, and accompanied it with such a paragraph of text and sent it to the group chat room. The girl in the photo is innocent and cute. Although her chest is slightly bulging, she can also feel her potential ability that is promising in the future. Tozaka's family, Tozaka Rin, who was already in the first year of high school, looked at the selfie sent by her sister in the group chat room, looked down at her chest, and felt a sense of depression in her heart. But after seeing her legs and thinking about it, she also spent some happiness points in luxury and sent a photo of her legs. Humph, a group of foxes, even the photos are a little stingy. In the world of Zhanqi, Easts, who was already 17 years old, stood up from the hot spring pool, controlled the panel of the crystal palace to aim at the naked self, took a very bold and generous selfie, and also took a photo of Akiatsuki, who were also not dressed behind her and were bathing in the hot spring, and then prepared to upload it to the group chat room. Ding, there was a bad information detected in uploading the picture. The current physical age of the host of Crystal Palace is not over 18 years old. Please Miss Hunter who surpasses Broly sooner or later to maintain the healthy atmosphere of the cross-border group chat room. Ests. After a while of silence, she said, if you don't send it, you won't send it. It just so happened that I saved me a happy point. Behind him, a girl couldn't help laughing. Nowadays, Chi Tong and the others are the people in the western region of the empire. Although they are a group of girls, no one dares to ignore them. The powerful imperial envoy's identity gave them support from all parties and separated the regime in the western border of the empire. This makes it possible for the entire chaotic world to be the only western land is a pure land. Brother Broly, he has spoken fewer in the group chat room. I don't know if he is doing well now. I think it should be good. Didn't you see the screenshot of the happiness points that the new guy has? Main said with some taste. She is relatively precocious and now has a clear sense of femininity. The boy in her memory is her white moonlight. So, when you see new people after some of the large amount of happiness points, Main felt a little uncomfortable. It's good to have a good life. Chi Tong felt at ease. She didn't have as much thought as Maine. She raised her foot and stepped on Melod, who had swam from the hot spring pool to stop the other party's sneak attack and harassment. What is Digimon? Forget it, don't worry. Jipril turned off the panel of the Crystal Palace, and rushed towards the Kong Long King with a sickle. Now that the world has entered a peaceful era, I have been entangled for a long time before I asked the powerful enough Kong Dragon King to be my own battle opponent, but I have to cherish it. Chapter 315 Wampa Star Change, Cross-Border Portal Construction, Tencent Game. Abu's wife turned out to be so many, but fortunately I am the only Digimon wife. After communicating with other official members of the Crystal Palace for a while, Lilith Beast X was very happy because she found that she was still the boy's only Digimon wife. King of Lilith Beast, the spaceship Fortress Beast has arrived here. A demon beast walked into the room to report. What's wrong with you? Lilith Beast X noticed that she seemed to be in a bad mood, and she asked curiously. No, I just practiced against the demon beast that evolved from the little demon beast. So that's the case. She shouldn't bully you, the newcomer. I beat her down. Lilith Beast X widened her eyes. In terms of data volume, it was obvious that there were more demon beasts evolved from the little demon beast. On the other side, Dragon Ball World, Broly returned to Wampa Star, was a little shocked by the situation in front of her. I saw that outside the cave, the Green Bio Beast group gathered into a group. And there are some red fruits growing on their bodies. His old father, Paragus, swung a pitchfork made of rock and scratched a Bio Beast. Hey, don't rub it randomly, it will only make you feel itchy and will grow more fruits. When it's your turn, I will help you comb your hair and remove the fruits on it. Paragus saw a Bio Beast rubbing against the rock wall, and immediately made a sound to stop the other party. The reason why he stopped was just to get the red fruit grown on the other party. Dad, what's going on? Broly flew over and asked about the situation. Oh Broly, are you back so soon? Paragus was a little surprised at the speed of his son's return this time. How long has it been here? Broly asked. It's only 6 days. Paragus answered. The time flow rate in the digital world and the time flow rate in the real world were quite big at the beginning. Broly thought about it and realized that this was the residence time calculated based on the real world he went to at the beginning. But, it's only 6 days, why did Bio Beasts become like this? Broly pointed at the Bio Beast group. Originally, these big green blanket monsters now all looked like red fruits hanging, like red lanterns hanging. This starts with the heavy rain when you left. I don't know what happened, but since the heavy rain, some fruits have begun to grow on the Bio Beasts. I have tried to eat their fruits. The taste ranges from the sourness when they were green at the beginning to the sweetness when they became red and ripe, but they are very delicious. As Paragus said, he handed over a red fruit. After Broly took it, he chewed it directly. The sweet juice burst out from the fruit and filled his mouth. It felt like a combination of juice from the two fruits, apple and pear, a mixture of mixed fruits. Isn't it delicious? Well, it's delicious. The fruit grows very fast, and it can enter a mature state in just 2 days. After entering a mature state, it seems that it makes the Bions and the others feel itchy, so I recently started to scratch the Bions and collect the fruits grown on them as rewards. In the past, I used to make clothes with fur, but now I just picked fruits. Broly looked at his old father and felt like he saw an old farmer in the fields. As for the changes in Bio Beast, he had figured out that it should be that an idea that arises before leaving was realized by his ability to exaggerate. However, while this ability brings benefits to the old father on Wampa Star, it seems to have brought trouble to his Bio Beast friend. Although there is only one Bio Beast inside, it is his friend. Apart from Ichi, do Bions and the others have any other problems? Broly asked. Woo! A Bio Beast whose hair was neatly combed came over and screamed. As you can see, except for a little Ichi, after being picked, the spirit of Bio's beast will become more vigorous than before. Now, when the weather is good, they will climb out of the pit and spread themselves as flat as possible on the ground to absorb more sunlight. As for whether there are any other questions, well, there are a lot of Bio Beasts who come here to help me with hair care and pick ripe fruits on my body. I can't do it alone. Is this a problem? Broly. After looking at the long queue of Bio Beasts, there was a group of Wampa spiders around them stealing blood with tongue needles. From time to time, some Bio Beasts poked their heads out and turned Joe.eat the Wimbledon spider as a buffet. Broly made a pitchfork for himself, so he helped his old father do hair care for the Bions who came to seek help. Obviously in the digital world, he was still a digital king served by some of his subordinates, but after returning to his hometown, he became a child who helped do farm work at home. As soon as I came back, I started to be busy. From dawn to dark, I harvested a lot of red fruits, and then I returned to my own cave. Can these fruits be eaten in a short time? The red fruits obtained from Baya beasts were stacked and were almost as high as the cave where they lived. They could be described as fruit mountain. Broly was a little worried that if they could not finish those fruits in a short time, they might be broken. We really can't finish it, but the Wampa spider outside can finish it. What? Wampa spider is coming to steal our food. Broly became alert and got up and prepared to go out to guard his food. Don't worry, Broly, you try this first. Paragus stopped him, took a leg with a shell from the side and handed it over. I don't want to eat spider legs. Broly recognized this as the Wampa spider's legs, and a look of resistance appeared on his face. When the conditions were okay, he didn't want to recall the unpalatable things. You try it first. This time my wife I found gave me more than 2.6 million happiness points. We can eat other things, and the expanded portable space is also filled with a lot of delicious food. Broly said. Hey! Upon hearing this, Paragus was a little surprised, and then a joy appeared on his face. However, he still stuck the spider legs in his hand towards the boy's face. It's a good thing to get a huge harvest this time, but you'd better eat this. I said I won't eat it. Pictograms appeared on Broly's forehead. You can taste it. The little fist also clenched. However, the old father, Paragus, had not noticed something was wrong. I kept trying to let my son taste the spider legs in his hand. Bang! I couldn't bear it anymore, and there was no need to endure it anymore, and a gap was broken into the cave. Paragus relied on his own ability to make the body feel a little longer. Broly, who missed him a little, beat him up. After the fight, Broly took Lao Deng's father back to the cave. Only then did Broly learn from the other party that the sap spider, who ate the red fruit grown from the Baya beast, would taste better after eating the juice in his body. So, you just want me to taste the legs of the Wampa spider that tasted better, but why don't you just say it? Broly looked at the old father in confusion. I just want to keep it a secret and surprise you after tasting it yourself. Covering his swollen face by his son, Paragus gave a reason a little aggrievedly. Broly. The fight has been finished, what can he say? The boy could only pick up the spider's legs that fell to the ground, endured the discomfort in his heart, and tasted the taste of the spider's legs in small mouthfuls. And Paragus did not deceive him. The spider legs were indeed not bad. Without the original bitter taste, they were more delicious like crab paste. In just a few minutes, Broly finished gnawing on the spider leg. He looked at the old father next to him, and then said, I have something to say, don't keep it in the way, it's easy to get beaten. I see. Paragus, who had been beaten, nodded seriously, and the father and son fell into silence. Crystal Palace has turned on new functions. After a while of silence, Broly took the initiative to break the silence in the cave. He took out the food he brought from the digital world from his portable space, shared it with his old father, and talked about the unlocking of the new construction function of Crystal Palace. Can it be teleported to another world? Paragus' eyes lit up. Wouldn't he be able to leave the place of Wanpaxing? However, when he mentioned this to his son, he got a negative answer. The portal is only for me and other official members of the Crystal Palace. Paragus is an old father and not a wife, and he cannot be used even if he is built. Paragus curled his lips, feeling a little disappointed. Ahem, although the portal across the world is expensive and has certain requirements for users, I think you still need to build it. Paragus believes that it is very important to build a portal that can travel back and travel through the world. Although the greatest value of promise to be the daughter-in-law of his son and his wife was already obtained by his son when he promised to be his son's wife, on weekdays, the happiness points produced by those daughter-in-laws of the official members of the Crystal Palace cannot be ignored. With a portal that can travel back, you can ensure the happiness of your wives, and at the same time, you can avoid the possibility of no way to ask for help when they are in danger of life in another world. Paragus-born wanted to say that it would be easier for his son to have children with his daughters-in-law in the future, but seeing that Broly is still a child now, he did not mention this. Anyway, no matter how expensive this door is, it must be built. The old father expressed his opinion. Broly responded, feeling the heroes had the same feeling. At this time, Broly had already opened the cross-border group chat room. Seeing it, many wives complained that he would not come back to see their speeches. I feel a little embarrassed inside. Is this still there? Broly picked up the empty spider legs and asked his old father. Besides. Paragus nodded and went to get the remaining spider legs in the cave. At this time, Broly had already spoken in the group chat room, saying that he was about to be able to go back to the world he had visited and visit them, which caused countless exclamation marks to appear in the group chat room. Immediately afterwards, my wife from different worlds started to argue about which world he should visit first. The happiness points were like no money. The text messages that thought Broly should go to their world to visit them first were sent. Broly felt a little distressed when he saw it, and quickly dissuaded, I will go through the order of the worlds I have been to, and each world will go again. Don't argue. As soon as this said, everyone really stopped arguing. A wife with a strange ID asked, well, will you come to see me too? Well, the only one who would call him Abu is Deluman, and Broly gave an exact of course reply. A big white cat smiled face was posted there, and there was a word too good, looking forward to it. The cross-border group chat room was considered to be played by Dialogue Beast in a short period of time. After making the promise, Broly took out the 10 cubic meters of food in the Crystal Palace. Immediately afterwards, he confirmed the construction of the cross-border portal. Successfully built portal. The construction speed of Crystal Palace is almost the same as that of the construction speed of web game Krypton Gold construction games, and it is almost done in seconds. If it weren't for the deducting 100W of happiness points, Broly wouldn't know what happened just now. So, how should I use it to travel through the world now? Broly asked in his heart. Ding, do you enter the transit station Love Space? Note, you must ensure that there is enough spare space in the inner space of the Crystal Palace before this step can be performed. Broly thought about it, threw out some food, and his figure disappeared in front of his old father Paragus. Woo! After entering the inner space of Crystal Palace, Broly understood why Crystal Palace had a comment reminder afterwards, but he was stuffed into a cramped space, storing the things inside, pressing him against a portal emitting faint light. It was useless to try to squeeze out some gaps, and there was a piece of storage items close to him. The size of the inner space of the Crystal Palace was determined by the cubic meters he spent the happiness points to exchange. Does it cost 10,000 happiness points to expand 1 cubic meter of space inside the Crystal Palace? Yes. After being confirmed, the cramped space suddenly became wider, and Broly felt that he could move. But why is it difficult to breathe? Broly felt a little strange and asked a question. At present, the corresponding ecosystem has not been built in the internal space of the Crystal Palace. Now, what is provided to the host breath is only the breath carried by the host when it comes in. Please upgrade the Crystal Palace to LV5, unlock the construction authority of the internal space ecosystem, and spend your own happiness points to build the internal space ecosystem. Or, the host can store corresponding gas from the outside world to the inner space of the Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace gave a stereotyped answer. And here it is a bit like a vacuum universe, but there are some differences. However, Broly is not panicked. He often flies in the vacuum universe environment at the edge of the planet. Okay, then how do I travel back to the world I have been to now? Please touch the portal. Broly did as he said, and new information emerged from the Crystal Palace panel in front of him. Please select an official member of the Crystal Palace to position the world. Broly thought about it and clicked on the avatar of Fujimura Okawa, one of the 20 wives, who appeared in front of him, and then got the prompt message again. Do you spend 10,000 happiness points to lock in the world where Fujimura Okawa is located? Ah, it costs happiness points. Yes. Broly thought about it and asked, then what else does it cost to spend happiness points? Why don't you just say it? Okay, in addition to the corresponding happiness points required to lock in the world, the host also needs to pay the retention fee in the other world after going to another world. The minimum consumption unit is 1 day, and 1,000 happiness points required to be paid in 1 day. Crystal Palace gave a stereotyped answer, and this exaggerated charging standard made Broly, who is now considered a rich person with happiness points, breathe a sigh of relief. What's the difference between you and grabbing happiness points? Crystal Palace does not force the host to conduct for any consumption behavior, only when the host recognizes consumption, will the happiness points held by the host will be extracted. The slogan created by Crystal Palace is to create happiness with your heart. Don't have money to play your RMB? Broly subconsciously replied. No, it is a moderate consumption of happiness points, which can bring greater happiness. The happiness points have not disappeared, but are just staying with the host in another way. The information of Gatel game appeared in his consciousness. Broly rubbed his eyebrows and asked, is there any way to reduce the consumption of happiness points? Yes, the host can upgrade the level of the portal. The number of happiness points consumed for each level of upgrading to use the portal function will be reduced to 1/10 of the previous level. How many happiness points will be consumed to upgrade to another level? The Saiyan boy asked carefully. The current level of the portal of love in the world is LV1, and the happiness points required to upgrade to LV2 are 200W. The host currently has insufficient points and cannot upgrade. The current level of cross-border communication device is LV1, and the happiness points required to upgrade LV2 are 20W. The host currently has sufficient happiness points. Will you upgrade? Broly. The cross-border communication device has been upgraded successfully. Cross-border communication device LV2 provides cross-border communication function, and is the same as the members of the World Crystal Palace. One-to-one communication consumes 1 happiness point, original 1 minute/10 happiness point, for 1 minute. Members of the World Crystal Palace communicate with one-to-one, and one-to-one happiness point is consumed 100 happiness points in 1 minute. Cross-border group chat room, the happiness points consumed for text information sending is reduced to 0.1 per character, changing the personalized ID nickname requires 10 happiness points. All of us have come, we have to do something. After the cross-border communication device is upgraded, the minimum consumption text information is free. Broly, where did you go just now? I entered the inner space of the Crystal Palace. Broly explained the situation of the new functions of Crystal Palace. Isn't you robbed this? After listening, Paragus yelled out a little. I also think this is a robbery, but there is no way to change it. I have promised them to visit them. Although the cross-border portal charges are expensive, Broly does not intend to break his promise. It was the idea that I originally thought that I could spend some time in those worlds to accompany my wife, but now it might be a one-day trip. It is necessary to save money on things like happiness points. Broly asked about Crystal Palace. After Crystal Palace was upgraded to LV5, the construction of the internal space was the big part that consumed happiness points. However, as long as the internal space ecosystem is built, when the internal space is suitable for normal life, you can connect your wife to the internal space of the Crystal Palace. In the inner space of the Crystal Palace, there is no need to spend the so-called retention fee. PS1 I will take leave tomorrow. I have to help my family worship God. I have to do a lot of things and I don't have time to write. The PS2 volume is an over-the-top volume, which will describe the situation of wives in the previous world, but new wives also appear. In the next world of PS3, you will probably choose one between Black Bullet and Yu Yu Beishu. As for the legend of Jianfeng, to be honest, I couldn't think of any plot in that world that can be written. Without a wife, would it be possible to eat the sashimi of the Overlord? That thing is not delicious either. PS4 feels that this book is a bit bottleneck. The more my wife collects, the more aspects you need to pay attention to. I am a little confused about it. Chapter 316 he is back. Broly is an actionist. He usually does whatever he wants and does not have the habit of procrastinating. However, when he returns to the world he once traveled through and visits his wife, he does not take action immediately. The world fee for locking the 10,000 happiness points is very expensive, but if we consume the food in the space first and then go to those worlds, can we directly supplement food in those worlds? After reminding his old father Paragus, Broly realized the correct use of cross-border portals, but the cross-border portal directly gave him one more, which is a cheaper channel for obtaining materials than using happiness points to exchange food and supplies in the redemption store. The larger the space you carry with you, the greater the benefits you can get through traveling to another world. Nowadays, after re-expanding and consuming, his portable space is 151 cubic meters in size. In other words, as long as he goes to a world where there is no shortage of supplies, he can obtain such a large volume of supplies in those worlds. Brother Broly, when will you come? Sakura, who was looking forward to it, asked in the group chat room. It's going to be 2 months later. Broly responded that he and his old father Paragus had a wide appetite, and the Isaiahs could consume most of the 151 cubic meters of food supplies in almost 2 months. Time passed, and soon arrived in the late 743 of IG. During this period, the space-time energy trough was filled with 2 grids, and most of the materials in the inner space of the Crystal Palace were consumed. Broly, bring these Bia-Beast fruits, and the Bia-Beast clothes I woven for them, and these Wampa spider legs. If you want to go back to see your wife, you always have to bring some gifts. When I came back from the mission, I would bring things to your mother. She was very happy every time. The old father Paragus told me carefully that the longer you live on the wild planet of Wampa Star, the longer you live on. I always miss some of the sparse and ordinary lives I used to miss. Although my wife's appearance has long been a little blurred, she unexpectedly remembers some trivial and boring things that I felt before. Under the old father's constant instructions, Broly took a bunch of local specialties from Wampa Star to the first world that he traveled through, Xingyu. The world of Moon is at the end of March 1995. In the room of the old house in Fujimura, Fujimura's granddaughter adopted by Fujimura 7 years ago, Sakura, wearing a white dress and casual clothes, was stunned when she saw the boy who suddenly appeared in front of her. When she reacted, she was surprised to pounce on the boy who appeared. Brother Broly, are you finally here? Broly's neck was wrapped around, and his face was intimately in contact with the soft flesh slightly raised under the girl's dress, and then he smelled a pleasant smell of shower gel. Sakura, you really look like you have grown up a lot. Broly has seen recent photos of the other party, but he is not unfamiliar with the girl. This is a gift for you, the clothes made by my father, and the baya fruit, and the spider legs of the new Wampa spider. I hope you like it. Broly took out the things from the space, put them one by one on the ground, and finally handed over the baya beast's clothes. Well. After being adopted by the old man Fujimura, the girl who changed her name to Sakura Fujimura was stunned to look at the one-pastar savage suit handed over by the boy. Then she realized why the boy asked him about his height and measurements before. I love so much. The girl took the clothes and responded like this. Okay, you've finished visiting here, I'm going to visit others. Broly raised his hand, touched the head of a girl who looked taller than him, and was about to leave here. Sakura. So anxious? She asked quickly. After coming to this world, I need to pay the retention fee to stay in this world, but the fee is too high, I won't stay for too long, and the time is tight, so I must hurry up. Broly explained. Ah, how much is the stay fee? I'll pay for you. Sakura said quickly. 1000 happiness points a day. Broly replied, and Sakura suddenly stopped talking as she looked at her savings of more than 900 points of happiness. The situation of meeting again was a little different from what she imagined, and everything was full of urgency. I'll take you over to find your sister. Sakura volunteered. Good. Broly nodded and followed the girl out of the room. Sakura, where are you going? Just at this moment, Fujimura Lehua passed by the corridor outside and saw the girl who was opening the door wearing a warm clothing, so she subconsciously asked. Grandpa Fujimura, I plan to go to the Tozaka family to find my sister. Sakura replied. Lehua Fujimura was a little surprised. She had been adopting this granddaughter for 7 years. The girl's original family has always been a place she was not willing to mention. Unexpectedly, she took the initiative to go there today. Is this a reconciliation with the parents of the original family? Hello, Grandpa Fujimura. Just when the old man wanted to say something like this is good, Broly poked his head out from behind Sakura and greeted the old man who was in his memory. Who are you? When he saw the boy, Fujimura Rai was stunned. He did not recognize Broly at the first time. But when I saw the boy's tail wrapped around my waist, my memories suddenly surged out. Ah, Broly, are you back? The roof of the old house was lifted off 7 years ago, Fujimura Lehua still remembers it fresh. Well, I'm back, where is Sister Fujimura? It's good to come back, Daehi, she went to college. She is a junior this year and is now working as an intern teacher in a high school. Speaking of this, the old man Fujimura was a little angry. His granddaughter was not good at the underworld lady, so he actually went to study for education. In her words, she will do a good job in teaching and educating people in the future, and avoid some children becoming yakuza without learning and becoming ignorant and eventually joining the gangster. Humph, this is simply forgetting one's roots, but now the underworld is indeed declining. Fujimura Lehua was just angry and did not stop her granddaughter from doing this. By the way, Grandpa Fujimura, I want to ask you something. After inquiring about the current work location of Fujimura Okawa, Broly asked to get up. What's the matter, little Broly, you said. Fujimura Reiwa smiled, but he knew the big news that the boy made back then. I brought some specialties from my hometown and wanted to sell them in this world and exchange them for supplies from this world. Can you help me? Haha, it turns out that this is a small matter. No problem. You don't have to sell any specialties for money. Just buy whatever you want. You can swipe this credit card for you, and the password is. Fujimura Reiwa generously gave a credit card, explaining how to use it, and this boy has this value in his eyes. Thank you, but I have to clear the things in the space. Come to the yard, Broly takes out the Wampa Star specialties in the Crystal Palace space, and except for the gifts left behind the Baya Beast clothes that he brought to other wives, the rest were given to Fujimura Lei. Fujimura Lei painting. He looked at the huge fruits that were almost filled with the yard and the thighs of some creatures, and then looked at the empty-handed Saiyan boy. He couldn't help but sigh that the magician's world was so powerful, so he waved goodbye to his granddaughter and Broly, the prospective grandson-in-law. Sister is at home, so I'll ask her to come out. The group chat room is very useful, but it only needs to charge happiness points as the usage fee. Although the happiness points consumed by contacting the world are small, it cannot hold back her happiness points. The girl directly took out the latest flip phone this year and contacted her sister. After contacting her, she was a little unhurt and eased the boy walking on the road. The weather was still a little cold in March, and the girl leaned against the boy. She obviously had a lot to say in front of her, but after she actually met, she didn't know what to say. Brother Broly, are you cold? In the end, Sakura found a topic. What's wrong if it's not cold? Unfortunately, Broly is not a high emotional intelligence person. I seem a little cold. The cold situation is also cold, and Sakura really feels cold. Is it cold? Okay, give me your hand. Broly thought for a while and then stretched out his hand to the girl. Sakura was stunned for a moment and put her hand in the boy's smaller hand. When the hand was held, I felt a warm feeling coming from the palm of the hand that was held. Soon, the warmth covered her whole body. It's not cold now. When the body is filled with chi, the outside world will be isolated, thus making the body invincible with cold and heat. What Broly does is to cover the girl with a small part of his chi. Her body was warm and her face turned slightly red. Sakura responded softly. After seeing the restaurant on the street, there was a new topic. Brother Broly, do you still remember the rice bowl restaurant there? 7 years ago, after you took me away from the Matsuki family, we went there for a big meal. Well, remember, we didn't have the money to pay the bill at that time, and in the end it was Sister Fujimura who helped us pay the bill. Broly nodded. Do you want to eat now? Sakura invited. No, I had a full meal before I came. Broly shook his head. Now he doesn't lack 1 or 2 rice bowls. Girl. Her impression of Saiyan boys was still 7 years ago, and the boys at that time ate everything, but there was some difference from now. Do you want the Coke cake? Sakura brought her wallet in her pocket, which contained the pocket money she had saved, which was specially prepared for the Saiyan boys who were coming to this world. Oh well. Broly wanted to refuse because he had a good meal before coming, but when he saw Sakura's hopeful gaze, he nodded and accepted the girl's kindness. Well, it's delicious. Seeing the girl getting happy for this, Broly praised the cola cake in her hand. Although the taste of this thing, in his opinion, is just about the average taste. The two of them held hands, as if their sister was taking their younger brother shopping. Not long after, I got closer to Tozaka House. On the other side of Tozaka House, time pushed forward slightly. After Tozaka Rin, who was doing magic training, suddenly received a text message from her sister, she began to deal with herself in a panic. What's wrong, Rin, why do you have to take a shower at this time? Tozaka Aoi was a little surprised by her daughter's actions and couldn't help but ask. Sakura sent a text message and was about to ask me to go out for fun. Based on the girl's thoughts during adolescence, she didn't want her family to know that Rin Tozaka didn't mention the Saiyan boy at all. After washing off the dirt caused by magic training on her body, she began to dress up in front of the mirror. But when he was halfway through, Rin Tozaka felt that he seemed a little deliberate to do so. He quickly wiped off the unnecessary makeup, and finally, he only kept the light pink lipstick and just slight eyebrows. Put on black stockings, wear a beautiful plaid shirt, and tie a grey overknee skirt. Well, I felt that something was missing, so I went to find a beret and put it on. Perfect. After carrying the bag, Tozaka Rin felt that she was dressed very well and naturally in the mirror. Rin, is Sakura really asking you to go out to play? However, after leaving the bedroom, I met my old father with a cane. Tozaka Toshiko called her and asked. Apart from Sakura, who else can I play with me? How can I have any private time to make friends? Tozaka Rin's heart thumped, but her face was silent. Rin, I don't doubt you, it's just that the Tozaka family's future is in you, and you are at the age of beginning of love. As a father, I just hope that you can be more cautious in choosing a future spouse. I don't want you to be hurt. Although Rin Tozaka had reduced her deliberate dressing, Tozaka Toshiko was still seeing abnormalities. This old father, who was beaten by a Saiyan boy in the Fourth Holy Grail War, mentioned his daughter. My father, although you may be for my own good, I hope that my future life path can be made by myself. Rin Tozaka, who has not lost her parents, showed a rebellious period of normal children at this age, but her rebellious behavior still adheres to the unique advantages of the Tozaka family. Yay. After saying this, the girl left politely and left the house. Oh. Tozaka Toshiko sighed in response, knowing that the incident that happened back then had an impact on his eldest daughter, and the other party did not want his father to interfere too much in the future life. Dear, don't worry too much. Rin has been smart since she was a child. Her vision will definitely not be bad. I believe her choice. Aoi Tozaka came over and comforted her husband. I know, but worrying about children is also a unique right and responsibility of parents. If the child really has the opposite sex he likes, we have to help check it. Toshiko took out a gem and threw it on the ground, and a shadow hound was summoned by him. Although as a father, he was a bit indecent in his behavior of keeping his daughter in a way. But there is nothing we can do about it. When Lin grew up, she is no longer as well behaved as she was when she was a child. Hey, is this what you are now? No wonder you don't send photos. It turns out that you haven't grown much. After seeing the boy, Rin Tozaka teased Broly's current appearance as a child, but as he said that, he felt relieved. Nowadays, a boy who looks so young, doesn't feel embarrassed about the promise to be the other person's wife when she was a child. Unlike her younger sister Sakura, Rin Tozaka is more outgoing. After meeting her for half a minute, she was able to reach out and rub Broly's head. It's not that I don't post photos, but I just consume a lot of happiness points when posting photos. Broly explained, and suddenly raised his hand and pointed it behind Tozaka Rin. Is that your dog? The chi locked down, and the shadow hunting dog hiding in the dark to observe this side was stiff all over. Even Tozaka Toshiko, who was at the Tozaka family, felt that time seemed to be frozen. It should be the devil sent by my father. He hates it very much. I have grown up and still care about me like this. After seeing the shadow hound, Rin Tozaka looked a little dissatisfied. Do you need me to beat him up? Broly also remembered the fathers of these two people, the elegant old Deng, and couldn't help but ask. Farewell, my father can't stand your beating now. Well, Broly, can you fly? Just take Ying Fei and I to a place that he can't observe. Broly did as he said, and set up a windproof barrier around his body. He carried Rin and Sakura from left to right and left to leave the vicinity of Tozaka House. After the boy left, he lost his energy and the shadow hound sat down. It's him, he's actually back. Tozaka family, Tozaka dared to breathe at this time. Who is back? Tozaka Aoi was a little confused. It was the child who once beat me up. I saw him fly away with Rin and Sakura. Rin and Sakura still looked familiar with each other, as if they were still in contact over the years. Ah, this. Aoi Tozaka, who was originally a little panicked, thought about it carefully and then changed her mind. Isn't this good? Upon hearing this, Tozaka Toshiko was stunned. After reacting, he suddenly felt that his wife was very reasonable. Isn't this a great thing for the two daughters to remain in touch with the child who mysteriously disappeared after defeating Gilgamesh 7 years ago? Judging from the eldest daughter's appearance of dressing up to meet, Ruo-chan has other developments from the horror boy who beat her back then. Don't say that he has no strength to object, even if he has the strength, he will not object. The traditional magician's thinking made Tozaka Toshiko no longer have the best cabbage at home and was robbed by a pig. On the contrary, he was quite happy to meet a strong pig and complain about his daughter. However, it has been 7 years, why does the other party still look like a child? Can this be proof? The elegant magician's old father started to think about it. It's not that I have no world to write about, but as the Crystal Palace upgraded, food has basically been free, and Broly's motivation to find a wife has begun to lack. Chapter 317 The Priest and the Nun. In 7 years, it is not a matter of change, but for Broly, who came here and only stayed for a few days, Toki City is still a strange modern city. Where are we going? After flying around the city aimlessly, Broly asked. Ah, shouldn't you ask earlier? Suddenly appeared on the girl's face of Rin Tozaka, and then she started to complain. You just said that you asked me to take you away and stay away from your father's observation range, but you didn't say where you wanted me to take you. Broly refuted. It's true, that's true. Tozaka Rin pressed her hat with her hand and looked at the boy who had left her head, and there was a little smile on her face. After 7 years of separation, but there seems to be little strangeness, as if I know each other, but it was not long ago. What are you laughing at? Broly was a little puzzled. Tozaka Rin suddenly turned her head and looked at her meaning with a smile. I didn't laugh, I just suddenly thought of something. Well, Broly, I'll ask you if I let you follow me now and I'm going to the bathroom, would you follow me into the toilet? Rin Tozaka asked. Sister, what strange problem are you? Next to him, Sakura was a little confused and asked directly. If you need to go to the bathroom and need me to follow you, then I will go in together. Broly didn't understand why Tozaka Rin asked this question, but she answered her strange question honestly. What if I don't tell you, I need you to follow me when I go to the bathroom? Broly. He lifted Sakura up and put it on his shoulder, then he let out a free hand and touched Rin Tozaka's forehead. What are you doing? Tozaka Rin's forehead was touched by Broly's little hand, and it was her turn to wonder about the boy's behavior. I just want to know if you're sick. I'm not sick. I'm not sick, why do I ask such a strange question? You just told me if you will follow me. I'll stay outside the toilet. Well, you have more common sense than when I knew you before. Rin Tozaka said confirmingly. So, sister, you ask brother Broly this question just to confirm that he has common sense than before? Sakura asked. That's right, but I want to know how much the change is compared with him before. Rin Tozaka nodded, but said again. How big is the change? Sakura asked curiously, but wanted to know the difference between the boy in the eyes of her sister now and the boy in the eyes of her sister in the past. It's not big, he is still a transfer classmate I know. Rin Tozaka said with certainty. You have changed a lot. Broly said sincerely that the current Rin Tozaka Rin seems to have a little more than the past Rin Tozaka Rin. Well, Broly is not easy to describe, but he is like a well-behaved child, who suddenly becomes naughty and frivolous. You are a girl who changes a lot when she is a grown-up. Rin Tozaka said with a smile. Sister, you are only 15, not 18. Sakura complained accurately. I'm the saying. After a pause, Tozaka Rin suddenly asked the boy, Broly, do you think I am better now than I was when I was a child? Almost. Broly raised the other party carefully and looked at it, then gave the answer. Compared with me when I was a child, I have changed so many times now. How could it be similar? Tozaka Rin shouted a little dissatisfied. It's just about the same, at least the preaching tone hasn't changed much. Broly said seriously. Puff. Sakura on her shoulder couldn't help laughing, while Rin Tozaka, who was Brolight in her hand, turned red and warm at a speed visible to the naked eye. So, where are we going, or are we just floating in the sky like this? Broly had no wink and asked again. Go to the holy church in Tunki City, where it is a little more pure. Rin Tozaka said a little annoyed. Good. Broly nodded and flew again. But after flying for a while, he stopped immediately. So what's wrong? Celebration Church, where is that place? Sakura covered her mouth and was giggling, feeling that Broly like this is very cute. Over there. Tozaka Rin's mouth twitched and pointed in a direction in the air. Then Broly took the man and flew towards the direction the girl pointed. However, I dare not fly too fast, after all, I still need the guidance of a girl. In the church, the small chapel of the Tomoji branch, vinyl records are slowly rotating, and the loudspeaker of the antique record machine is heard, which is a classical music called Ode to the Mother, which makes the whole church fall into a somewhat ethereal state. By the courtyard, the priest sitting in a wheelchair closed his eyes. Just as his thoughts rose to the sky with the music, and clouds were everywhere, turning into rain and falling to the earth, the strong wind suddenly blew in the courtyard. The snow that melted 2 days ago has now become a splash of water. The coldness hit the priest's face, wetting his black priest's robe and his long, naturally curly hair. After erasing the water from his face, the priest looked at the initiator of all this in the courtyard. Rin Tozaka, who returned to the ground, had a little frivolous step. She staggered for a moment and was supported by the boy before she stood firm. And she also looked here and saw the man's gaze and asked, Senior brother, have you just taken a shower? Do you think I look like I'm taking a shower? The priest asked back, and his eyes had already fallen on the boy next to the girl. I'll apologize to you for him. Tozaka Rin clasped her hands together and said. No need, just help me get a clean towel. Rin Tozaka ran to get the towel. Sorry, I didn't notice you when I fell down just now. Broly took the initiative to apologize. The priest's aura in front of him was very restrained, just like a rodent. And there are many breaths like this, which are usually ignored by him. It's okay, then again, have we seen it before? The priest asked. Have you seen it? Broly frowned and thought about his acquaintances in this world carefully, but here is no impression of anyone in front of you. Sorry, I am a person who has fewer memories and I don't remember the impression of you. Broly shook his head and said honestly. It doesn't matter. We met just one time at the beginning, but I personally remember you deeply. Well, please allow me to introduce myself. I am, Kaire Yanfan, is the priest who is now presided over the Holy Church of Tokyuki City, and is also the senior brother of Rin Tozaka. She once studied under her father for a period of time. The priest in the wheelchair introduced himself. I'm Broly, a Saiyan. Broly also introduced himself. I wonder what your relationship is with Rin. Yanfan Kaire was a little curious. She is my wife. Broly answered honestly. Yanfan Kaire subconsciously exerted force with both hands, making her body lean forward slightly. I haven't heard her mention that I already have a partner. Before Broly could speak, a rolled towel was thrown from the side by force and smashed on the face of the priest man who showed I am curious about what story there is. This is my personal matter, please don't inquire randomly. Rin Tozaka walked over quickly at this time. Rin, throwing things hard is not something a famous daughter should do. After wiping his face with a towel, Yanfan Kaire said. Inquiring about other people's private affairs is not something a priest should do. Rin Tozaka rebounded his words. Indeed, but please forgive me for the curiosity of a disabled person who is paralyzed in the lower body. What I can experience now is only some stories I see from books or hear from others. Nothing special. He saved my sister and me back then, but now he is my fiancé, and things are that simple. Tozaka Rin said concisely. Do your father know about this? Yanfen Kyurei asked curiously. I didn't tell him, but I think he didn't interfere with my rights in this kind of thing. Rin Tozaka. Are you quarreling with the teacher again? Yanfen Kyurei asked. No. The girl denied it. That's a quarrel. The priest nodded. Every time Rin Tozaka comes here, the big difference is the same. I remember the last time, it was when she wanted to participate in a school activity club but was rejected by the teacher. The teacher believes that she should spend more energy on magic training. The girl felt sad when she was drifting away from her ordinary friends. Senior brother, if you don't welcome me here, I will go somewhere else. Okay, I won't preach you. Borrow the place and we want to chat. Go to the church lounge, there will be no one to bother you. I'm disturbed. Sakura said politely before she walked into the church. Can you ask about your relationship with him? I'm the same as my sister. The three of them went to the lounge. Yanfen Kyurei sat by the courtyard for a while. After feeling a little cold, she pushed the wheelchair to the record player and stopped the record player. A slight chat sound came from the lounge, and Yanfen Kyurei's ears moved, and she vaguely heard some adventurous interesting things. The boy seems to have gone to other places for adventures over the years and met many interesting people and interesting things to tell the two sisters Rin and Sakura. However, the other party seemed to have something urgent, and the story didn't last long, and it seemed that he was about to leave. Squeak! The church door was pushed open at this time. Father, why are you here? Not in the courtyard? Have you listened to your music that purifies your soul? A girl walked in from outside, came behind the priest, and asked. There are guests today. Yanfen Kyurei answered her daughter's question, and the door to the lounge next to her happened to be opened. I said who is here to visit? It turns out it's Aunt Lin. The little girl dressed in a nun was holding a convenience bag from the supermarket in her hand. After seeing the person in the lounge, she greeted Rin Tozaka very politely. Little Kalyan, if you don't know how to call people, you can't say people. No one will treat you as a mute. As soon as my aunt's name came out, Rin Tozaka's face turned dark at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is Father Yanfeng's daughter. Sakura introduced the girl's identity to Broly next to her. She's called Carlin or Desire. Before Sakura could say the name of the little nun with white hair, golden eyes, Broly had already said the other party's name first based on the prompt information on the Crystal Palace panel. Hearing this, everyone around was a little surprised and looked over. The little white-haired nun herself also looked over. After seeing a little boy who looked 7 or 8 years old, he asked, this little brother, do you know me, sister? 7 years ago, Karen Aldicia, who was taken back to her father, had never accepted the original Monastery of Destiny. The tempering made her look more like a normal girl. At least, there was a look of doubt on her face now. I didn't know each other before, but now I've met you, so I know you. You're very interesting. The little nun looked at Rin Tozaka. Aunt Lin, is this your relative? She asked. The next moment, her cheek was pinched by the girl who stepped forward in front of her. I said it, don't call me aunt. Isn't this what you asked me to call me before? You are my father's junior sister, so naturally I am 1 generation older than me. It's okay for me to call you aunt. I asked you to call me sister, not aunt. Rin and Tozaka pinched the little nun's face red, which made the other party change his words and call him sister. Sister, you should start with a gentle move. Sakura leaned over to help the young nun rub his red face and complained a little. Sister Ying is so nice. Carlin or Desire enjoyed the girl's hands helping rub her face. But her actual age is 2 years younger than Sakura. If you don't call me sister by your aunt, you won't be pinched by her face. If you don't get pinched by her, Sister Ying wouldn't help me rub my face gently, wouldn't it? Karen retorted. In response, Sakura showed a helpless expression. She and her sister both knew Father Yanfeng's daughter, but for some reason, Karen always liked to provoke her sister, but she was closer to her. So, is this child a relative of your family? Karen asked again. Not a relative. Sakura denied it. He is my fiancé. According to your logic, you should call him uncle. Rin Tozaka teased from the side. Broly suddenly added. So, are you finally awakening the attributes of Zhang Taikong, and have done the job of abducting the little boy, and then ready to commit further crimes against him? Kalyan took a deep breath and asked, but had already taken out her cell phone and looked like she was preparing to call the police. Rin Tozaka. Ah, that's not the case. Brother Broly just looks young, but his actual age should be older than me. After some explanation, Kalyan realized that the boy who looked younger than him in front of him should be the future husband of the two sisters he knew, that is, his brother-in-law. For the first time I met, I am Karen Ordizaya, nun of Tomaji Church. I am very happy to know you. The little nun became serious, carried his nun skirt and bowed slightly to the boy, making formal etiquette moves, and introducing himself seriously. I'm Broly, can I ask you a question? Of course, please ask. Would you like to be my wife as the final result and make friends with me? Hey! ×4. Chapter 318, All the Fantasies of Those Who Open the Crystal Palace, Let Me See How Powerful You Are. When Broly's words were too straightforward, some of the thunder came to the people present. Rin Tozaka and Sakura looked at each other, but they didn't feel too surprised. Because they know that the boy's motivation for finding a wife may be just to have normal food to eat. However, for those who don't know this, such as Karen, the young white-haired nun, they regard the boy as a lustful person. Are you a little pervert to the girl you first met saying this? Her hands were protecting her body, she stepped back and bent her knees slightly, and then she made a defensive gesture. On the other hand, he looked even more alert. No, then forget it. Broly felt a little disappointed, but then adjusted his mindset. Inviting the strategy target recognized by Crystal Palace to be a wife is a habit that has been developed over the years. But in fact, a wife who does not have a happy value is not very attractive to him. When he came here, Broly didn't expect to meet a new guide in this world. I just asked the young nun if he was willing to be his wife and made friends with him. It's just that the act of hitting a date or not is purely subconscious. In other words, even if it is a wild dog on the roadside, it is recognized by Crystal Palace as the target of the strategy. After Broly met, he would also ask. Seeing that the boy gave up decisively, Kalyan became a little surprised. Don't you work hard? She asked. Didn't you refuse? Broly looked at the other party in confusion. It's strange. Why is the development of things different from what I've seen in the book? What's the meaning? Rin Tozaka was puzzled, and Sakura looked over with some confusion. Isn't it just like this in some comics? After the male protagonist fails to confess, he will still pursue the heroine by pestering her. Some even use mental hypnosis to the heroine. Wait, what kind of comic are you reading? Of course it's yellow. Okay, you'd better stop talking. Before the little white-haired nun finished speaking, he was already aware of it. What she wanted to say was interrupted by Rin Tozaka. So, should I actually pursue you with a desperate pursuit, or even use some mental hypnosis methods? Broly asked in confusion. No, Broly, you definitely can't do this. It's her loss to look down on you. Yeah, that's right. Sakura nodded beside her, echoing her sister's words. Hey, isn't it just a young fiancé? As for what it means to be a baby. The little nun crossed his hands on his chest, and he started to yell with dissatisfaction. It's indeed baby, but this is for us. Rin Tozaka shrugged and did not make too many excuses. Brother Broly is a good person. There is no better person in this world than him. Sakura also said seriously. Real. The little nun looked at the boy again, but except that the belt around the other person's waist was a bit fluffy and strange, she still couldn't see anything that the other person deserved such praise from the two sisters. Kalyan, I think you can think about it. At this moment, Yanfen Kaire in the wheelchair behind her spoke. Father. The little white-haired nun turned around and looked over with some confusion. You are a girl, and you will eventually entrust it to others when you grow up, and the boy in front of you is an excellent target. Hey, father, do you know him too? I met you. I was lucky enough to be beaten by him 7 years ago and I haven't died yet. Yanfeng nodded and said. 2. Have I hit you? Have he hit you? Tested. Then do you still say good things for him? Although Karen has been taking good care of the paralyzed Yanfen Kaire over the years. But the little nun of the white-haired woman still admires Yanfeng Kaire. For example, when I was young, my father was a surrogate of the church, and he knew the powerful Bajiquan and was a master. Therefore, after hearing that the other party was beaten by the boy, Kalyan couldn't believe it. Jintung's eyes also glared at the boy, a little angry, as if he had misunderstood something. Don't get me wrong, my physical paralysis was not caused by him. And I just talked nice things for him, just talking about the matter. Kalyan, your physique is very special and someone is destined to protect you. From the perspective of a partner, he who can beat the hero is the best candidate. The priest's voice was very magnetic and he said slowly. I don't need other people's protection, I can protect myself. However, the little white-haired nun felt a little dissatisfied with his words. While refuting, he also made a move to fist forward. Hey! The sleeves of the simple nun's clothes made a clear sound in the air. He punched with a good look, but the young nun is still a trainer. Your Bajiquan is good, but it is limited to dealing with ordinary people. If you use it to deal with some dangerous mysterious existences, such as demons, it will not work. But your spiritual media is destined to attract some dangerous existences. Are there any church and holy tools? The church knows your physique and will only use you as a tool to exorcise you. As for the holy artifact, I can also temporarily save my connections when I am alive. But after I die, that kind of thing will only attract the snooping of greed people. After a pause, Kyrie Yanfan continued, although your personality is not like your mother at all, as your father, I still hope that you can live freely and safely in this world in the future. When talking about mother, the expression of the white-haired nun became a little cold. Father, you really said something touching. Her voice also improved a little. It's a pity that my mother didn't get your expectations back then. I heard from my grandfather that she committed suicide in front of you, but you were indifferent to it. The little nun said sarcastically. My father, your grandfather, really told you something unnecessary. He just felt that I was qualified to know the truth. Yanfeng Kaire sighed before explaining to her daughter, at that time, I only felt that everything in the world was nothing and did not understand the value of life. After being paralyzed and living a life of mobility difficulties, I suddenly felt the authenticity of the world and the value of life and health. After a pause, the priest continued, I won't say sorry to you, but I will give you all my experiences. This is probably the love of a father for his daughter. It's just yourself touching. Karen doesn't admit his statement. This father and daughter, you say something, and I say something, and the guests next to them become listeners. If it's not my business, I'll leave. I'm still in a hurry. Broly felt that listening was not a big deal from the side, so he interrupted the conversation between the father and daughter in front of him and said. If you want to leave, just leave, no one will keep you here. Please stay, I want to talk to you about my daughter. This father and daughter are very interesting, one sends out the guests and the other keeps them. In the end, the little nun of the white-haired girl did not resist her father's decision to stay in the guest. Damn it, I won't even add any chili peppers tofu today. She went to the kitchen a little angry and made this cruel decision. Yanfan Kaire likes spicy mapo tofu the most. However, this decision was quickly overturned because Broly was stayed for dinner together. Look at me, you're not so hot. Just as the little white-haired nun was doing something bad and poured chili sauce into the tofu to marinate, Sakura walked in. Sister Karen, who are you going to be so hot? The girl who entered the kitchen and was preparing to help cook, asked curiously. Of course it's so hot that my father is so hot that he actually wants to interfere in my future life. The white-haired young nun quickly changed his words. I feel deeply the same, but I think it's a good choice for you to promise to be Broly's wife. Rin Tozaka also came in to help. She agreed with the young nun's resentment to her father's interference in her life, but also helped the boy. Are you here to be lobbyists? Kalyan asked. It's hard for me to imagine that in today's era, there is still the idea of many women serving the same husband. These words made Sakura blush, while Tozaka Rin pinched the girl's face. Don't get me wrong. Our relationship with Broly is not as dirty as you think. Everything is very healthy. He just wants to have a normal meal when he is looking for you as his wife. Tozaka Rin's words made Sakura recover, and she echoed from the side. Yes, brother Broly just wants to eat normal food in his own world, and it's definitely not the kind of thing you think. What's the matter? I didn't say anything. Sister Sakura said that, have you seen some yellows too? No. Sakura quickly interrupted, but her reaction proved that she had seen it secretly. And the blame must be taken by Akia and Sinknil Balian. When those two guys were fighting in the group chat room, they dared to post any large scale. This directly polluted Sakura, a somewhat innocent girl, and asked her to go to the bookstore in advance to peek at some things that she shouldn't have read at her age. Of course, this is not a big deal. At most, it makes girls more precocious than other girls of the same age. Anyway, becoming his wife is a good thing and no harm. As long as you have happiness points, you can exchange it for a lot of precious magic materials. There are many delicious foods, and you can also make some friends from another world. Just as the two sisters Rin and Sakura were in the kitchen, chatting with Karen while cooking, promising the benefits of becoming a boy's wife. Outside, Kairi Yanfan also found out why the other party fought Tozaka Toshiko during the 4 battles. After learning that the Saiyan boy was really beaten Tozaka Toshiko and eliminated the heroic spirit for the sake of the girl, Kairi Yanfan felt relieved. Broly, can I entrust Carlin to you? Parents' orders and matchmaker's words. Crystal Palace has a prompt. And this similar prompt made Broly look at his first wife on the panel of Crystal Palace. The super passerby wife he had never met before, Ilya von Einsbaron. But isn't she unwilling to do it? However, it was different from the situation that he agreed to in this world when he was directly promoted. Broly was a little hesitant at this time. It's her business if Karen doesn't want to do it. I just ask if you are willing to do it. Take care of her in the future. If she really became my wife, I would definitely take care of her. Broly nodded and said. As soon as his words fell, the white-haired nun on the kitchen was also invited by Crystal Palace. It's amazing. You guys are all like this, becoming that boy's wife. Kalyan was a little surprised and suddenly appeared in the Crystal Palace prompt message, so she asked. Yes, have you been invited? Well, it seems. Then don't agree directly. Hey, why, what you mean inside and outside, isn't you just want me to agree? Kalyan was a little puzzled. I want you to agree, but there are rankings among the official members of the Crystal Palace. The higher the happiness points you have, the higher the status in the cross-border group chat room. And when you redeem the things in the store, you also need to have enough happiness points to redeem them. Yes, happiness points are a very precious thing, representing Brother Broly's love for us. Although I don't think this statement is correct, in short, that thing is better, and there is only one way to obtain a large amount of happiness points, that is, before I promise to become Broly's wife, I should improve his happiness value as much as possible. It's very interesting, it's like playing a live gal game. Karen was already a little interested, which could be seen from the fact that she washed off the hot pepper sauce she wanted to kill the boy she wanted to pickle tofu. So, I want to please him, right? That's right, but to be precise, it should be to make him feel happy. Rin Tozaka corrected. What should I do exactly? Kalyan asked. Please treat Brother Broly to something delicious. Sakura answered immediately. This is our water. The simplest and most effective way for Broly to feel happy is recognized by members of the Crystal Palace. Rin Tozaka nodded and agreed with her sister's words. So, is it actually making him feel happy when you help the other party speak? Karen was a little curious and asked. That's right, there is nothing delicious in his world. Wampa Star information has not been updated on Tozaka Rin. Helping him persuade you to agree to be his wife, just to let him eat better after returning to his world. At this time, Rin Tozaka did not deny her motivation for action. The fact that he helped the boy to guide his new wife was indeed a bit out of heaven. However, considering that it is easy to understand if it is just helping the boy get more happiness points and allowing the boy to live a better life after returning to his own world. My wife is just a name. In fact, the relationship between the official members of the Crystal Palace is more like a netizen who is pulled into a group by a boy and has common topics to talk about. In the group chat room, I pay to brag, chat, and occasionally share my daily life. I receive more than 10 points of happiness every day. I save up without saying a word and I can exchange some good things in the redemption store. Just like a welfare group with benefits to receive, one more person will not affect the interests of others. Of course, except for Akia before, the other party wanted to secure the position of the group chat room chief, but on the contrary, this situation would not happen when others were not regarded as opponents. On the contrary, if one more person can give Broly more happiness points and a better life, why not do it? Jealousy, Rin Tozaka had thought about such things, but this was what he thought before meeting Broly again. After seeing Broly, I found out that the other party was still a child. Come on, maybe I will talk about this in a few years. As for the current relationship between most of the official members in the Crystal Palace is still relatively harmonious. The relationship between formal members from the same world is generally better than the relationship between members from another world. Rin Tozaka briefly talked about the interpersonal relationship between his wives inside the Crystal Palace and the daily speeches in the group chat room, and the white-haired nun's eyes became brighter and brighter. Well, she would definitely not want to make her simply agree to be the wife of a strange boy, but after agreeing to be the other person's wife, she would not have to pay the price she thought she had before, so she would have good benefits to receive, and she could also lurk in the wife group chat room to watch the chat between others. This is an attraction for the young nun who needs to take care of the disabled father on weekdays and feels boring to his daily life. I've changed my attention. I'm willing to be your wife and make friends with you. At the dinner table, Broly was a little surprised when the young nun changed his attitude. No need to thank you, Ying and I helped you persuade Xiao Kalyan. Rin Tozaka does not hide his and his sister's credit. Thanks. Broly sincerely thanked him. Do you need me to do something for you? He asked Karen. Well, you guys are the same. If you need something I help you with, you can bring it up. Broly looked at Rin and Sakura again and made a solemn promise. I don't have anything that I need to help with, but if I can make a request, then I will ask you to stay in this world for a while and accompany me, Sakura, and others. Sakura nodded. They didn't need the boy to help with things, they just needed the boy's company. I'm relatively simple. My father and 2 sisters both said that you are very powerful. So, can you let me see how powerful you are? The little white-haired nun was a little ignorant of the world. After eating and drinking, he made a request to see Broly. Fortunately, the other party came to the courtyard and made the Bajiquan posture, but did not allow Broly to perform freely, showing his so-called power. This is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger. Yanfen Kairi sighed at her daughter's courage, but she didn't stop her. When my daughter gets beaten up, I will naturally know that the boy is so powerful. Chapter 319, The Magical Hand-Changing Puppet Master, The White-Haired Killer, The Hero Way. Yanfen Kairi looked at the courtyard, ready to experience the boy's powerful daughter, but she couldn't help but expect the scene of her daughter being beaten up. Although Yanfen Kairi is disabled, his nature is still extremely bad and he will feel happy to see the pain of others. But soon he felt guilty for the faint expectation in his heart, I am really an unqualified priest, and even a bad father. Are you ready? Certainly. Then, I'm here to attack. Broly confirmed it for a moment and rushed towards Karen. A fist was blowing in front of him, and the young nun avoided it with a short body. From bottom to top, a dragging counterattack and hitting his jaw. Broly leaned back and drew his palm, and then he swept his legs slowly. The little nun reacted quickly and directly followed the direction of his legs sweeping and approached him. The retracted arm turned into an elbow and fell towards his chest. However, it was dragged by Broly's palm that was placed in front of his chest in advance. Baba baba. Immediately afterwards, there was a series of smooth, mutually attacking and defensive close-fitting short fights. That feeling just like 2 people rehearsing in advance, it is very pleasing to the eye. Rin Tozaka and Sakura were very excited to see it, but Kairi Yon, who was sitting in a wheelchair next to her, her eyes kept twitching. The boy who had a good relationship 7 years ago could beat himself to a broken bone and beat the Hero King to death, but now he could fight with his 10-year-old daughter back and forth with his 10-year-old daughter. This is a way to let the water go, oh no, it is a sea, and it is actually treated so differently. Father didn't say nonsense, you are really amazing. After a series of close-fitting shorts stopped, Kalian's breathing became a little rapid, and her breathing skills also praised the boy who had fought back and forth. You are also great, your physical foundation is not bad, and your movements are clean and neat, and you can play steadily. Broly praised each other, and at the same time he deliberately looked short of breath. And he is professional in training like this. The main focus is to fill the emotional value. Look, on the panel of the Crystal Palace, Karen's happiness value has risen. In a short while, the single digits were already broken. The layman watches the excitement, while the insider sees the way. Unfortunately, none of the people present were insiders. They could only see the back and forth of each other's martial arts movements, and did not notice the ultimate movement pulling and fine-tuning strike force of the Saiyan boy. Especially when Broly discovered that some fleshy parts of the young nun were hit, the girl would become more excited. She adjusted her output strength and attacking parts inadvertently hitting the girl's fleshy parts, making the other person's happiness value increase faster. Kalian bit her lip and competed with the boy. The feeling of being beaten to some parts by the other party gave her a feeling of satisfaction when she was a child when she was holding a rattan and guiding Bajiquan. She was given the satisfaction when she was whipped. Like the father, Yanfeng Kairei, who is a disqualified priest, is also an unqualified nun. Although the life experienced is completely different from the original destiny, the deepest essence inside will not be easily changed. For example, if you have a bit of M attribute, you will be happy because of some pain blows, and if you are overly strong, you will start to have a longing and interest in the adult world after accidentally seeing an adult magazine and comic that was abandoned by someone on the roadside. Of course, as a nun in the church, the precepts allow Karen to always maintain her purity, while the interweaving of reason and desire gives her a different personality. Therefore, when this personality is guided through fighting, the young nun, who is originally dignified, has a debauchery. She punched her fists at the boy, just like a berserker. After being hit by her body, she showed an even more excited expression on her face. It was not until Broly got his strength gradually lost and he was kicked on the butt, and he almost fell to his dog eat shit, so he calmed down. Well, it's pretty good. I admit that your physical strength is a little better than mine, but if you really fight seriously, I must be even better. After all, I haven't used the spiritual equipment on my body yet. The little nun who returned to his dignity said this, and Yanfen Kairei, who was sitting in the wheelchair next to him, was difficult to evaluate. The spiritual holy weapon Magdalene's holy skeleton cloth on my daughter is indeed very strong in restraint, but it is probably useless to deal with a boy who has a lot of acting skills. 7 years ago, the boy used his terrifying power to spread the secret ceremony of the Holy Grail War to the whole world. The false Holy Grail rituals held around the world today are basically due to the other party's attack that changed the regional astronomical phenomena and almost caused the moon to fall to the ground. And with this kind of strength, is Magdalene's holy skeleton cloth useful for? It's really a wonderful exchange, but I don't understand why you don't let my daughter see your true strength. Yanfen Kyrie pushed the wheelchair over and started asking. This is my true strength. Broly answered seriously. After a fight, the happiness value of the young nun who had only known him for a short time reached more than 20 points. Isn't this strength? Do you think I will believe it? Yanfen Kyrie complained. What does it have to do with me if you believe it or not? Broly looked at him in confusion. Hey, father, don't say that I seem to be put out of water. This guy has obviously tried his best to fight me. The little nun started to yell dissatisfied. Ha, little Karen, don't get me wrong. Although you fought with him back and forth just now, it was very exciting. If Broly became serious, you should be able to knock you down with ease. Rin Tozaka told the truth next to him. Yes, Kalyan Cheng, brother Broly is super awesome. Sakura Fujimura nodded beside her and agreed with her sister's words. I don't believe it. The little nun looked like he didn't believe it. When she was fighting with her close friends, she noticed the boy's breathing. If you don't believe it, you can let him not hold back and try again. Tozaka Rin was urging the fire next to her, and obviously, the fire succeeded. The little white-haired nun, who was unbelieving, pulled Broly and forced him to do it after recovering his strength. Broly was a little helpless and could only satisfy the other party. At the moment the second round of competition began, he flashed behind the little nun. Just a hand knife made Karen unconscious directly. However, she still hugged the other person with her arms and did not let her fall to the ground. This is what it tastes right. Yanfen Kyrie was very satisfied. Here it is. After half an hour, Kalyan woke up slowly. She looked at the familiar ceiling of the lounge and suddenly remembered what happened before she fell into a coma. This time, Kalyan, you finally know that others are powerful, right? Yanfen Kyrie looked at her daughter holding her knees and looking a little confused on the sofa. So, I don't want to do this. Broly looked at the declining happiness value on the panel of the Crystal Palace. The excessive strength gap will often not make the guide think that you are very powerful. On the contrary, it may also impact the self-esteem of some guided targets. Brother Broly, can you teach me some physical skills? I want to talk to you too. Of course, there are also girls who are interested in fighting skills because of their performances just now. Sakura wanted to learn two-handed fighting skills from him, and then be able to openly compete with him at close range. I can also use both hands to Bajiquan, why don't we help you? After taking a shower, Rin Tozaka got started directly. She took off her coat and invited the boy when she was itchy. The first 2 minutes after the little white-haired nun woke up, it happened to be the time when she and Broly ended their competition. Now, Rin Tozaka's body is still a little wet. The boy's super acting skills of meeting Chiang and other strong people made her fight a refreshing fight without paying attention to her hands, but she still could experience the feeling of meeting the opponent. In other words, Rin Tozaka is already Broly's wife, otherwise the happiness value will definitely rise. However, although there is no happiness value, her interaction with Broly still allowed her and Broly to gain some happiness points. It's almost enough to buy 5 pork chop rice bowls. If you have such a happy point harvest 24 hours a day, it's enough to support Broly's stay in this world. But unfortunately, this kind of happiness point brushing is the same as the happiness value, and it seems to have a degree within a unit time. When Rin Tozaka's physical strength was almost exhausted and his emotions gradually fell back to normal, the amount of happiness points obtained between the two of them returned to their original normal situation. Interacting with a partner who has become a wife will bring you more happiness points than you normally would. Broly recorded it, and this process is similar to the happiness value, both of which make his wife feel happy. I will come back tomorrow, so I'll say goodbye now. After saying what he would come to see the young nun tomorrow, Broly took Rin Tozaka and Sakura to leave the Tomoki church. He first sent Rin Tozaka back to Tozaka's house, and then carried Sakura back to Tenken's house. Is brother Broly going to visit sister Daihi? Broly nodded. He missed Fujimura Okawa very much. Perhaps because of his busyness, the college students recently didn't speak much in the group chat room. When you go to visit Sister Daha, can you still visit Ilya? She is also taken to see the city where Sister Daha is currently working internship and is taken to see a doctor by Uncle Omiya. When she saw the boy's surprise, Sakura quickly explained, Ilya is a shy and good boy. Although she is older than me, she is more like a younger sister. She told me that she was very curious about what kind of person you are, Brother Broly. 2 months ago, when I knew you were going back to this world, I was looking forward to your arrival. However, unfortunately, Uncle Weigong took her to treat her illness. Before leaving to treat her, she asked me to let you see her after you come here. Why didn't she tell me yourself? Broly was a little strange. This may be because she is a little embarrassed. After all, she has never seen you, Brother Broly, and she has never talked to you in the group chat room. Of course, the main reason for not speaking is that Ilya has fewer happiness points. Among all the wives, Ilya is the most special one. Broly had never met her before, so she was considered a blind marriage. Although Ilya is the first official member of the Crystal Palace, she has no emotional accumulation when she becomes a wife, which leads to the fact that she has less time to accumulate happiness values than other wives. Even when Broly got his first wife, he still produced some happiness values, but the single-digit happiness values were converted into very few happiness points, and when he was still in the Einsbaron family period, all of them were consumed. Ilya is the poorest white-haired lowly wife. Okay, then where is she? Is she also where Sister Fujimura lives now? Broly asked, the wife I want to visit in this world +1. Brother Broly, wait a minute, I'll call over and ask. Sakura took out her flip phone again and called a phone inside. After Ilya was taken out of the Einsbaron family, she came when I arrived next to the old house in Fujimura. I became Sakura's neighbor. The distance between them is very close to each other. Sakura naturally has a good relationship with her, but Ilya is a little weak. Gwanbusa City, a magic workshop gallon hall opened in the semi-finished building. Kiritsugu, Emiya, with a little grey hair, asked the puppet master opposite, Ms. Ayazaki, is there any progress in creating a healthy body for my daughter? Well, I have already parsed the artificial human data of Einsballen that you brought over. There is no problem with creating a healthy body for your daughter. However, I could only transfer her consciousness to a new body, but the small holy grail system in her body could not be reproduced. That system infringes upon your daughter's life, but it also brings her a powerful magician talent. If you can accept your daughter and become a person who cannot use magic in the future, I can now perform a ritual to divert consciousness for her. The puppet master who took off his glasses was a little objective and mean. She calmly paid for the magician Mr. Killer, who came here to seek her help, telling the price of transferring the other person's daughter's consciousness to the doll's body. Her puppet-making skills are the best in the world, but she still cannot achieve both a bear's paw and a fish. After all, the little holy grail system is the accumulation of the Einsbaron family, and this cannot be analyzed and used by her in a short period of time. If nothing unexpected happens to the situation of the Ilya girl, she will only have 3 years at most, and 3 years is not enough for her to crack the little holy grail system. You just can't use magic? This is not a problem. Kiritsugu Emiya, oh no, he should be called the hero of Emiya who fights for his daughter. He doesn't care whether his daughter can retain his magician qualifications. He just hopes that his daughter can grow up healthy, which is enough. Then, please send money, Mr. Emiya, as long as your final payment is received, I will handle your entrustment immediately for you. Emiya Kiritsugu opened the laptop he carried with him and paid money to the puppet master who made imitation puppets in front of him. The Einsbaron family, who didn't want to let his daughter go, but just wanted to use Ilya to hang himself in his work for them, and sold the magic heritage of that family. Now Emiya Kiritsugu is not short of money at all. Even though I spent a lot of money on the process of searching for famous doctors for my daughter, the rest was enough to pay for the cost of entrusting the sealed puppet master to work this time. Come with me, little sister Ilya, after changing your body, you will get better. Putting on glasses and switching personality, puppet master became humane. She came to Ilya who was well-behavedly sitting on the sofa and said to the girl in a gentle tone. Ilya looked at her father. After seeing her father nodding, she followed Ayazaki Orange, who was full of intellectual temperament and looked like a lady, to the room next to her. The magic of consciousness transfer, Ayazaki Orange was already familiar with it. She quickly helped Ilya transfer consciousness from her broken original body to a healthy simulated doll body. How do you feel? She asked, like a dentist asking about the fit of the dentures. It's like the original body, but it's easier. Ilya moved her new body and felt much easier than her original body, and the panel of Crystal Palace can also be used normally. Very good, put on your clothes now. Ayazaki Orange had already handed over the girl's clothes, and the body that the girl had originally replaced was put away by her. Mr. Emiya, I will continue to study the small holy grail system of the Einsballen family. If my puppet-making technology makes a breakthrough in the future, I am willing to provide Ling AI with services to update his new body. Of course, this requires you to make up for a small price difference in materials. If you need this, then leave a contact information that will not change for a long time. Ayazaki Orange didn't mean to leave her contact information. She is now a magician designated by the Magic Association as the seal. She may one day run away from here. Thank you very much, Miss Ayazaki. If you have something to help, you don't need to be polite, just speak. Emiya Kiritsugu left the contact information. Ayazaki Orange is her daughter's future physical after-sales service. For the sake of Ilya's future, he also hopes that the other party can live longer. After confirming that her daughter was fine, Kiritsugu Emiya took Ilya away, the Kalen Hall Magic Workshop, which was an unfinished building on the surface. The heroic spirit Emiya, who was hidden in the dark and was carved out almost the same mold as Kiritsugu. He and Kiritsugu Emiya fought many false Holy Grail wars, and in the last game, he and Kiritsugu Emiya designed to be fleshed out, and then destroyed the Einsbaron family, which was considered Ilya's heroic father. A magician killer with heroic spirit level combat power can ask the other party if you need it in the future. Orange Ayazaki remembered the contact information written by Kiritsugu Emiya, and the blue flame suddenly burned from her hand. She lit a lady's cigarette for herself, took a sip, and the paper recording the contact information turned into ashes. Dingling. As soon as she stepped out of the unfinished building, the phone in Ilya's pocket rang. Under Emiya's gaze, the girl connected the phone. Hey, Brother Broly wants to see me. Chapter 320 The First Encounter with the Two Rituals, the Suppression Force of Returning to the Moon. Sakura brought it. The map was drawn on it with a red signature pen. After going to Gwanbuza City, he handed the map to the boy. Brother Broly, remember to bring Sister Dahi back for dinner at night. Grandpa and I will make a sumptuous meal at home waiting for you. Yeah, okay. Broly looked forward to the evening meal, took the map and flew towards Gwanbuza City. His speed was very fast. Although he didn't use full speed, he still arrived at the edge of Gwanbuza City, more than 500 kilometers away from Toki City. The figure slowed down in the air, and behind him were circles of trail clouds, like traces left by a plane flying past. But compared with the tail cloud left by the takeoff plane, the tail cloud left by Broly is a little less obvious. This is because it does not discharge a large amount of high-temperature water vapor like an airplane. Let me see where I'm going next. Broly took out the map, but soon he discovered the amount of information about the modern urban map. The dense street names made people feel a little numb. It was a bit difficult to find the right path in the sky. He could only find a landmark building to fall down first, and then look for it on the ground according to the route of the map. Turn right on Sanhee Street, walk to the ramen restaurant directly opposite, and turn into the intersection on the side, but there are two forks here, which one should I go? He took the map and looked for the way in the city, but as he searched, Broly got lost. Just when he was worried, an old man from passers-by came over and asked if he needed help. After learning that the boy was going to find his wife, the old man passed by was very strange. But he didn't say anything, and took the map in the boy's hand and started reading it. This map was from 3 years ago. Gwanbuza City has been renovating in recent years. Some routes have changed, so it is normal for you to get lost. You are going to this apartment, right? The correct route should be like this. From here to here, then take the straight mountaineering road and go. The old man seemed to be familiar with the city route, so he pointed out a new route to Broly with the map. Thank you, Grandpa. Broly thanked him politely and rushed straight while he had not forgotten the new route. If you get lost again, remember to find the police. The old man's words were left behind. Broly's figure quickly shuttled through the city, and because of its speed, some passers-by who saw him flashed by thought they had seen a ghost. Soon, Broly came to a straight slope. He was worried that he would miss the intersection and jumped up the way with a rabbit that jumped dozens of meters away. As he jumped, the sudden message from the Crystal Palace made Broly's figure suddenly stagnate in mid-air. The boy turned around in the air and looked down, looking at the kimono girl who was on the tilted sidewalk and looking at the sky with some empty eyes. Discover new strategy targets, 2 rituals, current happiness value 0. The 0 behind quickly changed, but it increased by 1 point. At the same time, the originally empty eyes of the 2 rituals suddenly showed some spirit. The look seemed to be curious, as if it was curious about why the boy could stay in the air. The kimono girl's eyes were so focused, just like the boy who was now attracted by her cold and beautiful side face, standing under the slanting, looking at the boy, and so was Kurokigen. Hello, I'm Broly. On the way, Broly encountered a new strategy object recognized by Crystal Palace, and subconsciously made habitual behavior. He fell from the sky and fell directly in front of the kimono girl. He raised his head and looked at him as he moved. Now he lowered his head and still stared at him, introducing himself. Well, I'm having 2 rituals. The 2 rituals did not ignore Broly. On the contrary, she simply said her name, but that was it. After saying her name, she continued to look at the boy with some curiosity, as if asking the boy to fall in front of her and suddenly introduce herself. What was she planning to do? Can I ask you a question? Broly asked. Yes, but I want to ask you a question. The two rituals nodded. No problem. Broly nodded, paused, and asked bluntly, can you make friends with me as the result of promise to be my wife? Hearing this, Haitong, who was not far away, widened his eyes behind his glasses, and he felt a little moved by the girl he met by chance, which made him want to act, but he soon realized that he and the girl were also strangers, so he extinguished this sudden impulse. Be friends with you by promising to be your wife. The two rituals repeated the boy's question and said to the boy. Some people peek at my identity, some peek at my talents, and some peek at the external appearance of my body, thus having various desires for me, but I don't know what you are for, and I have a desire for me. After a pause, the two rituals added, on average people, I can see through their ideas at a glance, but you seem to be a little different. I cannot see through your ideas, so, can you tell me the real reason? Not special, the reason is that I am just pursuing happiness. Pursuing your own happiness will also make you feel happy. Broly answered honestly. Happiness. The eyes of the two rituals opened slightly wide. She could understand the literal meaning of happiness, but she could not personally experience the meaning of objective things represented by happiness. Well, happiness. Broly affirmed this again. I can feel that you are not lying, but what are you going to do? The two rituals have never been so curious. We make friends, and then you express your wishes, and I will do my best to help you realize your wishes. Broly said concisely. Hearing the words, the two rituals, or the root form, fell into silence. As an intellectual existence that reaches the root and is born from the root, realizing her wish is only the basic ability she has at the beginning of her birth. The girl in front of her is a real wishing girl. If she is willing to help others realize her wish, she can help realize it as long as she is not too much, such as destruction of the planet or destroying the world of all human beings. Now, the lines she might have said to others were spoken to her by a boy who had just met. Even she, at this moment, she also experienced the feeling of an ordinary person being speechless. What if I don't have a wish? The root cause rarely thinks about problems, but at this moment, she did think about it for a while before she asked the question. No wish. Broly scratched his head. He had never met a wife who had no desires and no desires. After thinking about it carefully, he said to the kimono girl in front of him, then wait until you have a wish, let me tell me that I will try my best to help you realize it. Is this an answer? Root-based curiosity. Don't it count? Broly asked rebelly. That's it, but if you insist on saying that you have any wishes, I really have a wish now. The root cause suddenly said. What wish? Broly asked. Happiness, I have never experienced that kind of thing. Can you let me experience it? The root of the way. Broly was stunned. If you can't do it, then forget it. The root of the body seems to know that he is making things difficult for others, so he did not force the boy in front of him to help him realize this wish. It's not that you can't do it, but that you are not in happiness now. The happiness value on the panel of the Crystal Palace will not deceive people. After starting a conversation with this strange wife I met, the happiness value on the other party is rising. Obviously, when talking to you, the other party can feel happy. I'm in happiness. Broly's words were a little confused about the root cause, but she gradually realized it. She has always been nothingness, but suddenly became interested in what was happening in front of her. Isn't this kind of interest a feeling that I have never experienced before? So, is this the feeling of happiness? The root cause is a bit sudden. When she came to her senses, she stretched out her hand to the boy. Since you have helped me experience the feeling of happiness, then I will also let you pursue your own happiness. I am willing to promise to be your wife. Ding, the two rituals request to join the Crystal Palace, does the host agree? The other party's thoughts were not adulterated at all, and Crystal Palace responded to her words. But Broly chose no decisively, pressed the hand of the kimono girl in front of her back, and said seriously, it's not possible now, you can't become my wife. Why? The root of the root is a little cold voice, and her happiness value is still increasing. Because you are not happy enough now, you have to wait until you have enough happiness. Then you will become my wife, so that you can be good to you and me. Root. Her emotions had some ups and downs, and she was rejected by people who cared about N years in advance. The feeling of small disappointment made her feel a little novel. Okay, then I want to be happier. Can I ask you some questions? The root form reveals the expression of I am very curious. Okay, then you ask. A strange message emerged from Broly's mind, and he agreed to be asked by his reserve wife who had just met and become a friend. The first question is, why are Alea Consciousness and Gaia a little afraid of you? The two major inhibitory forces were right next to the root. After seeing Broly for the first time, the kimono girl noticed that the two major inhibitory forces were almost afraid of this boy. Who are you afraid of me? Alea Consciousness and Gaia. Who is that? Two major inhibitory forces. But I don't know you. Root. Looking at the boy with a confused look on his face, he no longer needed his answer. 7 years ago, the Holy Grail of Dongyi City, the moon falling incident. The historical information that happened in this world recorded by the root cause is pouring into the root cause consciousness and answering her questions. Let the roots roughly understand how the boy in front of him has done in this world and how he wiped his butt and helped clean up the mess afterwards. Well, the moon was almost beaten down by the other party, and the two major inhibitory forces urgently contacted the second magic envoy, Jis Giselrij, and then contacted the Millennium Princess Elkit Brenstad, and reaffirmed the promise and divided the strength to stuff the other party into the United States to land on the moon. The rocket launched the moon, giving the moon a new inhibitory force and began to repair the space itself, which solved the moonfall incident that year. Then, we will strengthen the construction of walls outside the world to prevent another star-destroying existence from entering the world. As a result, the guy who had almost knocked down the moon appeared in this world for no reason. After digesting this information, the cold expression was a little unrestrained. Then can you tell me how you came to this world again? These are the two most difficult parts of the suppression force, but they are urging the root cause to help figure out this matter. Well, yes, I spent 10,000 happiness points to come through the cross-border portal. Broly answered honestly. 10,000 happiness points, cross-border portal. After thinking about the root cause, he helped ask. Can that cross-border portal ignore the isolation wall outside this world? What is that? Neither of them explained the meaning of the nouns they spoke of, but only from the perspective of reaction, the root cause came to the conclusion. Not to mention that the other party is blocked from the outside of the world, maybe the other party has not encountered any obstacles when he comes to this world. Alea Consciousness, Gaia. Broly, I'll ask you one last question. You say. If I let you destroy the planet under your feet. I won't do that. Why? Because there are wives like you on this planet. Broly answered seriously. If there is no wife like me who lets you destroy this planet, can you do it with your strength? The root-based questioning, although these are the two major inhibitors want to know, she is also a little curious about it. It is possible to do it, but is it meaningful to do it? Can you feel happy? Broly asked. Not. Root's shaking her head. Although she was indifferent to the world, she didn't want to see it be destroyed. Only when the world exists can you have the opportunity to prove whether your existence is meaningful. Of course, it seems that it has made some sense now. At least, she already felt happy. This feeling is very good. If you want to continue, you must let the world and the planet under your feet exist. Do you have any other questions during the two rituals? At this time, seeing that she stopped talking and the increase in happiness value stopped, Broly asked. It's gone for now. The girl in kimono shook her head. Then leave me your contact information. I'm going to visit other wives now. When I have free time, I'll come to you and chat with you. Good. The root style did not refuse. He looked at the paper map in the boy's hand, stretched out his slender white hand, and pointed his fingertips on it. The map's appearance changed accordingly, and it seemed to turn into a magic prop, with two small dots of different colors lit up on it. You are the one with the green dots, and I are the one with the red dots. If you want to look for me later, just look at the map, but sometimes I will sleep in this body, and the two personalities I create are the ones I usually responsible for manipulating this body. One is called style and the other is called weaving. The style is negative, which tends to be female personality, and the weaving is positive, and it tends to be male personality. The two are one, and they are me. Two rituals, you can also call me the root form. I will leave them with some impression of you, and you will chat and talk to them, but the same is true. The two rituals are multiple personalities born from the bloodline of the Lianji family, because the original personality has a very vague understanding of their own gender. When creating another personality, we did not create it all according to female personality, but also created a male personality. However, her body is a real woman. Okay, two rituals, then I'll leave, and I'll come to you or your other two personalities to play with. Broly waved goodbye to the girl in kimono, and waved her hand with a smile on the two rituals, watching the boy jump and leave again. Hello. But when Kurokigan also walked up to try to talk to him, the kimono girl's attitude suddenly changed. Who are you? The girl's spoken language became masculine, and it seemed to have an inexplicable feeling of discomfort. Obviously, the real two rituals have lurked. What controls this body now is the weaving of male self-cognitive personality. And she has no specific memory of what just happened. However, she felt unhappy in her heart. Don't talk to Ori, for Japanese men, I call myself, casually, do you understand? This dissatisfaction also made Oriya's attitude towards Kurokiko, who suddenly talked to him, was very bad. Hei Tongan was also persuaded to withdraw. To describe his mood at this moment in one sentence, it is probably: I finally got moved once, but I didn't start anything, so I lost so badly. Chapter 321 First Meeting Ilya and Goodbye to Fujimura Okawa. Broly and Ilya's first meeting was very ordinary. He just looked for go to the apartment room rented by Kiritsugu Emiya in Kanbusa City. After ringing the doorbell above, the door was opened, and a girl with white hair and crimson pupils was seen. Although Ilya had just changed her body, the simulated doll body made by Orange Aozaki, the top puppet master, almost 100% reproduced her original body. However, on the surface, the other person wearing a purple sweater is no different from ordinary people. Are you Broly? Ilya asked. Well, you're Ilya. Hearing this, the girl nodded obediently. Ah, please come in. At the door, he looked at the Saiyan boy silently for a while. Ilya suddenly realized and quickly let her go and invited the boy into the apartment. Broly was invited and then walked in and took out 2 regained Wampa spider legs and buy a beast fruit from his carry-on space. This is a meeting gift. Since he had never thought about visiting the wife of the number 1 passerby, the old father Paragas did not prepare Ilya's portion when he made buy a beast suits for his daughter-in-law. Now the only gifts he could get was left is the other Wanpaxing specialty. Well. Ilya, who was handed over to face the big fruit and spider legs, was a little surprised. After subconsciously taking it, she remembered to bring slippers for the boy, but she already had something on her hands, so she could only lift her little feet wearing white stockings and click on the shoe cabinet at the entrance of the entrance. Sorry, the slippers are inside, please take them yourself. The girl felt embarrassed after the boy took off his animal leather shoes and put them on. Sorry, you didn't have your slippers here. This is my dad's slippers, it's a bit big. In the room, Kiritsugu Emiya. Is it his fault for big shoes? Yingling Guardian. Wubo Wulan's mood, but now he has the idea of trying to use a gun. When Broly was taken in by the girl, she faced 2 dead faces of the same middle-aged man. Broly had some impression of Kiritsugu Emiya. According to his wife's father, he was his father-in-law. Although he didn't know why there was one more Kiritsugu Emiya, the Saiyan boy was still very polite and greeted the two. Hello, father-in-law. Emiya Kiritsugu's dead face twitched, but he still gave a reply, Broly, I haven't seen you for a long time, but I don't know where you have been in the past years. This is Emiya Kiritsugu's biggest resentment. He betrothed Ilya to the boy 7 years ago because he wanted the boy to help take care of Ilya. As a result, the other party disappeared directly. Fortunately, he did not die in the Holy Grail War back then, otherwise wouldn't his daughter be used by Einsbaron as a new little Holy Grail tool? I'm back to my own world. Broly told the truth. Then what are you doing now? Emiya Kiritsugu asked back. I'm here to visit my wives. Emiya Kiritsugu narrowed his eyes, but before he could say anything, Ilya spoke. Dad, Broly just came to us, please don't show off your bad face. The heart seemed to be hit by an arrow. Ilya, my father didn't show off his bad face, but he was born like this. Looking at his daughter, Kiritsugu Emiya's mouth pulled a curve and showed a smile, but it was even worse than crying. Yet. Ilya felt that her father was a little weird, but she quickly diverted her attention. Broly, do you want to drink black tea when you sit here? Ilya asked, her attitude was a little enthusiastic. During her time in the Einsbaron family, the only one who accompanied her in the Cold family was Broly's Q-page avatar displayed on the panel of the Crystal Palace. On the most difficult days, she relied on the happiness points generated by the boy every day to occasionally feel the outside world, for food. The young girl used the boy on the panel of the Crystal Palace as a spiritual sustenance. Even though she had never met her, Ilya had a very high likes for Broly. Not to mention that afterwards, Crystal Palace upgraded and opened a group chat room, making friends in it, and Sister Fujimura even contacted her father and asked her father to rescue herself from Einsbaron. After the initial awkward contact, the girl showed a friendly attitude towards the boy she first met without any concealment. Where is your mother? Broly took a bite of the cake, took a sip of black tea, and asked Ilya about her mother's situation. I remember that the other party seemed to be calling Alice Phil. If I hadn't rejected myself, I might have become my wife. Ilya. The expression that originally had a smile became lonely. You really know how to ask questions. Emi Yakuritsugu was speechless and remembered the scene when the boy wanted to pry a corner of the wall. He sighed before answering, Ilya's mother, my wife, has gone to a faraway place. Sorry, I don't know about this. Broly understood the meaning and quickly apologized. It's okay, I've accepted this fact. Ilya had already cried after knowing the news of her mother's death. She has been mentioned again for so many years. It's just a little sad, but nothing else. I won't talk about this anymore, Broly, I have to thank you solemnly. If you hadn't pulled me into the Crystal Palace back then, maybe my life would have ended with a tragic ending. Ilya solemnly thanked me. This is she had thought about what she would do after meeting Broly, the owner of Crystal Palace. At this point, as Ilya's father, I have to thank you too. Emi Yakuritsugu also solemnly thanked him. But I didn't seem to do anything, right? No, you provided a platform for me to contact the outside world. It is precisely because I can contact the outside world that I realize that I have not been abandoned by my father. Yes, if Fujimura hadn't contacted me, I might not have known what happened to Ilya. I would have thought that she would be treated normally in the Einsbaron family. The father and daughter expressed their solemn gratitude to the boy. Broly scratched his head, feeling that he should do something for the wife of the passerby in front of him, so he asked, Ilya, the Einsbaron family once bullied you. Tell me where they are now, and I'll help you with this revenge. There is no need to take revenge. Einsbaron has been dealt with by me and him. In response to this, Kiritsugu Emiya waved his hand and said no, pointing to the hailing Yumirai next to him. It was a night of killing, and the Einsbaron family did not expect that Kiritsugu, the magician killer son-in-law, would suddenly attack his own family that controls Ilya's life. And there is a reason for this. Ilya's life is incomplete. No matter how she transforms the other party, her activity will not last more than 25 years. Continue to transform her body towards the direction of the little Holy Grail, prepare for a new Holy Grail ceremony, and then put her in. I think that at that time, Kiritsugu Emiya will also obtain it for our daughter's life for the Holy Grail, which is formed by his daughter's life. This is the news obtained with a wiretap. After knowing that Einsbaron had no intention of saving his daughter and still used her daughter as a tool, Kiritsugu Emiya designed the family's genocide night. Be prepared. Last year, the entire family of Einsbaron was massacred. Now there are only a few artificial humans of Einsbaron in the world. Among the only remaining artificial humans, there are two maids who are taking care of Ilya, who are now working as nanny at home to take care of the children adopted 7 years ago. Emi Yakuritsugu talked with the boy about what happened to his father and daughter over the years. When the boy asked about Ilya's physical condition, he said there was no problem. I found a skilled puppet master and entrusted the other party to create a healthy puppet body for Ilya. Today I happen to have a good puppet body. Ilya has now escaped from danger of her life. Emi Yakuritsugu paused, looked at the boy a little curious, and began to check the body of his daughter's doll, and then he stopped him a little unhappy. Stop looking, although it is a doll body, there are all things you should have. However, before Ilya became an adult, if you dare to do something bad to her, I, the one who is a father, will never forgive you. Bad things, what bad things? Broly looked at the man in confusion. A bad thing that made her belly bigger. Emi Yakuritsugu. Dad. Ilya blushed. The technique of making a realistic doll of Aozaki orange is indeed very high, and the girl's reaction is almost impossible to tell what is the difference between it and ordinary people. Well. Broly subconsciously looked at the girl's flat belly under the purple sweater. It turns out that getting a big belly is a bad thing. Okay, I won't do bad things to her. Broly solemnly agreed, deciding that if he got some delicious food in this world during the next time he stayed in the world, he would definitely not bring too much, and he would not let the other party eat his stomach too much. Do you want to stay here for dinner tonight? I played with Ilya for a while. When it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Kiritsugu Emiya asked. There is not much food in the rented house. If the boy wants to stay here for dinner, he will definitely not have enough food based on the other party's terrifying appetite 7 years ago. He needs to go to the supermarket and buy some food back. No, I have to go back to Tenkin's house for a big meal tonight. I have to go to Tenkin's sister later, so I won't bother you anymore. I'll come here to visit you tomorrow. We are going back to tomorrow, so you don't have to come here to find us. Emi Yakuritsugu said. Okay, see you in Tomoki City. Broly said goodbye to the father and daughter. After leaving the apartment, he went to Guanzhong Higher School, which is not too far away. This is a school that covers middle schools and high schools. The scores of faculty and students who are admitted to the school are not low. Generally, those who can be trainees in this school have either good connections or the intern teachers themselves attend good universities. Fujimura Okawa is a college student who has a strong connection and is also a prestigious university student. Now I am going out for an internship, but I rented a house near the internship school. Now, Fujimura Okawa is preparing for tomorrow's courses. The sound of ding-dong and the sudden sound of the doorbell made her stop taking teaching notes. Who? Fujimura Okawa was a little confused. She had almost no acquaintances in this city, and her neighbors were all office workers. It was impossible for anyone to visit her at a certain point in time. With such doubts, Fujimura Okawa opened the door. As for the problems that single women living alone might encounter danger. Well, look at the bamboo and wood swords placed at the entrance of the entrance, and then consider the swordsmanship level of this college student of Dongmu, Tiger. If the bad guy really comes up, who is in danger may be in danger. However, this time, it was not the villain who came, but the old friend. It's me, Sister Tenkan. Broly looked at the woman wearing a cartoon tiger avatar, raised her hand and greeted the other person who was on her shoulders. Fujimura Okawa pinched his face. After finding it a little pain, he picked up the boy at the door. Broly, when did you come back to this world? I just came back this morning. I first saw Sakura, then met Rin, then Ilya and her father. So, am I the last one? Fujimura Okawa was a little dissatisfied, looked at the boy's cheek and bit it in one bite. However, she didn't use any effort, just chewing lightly. Although Broly often has wind and sun exposure, her skin is quite good. The cheeks are very delicate, although the color is wheat-colored. Broly, why did you grow up like this? The silky texture of the boy's cheeks made Fujimura Okawa a little jealous, but she asked. We Saiyans are like this. I heard that they will suddenly grow up after reaching a certain age. Broly replied. Fujimura Okawa has changed a lot compared to the past. The appearance no longer has the aphrodisiac of being a girl, and the body has fully developed. Broly was picked up by the other party and could feel the softness under the sweater. Is that true? Fujimura Okawa clings to the mouth and looks carefully at Broly, who is still a boy in his arms. The face came over and rubbed against the boy's face. Long time no see, Broly, are you doing well over the years? Are you hungry? Although Broly reported in the group chat room, the group chat room collected happiness points and made speeches. Not only Fujimura Okawa, but no one else who cares about the boy dares to ask more questions. I was afraid that the boy would spend the few happiness points on unnecessary cross-border communications. After all, Wanpaxing is not a normal world. What she knows is that there is a situation where supplies are very poor. Well, I've been doing well over the years. I've found a lot of wives, but I'm not hungry. Broly nodded and replied. Tell me carefully. Fujimura Okawa walked into the house with the boy in his arms. He didn't let go of the other person either, and hugged him and sat down on the bed. Listen carefully to the stories of the boy's experiences in other worlds over the years. Some of hers have heard of it from the mouths of other members of the Crystal Palace. Some of them have never heard of them, so when listening, they seem to be relished. Of course, when Fujimura Okawa heard the boy killing, he still frowned. But after you know that you are killed, you are basically bad guys who hurt others or want to hurt the boy. The tiger of Dongmu said indignantly again, good kill. Broly lay on the body of Fujimura Okawa, comfortably accepting the other party's praise and caress. Among all the wives, Fujimura Okawa and Akiya are a bit similar, and they are both people who are very tolerant of him. Of course, compared to Akiya's unreliable situation, he may need to be tolerant of the past. Fujimura Okawa is a relatively reliable character for the eldest sister, and Yudao is the eldest sister like a mother. Even though they didn't spend long time together, Broly had a high likes for her. Basically, I experienced the feeling of maternal love from Fujimura Okawa. Ah, it's time to go, I have to cook. Before Broly's adventures in another world were finished, the sky had already dimmed. His stomach rumbling, making Fujimura Okawa react, and he was ready to cook for himself and the boy. No need to cook, Sakura and Grandpa Fujimura prepared a big meal, saying that they were waiting for us to come and have a meal. Ah, Sakura and my grandfather are here too. Fujimura Okawa was a little surprised. No, they are still at home. Where is Toki City? At such a long distance, even if we take the Shinkansen back, we will all starve to death. What is Shinkansen? A very fast means of transportation. Then I'm faster than it. I almost forgot that you can fly, but can you take me back? Of course. Under the moonlight, Fujimura Okawa still maintained the posture of holding Broly, but the person under the force had turned from her to a boy. Broly, you fly much faster and much more steadily than before. The ground under her feet was retreating, and Fujimura Okawa was a little surprised. I can still be faster and more stable. As if he wanted to show off in front of an adult, Broly's speed increased. But if it is improved, I actually dare not raise it too high in an instant, which means that it is slow to speed up to more than 10 times higher than ordinary supersonic fighters. As for the higher up, I'm sorry, the distance between Gwanbusa City and Toki City does not allow him to do so. The speed up was greatly accelerated in an instant, unless he wanted to kill Fujimura Okawa, whose physique was only stronger than that of ordinary people. Chapter 322, Agree to sleep together when you grow up. What is this? Is the crab legs of some kind of super large king crab? Back at Tenkin's house, there was indeed a big meal waiting for them, while some of the specialties Broly brought from Wampa Star, some of the spider legs of Wampa Spider were made into sashimi and served on the dining table. Fujimura Okawa's eyes lit up after tasting them and he started asking. Then, she was told that this was the spider leg of Wampa Spider. The college student who came out for internship was shocked. This is the spider leg. No, isn't this thing super unpalatable? 7 years ago, Fujimura Okawa had the honor of redeeming a Wampa spider leg from the redemption store on the Crystal Palace panel and tasted it. And she still remembers the taste of that thing very vividly. After all, after she tasted it, she vomited in the bathroom for a long time. Similarly, it was because he had eaten that bad thing that he cared for the Saiyan boys, and he felt sorry for Broly's life. I have gained a ability in another world, causing the mutation of Wampa Star. Broly introduced his ability to praise the show and continued, now, there is a stable and delicious food source on Wampa Star. This is really good news. After squeezing a piece of spider-legged flesh, Fujimura Okawa was sincerely happy that Broly became better. However, with so many spider legs, how can we finish eating? Sakura brought it up, but she knew Broly and brought a bunch of spider legs and big fruits. No problem, Tenkunjia is running some restaurants, high-end ingredients from another world. This is a good gimmick and it will definitely be sold at a good price. Mr. Fujimura was not concerned about this. Before tasting the taste of spider legs, he might also think that there was something wrong with dealing with these strange ingredients, but after tasting the good taste of the mutated Wampa spider, he felt that it might be a profitable deal. As for selling ingredients in another world, it will violate the food safety management law or something. This is not a problem at all. By the way, Broly, the spider legs you brought can be saved by freezing them with an ordinary ice library, right? Although Broly brings many spider legs, if this is a one-time deal, you have to consider slow shipment in order to increase the price. However, you need to ask clearly how to store ingredients in another world. I don't know, my father and I usually eat fresh foods and will go hunting if we need it. Broly didn't know whether the spider legs of Wampa Spider were frozen in frozen form and could be preserved for a long time. If I can't keep it for a long time by freezing, I have to consider the shipping method, such as chopping small pieces as crab legs for special crabs, and selling them in major seafood markets in a volume-based manner. In addition to operating some restaurants, Fujimura Group also controls some fishery trading markets. Of course, it is hard to say whether the market is a normal sea fish or the arms fish that Fujimura Group once sold to Kiritsugu Emiya at a high price. The only thing that is certain is that, under the premise that the spider legs of Wampa Spider are not too unpalatable and will not kill people if they eat them, it is completely fine for Fujimura to use the market channels they have mastered to produce some other world goods brought by Broly. After dinner, the guests and the host and the guests were having fun. The old man Fujimura was thinking about the shipping, while the other three were eating and drinking. However, although the spider legs of Wampa Spider have tasted better, Broly is still not interested in this thing, but the normal food in this world is more attractive to him. Sakura also made a takoyaki egg dish. Although it was just thick egg roast, it still tests the producer's skills and patience. Brother Broly, is the Yuzai roast I made delicious? Seeing Broly eat his own cuisine, Sakura looked at it with all her eyes. Yeah, it's delicious. Broly nodded. The tamakoyaki he tasted had the taste and fragrance of fried eggs on the outside, and the inside was the taste and milky aroma of smooth eggs. Obviously, milk was added to this dish. Although the taste was a little sweet, he could accept it. Hearing this, Sakura showed a sweet smile. What is more happy than her own efforts to be recognized by those who like it? Let me taste it too. Fujimura Okawa came over, stretched out his chopsticks, picked up a piece of yuzai and cooked it and tasted it. Well, the eggs on the outside are a bit old, but the taste is a little more layered. Sakura, is this your modified tamakoyaki? Fujimura Okawa asked curiously. No, I just went to find the plate to put it in. You burned the outside part of yuzai. The girl was a little embarrassed. Although the production did not fail, this revision was completely unexpected. Fortunately, the yuzai not burned. After eating and drinking, Sakura helped to pack up the tableware. Tenkin's family has hired servants, but Xiao Sakura stays at this family and feels that she should do something. Therefore, in daily life, she will also help with some housework. Fujimura Lehua thought this was good and could train the little girl's ability to live, so she didn't stop her. Sakura is considered half a worker maid from Tenkin's family. Mr. Fujimura gave the girls some pocket money every month in the name of salary. Seeing this, Broly also came to help. Although washing dishes and other things seemed to be a bit incompatible with the Saiyans. But in fact, he did a pretty good job. In the past, in Aku when Master Yi lived in the world, I was responsible for doing housework, such as washing dishes. I washed them like this. Chi is converted into magic power, and the water-generating magic array in Seeking World appears. When the water flows at a high speed, it begins to wash up the dishes and chopsticks. Under the eyes of some servants in charge of washing dishes, they swayed the dishes in the sink. Occasionally, the dishes and chopsticks collided, making a crisp sound. Well, I haven't done this for a long time. I'm a little unfamiliar with the manipulation of water flow, but it's not bad if I didn't break the plate or break the chopsticks. After a while, the bowls and chopsticks were washed clean. After touching the plate with his fingers, Broly showed a satisfied expression. Baba Baba. Next to him, Sakura clapped her eyes full of little stars, which was simply a magical skill in washing dishes. Brother Broly, you are so awesome. Can you teach me this? She asked. Being able to teach is being able to teach, but I'm not sure if you can learn it. Broly explained in advance. Do you want to learn too? Then, he noticed several maids next to him, and saw that these people were also looking at him, so he asked by the way. Yes, can it? Several maids looked at each other and finally asked carefully by an elderly maid. Of course, but you will help Sakura wash dishes in the future. Teaching Sakura is teaching, and there is no problem with letting others learn together. Miss Sakura doesn't actually have to wash dishes. The maid whispered reminder. I did this voluntarily. Xiao Sakura also said that she just didn't want to have a meal at Tenkin's house. I see. Broly nodded and began teaching water generation, but for ordinary people, chi, magic, etc. are completely incomprehensible. On the contrary, Sakura, who has magic in her body and has learned magic knowledge, actually used water-generating magic under the guidance of the boy. The magic of Suqing's world should be very different from the magic system of the Moon world, but for some reason, the magic power of this world can really activate water to generate magic. Of course, according to the judgment of magic by the Moon world, water generation is something that human scientific and technological means can also be reproduced, so it is considered magic. Using magic to wash dishes is a luxury in a sense. I'm going to take a shower. Do you want to go together? After coming out of the kitchen, I met Fujimura Okawa who was about to take a shower, and the other party invited him directly. Broly did not refuse and took a bath with his wife, which was nothing wrong with him. Sakura's face was a little red, but she did not refuse. Hey, Broly, you're clean. After 7 years of bathing together, Fujimura Okawa thought he needed to give the boy some bath, but as soon as he got started, he found that there was not much dust on the boy's body. When I came here, I washed it on Wanpaxing. Broly answered honestly. From a bottom to top perspective, he had to take 2 steps back to see Okawa Fujimura's face. It's a good thing to maintain personal hygiene. Fujimura Okawa nodded with satisfaction. However, I still need to rinse my bath. She said. I know that in Master Akia's world, I often take a bath. Broly nodded, suddenly thought of something and asked. By the way, Sister Tenkin, I have a good bath scrubbing technique. It was taught by Master Akia. Do you want to experience it? Hey, why did that stupid goddess teach you something like this? At that time, Master Akia gave me a bath, and then she enjoyed my bath. Well, I practiced this skill very well, and anyone who has experienced everything can feel happy. Broly said seriously, and Fujimura Okawa's face turned red when he heard it, complaining that the foolish goddess taught the boy something inappropriate, but her body was lying down as she listened to the boy's instructions. Well, Fujimura Okawa wants to criticize this kind of improper behavior that teaches children, but if they have not experienced it, they will have no right to speak. Therefore, she must first experience the boy's service with a critical attitude. As expected, the beautiful sound of the female college student could not help but make. Even a Digimon cat like Deluman could not resist it. How could she be withstood by a mere ordinary moon world human being? After Broly found the acupoints that vary from person to person and can make people feel comfortable, within a short while, Fujimura Okawa showed an extremely comfortable expression after being massaged by menstrual bones, and he collapsed on the ground without any strength. Rinse it with hot water and wipe off the rubbed dust with a towel. Then Broly picked up Fujimura Okawa, whose skin turned red, in a princess hug, and put it in the hot water pool. Brother Broly, can I also experience this bath scrubbing service? Seeing that the girl who was already done here and was soaked in the hot pool, she asked in a stammering voice. Hey, do you want it too? Isn't it possible? No, of course. Among Broly's wives who have been rubbed and bathed, most of them are plump. For those with a body size like Sakura, 12 years old, only Huai, 14 years old, is closer. Of course, Sakura is still more meaty than Echo. For 1 minute of sadness for a genius girl of a Red Devil clan. So, in terms of technique, Master Buletin made some adjustments, mainly in terms of strength. Thinking back to the first time, when Huai was scrubbing her bath, she almost fainted due to excessive stimulation. This careful adjustment also gave the girl who had experienced the bathing of the opposite sex for the first time. It is stimulating, but not big, and it is more about the comfort caused by the chi and blood in the body after being massaged. Sakura's breathing sound was much lighter than that of Fujimura Okawa, but it was a little heavier than usual breathing. Broly was busy, while Fujimura Dakawa gradually recovered. She lay down beside the bathhouse, looking at the Saiyan boy who was carefully scrubbing Sakura with extremely skillful bathing techniques. The other party couldn't help but sigh without any response. Broly. What's wrong? You are indeed a child. Broly looked at Fujimura Okawa in confusion. Grow up early. When you grow up, I will be the first to use it. What to use? Fujimura Okawa's face turned redder, but he turned directly into the pool. When you grow up, you will naturally know what your sister wants to use. At the age of 22, I haven't experienced it for the first time, so it's embarrassing to say it. Then I'll use it for the second time. Sakura raised her hand and said. What exactly are you using? Broly asked. Sakura. But unfortunately, Fujimura Okawa refused to let Sakura tell him. You will know when brother Broly grows up. Broly. In the evening, Broly sent Fujimura Dehi back to Gwanbuza City. There will be a class tomorrow morning, so I'll bother you. Before parting, Fujimura Okawa gave him a good night to hug him. After returning, Sakura had already laid the floor for him. Brother Broly, can I sleep with you tonight? The girl in pink pajamas lying in the quilt and showed her little face, her face red. So, Sakura, what are you and sister Fujimura going to use when I grow up? At night, when he was sleeping in the same bed with the girl, Broly was still confused and asked again. Just like now, sleep with brother Broly. Sakura replied. Sleep together, why do you have to wait for me to grow up? Isn't that okay now? It's different. What's different? Well, now I can only sleep with brother Broly, but when I grow up, brother Broly, you can sleep with me in the other way. Broly wanted to refute, but suddenly realized that his body was indeed not as big as the girl he is now. If it were sister Ba Fujimura, she would probably be covered by the other party. Okay, then when I grow up, I will definitely hold you to sleep. You don't have to tell who is the first to sleep or who is the second to sleep. Let's sleep with me together. Hey, this is a bit embarrassing, but brother Broly, are we just agreed? After receiving a positive answer, Sakura thought of her own sister and asked again, if possible, I want my sister to sleep with her, okay. Then I have to grow big. Broly said seriously as he thought about the scene of the three of them sleeping together. I believe brother Broly will definitely grow big in the future. The boy responded and stopped talking. Chapter 323 Spider Leg Bleeding Incident. The next morning, Broly was awakened by the noise. No, the old man was assassinated. Someone shouted outside. Broly felt his chest a little sticky, and when he reached out to touch it, he saw a dark red color. The smell of iron made his eyes widen, and his sleepiness disappeared in an instant. However, the boy did not get angry and gently pushed the girl who was sleeping like an octopus. Sakura was pushed to wake up, raised her head, looked at the boy who was close to her, and said in a daze, Brother Broly, let me sleep for a while. It was supposed to be a cute girl who stayed in bed, but with half of her face, the scene suddenly became terrifying. Broly. I hugged the girl and sat up. After checking the source of the blood, I found that it was the girl's nosebleed. At the same time, outside. I'm not sure why I'm making a big fuss in the morning. Do you want me to die of lack of sleep? Lei Hua from Fujimura lost her temper and her roar was full of energy. Everyone in the entire Fujimura old house could hear it. Old man, blood. Someone reminded him. Blood, what blood? Fujimura Lei Hua lowered her head and saw that her pale beard had been dyed dark red. Hey, am I bleeding? He subconsciously wiped his face and his hands were muddy. In Fujimura group, because someone entered the old man's room in the morning, he found that the old man lying on the floor was covered in blood on his pillow. He thought that the other party had been assassinated, but it was a mess. What's wrong with me? Fujimura Leihua was a little confused, and only then did someone shout. Go and ask the doctor to come and have a look. Fujimura Lei's health has not been very good in recent years, so he hired a family doctor at home, and the other party ran over quickly. Mister, are you taking some tonic? The family doctor asked after the old man was examined. No. Fujimura Leihua denied it. That's strange. This is obviously caused by excessive replenishment and strong qi in blood. The family doctor is a little confused. Hey? Too much, I know what's going on. What's going on? It's nothing, I just ate some good things yesterday. Fujimura Leihua waved her hand and didn't want to say much. Although the supplements are good, you should still eat them in moderation. If you want to take supplements in the future, it is best to let me take a look first. When the family doctor returned, he did not forget to instruct him that he would be a family doctor for Mr. Fujimura. This job costs more money and he did not want the old man to die, so he lost his generous job. I will pay attention to my diet. Fujimura Leihua agreed with her mouth. When he cleaned the blood on his body and ran to knock on the door of his granddaughter's room, Broly had already used a wet towel to help the girl wipe the blood on her body, and changed the bloody pajamas that looked like the victim left. Sakura was a bit drunk, and she was confused and enjoyed the process of being fiddled with by the boy. Broly, the specialties you brought are really amazing. Broly opened the door, and the old man Fujimura said when he saw him. We didn't bleed when my father and I ate. Broly felt a little strange. This may be because people have different physical constitutions. The same is true. For Broly, the Wampa spider is just ordinary food. But for ordinary people, it is a big tonic. At this moment, not only the Tenkan family, but also the other people who were given spider legs and had eaten them were also having similar situations. However, the difference is that some people respond after reacting. For example, after Emi Yakuritsugu discovered an abnormal situation in his body, he immediately took corresponding measures. He transferred the magic power to his heroic spirit, and by replenishing the demons for the heroic spirit, he consumed the excessive supplement effect brought by Wampa spider leg flesh. On the contrary, because Ilya's body was replaced by a simulated doll, the food she ate was used as fuel, and she looked full of energy. Students, please turn the textbook to. When I was in the school, I went to the morning class, Fujimura Okawa said in a silence. Teacher Fujimura, are you okay? After class, a female student saw that her condition was wrong and asked a little worried. It's nothing, I just got a little angry and left a little nosebleed. As he said this, last night, Fujimura Dekawa, who had eaten a large plate of spider-legged meat, pulled out the tampons inserted in his nose, took out the new tampons from his pocket and replaced them. Looking at the two tampons that were almost soaked in blood, the corners of the female student's mouth twitched. It seemed that her aunt was coming, and she did not have the amount of bleeding. On this day, the strong potential of Wampa spider leg meat caused a lot of trouble to those who eat it. Sakura's steps were light for a day. When Tozaka-rin came to see her, she was hugged by the girl and said something that she would sleep with the boy she grew up in the future. Rin Tozaka's face turned red when she heard this, and she wondered if her sister was a minor who had drunk alcohol, and she was drinking fake alcohol. I didn't drink, Sakura just ate some spider-legged meat. What meat is so powerful? My world's Wampa spider's spider leg meat was originally wanted to give you some, but fortunately I didn't give it. Broly was a little lucky. Can you show me that meat? Rin Tozaka asked. Most of the spider legs have been moved to the big ice library, but there are still some refrigerators at home. After Fujimura Reiwa finished speaking, he asked someone to take Rin Tozaka to see the spider leg meat in the refrigerator at home. I'll check what's going on. As Tozaka-rin said this, he used detection magic on the frozen spider leg meat. However, the moment the magic array pattern appeared, it was shattered. No, what are you eating? The girl asked with her eyes wide open. I said that it was Wanpaxing's spider legs. The boy answered. Rin Tozaka. Realizing that I asked a stupid question. He breathed out, took out the gem, and used the detection magic again. This time, she detected that this was the meat of some powerful creature. The combat power of ordinary Wampa spider thousand battles is nothing on Wampa star, but in the world of the moon, it is almost equivalent to, or even surpasses the terrifying monsters of the divine age. This thing can be used as top magic material. Do you eat this thing? Rin Tozaka already understood. This is probably because there is too much magic power transformed, and my sister is a little drunk with magic power. What should I do? Broly asked. I can only find a way to export it. Rin Tozaka said. You have a way. You go out, I'll find a way. Broly went out obediently, and he, standing at the door, soon heard a strange sound in the room. It was a bit like the sound made by the other party when he scrubbed the girl last night, but it was even more intense. What did you do? After the girl came out, Broly looked at her and asked. Don't ask too much, kid. Tozaka-rin refused. Ju replied, the pocket was a little bulging, and my hands were inserted into it, so I went directly to the toilet. Broly heard the sound of running water, and after entering the room, he saw Sakura with a slightly red face. Although Sakura's face was a little red, the situation seemed to be normal. What did your sister do to you? Broly asked curiously. I did something, but it was definitely not a bad thing. Sakura replied in a small voice. Then how do you feel now? It's much better. At this moment, the phone called and it was the teacher at Guanshang Academy, who said that Fujimura Okawa fainted at school. The person has been sent to the hospital and is now in contact with his family. After hearing this, Broly thought of the amount of meat that Fujimura Daihi had eaten last night, so he rushed over quickly. After rushing to the hospital, Fujimura Okawa was not in danger of life, but the symptoms of anemia caused by excessive blood loss. If you plug the sanitary napkin to stop the bleeding, you will stop the bleeding. She shouldn't have pulled the sanitary napkin after stopping the bleeding. The female doctor was also speechless in the situation of Fujimura Okawa. If the other party blocked his nose, it would be impossible to go to the hospital. Well, it made a big mistake. After going to the ward and telling the female doctor Okawa of Fujimura that she felt a little embarrassed. This is my fault. I don't know you can't eat the meat of Wampa spider. Broly blamed himself. It's not your fault, it's just that I'm more greedy. Fujimura Okawa comforted. How do you feel now? There is no other problem except for a little dizzy head. Rin said that this is the magic of drunkenness. But don't worry, I have a solution. What method? Magic is stored in human body fluids, so you only need to expel more body fluids from your body to solve the problem of drunken magic. Body fluid. Seeing the boy approaching and reaching out to him, Fujimura Okawa quickly stopped him. I'd better do this kind of thing myself. This is the hospital ward. If someone sees me, I will have to go to prison, and I will start in 3 years. Sister Fujimura, can you do it yourself? Ha, who is not a craftsman? Broly was stunned for a moment, thinking that was the same. Who can't let yourself sweat more? Just Sakura's magic is quite drunk and needs the help of Tozaka-rin. You go and watch me outside, and remind me if anyone comes. Broly was very obedient and came to the door of the ward to catch the wind. And Fujimura Okawa, who was given an injection on the hospital bed, stepped up his actions. I have to say that doing special things in special places is indeed very special, and it is also very fast. However, after several discharges, Fujimura Okawa stopped. I'm fine, go home. Broly took her back to the rented room, and when Fujimura Okawa wanted him to help, he remembered Ilya. After telling Fujimura Okawa that he also gave Ilya some spider legs, Fujimura Okawa's face changed drastically, and he quickly took out his cell phone and contacted Kiritsugu Emiya. Fortunately, there was only a false alarm there, and Kiritsugu Emiya also told her what should she do after encountering the situation of excessive magic power. And this is very simple, just consume the excess magic power. So, do I just need to use more magic? Fujimura Okawa had a dead face. He listened to Kiritsugu, who was affirming his reply from the opposite side, just wanted to ask who was responsible for her wet pants. However, if you think about it carefully, she doesn't know much magic, it's all small tricks, and basically doesn't need to consume a lot of magic. Yes, we still have to rely on craftsmanship to solve the problem, but it seems that the boy can help. However, it is a pity that Broly said in advance that he had magic tricks suitable for consuming magic. Water generates magic, and the amount of water is used only depends on how much magic is used. It is enough to summon the Great Destruction Flood like Aqua, which is also okay. After the water from the Fujimura River generated magic, the other party put a bathtub in water and became much more dizzy. I'll make you some normal food. Heated the water in a bathtub with air and asked Fujimura Dekawa to wash his body. Broly ran out and went to the supermarket to buy some normal ingredients. The sound of cutting vegetables sounded, and Broly was very skilled and cooked a table of food made with ordinary ingredients. Sister Fujimura, you can come out for dinner. After Broly finished cooking, he leaned into the bathroom and shouted. Fujimura Okawa. It was obvious that we could take a shower together, but the boy who was invaded while taking a bath was all over, but I didn't know why he felt embarrassed. Hey, Broly, you did this. After coming out wearing a tiger-patterned pajamas, I saw the food that was full of color, fragrance, and flavor, Fujimura Okawa asked in a shocked manner. Broly nodded. He had some cooking skills. Although it could not be said to be too good, it was better than ordinary people who could not cook. Hey, where are you going? Watching the boy take off his scarf and walk out the door, Fujimura Okawa couldn't help asking. I have to go back and take care of Sakura, she is the same as you. Okay, then you go back. Sister Fujimura, if there is anything, please contact me. Ha, I'm ready now, what else can I do? A little guy who is a little guy. That being said, Fujimura Okawa's heart was warm and produced more happiness points than when he scrubbed last night. Back at the old house in Fujimura, Rin Tozaka had already negotiated with the old man Fujimura. The girl wrapped the remaining Wampa spider legs in the name of the Tozaka family, with an amount of more than 50 million euros. In this era, this is a terrifying amount, but it is nothing to the Tozaka family, which has already sold patented Holy Grail technology to the outside world. Tozaka Rin felt that he had made a lot of money by being able to buy magic materials like Wampa spider legs. Of course, the old man Fujimura also felt that he had made a lot of money here. The specialties from Broly, the grandson-in-law, brought by the other world, sold the extra wealth gained, which can completely help Fujimura's group transform in a comprehensive manner. This is considered a kindness. However, the granddaughter will inherit everything from him in the future, and these things are still from other people's children, so Mr. Fujimura is at ease about this. In the evening, Kiritsugu Emiya took Ilya back to Tomoji City. Broly was worried and ran to check the situation. The doll's wife, Ilya, is very good, but Yingling Ueda is not around. When asked about the other party's situation, Ilya replied that the heroic father was running back to Toki City for the purpose of consuming magic. And at Ilya's home, Broly also met Shiro Emiya. After the boy knew his identity, he called him brother-in-law very obediently. Although in terms of physical age, Shiro Emiya is older than him. A day passed by the bleeding incident. Broly felt that he had forgotten something, but he still didn't remember it when he was sleeping. In Karen's room, the little white-haired nun waited for a day. After waiting for her for a day, she didn't see the boy from yesterday coming to find her. Damn liar, stinky liar, I promised to come to see me again today. It was obvious that I had a sense of expectation for others for the first time, but what I had received was disappointment. Most men's mouths can lie, Karen, my daughter, you have to get used to this kind of deception. Chapter 324 White hair meets white hair, the needle is pointed at the wheat ray. Sakura, are you taking leave today and not going to school? I can go to school after I go to school. I promise I won't miss my studies. Grandpa, but I don't spend much time with my brother. I also want brother Broly to teach me martial arts. On the morning of the third day, the conversation between Fujimura Rai and Sakura suddenly reminded Broly of the story of the white-haired nun yesterday. When the consciousness opened the panel of Crystal Palace, he found that the happiness value of Karen Aldaishia has now fallen to single digits. Brother Broly, what's wrong? Sakura was more careful and noticed that the boy was abnormal, so she immediately came over to ask. I forgot about going to church yesterday, and Karen's happiness value dropped. Broly was a little depressed. Kalyan Cheng is not a stingy child. Yesterday, brother Broly, you were taking care of us. I think you can just explain it to her clearly. Really? I will accompany brother Broly to the Dongmu church and explain it to Kalyan Ken in person. Sakura volunteered. After breakfast, I went out with the boy. As soon as the two of them left, Rin Tozaka came over. Where are Sakura and Broly? I've already gone out. Where to go? I heard it's the church. After thanking the Tenkan family janitor, Rin Tozaka ran towards the Tomoki church. Sister Tonsaka, I'm in a hurry, where are you going? The doll girl leaned out and asked as she watched the girl running past the door at lightning. Go to the church. She answered on the spot. Speaking of which, Ilya was the same age as her, but Ilya looked petite and cute, and was treated as a sister by her, and Ilya also regarded the girl as her sister. What are you doing there? Look for my sister and Broly. Hearing this, Ilya thought for a while and asked, can I go together? Are you in good health? It's already cured. The doctor who cured me also asked me to adapt to my current body more and said that if there is any problem, I can go to her again. Okay, let's go there together. I'll go change my shoes. Rin Tozaka stopped at the door of Emiya's house. After Ilya changed into a pair of small leather shoes, she was one big and one small, a girl wearing black silk on one leg and a loli wearing white silk on one leg. Only then did these two figures run on the road. At the beginning, Rin Tozaka was still taking care of Ilya's situation, but after she found that Ilya could keep up with her speed, she accelerated. It feels so comfortable to run freely. While running, Ilya's face showed a pure and extremely smile, and she said loudly. Just run. Rin Tozaka didn't continue to say anything. She had already realized the difference between running and the existence of different people. For normal people, things that can be done simply may be unimaginable for the frail and sickly Ilya. From the future, as long as Ilya, you can run like this. Well, but I run alone, it seems a little lonely. Okay, as long as I have time, I can run with you. Thank you, Sister Tozaka. The white-haired Loli's smile is so healing, and Ilya's sincere thanks made Rin Tozaka stunned. Then, some of her who had not seen the road directly hit the boy in front and heard the movement behind her and stopped with the girl beside her on the road, and turned back and looked back. It hurts so much. Hey, it doesn't hurt. She subconsciously cried out in pain when she fell down, but after stopping, the girl found that she was still some distance away from the ground in front of her. The waist was held by an arm, and when she was holding her back to her body, the owner of the arm also removed the force from her body. Rin, what are you doing? Didn't you run around when you see the road? Broly asked the girl in his hand in confusion. Fortunately, the other party bumped into him. If he hit the roadside telephone pole, he would probably be injured with his weak physical fitness. Don't you want to chase you? Rin Tozaka stood up straight with a little embarrassed. Her long legs wrapped in black silk warm socks stood in front of Broly. Today she was wearing a grey short skirt and a crimson turtleneck sweater on her upper body. Why are you chasing me? Don't you have to go to school? Broly asked curiously that Rin Tozaka had been to school yesterday. When she came to Tenkin's house after school, she still came here in her autumn and winter uniform. I won't go to school today. Anyway, I've finished all those courses and every exam is full. As for chasing you, why? The fiancé who has promised to be your wife, can't I chase you? The girl asked with her waist crossed. Not. Broly was a little overwhelmed. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Actually, I came to you for the spider legs of Wampa. Rin Tozaka reached out to pinch Broly's face, and then talked about the reason why he found it early in the morning. The magic effect of Wampa spider leg meat is very good. I ate some last night and practiced magic tricks all night. In the morning, I was still full of energy, so I want to ask you that there are not many yet. No, the spider legs I brought here this time are all placed in Tenkin's house, but if you want, I can go back to Wanpaxing and bring some to you. It's not necessary to bring it here specifically. The round-trip toll is more than 10,000 yuan. I came to you just to tell you that I need this. If there is still inventory, you can sell it to me, so that there will be no middlemen to make a difference. Rin Tozaka was a little disappointed and waved her hand quickly. The spider leg flesh of Wampa spider was very helpful for her to practice magic and her growth as a magician, but the boy's happiness points were also cherished. She didn't want to spend the boy's points casually. But if you call this kind of thing, can you just ask? Broly pointed to the flip phone in Sakura's hand and said. What's wrong? My sister can accept it if she stays with you, but I can't accept it if she stays with you. Hearing this, Rin Tozaka asked again, but in fact, she didn't sleep all night last night and was a little confused when she went out in the morning and forgot to have a simpler way of communication. No, I welcome you to stay with me. If you need it, we can take a shower together tonight. I will help you with a scrub, sleep together, and I can be used as a pillow. Rin Tozaka looked at the boy, then looked at the girl, and then asked her sister, are you all getting along like this? Yes, do you want to join me? Leave the Tozaka family and stay at Tenkin's house for a while. Sakura asked. Is this kind of development a little too fast? You and Broly are still children. Rin Tozaka widened her eyes, thinking about what her sister said yesterday when she was drunk on magic, that she would sleep with the boy with her and the other three, and in the future, she had some thoughts in her mind. Could it be that my sister has? And boys can? If I promise to take a shower and sleep with him at night, would I be eaten? Rin, don't be afraid, I will be gentle, just like I treat Sakura. When the boy's tender face might appear between his legs, after saying such words to him, he would hold his knees and exert some force on him. Tozaka Rin couldn't help but take 2 steps back. It's not that she thinks the boy is not good, but she just thinks that things like this should watch more corresponding skills videos and learn more about how others do it before she can practice the next step. Well, in fact, Rin Tozaka was a little cowardly and was afraid of unknown things. Even after entering puberty, she sometimes dreamed of some similar related scenes, but when she really practiced it, shrinking and escaping were inevitable. Sakura, can I join you? On the contrary, Iria is relatively simple-minded. After recovering from her health, she wants to leave more memories of things with her friends, and directly put forward the idea of joining and staying with the boy and Sakura. Of course it's okay. After all, Sister Ilya, you are also Brother Broly's wife. Sakura agreed happily, and Broly nodded, and made an appointment with the white-haired and scythe girl in front of her to take a shower and go to bed at night. The three of them were let's look at Rin Tozaka together. Osni. Not long after Emiya Kiritsugu got up, he solved his daughter's physical problems, which made him slow down his tense spirit for a while. Now, he was shaving in the bathroom, but suddenly sneezes, and the young man washing next to him was startled. Dad, do you have a cold? Shiro Emiya asked. No, where is your sister? Emiya Kiritsugu didn't feel sick. Sister Iria went out and said she was going to church or something with Tozaka. Shiro Emiya replied. Church? What did Ilya go to the church for? Emiya Kiritsugu raised his eyebrows. He did not forget who kidnapped Alice Fell during the 4 battles 7 years ago. Although as an opponent at that time, Kaire Yonemoto's behavior was understandable, it did not mean that Kiritsugu Emiya would be happy to see his daughter reaching out to that guy. However, I heard that the guy was paralyzed after the 4 battles. The man who thought about this quickly washed himself. Wearing a windbreaker and not even eating, we are ready to go out. Dad, where are you going? Seeing this scene, Shiro Emiya asked. Go to the church. Emiya Kiritsugu answered. What about me? Shiro Emiya looked at his father with some hope. Of course you are going to school to study. Emiya Kiritsugu left, and the artificial maids brought their school bags. Shiro Emiya looked at his school bag and then looked at Aunt Koyuinwea who was drinking coffee across the street. He was a little in tears, and occasionally he wanted to intervene in his father's life. What are you doing? In the church, no idle people are allowed to enter. When he arrived at the church, Broly and others were stopped. The white-haired little nun stood at the door with a cold face. He looks like he is not welcome to foreign guests. Kalyan Cheng, you are angry that brother Broly didn't come to see you yesterday. There is a reason for this. No, Sister Sakura, I won't be angry with strangers, I just don't welcome people who speak like farting. Sister Tonsaka, is that child angry? Iria approached Rin Tozaka and asked in a low voice. It seems that Broly knocked her out easily made her care very much. Rin Tozaka nodded and confirmed Ilya's statement. Hey, the little one there, who do you think is the child? Hearing this, the little nun crossed his hands and glared at him. My name is Ilya. I am 15 years old this year. How old are you? Perhaps because he also has the attributes of white hair, Ilya didn't cowardly at all, so she asked. Carlin or Desire, this is 10 years old, and this is an honest age, but unlike some little kids who like to lie about their age. The little nun said this with a bit of a sarcastic tongue. Who did you guy tell me about your age? Ilya also stared at her, but she was a petite figure shorter than Karen. Even if she stared at her, she didn't have any momentum. Instead, she looked very childish because of her footsteps. I will say whoever responds. The little nun shrugged. I heard that Broly knocked you out easily. Ilya is a smart girl. After finding that she could not get a bargain from her expression or height, she started to poke it up and only knew from Rin Tozaka's mouth that the little nun's pain points came. Who did you say was easily knocked out? I will say whoever responds. That was his sneak attack while I was unprepared. Kalyan is a real 10-year-old child. Although she has a precocious side, she also has an immature side. Just like now, she doesn't want to weaken her momentum in front of a similar white-haired girl. A sneak attack from the front, right? Tozaka Rin muttered. Kalyan Cheng, Sister Yulia didn't lie to you. She is really 15 years old. At the same time, she is also brother Broly's first wife. Sister Yulia, Karen Zhang has no malice either. She just has a poisonous mouth. At the same time, she is also the newly discovered target of brother Broly. Sakura said tack next to her, but the effect was not good. Oh, I didn't expect to be a real dwarf sister. I apologize to you for what I said just now. Also, Broly, do you even want the patience? Sakura, I believe what you said, but I want to add that this rude child is not only poisonous, but also very smelly. It's like eating shit. Broly, can you not look for a wife with a bad mouth? Who did you say eat shit? Then who do you think is the dwarf? Two little white-haired loli competed against each other at the church door. When Kiritsugu Emiya came here, they stared at each other and could almost burst out lightning in the air. Mr. Magician Killer, is this your love? After seeing Kiritsugu Emiya coming, Kirikiyoyon pushed his wheelchair out of the side door of the church, and took the initiative to greet Kiritsugu Emiya with a friendly look. Father, is your daughter a nun? Emiya Kiritsugu was not polite, but asked directly. I think so too. In response, Yonemoto Kaire did not refute. Kalyan inherited her mother's appearance, but her personality is more inclined to me as a father. He added. You are not a qualified priest. Emi Yakuritsugu spoke again. So, she is not a qualified nun either. Yanfen Kaire shrugged. Hey, Dad, do you know this man's father? Asterisk 2. The appearance of two men made the two white-haired girls temporarily end their confrontation with each other. Of course, thanks to Mr. Weigong, I can now sit in a wheelchair and live the rest of my life leisurely. Kalyan's eyes changed and became a little vicious. This is something you blamed. If you didn't kidnap my wife and provoke me, you wouldn't have become what you are now. Facing his daughter's gaze, Kiritsugu Emiya also told the past. Mom's death is related to this person. Ilya's eyes also changed and she became serious. Your mother is the little Holy Grail. In the Holy Grail War 7 years ago, her death was destined. It's the same with me or not. Yanfen Kaire explained, and said to her daughter, of course, if I didn't provoke Mr. Emiya at that time, I wouldn't have ended up being paralyzed. This is indeed something I took for myself. Karen, you don't have to hate others because of this. After a pause, Kaire Yanfen looked at Kiritsugu Emiya and asked, I don't know why Mr. Emiya is here to come to the church now. Chapter 325 The Saiyan boys are fighting for the battle, and the fist is really launched. I just came here to keep my daughter away from some distorted bastards. Mental illness is contagious, and I hope she can live a normal life. After Emiya Kiritsugu finished speaking, he stretched out his hand toward his daughter. Come on, Ilya, go home with Dad. It's better to get as close as possible to places like this. Ilya looked at her old father, then at Broly and Sakura. She was always obedient and did not resist her father's words this time. Then Broly, Sakura, Sister Tozaka, I'll go home with my dad first. She said. Are you going to run away, Kiritsugu Emiya? But when the father and daughter were about to leave, Father Yanfeng in the wheelchair asked this question. What? Emiya Kiritsugu stopped. The battle between us was not decided yet. Yanfen Kaire said. Just like what you look like now, you are really lucky to be able to say such words. If there weren't some accidents, you would have been dead back then. The evil in this world fell, and Yanfen Kaire survived for some reason, while he was looking for survivors everywhere due to the disaster caused by the Holy Grail War. Even if he saw the other party, he had no intention of finishing the attack. The ending was that the other party was disabled, and he adopted Shiro Emiya. No matter what, I survived. So, you mean, do you want to die? Emiya Kiritsugu directly lifted his windbreaker and pointed his gun at the priest who had some problems with his brain. The white-haired nun immediately blocked his father, and the bright red Magdalene holy skeleton cloth appeared under the nun's suit and fluttered as the magic power poured in. Although Carleen Ordizaya was easily knocked out by Broly, her strength is not weak. When using Magdalene Saint skeleton cloth, many men will not be her opponent. Magdalene Saint skeleton, even those with extra specifications like Hercules can be restrained, although they will be broken away sooner or later. Rin Tozaka looked left and right, and she didn't know that Kiritsugu, Emiya, who was Sakura's neighbor, had such grudges with her disabled senior brother in the past. Don't be nervous, Karen, this Mr. Emiya is very rational and will not get into evil with the church in order to kill me as a disabled person. The biggest advantage of relying on the big forces is that you can get rid of the tiger skin when necessary. As a former member of the sacred church, although it is now disabled, if it is killed by a magician from outside at will, the sacred church will also come to trouble Emiya Kiritsugu for its own face. Although Kiritsugu Emiya can run away, there is a servant around him who will not be his opponent, but the days of displacement are definitely not what he wants, so he frowned and asked Xiang Yanfen Kaire, what do you guy want? Let's continue our battle 7 years ago, but it's no longer us who are going to have a showdown, but my daughter Karen and yours. Yanfen Kaire said. My daughter no longer has a magic loop, she is no longer a person in the magic world. The security of the firearm was opened. What, do you think I will let them decide the outcome through battle and duel? Yanfen Kaire asked with a smile. Then what do you want to use to decide the outcome? Emiya Kiritsugu asked back. He. Yanfen Kaire raised her hand, pointed to the Saiyan boy next to her, and said. Broly also fell in love with my daughter, which is the qualification to be chosen. In the past, we were chosen by the Holy Grail to compete for the Holy Grail as the Lord. Now, our daughter is fighting for him as a woman recognized by him. Kalyan suddenly turned around and looked at her father. The battle for the Holy Grail uses force and heroic spirits, and the battle for the boys is naturally the women who use the means of being women. What do you think? I don't think so. How much do you want your daughter to be beaten by this bastard Broly? Emiya Kiritsugu's eyes were twitching. If the boy hadn't been kind to their family and had a very strong strength, Ilya would have entrusted it to the other party early and had a considerable degree of affection for him, he might have regretted the engagement he had made. My daughter is already this kid's wife. What is your daughter's identity? Why should I fight with my daughter? Dad, it's okay. Just fight for it, so I won't lose to her. Father, don't make decisions on me without authorization. What, are you afraid of the little brat on the opposite side? Kalyan suddenly turned around and glared, who said I was afraid? That's how it's decided. Whoever daughter can get more favor from him will be the winner. Broly, who suddenly became the new holy grail. Don't arrange marriages for me randomly, why do I have to be favored by this guy? Kalyan turned around and asked indignantly. Brother Broly's love is mine. Sakura clenched her fist at some point and made a declaration of victory. Rin Tozaka. Why did the atmosphere suddenly become hot? There are some pampering things? Don't you guys feel ashamed? Sister, do you want to compete, too? Suddenly, Sakura asked her. What a stupid competition, what will determine the outcome? Can't interaction add extra happiness points? At that time, we will judge by the amount of happiness points you increase. Of course, Kalyan Jiang's happiness points have to be discounted, because when the happiness value is converted into happiness points, it is 1 to 100. Tozaka Rin was shocked. In this way, he could really decide the outcome. Sister, do you want to participate? Sakura asked again. It's not impossible to play with you for a little bit. Rin Tozaka raised her head and said arrogantly, but she actually wanted to know how many happiness points she could increase by interacting with the boy. Do you have any opponents? Sakura and Sister Tonsaka? Ilya narrowed her eyes and felt that these two people were the real enemies. So, I officially announced the Broly battle, which will officially begin today. There are currently 4 participants, and new members may join in the future. Emi Yakuritsugu felt that things were getting more and more outrageous. The Church of the Holy Church actually cared about the personal relationships of boys from another world? The man stared at Yanfen Kaire with a happy face and suddenly reacted, could this guy be just a fun person who is not interested in watching the fun, right? But in order to have fun, he threw his daughter into this strange vortex. Sure enough, this guy Yanfen Kaire is a bad bastard. In early April 1995, under the justice of the priest Yoshimoto Kaire, the 4 wives recognized by Crystal Palace will have a fair fight around the Saiyan boy until the boy leaves the world again, competing for the boy's fair love for himself, producing happiness points. As for how this contest should be carried out, it is already Broly's wife's 3 daughters who are self-evident. Yoshikaire's advice to her daughter is to be like a shameless bitch, and to be charmed at the boy without limit. My father, you are really a super scum. Is there anyone who teaches your daughter to be a whore or a prostitute under someone else's body? The contemptuous look of his daughter made Yanfen Kaire feel satisfied, but he still explained it to the girl. Kalyan, I can't do anything about doing this. I'm already disabled, and you are not mature enough to be able to revenge our enemies. The only way to start from his daughter's emotions. Think about it, the magician killer who crippled your father, my wife, but your daughter's husband was snatched by you. When you are in love, the other party can only look at your scene with unwilling eyes. Yanfen Kaire's words were like a devil's whisper, teaching her biological daughter how to get pleasure. Following his words, the little white-haired nun imagined the scene of her completing her revenge, and her breathing became rapid. In fact, the way to get pleasure in this world is inseparable from the same sect. One of them is slapping the guy in the face that he is not in dealing with. Kalan Aldicia, happiness value is being improved. She felt a little happy just by thinking about it, and the happiness value that belonged to her on the Crystal Palace panel was also rapidly increasing. Broly, who had already left the church, was a little shocked. Looking at the girls around him, he couldn't help but remind them that the fact that Karen had surpassed them. Ah, how did this be done? Sakura and the other 2 were a little shocked and could not understand. The output of happiness values and happiness points should be related to whether you feel satisfied and happy. I don't know how she did it, but her happiness values are indeed growing rapidly. Broly answered honestly. Brother Broly, let's go home and take a bath immediately. What kind of bath should I take during the day? Rin Tozaka couldn't understand what magical operation this was. Of course I have to take a bath, because I have to scrub before taking a bath. When Brother Broly scrubs me, it makes me feel very comfortable, and he will be satisfied in this process. This is how to be able to produce many interactive happiness points. Sakura explained that although she is a competitor, she is also a sister relationship. She wants to win, but she also wants to win openly. Sakura, I suspect you are lying to me to take a bath with you. Rin Tozaka was a little suspicious. I believe you, Sakura, let's go to your house for a bath now. We must not let that stinky little guy named Karen be arrogant. Ilya is full of momentum, which means that what she says is a bit unfair. Following behind, Kiritsugu Emiya showed pain on his face. The little cabbage I just raised at home can't wait to be delivered to my door. Broly, I have something to tell you. Emiya Kiritsugu called the boy behind him. You promised that Iria's belly won't be bigger before she becomes an adult. After waiting a little further away from the three girls in front, he whispered to remind him. Hey, will I make Ilya's belly bigger after taking a bath? Won't. What about bathing? Not even, but you'd better just scrub the shower. What else can I do except scrub the bath? Emiya Kiritsugu was asked, could he still teach this cheap son-in-law about adults? However, taking a bath early in the morning is indeed sick. So, after returning to Tenkin's home, they went to the temple to do their jobs first. Sakura wanted to learn his martial arts, so Broly was going to teach the girl this first. Rin Tozaka, who didn't sleep last night, felt a little tired at this time and leaned against the wooden wall of the dojo to rest. Ilya and Sakura stood together. When Broly taught Sakura's martial arts, she also learned the same thing. To put it bluntly, martial arts is the technique of punching, kicking, attacking, and defense, and there is nothing special about it. As long as you have enough physical foundation, even a punch without any skill can cause a powerful destructive effect. So, what I want to teach you too is my personal luck, but I don't know if you can learn it. Martial arts are tricks, and chi is the foundation. But Broly didn't know how to teach such a thing. The chi in the Dragon Ball world is usually the biological energy spontaneously generated after the body has exercised to a certain level. Saiyans are strong and can be used naturally. Martial artists on Earth can also learn to use chi after being tempered for thousands of times. However, Broly did not understand how to master chi from scratch. He could only express his feelings about the anger and let the two girls understand it themselves. Sakura and Ilya were confused about this, but after tasting the spider leg flesh of the Wampa spider and having been filled with biological energy, they could understand a little bit what the boy said about the chi. As long as people move, there will be some changes in chi, but people who cannot actively mobilize chi will have very limited power. For example, now, I put my breath to the same level as you, and punched it at the speed of an ordinary person, just like this. Broly said that, and the sandbags of more than 10 kilograms of sandbath in Tenkin's dojo were beaten to fly, shaking like a pendulum. Are you very weak? Sakura and Ilya. Their fists hit the sandbag, at most they would let the sandbag shake, shaking like a pendulum, and the gap was a bit big. Similarly, if I mobilize my current energy and apply it to exert force, I will also punch at the speed of ordinary people, and that will be like this. With a bang, the sandbag flew out and hit the wall on the other side of the dojo, and the thick wooden wall directly sank into it. The gangster who did daily training in the dojo and was curious about watching boys teach girls martial arts, and suddenly became stunned. I am really worthy of being the young master Broly. Someone sighed that he knew Broly 7 years ago and knew that he was the adopted husband of the old man and his granddaughter. Will that terrifying child in the future be the head of our Fujimura group? These are the younger brothers who don't know Broly. They had ambitions for the above position, but now they met the boy, they suddenly extinguished their undeserved ambitions. Whether they knew or didn't know each other, they were in awe at the boy who taught two girls to punch. Sakura and Ilya waved their fists and punched the sandbag. Broly stood between them and his palms were placed on their backs, lending their anger to the two girls to feel the movement of the anger. But unfortunately, Sakura and Ilya were unable to complete the last step, allowing the chi to increase the strength of the fist they punched. Don't just use the strength of your body. Imagine that there is a powerful force in your body that is pushing your body to complete the force. Chi is everywhere in our bodies. Use consciousness to gather them together, and then let them flow in the body at high speed. Follow my chi to your arms, and then launch your fists out. The boy's words echoed in his ears, and Ilya felt that the position of the back that was in contact with the boy's palm was getting hotter and hotter. The next moment, a powerful energy seemed to gush out from her heart, and she went directly to her arm along the body of the imitation doll. Bang! The sandbag in front of me was smashed directly, the the little fist also fell into the walls of the dojo. Ah, my fist is really launched! Ilya exclaimed. Sakura looked over and saw Ilya's damaged doll arm. Sister Ilya, doesn't it hurt? It hurts a little, but it's just a moment, and I don't feel anything now. Ilya shook her head and suddenly fell down. Hey, it's so strange. My body seems to have no strength. Broly tried to inject her own energy into Ilya, but it was useless. Her doll body seemed to not recognize the unknown energy of chi. Of course, if you use the traditional magic replenishment method of the moon world, Aozaki Orange's imitation doll has this receiving function. But Broly didn't know, Sakura didn't know, even Rin Tozaka, who was awakened by the sound, didn't know. The three of them could only hurriedly pick up Ilya and ran to find Kiritsugu Emiya. What did you do? Emiya Kiritsugu was a little confused. How long has it been since he returned from the church? Why is his daughter looking like she was about to die? Can I take a bath like this? Chapter 326, The Introducing Puppet Master. Sister Iria and I just learned boxing from Brother Broly. Sister Iria learned it first and hit the fist out, and that's how it became. Sakura, holding the doll fist, explained this. Emiya Kiritsugu. It is hard to imagine what advanced boxing skills can make my daughter become like this, but now I don't have time to think about it for him. Ilya's body was made by a top puppet in Gwanbuza City. Now there is a quality problem, so I have to take Ilya over there to deal with it. Emiya Kiritsugu took action and ran to the warehouse to drive out his classic car. Let's go together, too. Sakura said quickly, and Rin Tozaka had already opened the rear seat and asked the boy to put Ilya in. It's too slow to drive, so I'd better take you over. After putting down Ilya, Broly came straight to the front, and lifted the car. In response, Kiritsugu Emiya did not refuse, but just poked his head out of the car window and told the boy, you can take us over, but try to avoid people as much as possible. The puppet master was named by the Magic Association as the designated object. If he looked for it too high, it might expose his traces. When the guy runs away, it will be more troublesome to find the other person again. Okay. Broly responded and carried the car up quickly. The energy cover formed by Chi wraps the entire car and flies towards Gwanbuza City at an acceleration that normal people can adapt to. But he didn't know the way to Galan Hall. After arriving near Gwanbuza City, he put down his classic car in an uninhabited place. Then Broly entered the car through the open window and happened to sit on Rin Tozaka's thigh. The rest of the road must be driven by Kiritsugu Emiya. The man didn't say anything, but started the car directly. Not long after, the car arrived near the unfinished building where the Galan Hall was located. A beautiful tail swing drift stopped in front of the unfinished building. Jialan Hall welcomes the fastest and needs after-sales service. How did this happen? Ayazaki Orange happens to be in the office. After Kiritsugu Emiya entered with her daughter in her arms and checked Ilya's physical condition, the puppet master was also shocked. In theory, the simulated doll she made will not be less than 10 years of activity as long as it looks like a normal person eating and resting. But now what she saw, the girl's imitation doll almost consumed most of her magic power in less than 3 days. You might have imposed a magic loop on your daughter's doll body, right? Ayazaki Orange had to doubt this way. Perhaps the man in front of him pretended to be a father and pretended too well, saying that he didn't care about his daughter's lack of magical talent, but in fact he did the kind of thing that loaded the doll with magic loops. I haven't done this before. This is obviously your simulated doll body, and it has a quality problem. Emiya Kiritsugu retorted with a dark face that Orange Ayazaki had told him the risk before making a replacement body of a simulated doll for his daughter. The doll body that does not need to load the magic loop, the success rate of consciousness transfer is 100%, but if the doll body that needs to load the, non-small holy grail, magic loop, there is a certain possibility that consciousness transfer fails. For Ilya's safety, Kiritsugu Emiya would rather be an ordinary person in the future and choose a simulated doll with a 100% success rate of consciousness transfer, but now it seems that this doll master has misunderstood. The quality of my doll is wrong, you really dare to say this? I felt that my major was challenged, and Ayazaki Orange took off her glasses, became a little rude. This broken arm was obviously blown up by the huge internal magic power. How could this happen to the simulated doll body without magic circuits? They said they were practicing boxing. Emiya Kiritsugu's mouth twitched, but he still told the truth. Ha, what kind of fist can you? Before he finished speaking, a terrifying wind came and whizzed past the side. Boom! The wall behind it exploded instantly, revealing twisted steel and cement. It's like this fist. Broly slowly withdrew his fist and said seriously to the owner of Galan Hall. Ayazaki Orange looked at the 45 degrees of head, looking back at the big hole behind her where you could already see the scenery outside, feeling the fact that the multiple protective barriers originally arranged on the unfinished building were shattered in an instant. The puppet master silently took out the lady's cigarette in his pocket, lit a cigarette, took a sip, and calmed down, admitting his mistake and saying, "Sorry, I'm short-sighted and a little strange. But I still don't think that there is something wrong with the quality of my puppet. What's wrong with it should be your rough way of using the puppet body," she said again. "Of course, I will take responsibility for solving the after-sales problem this time, but I hope you will no longer let the doll body I made to bear the power it cannot bear." Emiya Kiritsugu had no objection to Ayazaki Orange's statement. After seeing this punch from his cheap son-in-law, he didn't think it was a puppet problem. Move her in, I have a doll body to prepare a backup for her. Ilya was moved into the room next to her, and within a short while, the girl walked out healthy. Ilya, are you okay? Broly leaned over and asked. I'm fine, I'm worried. She is fine, but you have something to do, come on, talk about the compensation for destroying my office venue. Aozaki Orange pointed to the big hole behind him. Fortunately, there were no people living near the unfinished building, and there were some construction sites nearby. There would be some ping-pong sounds during the day, otherwise, there might be passers-by calling the police now. Hey, do you have to pay for this? Broly looked over in surprise. Otherwise, you'll smash my firm like this. I'm just going to show you. Then you have to pay, but if you can't afford it, you can study it for me and you can pay it off. The map of Yan Kingdom of Aokai Orange was a bit short, and the map was suddenly revealed. She did not notice the fluctuations of magic power in Broly's punch just now. But normal humans cannot have such terrifying physical strength, so as a puppet master who is proficient in the human body, Orange Aozaki is very curious about the body structure of the boy in front of him. No need, isn't it just to lose money? I'll pay the money for him. But in response to this, Rin Tozaka took out the credit card he carried with him. This is a black card. You can pay for the damage to your firm. But if you dare to take the opportunity to blackmail us, the Tozaka family is not a sucker. It turns out that it is the eldest lady of the Tozaka family. Please rest assured that my Gallon Hall focuses on an honest management. Aozaki Orange put on her glasses again and had a business-style smile on her face. At present, she was the only one in Gallon Hall, but she has not become an unscrupulous boss who owes employees wages and even borrows money from employees to live. I contracted this building for 3 million yen, and now I only damage the walls on the 3rd floor, but considering the safety issues that may affect the building, I will be fine if I want 1.2 million, right? Rin Tozaka nodded. 1.2 million yen, the gems she used to practice magic every month, the total price is more than this, it's just a small amount. I have renovated this building. Most of the magic barriers arranged on this building have been destroyed by the punch just now. I will calculate it for you according to the cost price. Aozaki Orange reported the types of magic barriers he had arranged in Gallon Hall, and then summarized, I spent 20 million yen on the cost. It's not expensive if I don't count my own labor costs. I'll ask you for 10 million in total compensation. Well, it's not expensive, it's only half a year for my magic training. Rin Tozaka nodded in recognition of the price. And her words made Kiritsugu Emiya look at him a little. He asked Aozaki Chinzi to create a commission fee for his daughter to make her body, which was the same amount. Are all young people so rich nowadays? I am worthy of being the Tozaka family, a famous family in the magic world, and heroic spirit. Orange Aozaki was also a little jealous. Although her ability to make money is not bad, compared with Rin Tozaka, she has a lot of savings, which is not as good as other people's pocket money. If Miss Tozaka has any demand for imitation photos in the future, please be sure to consider my Gallon Hall. When Aozaki Orange returned the black card, he presented his business card with his office and then turned to look at Broly. In addition, I don't know if this person is interested, let me study your punch just now. What do you want to do? Facing the vigilant look of Tozaka Rin, she explained, Ilya is practicing the punch just now, right? I just want to study the mystery of that punch to see if she can create a simulated doll body that can produce that kind of punch force. Hey, so that's it, that's okay. Broly nodded and agreed. Since that's the case, it's not time to go, you and I enter the room, I want to check your body carefully. Aozaki Orange licked her lips and greeted the boy, and then he entered the room next to her first. However, there were Rin Tozaka and the others who followed in. Why are you following in? Aozaki Orange asked with a frown. This is our boy, we have to be on guard against outsiders, especially magicians like you. Rin Tozaka spoke bluntly, Sakura and Ilya nodded beside him, and Kiritsugu Emiya remained silent. Don't you mind being known to outsiders? Aozaki Orange asked the boy. I don't mind, and my body has secrets, why don't I know? Broly was a little confused. Oh well. Aozaki Orange pointed to the doll-making table in the room and let the boy lie on it. Lying on it, taking off your clothes, don't resist. You still have to take off your clothes. Tozaka Rin frowned. This way the detection will be more accurate. Aozaki Orange explained. Then, gently swing your punch, but remember not to punch the ceiling. At the command of Orange Aozaki, Broly demonstrated again, and this time he used much less force, which only caused a gust of fist wind to blow in the room. Sure enough, it's not magic, but an energy similar to magic and also produced from the inside of the human body, just like the breathing Qigong technique of Eastern martial artists. Emi Yakuritsugu followed up and said that the Shizuki world also had a saying, Yizuki world, but this was recognized as a special living magic circuit in the clock tower, which was a special circuit formed by martial artists breathing and breathing, thereby achieving enhanced magic to strengthen the body. Yanfen Kyurei is the best example. This person once relied on Bajikwan's breathing Qigong to strengthen his body strength and cross a big tree. So that's it. Is the breathing Qigong of Eastern martial artists? The traditional magic system knowledge taught by the clock tower has somewhat restricted my thoughts. Aozaki Orange is a wise magician. After this ideological limitation caused by this obstacle of knowledge and insight, it suddenly made some progress in her puppet technique. Can you create a doll that can use breathing Qigong to make a doll with better ducks? If you use breathing Qigong technology on a doll that already has a magic loop, can the live magic loop of Oriental martial artists echo each other with the magic loop engraved into the doll, and then form the effect of 1 + 1 far greater than 2? Many bold ideas emerged in Aozaki Orange's mind, and she couldn't wait to make some dolls to verify them. However, verification of the idea requires money to support it. Although she only received a considerable amount of compensation, it may be like flowing water when it is really spent, and it will be fleeting. For example, now, she needs a breathing Qigong book, but there is very few markets for this thing. Even if it is really sold, it will cost a lot of money to get it. However, in terms of saving money, Aozaki Orange still has a chance to get into the slightest. She looked at Broly sitting up from the stage and said with a smile, in order to better develop a new simulated doll body for Ilya, this person. My name is Broly, just call me my name. So, Broly, are you willing to contribute your breathing Qigong? Aozaki Orange asked. What is that? It is the technology that allows your body to temporarily produce magic circuits in life. Are you talking about being angry? But this thing has existed since I can remember. You haven't been exercised. It's been exercised. How do you exercise? Fight with my dad, he beat me, I beat him. Aozaki Orange. Other people's expressions also became subtle. Don't have any special breathing methods. No. Orange Aozaki looked at Kiritsugu Emiya. Don't look at me, I don't know about this child's situation. In the end, it was Ilya who said that eating the spider legs of the Wampa spider had the same sense of chi as the chi that Broly introduced into her body, which made things a breakthrough. If you want to study, I can provide you with some spider legs, but this thing is expensive, so I can only give you some. As for more, you have to pay out of your own pocket. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. You are also a magician. Don't you just want to find a sucker to provide yourself with funds and then do the research you want to do for public expenses? While Tozaka Toshiko taught his daughter magic, he also taught Tozaka Rin how to manage the connection between the clock tower and the holy church. On the clock tower, it is what the Tozaka family has been doing to fund the experimental projects of other magicians. Otherwise, where did the reputation of the famous magic family come from? The Fourth Holy Grail War directly brought the dark side, so how did it do it? And now, the three Holy Grail-O's family have two families that are in a state of failure, but the Tozaka family is still standing still. Can they make money by selling the magic technology to recharge the Holy Grail? Now that Tozaka Toshiko was not dead and his connections were not broken, the Tozaka family is a representative of wealth and power, and the decline of any family is not at all. Compared with Orange Aozaki, who failed to compete with his sister for the position of the head of the family, and was named and sealed by the Magic Association, Rin Tozaka is the daughter of the rich man's family. Since you can see it, I can only give up. Tell me, how much do you want? Ilya would call me sister no matter how much I said, I would like to spend money on her. Anyway, my family has too much money to spend. Aozaki Orange pushed his glasses, crossed his hands, and asked tentatively, first get 50 million yuan in funding. No problem, but the results you have developed and the benefits you have generated are worth 30% of the Tozaka family. Yes, but I'm talking about US dollars. Aozaki Orange said. Han Yu, I'm giving pounds. Rin Tozaka's words silently made Orange Aozaki silent. No additional conditions. Yes, but there is only one. You will be named Tozaka family in the future. It is hard to say whether the research project of Aozaki Orange is worth investing 50 million pounds. But she is definitely worth it. Rin Tozaka once heard rumors about this genius from his father. But I didn't expect that the other party was Ilya's attending doctor. Oh no, it should be a puppet master who helped Ilya change to a healthy simulated puppet body. Is it a name? Aozaki Orange pondered for a moment and agreed. As long as your Tozaka family is not afraid of trouble. In this way, she was also marked as the Tozaka family. Maybe the Tozaka family would not let her do anything, nor would she do anything other than funding research projects for the Tozaka family. But if an enemy from the Tozaka family finds her and wants to do business with her in the future, she will have to reject the party based on the current funding of the Tozaka family. Although most magicians in the moon world do not have common sense morality, they will still recognize some recognized rules. For example, keep it mysterious, and for example, you will not be jealous on the surface and will backslay your own famous family. Of course, except when people leave and don't hand over good connections. So, Miss Ayazaki, welcome to join our Tozaka faction in the magic world. Just call me Orange, but Miss Tozaka, will I be in love with you or the current head of the Tozaka family in the future? Of course I have been, in my opinion. I decided to invest in you for a moment. Of course, I will let this matter be implemented. As for my father, he will not object, and I am the future heir of the Tozaka family, so you have no reason to accept my father. Miss Tozaka, you have a good relationship with your father. How did you see this? Things like this that do investment on behalf of the family involve so much money. If you say you make the decision, you will make the decision. This is not something that ordinary magicians can agree with. Then you guessed wrongly. My relationship with my father is not very good now. You are the only child in the Tozaka family. No, there is still my sister, but her surname is no longer Tozaka. Rin Tozaka pulled Sakura and introduced. You guys have a good relationship. Of course, that's fine. Ayazaki Orange. Both are sisters, the gap seems to be a bit big. She and Kingza had a very bad relationship and were kicked out of the three-dimensional city. After being cursed by her sister, she dared to go back to Sand City within 10 years, and turned her into a vicious curse of a big frog. After leaving the Galan Hall, thinking that Guanbusa City had come, he also went to see the Fujimura Daihi. However, when I went to Guansheng Academy, the other party was still busy with teaching work. Using hypnotic magic to make students listen carefully is something that Sister Fujimura can do. Confusing the cognition of ordinary people, successfully entering the school, watching Fujimura Okawa use hypnotic magic to enhance the teaching effect, Rin Tozaka directly complained. Chapter 327 The First Meeting with Weaving. According to family traditions, before birth, children of the Lianji family will first take two names with the same pronunciation but different Chinese characters are written. The pronunciation of the woven style in Japanese is shiki, and the body is also used the same, so no one has ever suspected that this cold girl in the class who always wears a kimono to go to school has multiple personality settings. In the past 2 days, Ji has felt an inexplicable dissatisfaction. She doesn't know where this feeling comes from, but she doesn't like anything. For example, this school where cats and dogs can sneak into it at will. For example, the new intern teacher openly uses inexpensive suggestion magic in class, hypnotizing the students in the classroom to listen to the class obediently. There are also those guys who are standing by the window of the classroom, who seem to be tasting hypnotic magic and what effect can they have in modern teaching. If this school was not close to home and would save time, Lian Jiazi wanted to drop out of this school. She was supporting her right face with her right hand, looking at the uninvited guests outside the window a little unhappy, but suddenly she looked at a little boy inside. The other party was a little stunned when he saw her, and then he showed some joy that Liang Yiora couldn't understand. He waved his hand at her, as if he was saying hello to him. Brother Broly, who are you greeting? Sakura couldn't help but ask when she saw the boy's actions. I was greeting the girl in pink. She called Lianqi. I met on the road in Guanbusa City 2 days ago. He is also the target of the strategy recognized by Crystal Palace, and has promised that he will become my wife after this. Broly told the truth. Emi Yakuritsugu. The boy's straightforward appearance introduced his newly found wife to girls, including his daughter, and made his blood pressure more or less rise. Hey, is it true or false? Ilya was a little suspicious. The girl in the classroom had turned her head to the other window and was simply disdainful of Broly's greeting. What is certain is that she noticed us just now, and at the same time, she ignored Sister Tenkin's suggestive magic. Rin Tozaka said that although Tomura Okawa is not even an entry-level magician, he has learned some skills from his father, and the suggestive magic she used can also have an effect on ordinary people. Well, my surname is Lianji. Could it be that I am from the Lianji family? Rin Tozaka was a little confused, but she did not intend to disturb Fujimura Okawa's class. She asked the passing teachers if there was an empty classroom, and the group went to the empty classroom and waited for the time being. When Broly and others came to Guansheng Academy, it was the 4th class in the morning. As soon as the lunch break bell rang, a large number of students walked out of the classroom. Why are you here? Fujimura Okawa ran over with a book in his arms and asked directly. I just come here and I'll take a look at you, Sister Tang Village. Rin Tozaka explained a little that the fact that Ilya had broken her arms when she practiced her fist in her arms caused Fujimura Okawa to be exclaimed. Ilya, are you okay now? She asked around Ilya with some concern. It's okay, Sister Fujimura. Fujimura Okawa's cheerful personality makes both Rin Tozaka and Ilya have a good relationship with her. By the way, it's noon, you haven't had a meal yet. Should you have a meal in our school's cafeteria? The food provided by the faculty and staff at the Shang Academy is quite good. At the invitation of Fujimura Daha, a group of people decided to have a meal for Fujimura Daha's staff at Shang Academy. Of course, for Broly, it would probably be a taste. If you really let go of your stomach, I'm afraid the teachers in this school would have no food. After arriving at the cafeteria, Broly met another kimono girl with a stranger who was not close to her. Liang Yazi was stunned when he saw a group of people coming from afar, then he tickled his mouth and turned toward the canteen window where he was selling bread. What's going on with that guy? Why do you look like someone else owes her money? Rin Tozaka felt a little confused. You talk about the two rituals. He was an introverted child. He was not very sociable. When he had lunch on weekdays, he would go to places where no one would eat alone. It wasn't long since Fujimura Okawa became an intern teacher, but he still knows a little about the students in the teaching class. The two rituals are students who are more concerned about Fujimura Okawa. As for why Fujimura Okawa is more concerned about the two rituals, it is probably because of the two rituals that he is also a daughter of the underworld. I can understand the pain of being a gangster lady. Students are more afraid of their own gangster family background. They are always cautious when treating themselves, looking like they are afraid of annoying themselves. But in fact, we are no different from ordinary people. They just want to make friends with an equal attitude, but they will always be misunderstood and alienated. After the faculty and staff were beaten back to the meal, Fujimura Okawa talked freely, talking about the problems he encountered in his previous student days, and directly began to empathize with the void. Rin Tozaka looked at her and felt that if the Lianji family in the mouth of the Tang village Dakawa was really the Lianji family of the demon retired family, then there is a high probability that the kimono girl would not be isolated by others, but that she was actively isolating her contact with the outside world. I think I should do something, but unfortunately I am just an intern teacher, not her class teacher. It is somewhat unreasonable to talk to her. The teachers in this school only care about the rate of admission. For girls with special identities like her, as long as the other party does not disturb others' studies, they will not care much about the other party. Fujimura Okawa was complaining, but fortunately, the magic barrier that was placed around him to isolate the sound and the cognitive barrier that made people subconsciously ignore this. Otherwise, if this was heard by the grade teacher who was also having dinner, he would definitely wear the shoes of the college student intern teacher Fujimura Okawa. So, is she troubled? Broly asked, and he had finished the faculty meal in front of him. It must be troublesome, otherwise how could it be that there was not even a friend who had dinner together? Fujimura Okawa swore that she didn't know the matter of the demon retired family, nor did she know that Liang Yi despised her using inequality to imply magic to guide students to learn. She was just using her own life experience to judge that there were two rituals similar to the identity of a gangster lady, and the troubles of adolescence that the other party might encounter. Then I'll go find her and have dinner with her. Broly jumped off the cafeteria chair and said, heading towards the direction where the two rituals were. Fujimura Okawa was stunned for a moment, vaguely remembering that the boy from 7 years ago was quite cold to strangers he didn't know. I didn't expect that so many years have passed, and Broly has grown up and will treat strangers gently. Fujimura Okawa sighed. What stranger? The kimono girl named Lianji is his new guide. Tozaka-rin was speechless and reminded her. Hey! Hearing this, Fujimura Okawa suddenly realized. No wonder I am so enthusiastic. I want to ask for food for my feelings. Sakura nodded beside her, expressing her complete understanding of the boy's behavior of helping the new guide object. Is this really okay? Emi Yakuritsugu was a little suspicious. It's definitely okay. Uncle Omiya and brother Broly must have sincerely helped those who are their wives. Yes, I helped you 7 years ago, and he beat your father up and destroyed Tozaka Toshiko's dream of roots. This made the Maki family a thing of the past. Emi Yakuritsugu had no expression on his face, but he couldn't help but complain in his heart. At the same time, Lian Jiazi, who was about to sit on the platform of the unmanned auditorium to enjoy lunch and bread, met a male classmate who came to meet him. You're having two rituals, right? Who are you? My name is Bai Chun Ryu, I am a senior who is 1 grade higher than you. What's the matter? Lianji is really cold. I just came over and asked if I want to have lunch with me. Bai Chun Ryu has a slender figure and a pretty face. If she hadn't been wearing boys' clothes, it might have made people think that this is a woman, but he invited the kimono girl. I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of having lunch with strangers. Liang Yi directly refused. As a male personality with this body, she had no hesitation to deny people. That's really a bit disappointing. By the way, Lianji classmate, you like to take a walk late at night, right? Bai Chunlixuo asked suddenly. Are you following me? Liang Yizi looked unhappy and stared at the boy in front of him. No, I just happened to meet Lianji's classmate who was walking on the street late at night. You attracted me that night. This is unfortunate. I don't have any impression of you. First. What? I just thought about the place where I first met you, and I heard that someone was killed that night. Lianji frowned, not understanding what this person wanted to say. I will also pay attention to you, Lianji classmate, I hope we can become friends who have lunch together in the future. Bai Chun Rio left, and Lianji felt a little confused about this. Why don't you have lunch with others? Just as she opened the fried bread and was about to start eating, she heard another inquiry. When I turned my head and saw that the strange boy I saw outside the window in the 4th class in the morning was now standing behind me. A strange guy just left, and now another strange little kid has come? This was Lianji's most real mood at the moment, but after taking a bite of fried bread, she answered Broly's question, why do I have to have lunch with a guy I don't know? Then won't you feel bothered? Broly came over to ask. No, no one has lunch with me, why do I have to worry about it? Lianji asked back, but she had no reaction to the boys approaching. Is the dining atmosphere not lively enough? Broly thought about it and then started to ask. Ha, I don't like the excitement. Getting together with a bunch of guys who are not right will only make me feel uncomfortable. Lianji weaving fried noodles and bread is not ladylike at all, and this is also related to her current male personality. I saw that the fried noodles bread quickly became shorter in her hands, and the kimono girl's mouth bulged like a hamster. Will it make you feel uncomfortable if I stay by your side now? Broly asked again. Hearing this, Lianji was stunned. After frowning, I thought it was indeed a bit strange. Normally, she doesn't like others to get close to her. But the kimono girl looked at the boy and thought that this might be because the other party was a child. She was relatively simple in her mind and did not have the complex human nature of adults, so she did not reject it. It's not uncomfortable, but I don't think there is anything good. As Liang Yiori said, he opened another bread. But perhaps because she had already eaten a loaf of bread, the girl suddenly felt a little thirsty. Give it, strawberry milk. Broly took out the dairy drink he carried with him from the space and handed it over. Liang Yiori felt a little choked and was not polite. He took the milk from the boy's hand and ate it every time. Thank you. She thanked her only after drinking. No need to thank you, but now, are you feeling a little better? What are you referring to? Have lunch with me. It seems like you have something to eat. I'm taking them all, although it's the leftovers I ate last night. Seeing the boy appearing out of thin air, Lianji showed a ghostly expression. Well, do you want it? Broly met her gaze, picked up a steamed big wave dragon, and then slammed it. I have something to eat, thank you. In response to this, Lianji twitched the corners of his mouth. Just refused to say. Then exchange. Broly felt that he had to let the reserve wife know that she would share the joy of food with the people close to her, so she took away the fried noodles and bread from the kimono girl and replaced it with the steamed big wave dragon in her hand. 3 bites of fried noodles and bread were eaten. Seeing the girl in the kimono still staring at the lobster in her hand, Broly reacted and reached out to help the other party remove the hard shell of the lobster. In this way, it will be easy to eat meat, so eat it quickly. Lianji. The boy with breadcrumbs on his lips looked over with some anticipation, but the girl who ate a big lobster at school for the first time did not refuse. Of course, this must be because I didn't eat enough fried bread. Is it tasty? Broly asked after watching the girl in the kimono eat a bite of shrimp. That's it. Then try this sheep steak again. Woo. Broly began to feed the girl while eating. Lianji originally wanted to refuse, but the boy was too enthusiastic. The food handed over was not bad, so I just accepted the feeding halfway. Of course, this may also be related to the root of the word, which will leave a little impression on other personalities. Hey, stop giving me something, I can't eat it anymore. Lianji's appetite was not that big and he soon reached his limit. Oh. Broly was very obedient. When he saw that the girl's belly was a little bulging, he wiped out the remaining food himself. After eating, he did not forget to take the tableware back into the inner space of the Crystal Palace, but he had to wait until he went back before washing the plates. Hey, kid, what's your name? Unbuttoned the kimono's belt and slightly released the lower abdomen under the load. Liang Yi asked at this time. Hey, have you forgotten? Broly looked at the kimono girl strangely. I forgot what, did I know you before? Liang Yi frowned. Well, I know each other, and you promised to become my wife in the future. Broly nodded. Ha, you are a little devil, do you know what a wife is? Liang Ji's voice became lower and lower as the boy's expression was too serious, and he didn't seem to be joking at all. And she has multiple personalities. After gradually stopping her voice, she paused and asked, do you know my other personality? Broly nodded decisively. Ba. Liang Ji patted his forehead. What the hell are you thinking? She was questioning the way women were in their personality, but unfortunately she did not receive a response. Anyway, I am different from the one you know. You have to reintroduce yourself, well, and you have to say how old you are. Okay, my name is Broly. If you count your physical age, you should be 12 years old. Are you 12 years old? It looks too small. Forget it, my name is Ji. I am older than you, but don't call me sister. As for my wife, I may be making fun of you, and I won't recognize you. Broly widened his eyes. How could he not recognize what he agreed to? And on the other side of Liang Jiazi, as soon as the words fell, they felt a strange feeling. It's like another personality, denying her negation. Okay, you can just ask me to accept it, but the premise is that this child can really make me fall in love with it. At this moment, Liang Jiazi finally knew where his irritability came from these 2 days. Chapter 328 Three people are sleeping, and the evening meal delivery service makes people fall into an arrow again. Ding! The ringtone rang and the lunch break was over. I'm going back to the classroom, where are you? Liang Yi asked the boy. I'm going back, I'll come to you for lunch tomorrow. Rin Tozaka was a little sleepy. Broly noticed it just now when she was eating a staff meal. Thinking that the other party agreed to take a bath and sleep with him, Broly replied. Yet. Liang Jiazi watched the boy leave. See you tomorrow. Broly turned around and waved her hand, and she subconsciously raised her hand and waved it twice. Why did you come back? After finding Tozaka-rin and the others, the girl yawned and asked. I took out some food and had a big meal with the other party. Broly answered. How much happiness has the other party increased? Rin Tozaka was a little curious. 4 o'clock. It's really rare. Broly felt the same way, but compared to the type that rises and falls, he felt that the type of wife who is steadily rising is also good. Sister Fujimura, let's go back to Totsuki City first. Well, remember to come here to see me when you have time. Okay, by the way, Sister Fujimura, what are you going to eat tomorrow? Broly agreed and asked again. Hey, what does it mean? The river in Tenkan was a little confused. I will come here tomorrow and have lunch with a girl named Liang Qi. I will bring you the kind of rice. Then I will bring you a serving of Sister Tang village. Compared with the staff meals here, I think it will be better for your grandfather's family. The canteen in Tenkan is a small stove, and the staff at Guanshang Academy are big pot meals, which are not as good as the ingredients or taste. Did I just get brought to the meal? Vinegar Murata reached out and pinched the boy's face. That's fine, I'll bring breakfast and dinner together. Broly changed his words. Forget it, you'll have worked so hard. It's not hard either. I'll go back and forth by myself for a few minutes. Fujimura Okawa. Then you take it. What do Sister Tenkan wants to eat? Broly asked. I will eat whatever I do at home. Fujimura Okawa didn't know what he wanted to eat, so he said that. Okay, I'll start bringing you dinner that night. After making such a promise, Broly took his people back to Toki City. Then I'm back and I need to tell my father about investing in puppets. After returning to Emiya's house and getting out of the car, Rin Tozaka yawned again. Rin, haven't you taken a bath with me or went to bed? Broly asked curiously, and the sleepy girl suddenly cheered up. SHHH, do you have the nerve to say so loudly if it's like this? Rin Tozaka blushed and raised her index finger in front of her mouth. After looking around, I found that there were no outsiders in the yard, I exhale. Is this something that can't be said loudly? Broly felt a little strange. Of course, things like this can only be done but not said. Even if you want to say it, don't say it loudly in public. We just want to say it in private. Emiya Kiritsugu. Then are you still taking a bath? Do you sleep with me after taking a bath? Broly lowered his voice and whispered in Tozaka-rin's ear. On another day, I'll go home and talk to my father. His ears were itchy with the whispering breath, and Rin Tozaka decided not to do so for the time being. Sister Tozaka doesn't come, so let's take a bath and sleep together. Listening to his daughter's words, Kiritsugu Emiya called the boy aside again. After confirming that he was just taking a bath and lying in a bed to sleep and not doing other strange things, he forced himself to feel relieved. It's strange, but there was nothing he could do if he was worried. His daughter looked like she wanted to like the boy. In the afternoon, the three of them put on their pajamas after taking a bath and lay on the floor and lay in a quilt to start sleeping. However, in broad daylight, I couldn't sleep at all, just lying in the same bed, staring at the ceiling of Sakura's room together. Hey, Sakura, Broly, you said we were just lying down like this, did the happiness points produced increase? After lying silently for more than 10 minutes, Ilya suddenly asked. It seems, it's not. Sakura replied that when she was scrubbed, happiness points were generated quickly, but now it seems to have returned to its original output state. What the hell is going wrong? Ilya sat up from the quilt and asked questions. Her body was filled with cute pajamas with pink rabbit patterns. Can you have to interact with Brother Broly so that you can increase your happiness points output? Sakura expressed her opinion, and sat up from the quilt, in a cute pajama with pink rabbit pattern. But in bed, what interaction can we do? Ilya asked. This. Sakura blushed. She had read some inappropriate comics. Maybe, we can come and play the game. The bedding was turned open because the two girls sat up. Broly folded his hands and heads on the pillow, and suddenly said this. What kind of game can three people play in bed? Ilya's question made Broly's consciousness appear in his threesome game. I went out and took props in. Soon, the sound of playing poker sounded in Sakura's room. For two, report the order. I can't afford it. Bomb. Sakura and Ilya were both very smart. After Broly explained the gameplay of Landlord to them and played 2 games with her own hands, they quickly got started. Brother Broly, are you a farmer or a landlord? What's wrong with the identity of a farmer? I am also a farmer, why do you blow me up? Sorry, I didn't pay attention, I'll play you a small card. Broly left a single 4. Sakura looked at him with a little resentment and said softly, I can't afford it. Ilya was shocked, but she didn't expect to survive in a desperate situation and hurriedly left a King Jong. 4, don't you? I have 4 left. Don't worry, and I have a lot of cards, and Ilya now has 12 cards, so she can't beat me. Then my king, do you want it? Ilya asked with a smile. Let you do it, don't. Okay, 3 planes carry 3 single cards, it's gone. Ilya instantly cleared 12 cards, which made the boy who had just started fighting Landlord and had no habit of remembering cards dumbfounded. Brother Broly. Sakura became even more resentful, but Ilya laughed. The interactive happiness points are it is constantly generated during the game. And time passes by rapidly. In the evening, when someone came over to ask them to have dinner, the boy with the worst skills in the card was covered with post-it notes. Let's stop playing for now, I'll bring meals to my sister in Tenkan. As a landlord and being beaten by girls, Broly hurriedly threw the game that was about to lose and ran out directly. Hey, this is okay, I'm almost winning. Ilya, holding 2 bombs in her hand, bulged her face, and Sakura showed her the 2 kings in her hand. Sister Ilya, do you think Brother Broly is giving in to us? Otherwise, how could he lose every game of the local master? Broly went to deliver the meal. Tonight's dinner is a charcoal grilled seafood series. After Grandpa Fujimura knew that I was going to bring you a meal, he asked the cook at home to make you a large lunch box of dishes. In the office, when Broly took out a huge lunch box, Fujimura Okawa was shocked by the size of the lunch box. He quickly pressed his hand down. Magicians need to abide by confidentiality treaties. Broly, although you are not a magician, it is also a troublesome if someone discovers that something is abnormal on you. If the riots are caused, the people from the Magic Association may come over to cause trouble. Fujimura Okawa said in a low voice. I'm not afraid of trouble. This Magic Society was the second time Broly heard of this organization. At this time, the Marshal of the Magical Way, who was far away in the office of the Dean of the European Clock Tower, suddenly shivered. What's wrong, Lord Shibine Ogu? The Dean of the Clock Tower noticed the abnormality of the demonic marshal and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Kisha Zelraj didn't say much, but just in the moment, he felt the star of death, which seemed to shine above the entire clock tower. But this should be an illusion, because soon, he no longer felt like he was trembling with his hair. Of course I know you are not afraid of trouble, but I'm afraid you might kill the guy who comes to make trouble. Will this be very troublesome? It's better not to bother, but not to bother. After all, now you, Sister Tenkan, I am a magician. Fujimura Okawa touched the boy's head, but it gave the boy some common sense about the mystery of this world. Really, Grandpa is treating me as a pig? He asked you to bring me some lunchbox, how can I finish eating it? Afterwards, Fujimura Okawa looked at the super lunchbox in the boy's hand and started to complain. Hey, can I share some food in my sister's lunchbox with others? After hearing this, Broly asked what he thought of. It's okay, but who do you want to share with you? Do you have 2 rituals? Broly nodded. Do you have something to put on? Yes, after I went back from the lunch plate, I forgot to wash it, and now I can take it out and use it again. Then you'd better wash it and use them. Fujimura Okawa reminded the boy. Broly wanted to use water to generate magic to wash it on the spot, but when he thought of the confidentiality that Fujimura Okawa reminded, he went to the bathroom to flush the dishes. After returning, he divided some of the food and put it back in his portable space. Broly waved his hand and said goodbye to Fujimura Okawa. The chi of the 2 rituals was still in this school. Broly looked for the place of the chi of the girl and walked over at a normal speed for ordinary people. During this period, Broly also met a bald middle-aged teacher. The other party was a little surprised when he saw the boy, so he stopped Broly and asked about his identity. After learning that Broly was the younger brother of Fujimura Okawa and came to the school to deliver supper to the young intern teachers, the instructor was first confused, then suddenly realized, and finally showed an appreciation. Your sister works hard, I believe that this effort will definitely turn into her valuable experience in the teaching workplace. Kid Broly, right? You are the younger brother of teacher Fujimura. I believe your academic performance is not bad. Please study hard. I hope you can be admitted to our Guanzhong Academy in the future. After saying this, the middle-aged director left with satisfaction and asked Broly to swallow the words I didn't go to school. In the library south of the school, the kimono girl was looking through the books in front of her. The reason why she came to the school library to read books after school was not because she loved reading, but because she didn't like the bustle of school. In the personality of a woman, she always likes to stay alone in a quiet place and do things that don't make too much noise. Reading books in the library after school just happened to fit her hobbies. The girl who was just watching the book quietly did not know that her quiet look was being seen by another person. She is so beautiful. Hei Tongan also looked at the kimono girl who was sitting on the chair by the window, reading quietly under the dusk sunset light and showing her quiet temperament. She once again confirmed her opinion of the strange girl. She was a little irritable and impatient before, but now, can she go over and say hello to her and get to know her? The boy named Hei Tanja was a little excited. He was in the same class as the 2 rituals. The girl of the classmate felt a feeling of falling in love at first sight. Although I was rejected and I also saw that the other party personally agreed to be someone else's wife, the person who was agreed to be just a child. I should still have a chance, right? Hei Tongan thought so, so he stood up. He mustered up the courage, and walked towards the 2 rituals with a collection of detective stories in his hand. Student Lianji, do you also like detective novels? Just as Hei Tongan was thinking about how to get in touch with the 2 rituals again later, Broly passed by him. The boy turned his head and looked at the boy with a curious look, then came to the kimono girl, and placed a plate of charcoal roasted sari that he took out in advance next to the back of the girl's hand. The 2 rituals were disturbed and looked at the person who disturbed him. This is a charcoal roasted sari, I hope you like it. Broly said directly as he faced the girl's gaze. Why is it a sari? The kimono girl asked curiously. There are other foods, but I can only bring them out for you when there are only 2 of us. Broly glanced at the outsider here again. Hei Tongan also. I mean, why do you want to give me something to eat? The 2 rituals corrected their own problems. I brought dinner to my sister Tenkan, but it seemed that she had brought a little too much. She couldn't finish it. I thought of you, so I divided up some of it and brought it to you. Sister Tenkan, are you talking about teacher Fujimura? Are you her younger brother? But, teacher Fujimura's younger brother, I still don't understand why you want to give me food. You are my future wife, so it's normal for me to feed you food, although we made an appointment to have lunch together tomorrow. We made an appointment. The 2 rituals were a little confused, and then they thought of something and asked, do you know my other personalities? Broly nodded. It seems that I want to introduce myself again, right? Then, the boy realized that this was a new personality and introduced himself again. My name is Broly. I am a Saiyan. I am 12 years old and younger than you. I can call you sister, but if you don't need me to call you sister, you can also not call you. Well, what's your future wife's matter? You agreed in person, and you are willing to become my wife in the future, so you can't regret it. Broly looked at her and said. The style of female personality. She never refused and wanted to ask for a certificate, so she got a strange feeling from her heart. Yes, that's right, I personally agreed to this child. That's how it is. You can do it yourself. This strange feeling is like asking her to ask questions and giving such answers. Since it was her promise to you, I will not deny it, but you are still too young. If you are willing to be your wife when you grow up, then I will be your wife. The female personality is gentle and does not deny the decisions made by another personality. However, like she is not aware that there is a third root personality in her body, but she subconsciously regards the promise to be a boy's wife as another decision she made. Pooh! Suddenly, the boy over there fell on his knees. Hey, that classmate, what's wrong with you? After looking at the two rituals, I asked. It's nothing, but my heart just hurts. Kurokigan also responded, and his heart was hit by the invisible arrow fired by the Saiyan boy again. My heart hurts a little. This is a big problem. Do you need to send you to the medical room? Female personality does not like humans, but they do not like to see some tragedies that may happen in others. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Lianji classmate. Do you know me? After all, we are also classmates assigned to the same class. Hei Tongan also said with a smile, but his smile was very reluctant. Chapter 329 Cold Drink Water and Tax Evasion Party. My name is Hei Tongan, I am a classmate in the same class as you. The two rituals say to boys are like dealing with the role of younger brothers and sisters who grow up, want to marry you or marry your innocent and brilliant words, but the girl's unfamiliarity with herself is really hurtful. But now, this can be considered as meeting Lianji's classmates, right? Hei Tongan also took a deep breath and comforted himself with an Aku-like spirit. It's getting late, I'm going back, so I won't bother Lianji and this little brother Broly. Hei Tongan also said this politely and took the initiative to leave the library. Strange people. Lianji looked at the boy's back as he left and commented. Her external personality will be affected by the root of inner personality. If you don't meet a more peculiar Saiyan, the root cause may become interested in the ordinary and abnormal individual. But now, I also have big conch, scallops, and fresh kelp soup made from snapper. Seeing this, the outsider left, and Broly began to feed the kimono girl next to her. Plates of side dishes were put out, probably 1/3 of the amount of the bento of Fujimura Okawa. Lianqi looked at the food in front of him, and was silent for a while before asking, so, do you want me to eat these things for you to see in the library now? Not really, it's just that now I'll pack up the plates now, but if you are not hungry, you can take the food back home to eat. How do you ask me to bring back so many foods? I can take them and go home with you. Looking at the boy's serious appearance, the two rituals rubbed their temples. My family is a vicious slaughter family. She scared the boy. Coincidentally, the same is true for Sister Fujimura's family, and I am currently living in her house. The meal was made by her cook and her skills are very good. The boy's answer was not scared at all, which made the two rituals stunned, and then the girl's face showed a bit of sadness. If I took this boy home, my family might think that I had awakened some special hobbies. Although it is not wrong to say that it is my own hobby, and iron is the other side of myself, if I can avoid trouble, I still want to avoid trouble in the two rituals. It just so happened that at this time, when I got home, it was actually time for dinner. After thinking about it, the girl in the kimono started to turn on her chopsticks. How about it, is it delicious? Broly put his face on the table, watched as the two rituals tasted each dish, and then started asking. Well, it's delicious, the sari is very delicious, the conch is very erotic. To be honest, the two rituals were still a little calm, and they did not show their satisfaction with delicious food. However, Broly didn't care much, because the happiness value of the girl named two rituals on the panel of the Crystal Palace was already rising. Where is the sea bream kelp soup? That cook told me that this soup is a soup dish she is very good at. Broly looked at her with some anticipation. Sorry, I actually prefer cold drinks to hot soup. After taking a sip of hot soup at the two rituals, it tasted very delicious, but it was not what she liked. Okay, I've written it down. I'll bring you cold drinks tomorrow. Broly nodded and asked again. But what cold drinks do you want to drink? Feeding a wife should also pay attention to skills. If you can feed the food your wife likes to eat, it can better improve the other person's happiness value. Hearing the boy's inquiry, the two rituals pondered for a while before saying, as long as it is a cold drink, I can accept it. There is no special taste preference for female personality yet. She just simply doesn't like liquid that can burn her tongue. Good. Broly nodded and packed the plate after the kimono girl finished her dinner. I really see you tomorrow this time. Broly waved his hand and said goodbye to the two rituals. See you tomorrow. The two rituals also waved their hands, watching the boy step into the corridor full of dusk and sunset, and his figure quickly disappeared at the corner. After saying goodbye to Fujimura Okawa, Broly returned to Tomoki City. In the evening, just after dinner, I used the water generation magic with Sakura to help wash dishes. While Ilya was watching curiously, Rin Tozaka came over. The girl had already agreed with her father at noon to support the research of Aozaki Orange in Guanbusa City, and she also had a good sleep in the afternoon. What kind of magic is this? At this time, she was energetic and looked at the two people simmering water at a pile of bowls, chopsticks, and plates, and couldn't help but ask. Sister, this is water generation magic, and it was taught by brother Broly. Sakura replied that in the past, she used to work to wash dishes, but now it is more like a special game. This is the water-making magic taught me by Master Akiya, and it can be used normally in this world. Rin, do you want to learn to see it? Broly asked. Okay, I'll learn to read too. Tozaka Rin was still interested in Akiya's magic and agreed immediately. And her talent is not much different from Sakura. Not long after, the people who were simmering water by the sink changed from 2 to 3. It's very interesting, it feels like something that can exercise magical manipulation ability. After Rin Tozaka learned the water generation magic and used it, she commented based on her own feelings of use. Ilya, aren't you here? Immediately afterwards, she looked at the doll girl next to her. I can't let it go. It's not that Iria doesn't want to play with water together, but after trying to learn the magic of water generation, she finds that she can't release the magic at all. Her puppet's body has no magic loop, so she cannot use magic power to form a water-generated magic array like Sakura and Rin Tozaka. Although Ilya has already realized the chi, she cannot refinely manipulate her chi like Broly, so she cannot use water to generate magic like a boy. Therefore, she could only watch the three people playing in Kishui with some envy. Don't worry, my father has agreed to my support for that puppet master. I believe that your body will have magic loops in the future. Rin Tozaka comforted her. The three of them used water to generate magic. The method was to wash the dishes and chopsticks, and with the assistance of other maids, he quickly finished washing the pots and pans that Tenkin's family would wash tonight. So, sister, are you planning to come here tonight? Back in the room, Sakura couldn't help asking when she looked at Rin Tozaka, who brought a traveling small backpack. I decided to come here to live here for the time being. Rin Tozaka said bluntly. Ilya was a little surprised. Don't be so surprised, okay, although I said in the morning that I was just playing with you, I didn't want to lose even if I played games, so I came here. Broly lives in Tenkin's home. As the saying goes, the moon will be the first to get close to the water. Rin Tozaka doesn't want to lose to her sister and Ilya because she has been together for a short time. In this way, Sister Tozaka and we are competing on the same starting line. Ilya blinked and said. Hey, then isn't this a bit unfair to Kalyanjiang? Because of Rin Tozaka, Sakura will also go to the Tomoki church. Karen has a good relationship with her and is considered a little sister. Sakura, the world is cruel. That guy is so bad, just let her experience what cruel failure is. Ilya was still a little angry when she thought of what happened in the morning, and in her opinion, the white-haired nun was definitely losing. Well, Ilya, don't be so scrupulous with a child. If Karen also joins the Crystal Palace later, then she will be a companion in the same world as us. Ha, who wants to be a companion with that guy? Okay, even if she doesn't be a companion, if she knows that this showdown is unfair, she will definitely not be convinced in the future, right? After a pause, Tozaka Rin asked her sister, Sakura, do you have the confidence to win Karen in fair competition? Have. Upon hearing this, Sakura nodded, very confident. Look, even Sakura has such confidence. Do you have no confidence? Woo. Ilya frowned and thought for a while, then she relaxed a little. Okay, fair competition is fair competition. Okay, since Sister Yulia agrees to fair competition, then I'll contact Kalyanjiang now. Sakura took out her cell phone and called Tomoki Church in person. Hey, Broly, I'm helping you so much, are you a little unhappy? While Sakura was calling, Rin Tozaka approached the boy, touched his elbow and whispered. Hey, what have you helped me? Broly looked at the girl who was approaching with some confusion. Broly, you are still a fool. Even Sakura is helping to cooperate, but you don't hear it. Rin Tozaka covered her forehead and explained when she saw the boy still looked a little confused. Now that Iria is convinced by Sakura and she does not reject fair competition. In this way, Karen should also come here to live temporarily. After spending more time together, isn't it convenient for you to improve her happiness value? Hey, Sister Tozaka, I'm still here. You told me that you and Sakura are working together. Is this really good? What does this matter? Don't you all agree to fair competition? Moreover, this is a good thing for Broly, and he can get more happiness points. Tozaka-rin still understands the importance of having fun, and she thinks she should think more about her little boy. Of course, don't be obscured after thinking about it. You must say it in person so that the boy can realize how good he is to him. Look, on the Crystal Palace panel on her side, the original number of happiness points is now growing rapidly. Obviously, the practice of raising the boy's favor and touching him can also increase the yield and happiness points. Rin Tozaka proved the conjecture with practice, and a plan expression appeared on her face. Hey, go to your house to live? But I still have to take care of my father. However, the guess that Tozaka-rin had obtained happiness points was that the verification was successful, but the idea of asking Karen to come to Tenkin's house also had problems. In the Tomoki church, the little white-haired nun who received a call from Sakura and received an invitation showed a look of embarrassment on her face. In the microphone, Sakura explained to her that she had a longer time spent with Broly, and she had the advantage of gaining the boy's liking. Although Karen also wanted to make Ilya defeated, she had a disabled father in her family who needed to take care of her. She had a bit of poison on her mouth on weekdays, but she was actually a filial girl. It's just a boring competition, just a guy I've known for a few days. Unless I'm crazy, I can't leave my father and beg for nothing to please Sister Sakura, Brother Broly, you're called, and get the so-called love of the other party. Karen directly rejected the invitation from the other end of the phone. Okay, Kalyan Cheng, you have your own difficulties, but Sister Yulia is not a bad person. My sister and I hope you two can get along well. Just as Sakura was about to hang up the phone, a deep magnetic male voice rang out, wait a minute, Sakura, Karen will go. Unexpectedly, he would hear Yanfen Kairei's voice, and Sakura made a somewhat surprised auxiliary syllable. No, father, you actually eavesdrop on the conversation between us girls. After being surprised, Kalyan started to question her tone with a little bad attitude. I just picked it up and answered it after I heard the phone ringing, not deliberately eavesdropping. Yanfen Kairei said that she was innocent and then said. Kalyan, when other children can go out to play and have fun normally, you have to take on the life of taking care of me, the disabled father, as a young child. For a long time, I was the one who dragged you down, and this situation was time to change. My daughter, don't take care of me anymore, and bravely pursue your own happiness. Yanfeng Kairei Yoji said this with righteous words. He would think that he was a good father who considered his daughter. But in fact, he just wanted to watch the fun, his daughter's fun, Broly's fun, the fun of his cheap junior sister Kiritsugu Emiya and his daughter. Sakura, my daughter Karen, I will give you the care for you for the time being. Under Yanfen Kairei's advice, Karen was decided to make the decision to temporarily live in Tenkin's home. Bang! The phone was hung up, and the door of the lounge was quickly pushed open from outside. My scumbag father, what do you mean? Kalyan rushed in with a fierce look on his face. My daughter, the most painful thing in my life is to live in a wheelchair for the second half of my life. My hatred for the magician killer has exceeded everything. However, I know that our father and daughter are helpless, so the effective revenge that can be carried out can only be placed on you. I know you want to take good care of me, but I hope you can take revenge on our enemies than to be taken good care of. Seize the happiness of that guy's daughter and make my daughter happy. This is my revenge plan. The moment Yanfeng Kairei was pushed open hard, the tax evader's expression on her face seamlessly switched to a painful expression. He was possessed by the actor and took the initiative, and said this to his daughter who broke in. This made the little white-haired nun who came in and asked him what was the big problem and got stuck. Kalyan, can I place my hope for revenge on you? The little nun of the white-haired felt something was wrong, but under such serious circumstances, she could not refuse her father's expectations. Yes, I will definitely help you get revenge. Although you are a scumbag, who made me the daughter of you, the scumbag father. Thanks. Yanfen Kairei hugged her daughter, as if she was moved by her daughter's promise, but where her daughter could not see her, his face was full of pleasure. The daughter who was instilled in her belief in revenge would have a lot of friction with Kiritsugu Emiya's daughter, and the boy who once defeated the Hero King might have a headache because of his operation. Thinking that he could still cause such a big trouble for others, the pleasure couldn't help but rise from the bottom of his heart. After my daughter leaves, open a bottle of red wine to celebrate. Yanfen Kairei thought. Chapter 330 The priest of joy collapsed in the middle way, and the nun swung his fist to create humans, smell, and fragrance. Then father, I'm over. After packing up a few pieces of clothes to change clothes, but to put it bluntly, it was a few exactly the same church nun clothes. Karen said goodbye to his father, and went to Tenkin's home with the intention of revenge for his father. It's time for me to celebrate with red wine. After watching his daughter leave, Yanfen Kaire whispered to himself. He turned on the record machine, played a cheerful serenade, and came to the entrance of the wine cellar, and used an auxiliary crutch to go down the stairs. Although he was very embarrassed when he came up, he climbed up the stairs little by little. He took out the red wine he had collected for many years. There is so much dust. Think about it, the wine cellar has not been opened since my father passed away. Now it has been 3 years. With the addition of these 3 years of precipitation, I think the wine tastes better. Opening, pouring wine, and shaking the wine glass. Although Kairayon hasn't drunk for many years, the sobering wine technique learned from the Hero King is not unfamiliar. It's a bit sour, but it's sour, so life should be sour. Thinking of the former old father running around for his disabled self before he passed away and asking for the holy skeleton cloth of Magdalene to awaken his spiritual media-like daughter, the priest felt inexplicable sorrow at this moment. This is probably the nostalgia for the deceased relatives. Just as he was thinking this way, his stomach suddenly became cramped and made a rumbling sound. What's going on? Yanfen Kaire's face changed and she covered her abdomen. Is there something wrong with this wine? He looked at the red wine suddenly, took it to check it out, and found that it was a bottle of red wine that had not been finished and sealed. The dusty memory reminded me that 7 years ago, the Hero King always came here to steal his father's treasured wine. Every time he couldn't finish drinking, the Hero King said that although wine of this level was good, he was not qualified to enter his treasure house. So he would recover the unfinished wine and leave it to him to seal it, and drink it next time he came. Yanfen Kaire's face turned a little dark. Kailin. He called his daughter and realized that his daughter had just left. Toilet. He crawled towards the toilet go, but this is a long distance for the disabled. Puff. Tonight's Dongmu church is destined to be more delicious. Father Yanfeng cleaned up all night alone with tears in his eyes. On the other side, Kailin had arrived at Tenkin's home. Sister Sakura, I'm here. The little nun rang the doorbell and shouted into the house. Hey, stop blocking the door, give it to me. Ilya just happened to be carrying the bedding from home. After pushing the white-haired nun at the door open, he opened the door directly. He entered the house without hesitation. Okay, Kailin Cheng, come with me. Sakura ran out to greet the little nun at this time and led her to her room directly. You'll sleep here tonight. Sakura's room had been tidied up, and the solid wood low table originally placed in the middle was moved out, but the space was made to make the floor bigger. I'll sleep in the same room with her. Karen looked at the bedding Ilya being tidying up and asked with wide eyes. It's not about sleeping in the same room with Sister Yulia, but about sleeping in the same room together. Sakura explained. What? I'm sorry for sleeping in the same room with me. If you don't want to sleep, you can go to another room to play the floor, but don't say that we won't win at that time. Ilya stood on the pink bedding, her hands were inserted into her waist, and said bluntly to the white-haired nun at the door with dissatisfaction. Sleeping together can enhance each other's relationship and deepen your understanding of each other. Of course, you can sleep with me at night while Ilya and Sakura sleep. Rin Tozaka smoothed out the situation, and then he saw a disgusting expression on the face of the little white-haired nun. Are you dissatisfied with this expression? She raised her eyebrows and asked. There is an old Chinese saying that those who are close to the vermilion are red and those who are close to the ink are black. If you sleep with you, I am afraid that you will grow up overnight, so if you want to sleep in the same room, I will also sleep with Sister Sakura. Kailin said directly, and then her face was pinched by the girl. You bastard, don't think I don't understand. You mean that I am an old woman? The age difference between us is only 5 years old. At the age of 5, isn't there a big gap in this age? Karen asked back. Ilya said you are a stinky little guy, and she is really right. Tozaka Rin pinched her hands. Well, that's it. Ilya nodded beside her, echoing Rin Tozaka's words. This is my relationship with Aunt Tozaka. What does it have to do with you, an outsider? You still confuse me. Rin Tozaka increased her strength to pinch her face. If you pinch it again, don't blame me for being disrespectful to you and you're fighting with you. Ha, then you can move one and show me. Leaving the package containing the change of clothes, the white-haired nun was very obedient and started to do it directly. She slid her hands, separated the hands of Tozaka Rin's face, then she slid her palms and clapped her palms, and then hit the girl's chest that was not plump in front of her. You guy is really trying. Tozaka Rin intercepted with his right hand, held the wrist of the little nun, slapped his palm, and then raised his leg to block the little nun's calves kicked out from under the nun's skirt. Of course this, otherwise, will you still think I'm joking with you? Karen said that, then dropped her elbow, forcing Rin Tozaka to let go of her wrist and choose to step back and avoid it. Sister Tonsaka, this little brat is so bad, beat her up. Ilya was urging fire beside her, and she did not notice the cunning flashes in the eyes of the white-haired nun. Rin Tozaka looks at the trick, I want to see who is better between us. As the saying goes, Xiang Zhuang's sword dances in Peigong, while the young nun's boxing is in Yulia. She swept her legs and Rin Tozaka jumped and dodged, but Ilya did not dodge. It seems to be affected, but in fact it is precisely hit and swept over by the young nun on the newly laid bedding. Oh, my butt! Ilya, caught off guard, was hurt by her butt. After getting up again, she was knocked down by the sweeping leg that the little nun swept over. You guy must have done it on purpose, right? The doll girl was a little angry and questioned the little nun who was chasing Rin Tozaka there. I am competing with Rin Tozaka. What does it have to do with you? You are swept down by me. Haha, who asked you to be a wooden man among us? You won't have the strength to be more eye-catching. Will you shine farther away? Iria had nothing to say, covering her little butt and wanted to stay away, but under the intentional influence of the little nun, she was still caught up by the two people who were fighting with physical skills, and then she was accidentally injured by Karen's third leg to sweep the hall. At this time, even the blind man could see that the little nun did it on purpose. Hey, Karen, don't go too far. Ha, what's wrong with Aunt Tozaka? It's obvious that you hit everywhere that made her injured by accident. Aunt Tozaka. You guy, do you really think I can't beat you? You can fight, do you still need to avoid my attack everywhere? You can't bear it anymore, there is no need to endure it anymore. Body basic strengthening. Ah, you use magic to strengthen your body, this is a foul. Who asked you to be arrogant and become more greedy? Rin Tozaka directly overturned Karen, put her long legs on the little nun's neck, and grabbed the other person's hand with a classic jujutsu secret technique, cross solid. Ha, Ilya, I have controlled her. Now, if you have revenge, and if you have revenge. Ilya looked at the controlled little white-haired nun, clenched her fist and rushed forward. I dare to hurt me on purpose by mistake, so my butt hurts. Let's see if I don't swell your little butt. The sound of a slap sounded from the room. Don't hit it anymore. If you hit it again, Kalianjiang's butt will really be injured. Broly came to the room and was about to tell everyone that when the bath water was put, he saw this scene. Tozaka Rin grabbed Karen's hand and used her long legs to control the little nun to the ground in a lying position. Ilya sat on the little nun's back, her palm slapped at the little nun's buttocks wrapped under the nun's skirt as if she was slapped on the percussion instrument. Sakura persuaded the two of them to stop, but Ilya and Rin Tozaka were unwilling to do so unless the young nun who was spanked gave in and apologized. The young nun bit her lips, her face flushed, and she looked stubborn and resisted. Carlin Ordizai looks like she was bullied by the seniors of Crystal Palace. But the actual situation is. Why can I feel comfortable when my butt is beaten by my father's enemy's daughter? I was obviously bullied, but what is this feeling? Callan Aldicia, happiness value is being improved. Looking at the prompt message on the panel of Crystal Palace, Broly's expression was a little weird. He stood at the door of the room and watched the farce happening in the room. He looked like he was stunned after seeing something incredible. Ah, this, Broly, it's not like you see this guy is asking for trouble first, I'm just fighting back. Suddenly seeing the boy at the door, Ilya's spanking hands were stiff in the air. Ilya, who was worried that the boy would misunderstand that she was bullying the young nun, quickly explained in a hurry. At this time, Tozaka Rin also let go of Crossfire, stood up a little embarrassedly and said, Ilya is right. It is indeed the guy Karen who is the first to ask for trouble. Woo 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 woo. On the ground, the little white-haired nun cried, saying in a crying voice that he was just competing with Rin Tozaka. Sister Tozaka doesn't talk about martial arts. It's obviously a matter of competing with martial arts, but she actually used magic to strengthen her body, not skills but enhanced physical fitness to capture me. Then she asked Ilya, a guy, to slap me in the butt. If I had known that this would happen to come here, I wouldn't have come. You fart, it's obviously your excuse to fight with Sister Tozaka, and then came over and accidentally hurt me. Broly, I was knocked down by her legs sweeping 3 times in a row, and my butt is still hurting now. Although I am a doll body now, I feel the same as a normal person. You have to believe me. I didn't hurt me by accident. It's obviously this guy who is stupid, and he's stuck in the middle like wood. The little nun of the white hair denies it, and she did not accidentally hurt her, because her legs were just running towards Ilya. I think she did it on purpose. Rin Tozaka said. If you don't believe it, you can ask Sakura. Broly looked at Sakura. I'm not sure if Kalianjang did it on purpose, because her attacks seemed normal. She was the sister who was hiding her legs before she attacked Sister Yulia next to her. Sakura was very objective and explained the conflict that happened in the room just now. Ilya just fell and hurt her butt, but my butt was swollen by the two of them. Broly, you want me to be your wife, then shouldn't you be fair for me at this time? Broly. Thinking that the little nun was hit on the butt just now, but the happiness value on his body showed an increase, he began to take justice. Okay, Karen, you apologize to Ilya. That's right, you guys should follow me. Before Karen finished speaking, he realized what the boy said and stared at Broly. It shouldn't be her apologizing to me, why did I apologize to her in reverse? She started questioning. The reason is a bit complicated, so I'll ask, did you feel very comfortable when you were spanked just now? Broly asked directly. How is it possible to be spanked? B.A. Seeing that the little white-haired nun was about to refute, Broly didn't talk nonsense and slapped him. Woo! The little nun's butt shook, and the pain and numbness spread from the affected part to the whole body like an electric current. Kalyan, the happiness value is increasing. What, it's all like this, do you still want to deny it? I didn't. B.A. Broly fully confirmed that this reserve wife may have similar interests as darkness. After slapping the little nun with moderate strength, the body trembled a little. Things shouldn't have developed like this. Kalyan muttered these words, but her face was already a little flushed. What, do you want it? It's a comfortable situation to admit that you were spanked just now, and if you admit it, I can slap you again. Karen wanted to deny it, but it was just a little bit short, so how could he hold back and stop at the critical moment? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have affected you on purpose. She whispered. Tell me the name, who did you apologize to? Broly did not allow her to go through vaguely. It's Xiang Yulia. After asking the little nun to repeat the apology, the Saiyan boy nodded with satisfaction and fell down with the last slap. Woo! Accompanied by the feeling of shame that apologized to the daughter of her enemy, the little white-haired nun who had originally come with a revenge was now sinking into a comfortable feeling that not everyone can understand, and her body slowly softened on the bedding under her. Ilya, do you accept her apology? Broly raised his head and asked at this time. Ah, what did you say? Ilya was a little aware of it, and she only realized it now, and her little face showed a frightened look. Broly could only ask the girl again whether she would forgive the young nun. Okay, I forgive me. Please let her get up quickly and don't dirty my quilt. I didn't expect that you are like Karen. Rin Tozaka's eyes were even more disgusted. Karen, who gradually recovered. It seemed that she had not succeeded in revenge, so she was disgraced. Don't worry, Kalyan Zhang, everyone's interests and hobbies are different, so you don't have to feel inferior because of this. Sakura came over to comfort her. I succumbed to violence, not the truth. I understand, sister understands you. Sakura looked like I am willing to believe your explanation. I've put the hot bath in there, do you want to take it? At this time, the boy asked. Of course, I have to go and wash quickly. It's all this guy who makes me sweat. After a series of fights, although it was not the kind of one who tried his best, it also made Rin Tozaka sweat a lot. She took off the warm stockings from her feet on the spot. She could see some heat coming out after taking them off. What, do you want to smell it? Seeing the boy looking over, Tozaka Rin blushed, but she boldly raised her left leg and asked. My nose is very flexible, I have already smelled the smell of your feet. It's the smell of sweat, it's a little smelly. Rin Tozaka. My ears were red, and I ran out with my black stockings. Kalyan, do you want to take a shower together? Broly didn't care about this, so he looked at the young nun and asked. I won't take a bath with others. Karen refused. I smelled your smell, and you seemed to be peeing just now. Before Broly could finish his words, he was interrupted by Sakura. Okay, brother Broly, Karen Cheng doesn't want to wash it. The face of the little white-haired nun was already red at this time. Although Kalyan is young, she is precocious and knows more knowledge. Can't I go and wash it? You little pervert, little pervert. After giving up these words, Kalyan ran out in a hurry. What's wrong? Broly scratched his head, feeling a little confused. Brother Broly, girls won't like being called smelly, my sister is the same, and so is Karen Zhang. It's not okay to tell the truth. No. What about it? This is okay. Sakura. What? You smell very good. Sakura. Ilya. When the boy saw it, she became nervous. Without waiting for Broly to say anything, she ran out and said, I'm going to take a shower. Chapter 331 Night Chat. The wives went to take a shower, and Broly, the bath scrubber, also went online. As expected, Karen cursed again. However, when he saw the boy really having a professional bath scrubber attitude and rubbing other people's bodies, Karen also had the fate of going on a rattan bath scrubber bed. And I don't know if it was because of the ass being beaten, Broly found that Karen's sensitive points seemed to be on the butt flesh. In comparison, Rin Tozaka's sensitive point is on her long legs, especially the calf flesh on her heels. Just gently pressing and rubbing can make the girl look almost out of reach. Pay more attention to keeping warm and exercising. If the chi and blood flow in the legs are normal, you won't have such a big reaction. In this situation, Broly, like a master with many years of massage experience, made sharp comments on the girl's long legs that were too sensitive to her. After hearing this, Rin Tozaka became speechless. It was like seeing a doctor and receiving treatment, and then listening to the doctor's instructions. What should be done makes people shy and disappear in an instant. After a shower, the four girls were sweating profusely, and Broly also successfully obtained 3 happiness points plus 134 happiness points. Adding to the happiness value obtained in the 2 rituals today and the happiness points obtained by Sakura, who is already his wife, is just enough to settle the retention fee. There is still a balance. Kalyan, what are you doing? After taking a shower, she changed into new clothes. Sakura watched the little nun bring the basin into the bathroom and asked quickly. Of course it's washing clothes, otherwise what else can you do? Karen looked at her strangely. Hand washing. Sakura was a little strange. What about that? Doesn't there be a washing machine in the church? Rin Tozaka came over to ask. What is that? Karen was a little confused and acted a little differently than a modern person. Idiot, I don't even know the washing machine. It's a prop that can help people wash their clothes automatically by putting them in. Ilya laughed at the little nun's ignorance. Hey, are there any such easy-to-use props? The surprised expression on Kalyan's face was not fake. My senior brother is really unreliable. Rin Tozaka complained, but considering that Yanfen Kairei's tools to listen to music and the antique vinyl record recorder from the previous generation, he felt that there was no more modern machinery in the Tomoki church, and it was not something that could not be understood. I heard that in order to keep the mystery, some magician families are even willing to live a reclusive life that is extremely retro. However, the washing machine can only wash clothes outside. As for the underwear, you still have to wash it by yourself. Sakura added, and then she found that the boy wearing clothes was also listening carefully from the side, looking interested in the washing machine. The washing machine needs electric power. There should be no electricity in the hometown of Brother Broly, right? Does lightning count? In a sense, Broly is more primitive than anyone else. There are only 2 people who have been to the world he has been to this day that can be called modern. One is the world of the moon and the other is the world of Digimon. However, the time the former stays, even if the time to return to this world is included, today has only been 10 days. The latter, most of them live in the digital world, have little contact with modern furniture equipment such as washing machines. In other words, most of his clothes are hand-washed, and at most, there are other people who are willing to help him wash clothes. The matter of washing clothes fell when the 2 curious people approached the washing machine and watched Sakura skillfully operate the washing machine to wash clothes. The underwear was washed by hand, and the 4 girls were arranged neatly on the lanyard outside. Broly, where are your underwear? I never wear underwear. The boy answered Rin Tozaka's question loudly. Because I have a tail, it's uncomfortable to wear underwear. He shook his tail and explained to others that there was a legitimate reason why he did not wear this thing. If there are underwear that suits you, do you want it? Rin Tozaka asked thoughtfully. You can try it. Broly is still willing to accept new things. The night is getting deeper and it is time to go to bed. When the 5 people entered the same room, closed the door and got into the quilt to sleep together, Rin Tozaka felt a strange feeling. This is a little different from what she originally thought about sleeping with a boy. In other words, what is the difference between the big quilt in the room in front of her and the student staying together during her study trip? Did you sleep? The girl asked. No, what's wrong? This is Ilya's voice. Well, we have to chat before we fall asleep. Rin Tozaka suggested. Okay, but what are you talking about? Sakura agreed and asked immediately. Of course it's their own business. For things like sleeping in a room now, of course, they need to enhance each other's understanding and feelings. Tozaka Rin said naturally, without waiting for the little nun on the other side to refuse. A night chat would be held in a small room. And this matter was proposed by Rin Tozaka, so she would start the matter. She took the lead in talking about her own affairs. Where to start? Of course, it starts when I was separated from my sister. My father is a stereotyped magician. In order not to waste Sakura's talent, he adopted Sakura's family, but in that family, Sakura was not happy. It's not just unhappy, it should be extremely bad. I still remember the insects now. Fortunately, I met Brother Broly, and he rescued me. Sakura interrupted and added that if she was still a reserve wife, her current happiness value would definitely be increased by more than 10 points. After the Holy Grail War, my father did not continue to force Sakura to go to another magician family, but bought her a suitable magical heritage. Now that he still loves Sakura, but unfortunately, as a magician, he loves the opportunity to reach the roots more. If there is no Holy Grail, we might still be sisters with surnames. Sakura couldn't deny her sister's words. As she grew older, she had a new understanding of Tozaka Toshiko's decision in the past, but this did not mean that she would be willing to forgive that person. Now, her surname is no longer Tozaka, and this will not change much in the future. After graduating from elementary school, my time to exercise magic gradually increased, and it occupied almost all my private time. In addition to normal schooling, what I had to face every day was heavy magic training courses. At this point, my father is a strict person and he hopes that I will become a talent. I hope I can take over the Tozaka family with the best attitude. But I ignored that I was alone, so I hate him very much. The heavy pressure of magic schoolwork is the key to the transformation of Rin Tozaka from a good girl to a rebellious girl. However, he said he was disgusting, but in his heart, Rin Tozaka had some different thoughts. As a father, Tozaka Toshiko really can't say it's good. But as the father of the magician, the other party has done everything possible. Except for Kiritsugu Emiya, such fathers are almost rare among magicians. There are also people who treat children as tools and props, and that is even a common attitude. Do you want me to warn him for you? Broly asked. He was committed to beating the ignorant Lao Deng. This is not necessary. After knowing that you are back, he didn't care about me anymore. Rin Tozaka guessed that this was his father and was afraid of being beaten by the boy again. Rin Tozaka ended her topic. The room fell into silence, and no one spoke for a while. No, I have shared my own situation, but you are speechless. Are you letting me play a solo show alone? Rin Tozaka complained. So, it's my turn next. I have lived in a huge castle since I was a child. My father and mother have been with me for a while, but after the Holy Grail War, I lost them. Iria took over the conversation and talked about her situation. In her life, she started to get bumpy since her parents left. She was the only one in the lonely big room. The people of the Einsbaron family did not care about her and treated her as a prop. The transformation of her body runs through her childhood. Her only reliance is the Crystal Palace panel, which Ilya regards as a relic left to her by her parents. Of course, later, she knew that her father was not dead and she never thought about abandoning herself, which made her feel happy. Later, after I was rescued by my father, he took me to seek medical treatment. He was always worried that I would not grow up, and always hoped that I could grow up as healthy as a normal person. Let me tell you the truth, although I have always comforted my father, it doesn't matter if I don't grow up, but I am also afraid of suddenly leaving this world one day. I don't know what death is like, but I'm just afraid of being separated from my family. There are maids who take care of me, good-looking brothers, Aunt Mia who is like my mother, and Broly, Sakura and sister Tozaka. All of this makes me feel a little reluctant to leave. Fortunately, I have changed my body now and have completely gotten rid of my physical defects, although it may be like this in the future. Ilya said something heavy in a light voice, and her optimism made Rin Tozaka unable to help but rub over and hug her. The little nun was a little silent. She was hostile to Ilya, but now listening to the girl telling her past life, she found that the other party did not make her hostile. Yes, my father's disability may be caused by the other father, but what does this have to do with a girl who is also in trouble? Karen was confused. In the midst of the confusion, Sakura ended herself. Since the Holy Grail War, she was taken over by the Tenkan family as her granddaughter, and some stories about ordinary people's lives. Although she practices magic, she only tries it briefly, and her purpose is not to cause any trouble to the people around her because of her magical qualifications. Similarly, I just want to have a common topic with my sister. When my sister comes, I can ask her about magic knowledge, so that Rin Tozaka can gain a sense of accomplishment as an older sister. In this regard, Rin Tozaka, who knew the truth, commented on her sister Sakura at 6, which was the emotional value that she had. It became the most important reason why she persisted when she hated magic training the most in middle school. That's right, Tozaka Rin trains magic every day, part of which is to better guide Sakura's magic level. Look, sister is amazing. The motivation for practicing magic brought by the identity package of sister is greater than the status of the successor of the Tozaka family. The former is a part of self-esteem, for the strong maintenance of the image of sister is a super powerful magician, while the latter is a passive responsibility brought by identity. Rin Tozaka's magic attainments that are close to the annual level of the clock tower are completely caused by the emotional value that Sakura has brought to her. Without providing a little emotional value, she will not work so hard to exercise her ability as a magician. Of course, Rin Tozaka's efforts to practice magic is not just these two reasons. In addition, she has always felt guilty about not protecting her sister in childhood. She doesn't want such a thing to happen in the future, so she needs strong strength and magic level that exceeds her father. However, then again, after the cross-border communication was achieved at Crystal Palace, this tension became relaxed. Now that Broly returns, Rin Tozaka has completely relaxed because he doesn't have to rely on himself to protect his sister, but there are still boys who can rely on them. After Sakura finished speaking, the room fell silent again. Just as Broly was about to speak and talk about his story of traveling through time in another world, Sakura asked Karen to tell her that she would also talk about her story. The atmosphere of night chat had already risen. The little nun just hesitated for a moment and talked about her life, and her life was also bumpy. Her mother committed suicide when she was just 1 year old, with the purpose of proving that her father, Yanfan Kaire, loved her. That was a sad woman. I heard from my grandfather that when she died, my father did not shed a single tear for her. I was unable to get baptism from the church thanks to her suicide, because suicide violated the doctrine, so my birth was also considered a sin. No, what does this have to do with you? In the dark room, the girls all widened their eyes and lay down and looked towards Karen. I don't know, but that's how it happened. I lost my mother and was regarded as a sinner. My father gave me to a monastery because he wanted to participate in the Holy Grail War and was taken care of by the mother there. And they are indeed very good at taking care of people. As long as I can remember, they have been beaten to countless times. They have learned the ability to wash clothes, cook, and take care of people with other children. When I was 4 years old, I suddenly learned that I had a father who was picked up from the monastery and came to Dongmu City. I met my father in a wheelchair and the grandfather who was smiling like a kind old man, and began to take care of the disabled and the old man's life. The little nun's poisonous tongue is still working. She calls her father disabled and calls her deceased grandfather an old man. But no one in the room had any opinions on her name. On the contrary, others were even more shocked by her life. How can your father and grandfather do you like this? Ilya was very angry. Even though she had experienced her parents' love for her, even if her parents were used as props by the Einsbaron family after they left, they were still the ones they were taken care of. However, Karen has been taking care of others since she can remember, and she has no love from her parents at all. She lives a much more miserable life than hers. I think they are very nice to me, at least, after being picked up from the monastery and back to my father and grandfather, I only need to wash 2 pieces of clothes. Karen didn't care. Happiness needs to be compared. Compared to the situation where she was often beaten in a monastery, she was not beaten after being taken back to her father. Isn't this a kind of happiness? Your father, my senior brother, he is much worse than my father. Rin Tozaka commented. I don't deny this. The young nun did not refute. Kalyan-chan, your father has not taken good care of you, but do you still want to be hostile to Ilya because of him? Sakura asked. I don't want it either, but he is my father after all, and Ilya's father made my father disabled. Their grudges spread to our generation. This is normal, isn't it? Kalyan said indifferently that after she understood Ilya's life, she was no longer hostile to the other party, but she must insist on being hostile to the other side. Wait, your father was disabled by her father, but you were taken out of the monastery because your father was disabled and needed someone to take care of him. Rin Tozaka found the blind spot and asked. And her words made the little nun stunned. Yes, her father is not disabled, how could she be taken back? She is not taken back, isn't she still a tragic life in the monastery? In other words, although Ilya's father was an enemy who had ruined his father, he was also the benefactor who had escaped from the suffering sea of the monastery. Woo! In the dark room, Karen lying in the quilt, his face showed a tangled look. What is this? Do you still want to avenge your father? Where is that monastery? I'll deal with them for you. At this time, Broly said. Note, Karen should have been adopted by the priest before going to the monastery, but the plot service has been modified here. Chapter 332, The Big Eater Fist, The Hungry Tiger. Broly still attaches great importance to the reserve wife. If they are bullied, he will definitely help him stand up. Of course, except for the unreasonable acts that Master Akia sometimes makes, Broly now has a certain ability to distinguish right from wrong, and it must be because his wives are really wronged. Unfortunately, although Broly didn't mind flying half of the earth to catch the old nanny who had hit Karen's whip before and beat him up, Karen was too young at that time and did not remember the specific address of the previous monastery. Moreover, she can no longer remember the person who whipped her, and she did not care too much about the whip she was whipped when she was a child. I have original sin in me, and whipping is a way to purify my sin. The little nun said this. Although she had not received baptism from the church, she was a devout believer, at least on the surface. Broly was a little suspicious. Carlene or Desire, the reserve wife, might just be enjoying the process of being whipped. As for other girls, they think religious beliefs are terrible. They can actually make a child as young as Karen feel that the person who beat her is correct and represents that the gods are cleaning up her sins. You have no sins. People are born with sin. It's just the logic of robbers, and it's nothing more than religious pursuit. A means of fooling the people in the public's wealth. Your words are blasphemous words. Okay, I won't argue with you anything. I'll find you some history books about the Holy Church tomorrow so that you can know that the role of the Church in history is not glorious. Unlike her who lost her father in the original Fate line, Tozaka Rin now has various teachings from Tozaka Toshiko, so she has too matured her understanding of things. She decided to take some historical records of the magic world tomorrow and show it to Karen. It was Broly's turn to tell stories, and the stories he told were always related to eating and finding a wife. However, although it was always inseparable from food and wife, the experiences were different. Several girls, including Sakura, who had already heard it roughly once, all listened to it with relish. They had a deeper and three-dimensional understanding of the images of other official members of the Crystal Palace in the group chat room, because this is the story of the boy and theirs. However, no matter how good the story is, it cannot resist the sleepiness that gradually surges up. Before I know it, light snoring sounds in the room. Broly stopped telling the story after the last person's breathing slowed down, and the story had just arrived at Suqing's world, when he went to the Red Devil village. The next day, when Kalian woke up, the sky was just turning white outside, and just as the girl got out of the bed and was about to do morning work, the strange room that caught her eyes made her realize that she was no longer in the Tunki church. Kalian Jiang, don't you sleep for a while? Sakura was next to her, awakened by the little nun's movement of getting up, and she asked in a daze. I usually get up at this time, clean the yard, make breakfast, pray in front of the statue, and then go to eat. Karen answered Sakura's question and asked her curiously, did Sister Sakura get up very late? This is not the case. When I go to school, I start at about this time, but now I want to sleep for a while. As she said this, her little body rubbed into the boy's arms, and her head was even resting on Broly's arm. So that's it, then everyone else is lazy. The young nun said. You'll slander people less. It's time for me to go to school. Rin Tozaka was also awakened by the conversation. After hearing the slander of the young nun, he immediately refuted. Her body was still in her bed, but she just reached out and held the palm of the boy's other side. The girl's voice was slightly louder, waking up Ilya behind her. The doll girl sat up in a daze and muttered, is it dawn? Well, it's not good for a group of people to sleep in a room. Once the person who wakes up first makes some noise, it may make everyone else wake up. Fortunately, Rin Tozaka, who had finally fallen asleep, had been sleeping for nearly 7 hours, and no one felt that she was not sleeping enough. Brushing teeth and washing your face. Before breakfast was done, Broly began a new chi teaching. However, after experiencing the fact that Ilya knocked her fists away, Sakura and Ilya continued to sway, but instead used the movement of slowly moving their limbs like Tai Chi to feel the trajectory of the chi in the body. What are they doing? Kalian looked beside him for a while and couldn't help asking. Practice boxing, isn't this an obvious thing? Rin Tozaka replied. So slowly, is it considered practicing boxing? Kalian frowned. She learned from her father's Bajikwan, which mainly focused on a fierce and powerful way of practicing boxing, which she had never seen before. I was teaching Sakura and Iria how to use chi, and chi seemed a bit dangerous before mastering it, so I was hit slowly like this. Broly explained. Kalian originally wanted to say something viciously. Can such slow boxing be powerful, but soon thought of his defeat of Broly, and his words turned directly, can you teach me one more? Can. 2 wives are taught, and 3 wives are taught. Broly agreed readily and looked directly at the 4th wife present. Then I'll learn too. Rin Tozaka felt a little uncomfortable because she had originally wanted to strengthen magic, but now this situation is still a little more sociable. What's the matter? Fujimura Lehua got up and passed by the courtyard corridor. He saw 5 young figures in the courtyard synchronously doing the old man's boxing behavior, so he couldn't help but come over and ask. After learning that Broly was teaching people to practice boxing and chi, Fujimura Reiwa felt that this boxing was slowly and he should be able to learn it, so he asked the boy, Broly, can I learn this boxing too? Can. Broly agreed, so the number of people practicing boxing changed from 5 to 6. Broly spread his energy to the old man Fujimura and continued to lead the team to practice boxing slowly. What's going on? Is the old man doing boxing? Later, someone in Fujimura got up and passed by the courtyard to see the scene. After learning that this was the future young master teaching the advanced boxing technique that could fly sandbags, these people were all excited. After asking whether he could practice with him and obtain the boy's consent, a human-to-human boxing practice occurred in the courtyard. A group of underworld little brothers followed behind their chief, slowly slapped the snail-speed boxing technique that was like an old man's health fist. The movements of these people were a little inconsistent at first, but as Broly covered their energy, they entered their bodies. The guidance of the actions of everyone practicing boxing gradually became consistent. When the sky was completely bright, you could only hear the sound of breathing in the courtyard. If there are martial arts people watching here, you can find that the breathing of a group of people in the yard is already the prototype of a certain Qigong breathing method. Even some people have signs that the living magic circuit has been successfully constructed. Of course, it is definitely impossible for everyone present to be martial arts geniuses. The reason why some people successfully built a living magic circuit is that they simply have a Saiyan with a huge amount of energy. They don't care about the consumption of energy at all. They use a similar way to borrow energy to experience the feeling of energy flowing everywhere in the body. Simply put, although Broly doesn't know how to teach people to use Qi, he can directly make people feel the existence of Qi. There is not much explanation for the tortoise speed boxing technique, but the energy that covered others' bodies flows through every part of the body with the body movements of the tortoise speed boxing technique. In this process, the body of the person who follows the boxing will spontaneously adapt to the rhythm of breathing during exercise under the driving force of Qi and limb movements. Everyone's breathing varies from person to person, but they all use the body's adaptability to reverse the breathing technique. Of course, a group of people are now only trained by Broly's energy, so that they can have such a situation where they can be trained for a while and have already entered the martial arts world. However, there is still a big gap between them and truly becoming a martial arts master. At least, it is necessary to be able to mobilize the almost undetectable movement of your own Qi according to the rhythm of your breathing without Broly. The breakfast is ready and you can have a meal. The cook's dinner sound interrupted the feeling of everyone who was immersed in the comfort of practicing boxing. Broly's energy was withdrawn from everyone, and everyone who practiced boxing felt a little cold outside. But what follows is the warmth feeling of the body being moved. It's amazing. After practicing your fist, my old bones feel much more relaxed. Fujimura Lehua was surprised. And this is of course, Qi is the embodiment of vitality. Broly's energy flowed in the other party's body for more than 10 times. Even though it had been taken back now, it had already stimulated the vitality of the old man's body. This comes at a price, Grandpa Fujimura, you may have to eat more later. Broly touched his stomach and felt a little hungry. The other people are similar. The fist just now seems slow, but it is a boxing technique that triggers the body to produce Qi. The energy of the Qi that is drawn is provided by the body. The greater the appetite in the Dragon Ball world, the stronger the strength, is no joke. The Saiyans' appetite is almost proportional to their strength. When you are hungry, you cannot exert your normal strength, so eating is a very important thing. Another bowl. In the canteen of the old house in Teng village, the sound of adding food is endless. Everyone who practices boxing is reincarnated like a starving ghost, and their appetite is almost doubled. I finally know, Broly, why you can eat so much. Tozakarin had eaten 2 big bowls of rice today before she could get full. It was her control of her magic to offset some of the consumption of Qi, so she ate less. And those like Sakura and Karen who do not use magic to offset the consumption of the Qi are now being cooked in the 3rd bowl of rice. As for Ilya, it was even more terrifying. Her doll's stomach had a stronger digestive ability. She couldn't bulge after eating. All of them were transformed into the part of the magic consumed by replenishing the Qi. However, she was recharging her doll's body by relying on the physiological eating behavior of eating. On that morning, the breakfast side dishes prepared by the old house canteen in Teng village were eaten clean. Even if there were no side dishes, more than 30 buckets of white rice were cooked later. A group of hungry guys turned into rice immortals by pouring soy sauce, and ate all the additional cooked rice. I'm full, I'm finally full. I've never been so hungry. I used to think that being poor and rich in martial arts was said to be more expensive to equip martial artists and letting them serve, but now. The old man Fujimura looked at the resting guy in the group and realized that the so-called Fuwa might just refer to the expenses in terms of food. Tenkan group can still afford to eat like this in a short time, but if they eat every meal like this in the future, the huge Tenkan group may be poor by their own brothers. This is a boxing technique that creates the big eater, which is really terrifying. The deputy in charge of the finance department of Fujimura Group became a little scared after some precise calculations. Okay, you can't let someone practice this kind of boxing with Broly in the future. If you have to practice with it, then let them pay for the normal food price outside the standard. After breakfast, Rin Tozaka suggested that everyone go to buy clothes together, but said that everyone bought clothes, but in fact, they bought clothes specifically for Broly and Karen. Needless to say, Broly's clothes were either by a beast suits or inventory brought from Siking's world. To be honest, switching the styles of clothes in the medieval world are really a bit out of place with modern society, but no one has ever said it. As for Karen, all the clothes she brought with her were nun's clothes, but she didn't even have a casual clothes. Obviously, she was having a bad life in the church. You just boldly buy your favorite clothes. Today's order is for me, Rin Tozaka. Miss Tozaka took out the black card, and the little rich woman's temperament was undoubtedly revealed. The little nun wanted to refuse, but failed to refuse and was taken away. And Broly did not object. So he became a dressing rack. Try this suspender suit. I think the little detective suit is good. And this cool little boy suit. It is terrifying for women to buy clothes seriously, and it is not unreasonable that miracles can become popular. Broly has a great foundation. Although she looks like a child, her figure can support many styles of clothing. After Tozaka-rin and the others experienced the pleasure of changing him, they pulled him in and out of the dressing room. Click, click. The sound of taking photos on his mobile phone continued, and in the end, even the young nun who was also pulled over to buy clothes for him also participated in the process of selecting clothes for him. I can't wear so many clothes at all. It doesn't matter, it's okay to try a few more sets of different styles of clothes. This is already the 17th set. There are 6 more sets here, and there are other stores to visit. If it weren't for the rapid increase in happiness points of Tozaka-rin and his team during the fitting process, Broly wouldn't want to be mercilessly. In the afternoon, let's go to another mall. As the time approached noon, everyone was holding a bunch of bags in their hands, and Rin Tozaka said in a full spirit. This may not work. I still have to go to Gwanbuza City to deliver food to others. Broly shook his head and said, but suddenly he realized that he had to forget about delivering food to Fujimura Okawa in the morning. He led people to practice boxing and practice chi a little too devotedly. After breakfast, he was pulled over to buy clothes, making him forget about this matter directly. You guys go shopping in the mall in the afternoon. I'm going to deliver meals to Sister Fujimura now. I forgot about this in the morning. Broly was a little anxious and put the bag in his hand into the space. After saying this, he rushed to a restaurant with a very fragrant smell. If you have any delicious food or fast food, please give me one. Thinking of the delivery of food, Broly also remembered the fact that he wanted cold drinks at the 2 rituals. Rin Tozaka, who followed him, paid the bill for him. While waiting for the meal, the boy ran outside and found a store selling cold drinks, and bought a dozen frozen happy water inside. After I came back to get the meal, I still remember not to expose any abnormalities. After finding the uninhabited alley, I took off to the sky and flew quickly towards Gwanbuza City. When he arrived at Guanshang Academy and found the office where Fujimura Okawa was, Broly saw Sister Toki in the office, who was already lying on the desk, looking weak. Teacher Fujimura, what's wrong with you? It's okay, it's just a relative. So hungry. Chapter 333. Is it stable? Stable. Sister Fujimura. When Broly's voice sounded, Fujimura Okawa suddenly stood up from the table, like a hungry beast that had been hungry for a long time. Suddenly, her eyes were almost glowing, looking towards the door of the office. I'm sorry, I forgot about sending you breakfast. Broly apologized, then walked over and presented the lunch box in his hand. This is a bento I bought in a tempura restaurant. Before Broly could finish his words, the bento in his hand was taken by Fujimura Okawa. I'm starting to move. After taking apart the bamboo chopsticks and slapped his hands, the intern female teacher couldn't wait to open and eat. Only those who have been hungry know how uncomfortable it feels when your stomach is in a stomachache before your body starts to consume reserve energy, fat. Sister Fujimura, don't you tell me something. Broly stood aside, as if a student who knew he had made a mistake was waiting for the criticism of the teacher Okawa Fujimura. Thank you, Broly. After placing a few bites of rice and eating a fried shrimp, Fujimura Okawa thanked the boy. Don't you blame me for not bringing you breakfast. Broly blinked and asked, if he had been hungry, he would have to beat him up. Don't you bring it here. But it's almost noon. Just eat some, who doesn't forget things. Fujimura Okawa reached out and rubbed Broly's head hard, but he didn't mean to blame the boy for making him hungry. This rice is a little choking. Is there any soup? Only ice coke, is that okay? This is better. After taking the happy water handed over by the boy, he took a few mouthfuls of it every time. Ah, resurrected! The happiness points are increasing, and Fujimura Okawa's face shows a satisfied look. It turns out that teacher Fujimura didn't eat it in the morning. If I said it earlier, I still have a few packs of cookies here. The female teacher who was asking about it just now saw Okawa Fujimura. Now that I look like this, I couldn't help but speak. How can I be so embarrassed to bother you, Mr. Inu? Fujimura Okawa responded politely. Is this your brother? Teacher Inu asked. That's right, how about it, isn't it cute? Fujimura Okawa carried the boy over and raised it to his colleagues to show him. It's quite cute. The female teacher nodded, but she didn't wait for her to touch the boy's head. Fujimura Okawa took Broly back, put it on the other side, and then started to stew the rice. Sister Fujimura, it's not enough, there's still here. Broly began to take out the lunch box from the restaurant bag with his wrist hooked. 2 boxes are enough for me to eat, I can't eat that much. After asking Broly to take back a box of bento, Fujimura Okawa asked him for an extra bottle of ice coke. Ding! Just then, the bell for the school lunch break rang. Don't you still have to deliver food to others? Go quickly. Fujimura Okawa waved his hand and asked Broly to take care of the others. Sister Fujimura, I've gone to find the 2 rituals, and I will definitely not forget the dinner. Before leaving, Broly solemnly promised. Sister believes in you. Your brother is really like a little adult. He actually came to the school to deliver food to you. Haha, Broly, he's still a child. When he went out of the office, Broly heard the conversation between Fujimura Okawa and another female teacher inside. When visiting the school, students were allowed to go to school without wearing school uniforms. Broly turned against a group of students wearing various casual clothes, and headed towards the direction of the 2 rituals. However, on the way, he met a student who was seriously wearing a student's school uniform. When the other party saw him walking through the crowd, he took the initiative to stop him. You are going to find Lianji's classmate. She just went to the gymnasium and I'll take you there. You are the one from yesterday. Hey Tongan, you are Broly's little brother, right? Hey Tongan's attitude is very gentle. I'm Broly, but I don't need you to take me there because I've remembered the other person's anger and I know where she is. Broly nodded and shook his head. During lunch break, students all head towards the cafeteria and the gymnasium is on the other side. If you just walk against the abortion like this, you may be injured. I will open the way for you or wait for the abortion to be here for a while, and wait for the abortion to become smaller before leaving. This will be safer. Hey Tongan also explained patiently. Broly. Will he be injured because he is crowded with the abortion? If it weren't for Sister Fujimura's actions that he wouldn't be too abnormal, he might have just flew over to find 2 rituals. However, Broly could also feel that the attitude of the person in front of him seemed to be only caring about himself, and he did not show a cold face. I'm very awesome. Broly said seriously. I know, I saw you hovering in the air a few days ago, but no matter how powerful you are still a child, so don't do anything dangerous. I'm going to deliver food. Broly lifted the restaurant bag in his hand and said. Then I'll take you there. Hey Tongan also took the initiative to walk in front, saying letting the boy follow. Broly. Although I didn't know what the other party was like, I didn't refuse the good intentions of the other party and followed behind. 2 people, one big and one small, soon passed through the dense abortion of students and came to the gymnasium. The girl in the kimono had already arrived at the high platform of the auditorium yesterday, but sat down on the stairs. Are you here? I am coming. But why are you bringing others here? It was this person who said he wanted to bring me here. The girl in the kimono on the steps and the boy in the overalls under the steps had a Gyulong-style conversation. Hey Tonjian, who stood next to Broly and was fascinated by the girl on the steps, then he quickly interrupted. He explained why he appeared here. So that's it. You took the initiative to bring him here because you were worried about the safety of this child. The 2 rituals, or the 2 rituals of male personality, showed a sudden look on their faces. What a kind of enthusiastic guy. She made such an evaluation and said to Broly. Tomorrow, I will go outside and wait for you, so you don't have to come to me with an abortion. As if very satisfied with her idea, the girl nodded and her eyes turned to the bag in the boy's hand. What did you bring here? Fried tempura bento. Broly climbed up the steps and opened the bag in his hand for the girl in the kimono to see. Is it fried food? I haven't eaten it sometimes. Lian Jiazi put his hands in his sleeves, leaned slightly to look at the things in the bag, and said this. There are only 3 boxes of bentos, are these enough for you? Thinking of the boy's appetite yesterday, she couldn't help but ask. There is one more bag. Broly said, then took out another bag. 5 boxes of bentos in a bag, and when he came over, he bought a total of 10 boxes of fried tempura bentos. It's impossible to eat enough, but it's okay to have a stomachache and eat it when you go back. I want to eat seafood, is there any? Liang Jiazi asked. You can find it yourself. Broly handed over the bento in his hand, and each bento was placed on the ground. After opening it, the fragrance begins to spread. After sniffing his nose, Liang Jiazi picked up the bento close to him. That doesn't seem to be seafood. Broly reminded her. It's okay, this smells fragrant. Liang Jiazi started eating, and Broly picked up a box of bento and found that the person who brought him here under the steps was still looking at him. Do you want it too? After thinking about it, Broly asked the bento in his hand at him. No, I'll go to the cafeteria to have a meal. Hei Tongan wanted to say this, but the words turned into something to his lips. May I? Yes, at worst I can eat one less box. Thank you then. Hei Tongan also felt that he was shameless to accept the boy's bento, which should be the reason why he was attracted by the fragrance of the bento brought by the other party. Well, this is definitely not a rare opportunity to have a meal with Liang Ji, which made him make such a decision. On the steps, there are 2 rituals on the left, middle, and right, Broly and Black Tungan. The 3 of them each held the tempura bento in their hands, but were eating it silently. A little thirsty. Liang Ji breaks the silence. I'll buy water. Hei Tongan also stood up and just finished saying this. Give it, Coke. Broly in the middle had already taken out a bottle of Coke and handed it directly to the kimono girl beside her. Why is it ice? After Liang Jiazi took over the Coke, he showed disgust without any concealment. Isn't it the cold drink you want? Broly looked at her in confusion. That's the preference, not my preference. I prefer to drink some warm liquid. Although I disliked ice Coke a little, Liang Jiazi still opened the Coke. However, after taking a bite into her mouth, she put the Coke aside. It seems that I do not like iced drinks. Then I'll heat it up for you. Broly picked up the Coke that was put aside and said. How to heat it up? Did you bring a kettle? Liang Jiazi looked over curiously. I didn't bring that kind of thing, but I could heat it with gas. As he said that, Broly began to heat up the Coke in his hand. Gilu, gilu. As the temperature rose, the air in the cola soda ran out, but there was no gushing. After a while, smoke began to come out from the opening. And that is the situation in a colder environment, similar to the hot water just poured out. You try again. Broly handed over the Coke in his hand, and Liang Ji touched the bottle with his fingers, and found that it was not as hot as he imagined, so he took it. She tried to take a sip, her expression was stunned, and then subconsciously commented, it's hot and sugar water. Is it delicious? Broly pays attention to this. It's a little sweeter, but I like this more than the cold ones. Liang Jiazi took a few sips, and it was obvious that she liked hot drinks. That's good, I'll bring you hot and cold next time. Broly looked at the panel of the Crystal Palace, and the happiness value of the 2 rituals rose a little more, and was very satisfied. That. Seeing the 2 of them finish speaking, Hei Tongan spoke at this time. Broly looked at him on the right with the 2 rituals, a little confused. Can I ask a question? Hei Tongan also asked. What do you want to ask? Broly was puzzled. It's about Liang Ji's classmate. Who are you? Why should you ask me a question? Liang Yizi frowned, a little dissatisfied. Hei Tongan, are you, my classmates, introduced last night? The boy said carefully. Okay, then you ask. Liang Yizi put down Coke, crossed his hands, and agreed to his question. Student Liang Ji just said that it is the preference of the style, not yours, but isn't the style you? Hei Tongan also asked a question. Have you heard of multiple personalities? After a moment of silence, Liang Jiazi asked back. I've heard of it. It's a mental illness, but I haven't actually seen it. Hei Tongan also nodded and replied. Then you see now, I am such a mental illness, and this disease is inherited from my family. The 2 rituals curled their lips and said with some discomfort. No wonder, Liang Ji, your attitude towards me is completely different. Hei Tongan also suddenly realized. Do you know another personality of me? Liang Yizi frowned. I introduced myself yesterday. Hei Tongan also answered, and then said again. Also, you and I have seen each other before. Why don't I remember? I was at the bottom of the sidewalk watching you know. Liang Ji thought about it seriously, and suddenly he thought of it, it's you, that one is coming on the road. A familiar guy who chats with me casually. Hei Tongan also. This kid has also met you. He pointed at Broly and said. Didn't you tell me how many personality I have? It's not me who he's talking to, but I hate others who are familiar with me and who casually chat with me. This attitude of treating the difference is really big. Then can I talk to you, Lianji, now? Aren't you already talking about it? I mean, can you talk to you in the future? Why? Liang Yizi asked with a frown. Because I want to make friends with you, Lianji classmate. He Tonggan was unable to imitate the boy and said what he wanted a girl to be his wife. You're such a strange guy. Liang Yizi expressed the same evaluation as his other personality. It's not good to make friends with people like me. Just added. It doesn't matter. It's up to you. Liang Yizi picked up the lunchbox and continued to eat. My friend of the two rituals is also my Broly's friend. Do you want Coke? Broly asked the boy. Want. He Tonggan also nodded, and the tempura bento tasted a bit dry. Would you like to heat up? Just normal. Give. Thank you, little brother Broly. Broly didn't say anything. It seemed a good thing that someone was friends with two rituals without friends. After the bell rang after the lunch break, Broly said goodbye to the two rituals. Student Lianji, class is coming, let's go back to the classroom as well. Watching the boy leave, Kurokigan said to the kimono girl beside her. Are you happy? Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded, but I asked. Well, of course I'm happy to be able to meet Lianji's classmates. He Tonggan also looked at the girl whose temperament suddenly changed slightly, and did not deny it, but nodded and admitted it. So, I hope you don't regret it later. Looking at the boy next to him in a root form, his somewhat empty eyes seemed to be able to see a more distant future through him. Ah, it's her. He Tonggan is also a careful person. He suddenly realized that the girl in front of him was the first time he saw him. What do you regret? He asked. Don't you know very well? Say it gently. The boy was silent. Let's go, class is coming. The kimono girl started and walked forward first. He Tonggan also stayed there for a while before following. It seems that the other party has seen through his heart. And the other party seemed to have rejected him. But what? If you don't try it and try hard to win it, it will always make people unwilling to accept it. At least, you must also figure out which point the child attracted the other party. He Tonggan also thought. Chapter 334. Do you want to see it? Broly, look at what I bought for you. Back at the old house in Fujimura, Rin Tozaka mysteriously pulled him into the room. What? Broly looked at the girl curiously. It's this, a box of fat times that suits you. Rin Tozaka picked up the purple gift box on the table and opened it, showing the underwear rolled up inside, and said. I don't like to wear this, it will make my tail feel uncomfortable. Seeing that it was this thing, Broly's little face appeared in a hint of embarrassment. Fujimura Okawa had not worn him with fat before, but because there was a tail behind his butt, he felt uncomfortable when he was wearing fat. I have considered this, don't worry. You see if there is any hole in these pants. It can make your tail come out and will not make you feel any restraint. Rin Tozaka picked up the purple fat slut and spread it to the boy, and said like that. Of course, the original function of the hole on fatty is not to let the tail pass through. However, as long as you wear it opposite, you can become a fat person who is suitable for a butt with a tail. Can I not wear it? Broly was still a little resistant. No, Broly, you are 12 years old. Which 12-year-old boy is really a vague person who doesn't wear fat? Tozaka Rin said with a tough look on her hips. Brother Broly, let's try it first. If you feel uncomfortable when wearing it, you'll talk about it. Sakura also persuaded her. Yes, when I bought this fat time in the afternoon, Sister Tozaka worked very hard and mustered up a lot of courage to enter. Before Aya could finish her words, she was interrupted by Rin Tozaka. Ilya, don't talk nonsense. Rin Tozaka feels that it is not worth mentioning that he goes to a special store to buy fat. Isn't it just a sex shop? What's there to hide? Unfortunately, Kalyan, who was standing aside, answered the conversation directly and said it. By the way, when she bought this fat time, she also bought another thing, which was a tail. Ah! Rin Tozaka screamed and rushed over. The little nun was overwhelmed, and Rin Tozaka covered her mouth and prevented her from saying the following words. What with a tail? Broly looked puzzled. It's just a fake tail. My sister also wants to experience the same tail like brother Broly. Sakura explained with help. Yes, that's its sample. Rin Tozaka nodded quickly and bought himself a sexy tail. This cannot be said randomly. No, then it's obviously, the usage is stuffed. The little nun had some words that were not clear, while Rin Tozaka had already knocked this guy out of nowhere. I bought a fake tail to help you try on this fat piece, and I can guarantee that wearing this fat piece will not have any impact on your tail. After all this, Broly couldn't continue to reject Rin Tozaka's kindness, so he put on the fat times the girl bought for him on the spot. Hey, it doesn't seem to have any effect. After wearing it for a long time, Broly shook his tail and was surprised to find that it was really as Rin Tozaka said, he had no sense of restraint on his tail. That way, it's much better. He reached out and rubbed the furry tail behind the boy's butt. Rin Tozaka nodded with satisfaction and recorded the scene of his growth with the Crystal Palace panel. That's right, it was she who gave Broly the common sense of wearing fat, and it was she who made Broly take a step to the ladder of an older child. The girl was a little proud. I feel like I don't have to wear pants outside. Broly, who got the new equipment, felt more comfortable to move like this, so he expressed the most intuitive thoughts in his heart. Hey! Hearing this, Rin Tozaka was shocked. No, you have to wear it when you are fat, and you have to wear the pants outside. She quickly denied the boy's bold ideas. If Broly taught the common sense of wearing fat, Broly would lose the habit of wearing outer pants. I might be criticized by the guys in the group chat room. Why? Broly was a little puzzled and didn't understand why he had to wear two pairs of pants. The outer pants are worn for outsiders, while the fat pants are worn for my wife. So, Broly, you have to wear both pairs of pants well. After helping the boy put on his outer pants, Rin Tozaka breathed a sigh of relief. So that's the case. Then don't you watch it for a while? Broly nodded and asked again. At the same time, he also pulled open his trousers so that the girls in the room could see the fatness inside. Not to mention, when we were honest together, we didn't feel anything. But now that I am wrapped up by fat people, it makes people feel the urge to lift the fat people and see what is inside. Hey, if you want to see it, it's not at this time. Don't untie your pants, it will in the future and show others how fat you are, do you know? Rin Tozaka sighed, saying that it is common sense that he should not show off his weight by popularizing boys. I understand, but when do you want to see my fatness? When we go into the bathroom to take a shower together. When you get into the same bed and sleep. When I want to see it. Except for Karen, the three people in the room gave answers to three scenes. As for your daily life, don't show others your fatness at will. Okay. Broly nodded and wrote it down. This afternoon, he learned how to wear fat and when is it suitable to show fat. That's how it is, Sister Tenkan, is my fat look good? In the evening, when Broly went to deliver food, he told Fujimura Okawa. It looks good, you don't have to pull your pants. Fujimura Okawa was a little amused and crying. It was a good thing for Broly to learn to wear fat, but she could not hold back her eyes when she pulled her pants and showed her how fat she was inside. Okay, Sister Fujimura, I'm going to find Lianji and show her my fatness. Fujimura Okawa wanted to say something, but Broly had already run out, like a child who had just gotten good things and couldn't wait to share with his friends. Forget it, since she promised to become Broly's wife, she will be her own people from now on. Broly is not a loss when she is seen. While muttering this, Fujimura Okawa continued to correct the test paper in front of him. This was the test paper for the students' test in the afternoon. She had to finish all the test papers before going back to rent a house. On the other side, the kimono girl who was avoiding the lively atmosphere after school in the library has been found by the Saiyan boy. I have something good for you. Broly came to the two rituals and said to her quietly. What good thing? The female personality looked sideways and asked curiously. This thing cannot be shown to outsiders, come with me. The two rituals did not refuse the boy's hand, and they stood up and followed the boy to the corner of the library. Broly looked around, and after confirming that there were no one else around, he pulled open his trousers towards the two rituals. Look, this is what I want to show you, my fatness. Two rituals. Even though she was as elegant as her, she was confused by the boy who was pulling her pants in front of her. Is this a special meaning? After I came to my senses, I asked the two rituals. Well. This question made the Saiyan boy stunned. Don't you like watching it? Thinking about it, Broly asked. You said you look at your fatness. But why do I like to see your fatness? The girl in the kimono looked at him in confusion. Okay, I thought you liked it. Broly confirmed that the happiness value of the two rituals did not rise a little, so he let go of his trousers. You seem a little lost. Can you tell me why? Two rituals questioned. I thought that letting you see my fatness will make you feel happy. Broly's words were silent. Why do you think so? After a while, the two rituals couldn't help but ask. I don't understand how the boy came to this conclusion that he was not a perverted and foolish girl, but he would feel happy just because he saw such a fat man like him. Because everyone else is like this. Broly said with certainty that in the process of showing Rin Tozaka and the others fat, the happiness points increased their yields. Hey, is this the case? Lianji's eyes widened slightly. Thinking of the abnormality compared to others, he suddenly had a kind of fatness that showed others that he was fat. This is a very normal behavior that normal people would do when they interact and could feel happy in it. That may be that I am a bit abnormal compared to other people, ordinary people. The two rituals said. Well, maybe that's it. Broly could only think so, compared with other people, wife, the two rituals are the more special ones. Since that's the case, do you want to see how fat I am? Suddenly, the girl named Liang Qi asked. Hey, do you want to show me your fatness? Well, you showed it to me, so I should show it to you. The female personality style itself is an abnormal existence, but it has been making herself act like a normal person. But she didn't know what she was being led by mistake, and she just thought that the fat man and woman who were normally dating was a normal behavior. However, I did not wear normal fat, but used a bandage as a fat. The girl said, and slowly pulled up her kimono hem in front of the boy. What are you doing? But just when the two rituals were about to mention his fat position, Hei Tongan, who had been borrowed from the book, happened to find the bookshelf here. After seeing what the girl was doing inside, he interrupted the hem of the kimono and continued to be lifted. It's Hei Tong, well, I'm asking Broly to see my fatness. After turning back at the two rituals, I recognized the boy behind me, and answered seriously. Ah, but why is this? Hei Tongan was also a little confused and asked. Because he showed me his fat first. So, are you playing the game of showing each other's fatness in the library? Hei Tongan also sorted out his thoughts, kept calm, and started asking. No, we didn't show it, we just showed each other fat times. Does this have any special meaning when you show each other fat times? Hei Tongan also asked, and Broly's same question was asked by the two rituals just now. He said it makes people feel happy. The two rituals made Hei Tongan turn his doubtful eyes on Broly. To be honest, if Broly wasn't a child, he would have thought that someone was deliberately taking advantage of the two rituals. Brother Broly, why do you think so? Hei Tongan also asked in a gentle voice. Because I've done this. Show others how fat you are. Right. Who do you feel happy because of this? That's right. After hearing this, Hei Tongan subconsciously reacted that he put his hand in his pocket and touched his phone. Broly, then, are some older ants who feel happy because of this? He had reason to suspect that this was a child molestation case. Some of the bad-minded adults deceived the innocent boy and let the other party show their fatness to them. If this is the case, he will be a messenger of justice and call the uncle who is a policeman and ask the other party to help deal with it. Auntie? No, they are about the same age as me. Fortunately, Broly's words made Hei Tongan feel relieved. Broly looked like a boy of 7 or 8 years old. It is normal for children of this age to be a little childish. To be honest, even primary school students can do something cooler to compete with whose fatness is. And being influenced by the friends around you, thinking that showing off fat for others is an act that can make others happy. Brother Broly, I'll tell you, it's a shame to show your fatness to outsiders. Hei Tongan also pushed his glasses and decided to give the boy common sense of underwear. I know this. In response, Broly nodded to show that he knew. So, you can't, wait, you said you know. I know. Since you know, then you still show your fatness to others. But I didn't show it to outsiders. Aren't Lianji's classmate outsiders? XX. Hei Tongan also raised his hand and pointed at the girl and asked. She is my wife, not an outsider. Broly answered for granted. Hei Tongan also. What about you, classmate Lianji? What's wrong with me? Why are you showing him the fat too? What's the problem? He is a child, but you can't be a child too, right? But you think it's right to do this when you mention kimono to show your fatness to children. I think it's a bit strange if I say this. The two rituals put down the hem of the kimono, and before Kurokigan could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the girl continue to say, Broly, why don't you see from the bottom of my skirt? Wait, what are you saying? You can't lift up the kimono and show him. You have to let him look directly from the bottom of the skirt. Isn't this just showing him how fat you are? What about that? Of course I can't see it anymore. There is a gap between you and this child. If you do this and are seen by others, you will definitely treat you as a pervert who is a stern person, right? Hei Tongan also complained excitedly, and the glasses on his nose were all slid down many times due to his violent body language movements, and then they were pushed up again. Is this the case? The two rituals asked Broly. Have no idea. Broly shook his head and said he didn't know. Of course this is the case. Maybe someone will call the police, and then Lianji's classmate was treated as a child molester and was arrested by the police. That's what he said. Do you still have to look at my fatness? Two rituals asked. That's fine. Broly shook his head. He didn't think there was anything good to see in other colors and different styles. Chapter 335, Creating Common Memories. Rin Tozaka asked Broly to learn to wear fat, which is a good thing, but the Saiyan boy who learned to wear fat did something ridiculous. I won't say much about pulling open my pants and showing my other wives how fat they are. When I took a shower and took off my clothes at night, Broly stood up and came to the front of several people. Rin Tozaka told him that the fat man was for his wife to see. Broly's situation of increasing the birth rate based on the happiness points was understood as the matter of the fat man his wife likes to see the fat man he wears. The three of them also told him about the fat man in the afternoon. So, in this suitable occasion, Broly leaned his hips close to Rin Tozaka and others, giving them a chance to see how fat they were. This sudden incident of the crotch-faced face made the girls who were already accustomed to treating boys honestly and blushed on their faces. You all taught him something in the afternoon. Are there something wrong with it about to happen here? The little white-haired nun covered her mouth, and her eyes lit up and asked. After all, once the scene in front of her appeared in the adult comic, it would be natural to do so. What is an indecisive thing? Ilya couldn't understand and was a little confused, so she asked. It's a bit unpredictable thing. If it's brother Broly, I don't mind. Xiao Sakura whispered with a red face. She was also a precocious girl. Don't imagine, you guy. Broly is just showing us the fat times I bought for him. Rin Tozaka can still remain calm. Broly, look at fat people, just take a look and take a look. You don't have to come so close to us and watch it. Oh. Hearing this, Broly was a little far away and asked again. When you went to bed that night, did you still see how fat I was? I'm sleeping in bed, what else do you think? Ilya asked subconsciously. You can get into my bed and watch it, or let me lie on your face to show you, just like that. Broly said, then he floated upside down, his crotch facing the girls standing. Seeing this scene, Sakura's face turned red. You are really unexpectedly bold. The little nun commented like this, and Rin Tozaka had the urge to cover her face. Broly, you don't have to be so enthusiastic. At most, let's take a look before entering the bed. A glance can be called checking the boy's physical development, but if the boy directly uses his crotch to face like a teddy dog, Rin Tozaka thinks it would be fine. In terms of imagination of what kind of person his partner will be, Tozaka Rin still hopes that his boy will be more normal, rather than looking like a pervert who is always in estrus and will stand up to his hips and face him. It was not possible for Broly to do something even more amusing to find problems in a timely manner and correct their thoughts in a timely manner. The days when I returned to the world of Moon, just like this. Broly's daily itinerary can only be summed up in 3 words, boxing, bringing food, and playing. Needless to say, boxing is a necessary lesson for teaching girls early. There is no need to say much about bringing rice. People are iron rice and steel. They don't eat a meal and are hungry. After starving over the Tenkan-Dehi once, Broly did not forget the meals after Broly and worked diligently to bring lunch boxes for Tenkan-Dehi. The only thing worth talking about is that I am having fun, such as going to amusement parks, and going to cinemas, doing things similar to what men and women will do when they date. However, when it comes to actual experience, it gives Rin Tozaka the feeling that he is taking a group of children around to play. There is always a feeling that people have a premature aging before they grow old. After finishing her experience in the amusement park, Tozaka Rin sighed a little. As the oldest among the few, even though Ilya is actually the same age as her, she is also the one she needs to take care of. Rin Tozaka felt like she was a young mother raising children, and she was not raising 1 child, but 4 children. The only thing that made her feel more gratified was that while taking care of her children, she took many precious memories during the period. This is a lot of common memories that we and Broly created. Post this title in the group chat room and attach various photos with Saiyan boys. Look at the various envious remarks below. The fatigue of raising children was wiped out in an instant. However, Rin Tozaka had been in advance for many years and enjoyed the fun of posting her friends. Broly, when will you come to our world? This is the most asked question below. Sorry, I promised Sakura and the others to stay in this world for a longer time. This is the boy's apologetic answer. The cost of brother Broly staying in another world is 1000 happiness points a day, but we are still profiting from happiness points. The following is Sakura, who has to stay for a long time after others have to speak, and some explanations given by her help. Below are photos of 2 new wives, one is Karen who plays stickers with Broly, and the other is 2 rituals of eating on the side. And 2 newly found guide objects, daily rising happiness values, happiness points obtained by interacting with girls who are already wives, and boys. Seeing these things, the official members of the Crystal Palace in other worlds could not say anything. This was equivalent to the Tozaka Rin of the Shishimori world, who paid Broly for the cost of staying in that world. On the 13th day after Broly returned, we went to the amusement park with him. He was very curious about Haha Mirror, but the roller coaster and other things didn't catch a cold. We ate together. It was another happy day. Although the group chat room also needs happiness points, after the cross-border communicator has been upgraded, the happiness points consumed are acceptable to Tozaka Rin. She wants to show off, her happiness with official members of the Crystal Palace in other worlds. Rin Tozaka shared happiness and let her exhaustion go away. Before time knew it, it came a month later. The Japanese side of the world of Moon has completely ushered in spring. Recently, it has been light raining and the air has become wet. Tomorrow, I will stay in Guanbusa City for a day. Do you want to go together? Broly asked. Hey, why go there for a day? Sakura was a little puzzled and was helping to prepare tomorrow's bento ingredients. The spring sports meeting is going to be held in Guanshang Academy. The two ceremonies are attended as contestants. Sister Fujimura asked me to cheer her up. Broly answered this question. The two ceremonies actually participated in the sports meeting. Didn't that guy like to be quiet and not move? Rin Tozaka felt a little strange. She sat at the dining table drinking juice and couldn't help asking. It was Sister Tenkan who asked her to sign up for the event, saying that she wanted her to take advantage of the sports meeting to participate in more group activities, so that she could be more cheerful with an introverted personality. When Rin Tozaka heard that it was Fujimura Okawa who asked the other party to register, he was not surprised that their wife group in Totsuki City was able to become familiar with the two rituals in Guanbusa City, thanks to Fujimura Okawa's matchmaking in the middle. The intern female teacher asked them to be friends with the two rituals, but she wanted to make the introverted and gangster daughter who was the same as her to experience the feeling of friendship. Often during weekend holidays, they made an appointment to have a dinner together. After a while, they became familiar with the two rituals. Sister Lianji is suffering from an old age, right? Karen speculated like this, and her speculation made sense. Lianji did dislike this troublesome thing, but for some reason, she did not refuse to participate in the sports meeting in the end with a male personality. Isn't it just running? Just run. Don't look like I don't exercise much, but in fact, I practice kendo well at home. This is the original words of the male personality of the kimono girl, but she actually just doesn't want to refuse the opportunity to be able to integrate into a normal life. In the heart of a woman's personality, she actually desires to integrate into the normal world, but she doesn't know how to integrate into the normal world. Knowing Broly, being taken care of by Fujimura Okawa, having dinner with Rin Tozaka and others, she experienced the normal life that normal people would spend. Iron knows this, although in terms of personality, it is a side of being thrown into garbage, but it does not negate the desire. I heard that there will be many fun events in school sports, but I don't know what Sister Lianji participated in. Ilya also came over to ask. It seems to be a team baton competition, and a two-team competition for searching for things. Broly remembers this how Fujimura Okawa filled in the two rituals. Ilya, you are so interested. Should you go there together tomorrow? Okay. The doll girl agreed without hesitation, and she was still very interested in campus life. You woolen cloth? Broly asked to the others. You're going there, don't follow us, do you want us to stay at home and spend the whole day boring? In this way, more bentos to prepare tomorrow. Is there enough ingredients at home? I'm not enough, so I'll go to the supermarket to buy it now. It's enough. Sakura nodded. There is a large canteen in the old house in Fujimura, and there is a lot of food prepared on weekdays, not to mention the increased food reserves after Broly moved in. I'll help, too. In the kitchen at night, several figures were busy. After preparing the ingredients you will use tomorrow, you will clean the kitchen and go to bed. The next day, Sakura got up before dawn. Even Broly got up, and the two little people made various dishes in the kitchen. By the time the other three people got up, the bento they should prepare was ready. You guys woke up too early. Rin Tozaka, who came out with Ilya, yawned and chatted with others in the group chat room last night. I remembered it, but Sister Tozaka hugged me tightly, and I couldn't struggle. Ilya also explained her behavior of not getting up early to help. It's okay, Sakura and I are enough anyway. Broly didn't care much. The juice and cold tea in the refrigerator have been prepared. The little nun took out the bottle from the refrigerator and shook it in front of Rin Tozaka and Ilya, which made both of them look glaring. By the way, the big bone radish soup has been cooked. If you and Ilya have time now, please help put it in the thermos. No problem. Leave it to us. When the old man in Tenkan who got up early and was preparing to box, he saw what happened in the kitchen. He felt that in the future, Broly's grandson-in-law's house would have to be divided into several parts to maintain harmony within the family. Suddenly, he felt glad that his granddaughter was a little careless personality. The jealous thing probably wouldn't appear on his granddaughter. Broly. What's wrong, Grandpa Fujimura? Come here and tell you something. What's the matter? Broly walked over. In the future, if you are here, you will be in charge of the family affairs, so let generous people do it. Sakura is a good kid, and Daha is not bad, and they should be able to do both of them. Looking at the boy's somewhat puzzled gaze, Fujimura Lehua didn't say much. When the boy grows up and starts to have headaches about multiple wives, he should be able to understand what he is saying now. Unless you are just playing around, the more people the better. For those who talk about feelings like Broly, it is okay to be harmonious with each other, but if there is disharmoniousness, he will be waiting for him to suffer in the future. Brother Broly, what did Grandpa say to you? After seeing the boy being called away and coming back, Sakura asked curiously. Grandpa Fujimura said that in the future, I will be in charge of the family affairs, so that generous people can do it. You and Sister Fujimura can do it well, but I didn't understand what he said. Sakura, can you understand? Broly told the truth and started asking. I didn't understand. Sakura blushed. Ahem, I think I can do this for the Zhang family. Rin Tozaka interrupted at this time and said. What's the meaning? Ilya didn't understand either. I have been doing this in the Zhang family, and I am better than you. The little nun of the white-haired understood, and she wanted later on to take the lead. Even if the opponent is Sister and Karen, I won't back down. Sakura expressed her voice very firm. The atmosphere in the kitchen suddenly ignited for some reason. What does this mean? Brother Broly, you don't have to care, this is a matter between us. Oh well. After a pause, he asked again, are you going to have breakfast? It's still early to talk about the matter between Zangjia, so why not wait and talk about it later? Rin Tozaka suggested. Good. Sakura nodded. The ignited atmosphere in the kitchen gradually faded. After breakfast, the girls followed Broly and went to Gwanbusa City together. On the other side of the campus, the Spring Festival travel meeting has just begun. Middle and senior students gather on the playground. The principal of the school stood on the temporary high platform and was talking nonsense. But in the academy, many students' families came today. Most people have cameras in their hands, probably wanting to record the scene of their children's growth. Broly, you all come here, here. Seeing Broly bringing a group of girls over, Haetongan hurriedly greeted him. Good morning, Mr. Haetong. Tozaka-rin and others greeted each other, and Kurokigan also responded one by one. Do you participate in the sports meet too? Rin Tozaka asked. No, I don't participate, I'm just helping around as a logistics staff member. Haetong Ganya has good organizational ability in collective activities, although he doesn't have some people joined the student union, but were asked by the student union to come and be a rescue team member. The advantage is that he can leave a good place for his family or friends during the school spring festival travel rush. Hey, then will you not disappoint your sister if you do this? Flower School also held a sports meeting, and she couldn't come to my side as a contestant. That's not even more disappointing, because you can't go to her. During the dinner 2 weeks ago, Broly and others met Haetong brothers and sisters. When they saw their brother knowing so many girls, Haetong Xianhua hugged his elder brother's arm tightly, showing a look of protecting food. She was a typical brother-in-law. Of course, after explaining clearly that they were actually the boy, Broly, Haetong Flowers turned back to their normal appearance, and thanked them in person very politely and willing to make friends with their older brothers. It's okay, my parents are here. Haetongan also led people to a lawn with a good view, where people were already having picnic mats on the shop one after another. It's here. I have other things, so I'll leave first. Okay, go busy, if you need help, I'll say it. Chapter 336, The advantage is great, Sister Ji is seductive. Don't you, is that your girlfriend? Haetongan also returned to the logistics students. A boy immediately came over and touched him with his elbow and asked with some teasing. No, that's a friend of Lianji. They came here to cheer for Lianji, and I happened to know them, so I treated her for a while. Haetongan also shook her head and explained. I really don't, isn't that beautiful girl who talks to you and wears a red cotton coat? Scholars are a little suspicious. Don't talk nonsense, they have a serious partner. Haetongan also said seriously. You still like Lianji? The boy looked at him and asked after thinking about it. Hei Tonggan did not deny it either. But I heard that the other party often had lunch with other boys. Where did the rumors come from? Some girls in the class said it. That's probably me. Wait, have you really caught up with that Lianji? The scholar suddenly widened his eyes. No, it's just that sometimes we have lunch together. Hei Tonggan also quickly denied it. That's amazing, that introverted classmate Lianji is actually willing to have lunch with you, a kid. By the way, I also heard that the other party's home is that one, do you know? Who is that? A gangster. Oh, I know this. Kurokigan also nodded, but he heard from Fujimura Okawa, and he did not take the initiative to investigate the family situation of the two rituals. Then will I call you the young master of the underworld in the future. Where are you going? We just sometimes get together for lunch, and we're not eating two people. I'm just a shameless meal. There's someone else who really eats with her. Hey, who? Broly. Who is that? Do we have students with such strange names in our school? It's not a student in our school, but a boy who has something to do with teacher Fujimura. Lianji's classmate is a little withdrawn. You know, and that boy was with classmate Lianji for lunch at the instructions of teacher Fujimura. Hei Tonggan also explained. Of course, some of what he said was modified. For example, the reason why Broly had lunch with the two rituals was that Broly treated the two rituals as his wife and often brought the meal here. But there is also part of the truth, that is, Fujimura Okawa, who wants to change his originally a bit of introverted personality in the two rituals. The reason for this modification is that Hei Tonggan didn't want the school to have it. The two rituals turned out to be liked by Xia Xiaoda. There is no doubt that it is natural for people who are not sociable in school to be rejected by others, that is, there is always a special car to pick up and drop off for two rituals. Some people who know the girl's family background have been reported to the girl's gangster family background, which makes others dare not go too far. If it were ordinary people, they would probably either become a little transparent or become the target of bullying. Hey, is that so? What's your situation? I want to pursue Lianji classmate, and I was also asked by teacher Fujimura to become a friend of Lianji classmate. Well, so far, that's all. Tisk, I thought you guys have made any big progress. It's a bit boring for scholars. Please help me move something. A girl shouted over there. I'll do it, I'll help you, and I'll leave the matter here to you. The scholar left after a while. Hei Tonggan also saw the girl over there and found that the other party was very beautiful. No wonder his friend was like this. Is it progressing? There is indeed progress. Hei Tonggan also muttered to himself, looking towards the lawn, and there were still two rituals in a kimono, and he was already talking to Broly and others there. Teacher Fujimura was there, although the distance was too far, the noisy sound in the venue made people couldn't hear what was saying, but they looked at the way teacher Fujimura clamped his fists and waved them up and down, and the nerve-wracking expression of the kimono girl. Maybe teacher Fujimura is cheering for Lianji. Teacher Fujimura is indeed a good teacher, but her enthusiasm always makes Lianji's brain wrenching. Especially there was a boy next to her, Broly also imitated teacher Fujimura and cheered her up. Moreover, it may be more than just the boy doing this, and the other girls around him are also learning to cheer like this. Lianji's current brain hardness can probably be multiplied by the number of people who cheered her up. She is so worried, she is also very beautiful. Hei Tonggan thought so too, not too nervous. This was his gain after becoming a lunch meal. He figured out the situation of the two rituals and Broly. Both of them were somewhat lacking in common sense and abnormal. Broly's abnormality lies in lack of common sense and having too many wives. The abnormality of the two rituals is that after knowing that there are too many girls who can be called wives, they still get along with the boy indifferently, and even get along with other girls who are called wives by boys. Therefore, according to the statement that love is selfish, excluding the possible hooded situation, Kurokigan also determined that there was no emotional similarity to love between Broly and the two rituals. Even between boys and other girls, no similar emotions arise. The so-called wife Broly mentioned is more like a female friend who is close to you. After all, even teacher Fujimura is his wife, and the other party even wanted his sister to become his wife with flowers, but his sister refused without hesitation. After confirming this situation, Hei Tonggan was relieved. Although his relationship with the two rituals had not made any progress except for his friend's relationship, Broly did not put too much pressure on him, just like a neighbor who was familiar with his younger brother. Today, Hei Tonggan completely regards Broly as a child, not a love rival or competitor. Even if the two rituals occasionally make some intimate actions on the boy, such as wiping the rice stuck on the boy's mouth and eating it into his mouth, Hei Tonggan also thinks that he is just an older sister in the care of his younger brother. Hei Tonggan also felt that he had a chance and that he had a great advantage. The age that was not much different from the two rituals was his greatest advantage. Now, Broly's relationship with the two rituals is worse than a friend than a lover, and he is also a friend of the two rituals. Nowadays, Broly is bringing rice for the two rituals, but recently, Hei Tongan is also making bentos to share his lunch with the boy and the two rituals. Broly was very gentle to the two rituals. Although he sometimes showed a lack of common sense, he also showed his concern for the girl in the details. But he can be gentle, but he lacks an opportunity to show his feelings. Once he has the opportunity, he can also show meticulous concern for the two rituals, and he still has common sense care. For example, when the other party is in menstruation, he will not just take teacher Fujimura's sanitary tampon and hand it to the other party to urge the other party to use it, and also ask to help rub his stomach with his palms. Of course, this is Broly's advantage as a child. Even if he does these things in a blunt way and says these words, it will not make people feel like a pervert. But it is still arbitrary. Normal people should be as he thought. When they first learned about the teenager's menstrual period, they went to a self-service vending machine to buy a hot drink of red bean sugar water and handed it to the other party in an unintentional manner. After that, you have to record the time. Whenever the time comes, you will boil brown sugar water at home and inadvertently invite the other party to drink. As for things like sanitary napkins, he cannot be as direct as Broly, but he can buy them and pack them in an opaque bag. He will give them to the girl without any explanation. Such behaviors of caring without saying much are something he can do. At that time, he would not take the liberty or be rude, and would only express his concern as much as possible at the edge of the distance that Lianji felt safe. While Hei Tongan was working and thinking about what to do if he had the opportunity, the spring sports games in the school had already started the class team relay competition. Since it is a sports meeting held within the school, the students participating in the competition are not required to wear any clothes. Therefore, some players who came on the field were wearing sportswear suits with white t-shirts and black shorts, and some were wearing casual clothes, but they were wearing headbands that represented the color of the group. However, when wearing kimono and clogs, there are only one ritual. Teacher, is it really okay for her to appear in such a costume? We are not targeting her, but her kimono and clogs on her body. Not to mention running, I'm afraid even if I leave quickly, there will be problems. Student Lianji, why don't you change your clothes and shoes? After hearing the complaints from other students, the head teacher had to discuss with the two rituals. No need to change, I don't bring other clothes or shoes, and I'm not used to wearing other people's things. The male personality has been launched, and Lianji directly rejected it. Others asked her to change clothes and shoes. She looked at other girls participating in the relay race and said to the head teacher, they think I can't run like this, but they don't wear kimono and clogs often. But in fact, I am used to wearing this kind of dress, so I can run like this and will run faster than them. Okay, since two of you have confidence, ye. The head teacher looked at the other girls. You all heard her words. This is unfair. What if our class loses because of her? If you lose, you must count me, as long as you don't run too slowly. Lianji responded to the conversation before the head teacher spoke. In response to this, the head teacher shrugged, and she didn't dare to be too tough on the girl. You should know that the Lianji family is not only a gangster, but also a rich man, but he received a donation when he went to the school. Before the relay race began, a little conflict occurred. But the class of the two rituals still allowed the kimono girl to enter the arena in outrageous clothes. The other girls took a look at each other and came to the side at the greeting of the most beautiful girl, as if discussing the order of running the baton. As for the rituals, Komori just said to her, since Lianji is so confident, you will run the last shot. Can. The girl in the kimono nodded. That guy at the two rituals is so hateful. He said that he lost her. We must teach her a lesson. But what to do, are we deliberately running slow? No, if she loses, she will have the excuse to say it's our fault. We must run fast or slow. I don't believe that she can really run in a kimono and clogs. But what if she could really run? Then, I made a bad mistake when I handed her the baton, and deliberately let the baton fall. No, if you can't win like this, it won't be your fault. Don't worry, she has never practiced a relay race. When handing over the baton, I must have handed over normally, but the speed will be a little fast. If she can't handle it, it will be her problem. Other girls who ran the relay race discussed a plan to make the two rituals embarrassed, and the baton race began soon. Come on, Lianji. Broly had already taken out the flag to cheer for the cheering team and waved it there. This method of cheering comes from Fujimura Okawa. According to the other party, when she was a child, the people from Fujimura group cheered her up. That fool. The scene of entering the stadium in a kimono and clogs did not make Liang Yi nervous, but the cheerleading posture on Broly's current side made her feel a little nervous, and she felt like she wanted to bury her head in the crack of the ground. Fortunately, this feeling of ashamed did not last long because the baton competition had reached its second baton. The contestants in her class handed over the baton to the third player with the fourth place lead. The girl who took the third ball, heard that she was a player from the track and field department, ran towards her quickly. The opponent surpassed the second place and arrived here. Lianji classmate, you are going to catch it. Komori Nai was not satisfied with the two rituals detachment in the class. Now that he has the opportunity to slap each other, the girl from the track and field department has no time left. She did not adjust her speed at the same time, but handed the baton in her hand towards the two rituals with a quick hand-handed method of a professional baton player that ordinary students could not catch. As expected, since the speed was not adjusted in the same way, the baton was handed over too quickly, and the baton flew out, which made Liang Yi'er, who was ready to speed up and run forward, could only stop and turn around to pick up the dropped baton. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the baton players in other classes completed the overtake, and the students in the two ritual classes in the distance felt that the situation was bad. It's over. The last one. What happened? I'm sorry, I thought you were amazing, but I didn't know you couldn't even catch a stick. Komori Nai apologized, but her tone was a little sarcastic, making it difficult to tell whether she was really apologizing or the kimono girl in front of Yin and Yang. Regarding this, Liang Yi'er didn't say anything, but just picked up the baton from the ground and leaned over and rushed out. The commentator student was originally doing the class where the two rituals were located, but this time the serious hand-handing mistake was replaced by a sad voice. Although Lianji is wearing kimono and clogs that are not suitable for running, she is now showing amazing speed. 1, 2, 3, she tied the gap caused by the mistake in handing the stick. Now there is only the last player left in front of her. That is the ace player of the second-year track and field department. Can she still catch up? If you want to surpass me, don't think about it. I thought it was just a casual relay race, but I didn't expect that there were masters. The track and field ace that was running at the forefront immediately accelerated the speed. But it's useless. Lianji caught up with him, and even surpassed him, leading one position, crossing the finish line. The commentator was very excited. The competition without suspense could not arouse the audience's emotions, but such unexpected situations that occurred and rely on personal strength to recover their disadvantages to complete the counterattack can make people feel excited. After the kimono girl recovered her disadvantage and surpassed the contestants in front and crossed the finish line in the first place, she was greeted with some warm cheers and cheers. After Lianji stopped, she couldn't help but feel a little breathless. This was the first time she was treated as a cheering object by a group of people she didn't know. Humans are actually not that annoying. It was very abrupt that she had this strange idea. After the contestants of each class gathered, Liang Yizi turned his attention to the third stick. Track and field girl. For ordinary people, the mistake this person made just handing the stick must be just an accident. But for the track and field coach who was watching off the court, the opponent noticed something was wrong. Logically speaking, it is difficult for players like Komori Nai who often run relay races to make mistakes. At this moment, the coach and teacher in charge of the track and field department came over to ask about the situation just now. Ko-sene, what's going on? Can you make such a mistake when you run a school relay race? Komorina, a track and field girl, just wanted to make the two rituals embarrassed, but she forgot that she was going to participate in the city-level baton competition this year. If something goes wrong, the coach of the track and field department may change his own. Now his face is a little pale and he doesn't know how to defend himself. Sorry, I just slipped my hand and couldn't catch the baton she handed over. Fortunately, I didn't lose the game. Liang Yi'er walked over and said, and the coach of the track and field department looked a little slower, and he asked the kimono girl if she had any intention of joining the track and field department. After being rejected by Lianji, the coach was a little disappointed and did not bother him much. He obviously knew the girl's gangster family background. She didn't notice that I was doing something bad, and she still spoke for me. It was really. Before Komana's mocking thoughts arose, the two rituals came over to speak in a low voice. I'll let you go this time, but remember that there is no next time. I won't be merciless to a guy who is malicious to me. She knows everything. Komori Nai's eyes widened. Remember, don't make any mistakes in the future. Lianji stuffed the baton back into the girl's hand of the track and field girl, turned around and left. Only a girl who took the baton and was staring blankly as she left. Ko-sene, are you okay? The other two players came over and wanted to comfort their friends. Student Lianji, she seems a little handsome. But unexpectedly, I heard my friend's words. However, it is no wonder that the weaving of male personality is full of youthfulness. Now that she is being bad, but she takes the initiative to forgive the girl who is bad, she is warning her invisibly, but she has touched the heartstrings of adolescent girls. Of course, Liang Yi didn't know that she was fascinated by the situation in front of her now. Young master, you finally have your own youth. The housekeeper who has been responsible for taking care of her for many years was extremely moved, and she also held a portable video recorder in her hand. Chapter 337. You want to cheer up and be united in your mind? Then come and play with me 3 times. It seems like I didn't have youth before. The 2 rituals complained about the butler Kai Along's performance of being too moved. Miss, before, you wouldn't participate in group activities like school sports meet. The butler Kai Along replied. The 2 rituals were out of place since childhood because she was an abnormal existence, and she also knew her own abnormality. Therefore, she hates the abnormal self and also hates the human society where she cannot integrate into the abnormal self. In this case, there will be a ghost if you can participate in any group activities. However, the butler Kai Along didn't know this. He was just moved by the change of taking care of the older girl since childhood. This is not forced. As he said this, the eyes softened when the 2 rituals looked at the boy waving towards her. The external isolation wall established by cognition has been broken by a boy who has entered his life in the past month. Because of the boy, she is now a friend. Although she sometimes feels embarrassing and annoying, this feeling of integrating into normal social life makes her a little intoxicated. Hisser Broly, Teacher Fujimura, and these little ladies, my ladies really thank you for your care. The butler Kai Along came over here and thanked him solemnly. Before this, he had thought about whether to warn the group of people in front of him who would ask his ladies to go out for fun during the holidays and stay away from his ladies. The reason is that I don't want others to regard my unsociable ladies as a freak again, but fortunately I didn't do that. The group of people in front of me are getting along well with their ladies until now, and they make their ladies cheerful. Lianji promised to be my wife, and it is right for me to cheer for her. Broly responded seriously to the butler Kai Along's thanks. Housekeeper Kai Along. He had heard Broly's remarks before, but when he heard them, he still felt a little strange. If an ordinary young man said such words, his butler would definitely not mind letting the other party recognize the difference between his identity and his lady. But there was still a child in front of me, and my lady didn't deny what the other party said. I couldn't say that my lady really likes younger boys, and she is a real Zhengtai Guan. And he didn't dare to ask about the 2 rituals himself for such a thing. After thinking about it, the middle-aged butler decided to report to Mr. Lianji after he went home in the evening. In the future, everyone will be their own people. You, the manager who takes care of Lianji's life, don't be so polite. Fujimura Okawa patted the middle-aged housekeeper on the shoulder. He always felt like he saw the little brother of Fujimura who was following behind his butt and was responsible for taking care of him. He had a good attitude towards him. The butler Kai Along was photographed so much that he didn't know what to say. The intern female teacher in front of him occasionally gave him a feeling of being a big sister who had been in the road. As for the others, the girl named Rin Tozaka is a very noble and rich daughter. When the lady was asked to go out to eat, drink and have fun, the other party paid the bill. Sakura Fujimura and Ilya are 2 well-behaved and sensible sister characters. The foreign girl named Karen next to them has some sarcastic attributes. I don't know how these people got together and became friends with their own ladies. But no matter what, Kai Along was very happy that his lady had friends around her. He stood beside him and listened to the 2 rituals saying such words. Wait, can you not cheer me up? Of course this won't work. If we don't cheer you up, wouldn't we be in vain? Rin Tozaka directly rejected her words. That's right, Sister Lianji, come on, this is a way to let us who have not participated in the competition realize our spirit and be with you who have participated in the competition. Sakura's words made Ilya agree very much. Just Sister Lianji, you are so handsome just now. When you crossed the line, I always jumped up and shouted for you. The doll girl's face was flushed, she was indeed very excited just now. We have united our minds and you will be unstoppable. Broly also rejected the kimono girl and spoke the lines that emerged in her consciousness. It is obviously my own strength to be able to run first. Liang Yori was a little dissatisfied with this. Before it was her turn to run, Broly was waving the flag in her hand and working hardest. She saw it on the field. At that time, other people who came here who were watching the sports meet were looking at the boy with strange eyes. Give up, Sister Lianji, they have added your skills. The little white-haired nun came over and comforted her, trying to make her realize the helplessness of reality. Kalyan, you want to pretend to be innocent now? Isn't it a bit too late? Do you think I didn't hear the words you shouted here just now? A girl wearing a kimono on the 3rd track. Liang Yizi pinched the white-haired little nun's cheek. Just now, When others didn't know who Broly and the others were cheering for, it was this scheming little guy who guided them, making him feel ashamed to the next level. It's swollen, and my face is about to be swollen by you. After trampling Kalyan's cheeks, Liang Yumao let go of his hand. The next one is a 3-foot competition for 2 people looking for things. Please go and draw clues that you need to find your teammates. The campus speaker is advancing the progress of the school sports meeting, and the Heitongan on the other side is also registering the search clues drawn by the contestants. The clue you draw is red. Before the deadline for the next 10 minutes, you need to find a teammate with red characteristics on campus and participate in the next 3-foot match with you. The first stage of the 3-foot match between Sun Wu and the 2 is to find teammates who have drawn clue characteristics, and this is actually not too difficult for those who are prepared to compete. For example, a girl who took the red clue, a friend was wearing a red hat, and then while others were still looking for teammates, she started to do a tacit understanding training for the 2 of them. My clue is small dot. Lianji weaving clue card with 2 fingers and handed it to Heitongan who was doing the registration. Okay, Lianji classmate, you need to find teammates with small characteristics before the deadline. Kurokigan also registered and found that the companion girl was approaching Lianji, so she couldn't help but remind the kimono girl. Student Lianji, the person with the word small in his name can also be used as a teammate. Hearing this, Komori Nai was a little expectant and looked at the kimono girl. I already have someone to choose. Lianji ignored Komori Nai who was approaching and walked straight to the group of relatives and friends who cheered her. Broly, are you sure you will cheer me up later? We have united our minds. Okay, I'll let you and my mind be one, come here and you. Seeing the boy stubborn, Liang Yori took action directly, pulled Broly and ran over to register here. Hey Tong, he is my teammate. Lianji pointed at Broly. Hey Tongan also widened his eyes. What, I chose him as my teammate. Is there any problem? No problem, Broly is a child, and the child small is also a child. Hey Tongan also shook his head quickly. But, the difference in steps between you 2 is a bit big, it's not easy to run with your legs tied together, right? Hey Tongan also reminded him. It is best for 2 people to play with 3 legs. The best is 2 people with a similar pace. Broly, how can you still be united with my mind? Liang Yazi asked him to retreat and not to waving the flag like he had just now. This is not a problem, I will cooperate with your pace. After learning about the 2 of them having 3 feet, Broly thought it was Ryoyer who was worried that he would not be able to keep up with him, but he comforted the kimono girl. Broly's running speed is much faster than the opponent. He feels that he is backward compatible with taking care of Lianji Azi's step speed is absolutely fine. This is what you said. If you fall, don't blame me. The track and field girl who was looking forward to the team with Lianji, looked at the girl and the boy's feet like a defeated dog, tied together by a red belt. Then, Broly, let's work together and win the first place. The kimono girl's voice changed, and her attitude towards Broly also changed from a male weaving style to a feminine style. When I shout 1, I will step on my left foot and you will step on my right foot. When I shout 2, I will step on my right foot and you will step on my left foot. The 2 rituals held the boy's hand, looking worried that he would fall, and adapted to the pace of the 2 of them in advance. But it turns out that she didn't need to shout slogans at all. Broly was able to keep up with her actions easily, even if she ran forward with big strides, it would be fine. The 2-legged game of searching for things began, and Broly and the 2 rituals took the lead and arrived at the first node. Lianji took the lead in leading his partner, and Broly Swan arrived at the first clue extraction node. The first clue they took to find was green, and they ran towards the lawn, which was a clever decision. Child Broly pulled a green grass on the lawn, and walked tacitly with Lianji, heading to the second clue extraction point. The triple-footing 2 people need to run for the 3-legged competition is not long, which means going around the playground for a long distance, but finding related items to draw clues will be more troublesome, and it may even have disagreements with teammates around you. However, Broly and the 2 were in harmony. After pulling out a grass, putting on a hat, tied a yellow strap to their heads, and then holding a baseball bat, the 2 of them successfully reached the end of the game in the first place. We have united our minds. After arriving at the finish line, Broly said this again. We are unstoppable. But before he finished speaking, he was taken over by the female personality. Tisk. Lianji Azi's personality was relisted at this time, and he curled his lips a little unhappy. In the morning, Guanshang College's school sports meeting belongs to senior students. In the afternoon, it was the turn of the middle school students to take the stage. Although there was no competition for 2 rituals, Broly and others still stayed. This kind of school sports meet is quite interesting. When the middle school competition reached 1/3, Haitong Flowers came over. This black long straight girl, who is the same age as Sakura, came to find her brother. As soon as they met, they hugged them, and the characteristics of brother control were undoubtedly revealed. However, Haitongin also needs to help the juniors of the middle school to maintain order in the sports meeting. So, he brought his sister here. Flower, didn't your brother say you also participate in sports competitions? Why do you have time to come? Rin Tozaka asked curiously. She had a good impression of the girl in front of her who looked a bit like her when she was a child. Our school's sports meet belongs to the middle school competition in the morning. I rushed here after participating. Blacktongue Flower explanation. Your brother doesn't participate in the competition, and even if he participates, it's over. Are you here just watching the competition here? No, I'm not interested in watching other people's sports, but don't you think my brother looks handsome when he works hard? The girls on the picnic mat. This guy is undoubtedly a heavy brother-in-law, and he is still the kind that has no treatment. Looking at the Haitong Flowers that took out the telescope and looked at the Haitong Flowers that were also busy with his brother Kurokigan, Tozaka confirmed it. I don't think you guys have the right to say this, right? Lianji pointed to Sakura who was feeding Broly snacks next to her. She was smiling and watching Broly eat seriously, and then started to complain. One likes to watch his brother work hard, and the other likes to watch Broly eat seriously. Well, it's okay. It can only be said that the lover has a look of xi. As long as there is a filter, even if the object is a manure cutter, he is probably a handsome manure cutter. You can really eat it. You eat it every time you meet. After Haitongin also left his sight, Haitonghua put down his telescope and turned to look at the boy who was still eating. Do you want it? Broly handed the potato chips in his hand toward Haitong Flower. If I can't eat it, you want me to be your wife, right? Blacktongue Flowers are a little alert. No, this is for you to eat. Although Blacktongue Flowers were the target of the strategy prompted by Crystal Palace, Broly was not forced to do anything after the other party had clearly stated that he would refuse. Now he invites the other party to eat, but he is just a habit of sharing food with people around him. That's it, I'm a little hungry. Haitong Flowers were not polite, so they took the potato chips and started to eat them. She is actually quite interested in the very edible boy in front of her. Haitong Flower has liked unusual things since childhood, and these unusual things also include abnormal people. In his eyes, Broly is a boy with some abnormalities. By the way, Broly, can I ask you a question? What's the problem? Do you have some special abilities? What are special abilities? For example, the ability to make the women around you spontaneously feel good to you. The problem of Blacktongue Flowers made Broly tilt his head. He looked at Sakura on the side and asked, Sakura, do I have this ability? Of course there is. Sakura answered seriously. Ilya nodded. Don't let me answer such questions. Rin Tozaka glanced over her face. I don't have to take care of the disabled when I stay with you. I'm not sure if I have a better impression of you. Kalian's poisonous tongue was as always. It's really comfortable to get along with you. Lianjiazi's answer was direct. Then I probably have it. Broly then looked at Haitong Flowers again and answered. That's it. Don't you think love is selfish? Love must be enjoyed by one person, but you can tolerate yourself and become his object together. Is it because you didn't have love for him, or is it because he used unknown means, such as the legendary succubus ability, that charmed you? The Blacktongue Flowers were shocked and said this in an aria. If Rin Tozaka hadn't been sure that the girl didn't know about the magic world, she would have suspected that she was a child from the magician's family. Then are you attracted by the charm? Rin Tozaka asked. No, my heart will always belong to my brother. Haitong Flowers said very confidently. That's all. Broly didn't charm us, but we were just willing to be his target for some reasons. Rin Tozaka replied. What's the reason? Blacktongue Flowers are very interested in this. You are not going to be his wife, why are you asking so much? Isn't it okay if I ask? If you are the one. Rin Tozaka has a good impression of Kurokatsu Flowers, but this kind of favorability is not enough for her to share with this girl about the story of the boy Crystal Palace. Unless Flowers, you change your mind and are willing to become Brother Broly's wife. Sakura added beside her. The more new wives you have, the more happiness points you can get in the future. The longer Broly can stay in this world. That's fine. Hearing this, Haitong Flower hurriedly withdrew its curiosity. Chapter 338, A new wife has appeared, how can she stop moving forward? The addition of Blacktongue Flowers did not affect the feeding interaction between Broly and Sakura and other wives. People who came to watch the school sports meet went and stayed, but overall, they were less than in the morning. The track and field competition for first-year students in the middle school is about to begin. In the preparation area, students from each class are encouraging the representative players of each class. Thanks to the atmosphere brought up by a boy in the morning, many cheerleaders in the class were relatively open, making the atmosphere of the school sports meeting in Guanzhong Academy much more lively than before. Chong chong chong, ours is the first in the first grade track and field competition, come on. A group of participating students shouted slogans and began to warm up. Fono, are you okay? Seeing his friend's dazed look, the girl with short hair asked. Ah, I have no problem. Hearing this, Asakusa Tengo no was a little stressed and immediately made a negative answer, and quickly started a warm-up exercise with the people around him. The first-year student in the 400-meter track and field competition is ready to appear. The track and field events in the middle school are similar to those in the high school, but there are fewer hurdle events with relatively high difficulty coefficients. Asakamai Fujino was selected as a 400-meter sprinter because he showed excellent running ability in physical education classes. Come on, Fujino. After entering the school, I met a new friend who was not long after, and was cheering myself up. The other party had already completed the 100-meter sprint and was restoring his strength for the subsequent relay race events. Well, I will work hard. The girl's long hair was tied into a single ponytail by a rubber band, but she was actually not interested in track and field competitions. But all my friends participated, and she wanted to be more intimate. Therefore, there was no arrangement for the class teacher to let her participate in the competition. After stepping onto the stadium, she looked at the distance and decided to run faster and live up to the expectations of her classmates and teachers. Bang! The starting gun fired, and the single ponytail girl rushed out at an extremely fast speed. When she rushed out, she felt like she had staggered a little, but she quickly adjusted her balance and ran towards the finish line. The girl's foot sprained, and it hurts a little. Fortunately, she can endure the pain and run the whole way, and she still crosses the line with the first place. Rin Tozaka's words attracted the attention of the people next to him who were discussing what to eat tonight. Broly followed the black stockings girl's gaze and looked at the other side of the field. Discover new strategy target, Asakusa Fujino, current happiness value is 0. New prompt messages emerged in the Crystal Palace in consciousness. Then I'll go over and take a look. Broly stood up and said. The girls looked at the boys. A new wife has appeared, how can she stop moving? Broly's consciousness has it the melody of a song explains why it is passed with the melody in the tone of singing. Is he considered meeting someone and loving someone? Hai Tong Flower watched the boy run away and asked the others around him. No, there are still very few people who can be regarded as their wife by brother Broly. Sakura thought about it and answered this question from the girl of the same age next to her. Then how did he choose a spouse? When you meet a good-looking one, will you invite the other person to be your wife? Black Tongue Flowers asked. I will agree with the standard you said to be good-looking, but it's not enough to be good-looking. Are there any other conditions for choosing a mate? Yes, but I won't tell you. Black Tongue Flowers. I just felt itchy and curious. Do you want to pretend to be the boy's wife first, and then get out after you get inside and find out what's inside? Hai Tong Flower was a little moved, but she felt that doing so was a betrayal of her beloved brother, so she was a little entangled. And while the girl was struggling, Broly had already run to the other side of the field. Broly, is there anything wrong? Hei Tongan also paid attention to the two rituals from time to time. At this time, he also noticed the boy running over, but he took the initiative to come up and ask. That person's foot may have sprained, so I'll come here to see the situation. Who? It's that girl, the new wife I just found. Broly pointed at Asakusa Fujino's direction and said to Kurokiko. Hei Tongan also looked in the direction of the boy's finger and found that it was the girl who ranked first in the 400-meter sprint just now. The other party was celebrating with students who might be in the same class, and there was no sign of spraining the ankle on his face. Broly, you can't call someone you haven't pursued, but you should call him the person you want to pursue. Oh, I know this. My wife always has to start with friends. Let's go over and take her to the infirmary if your new pursuit is really hurt. Although the girl didn't look injured, Broly ran over and talked about this matter. He should go and see it. Hei Tongan also has a personality that is a male mother and has a meticulous trait. Student, please disturb me. Asakusa Fujinobu looked in the voice and saw the two people walking towards him. Are you calling me? The girl with a single ponytail looked around and couldn't help but ask. Fono, you are the handsome senior glasses. Hei Tongan is not bad either, so he came over to talk, which made the little girls in the middle school a little excited. Well. Asakusa Fujino was stunned for a moment, and then a shy expression appeared on her face, but the white face without the color rose, made her shy expression look a little fake, just like it was painted on the face of a doll. I don't know what's wrong with Senior. Her voice was very light and a little glutinous, so she asked. This child saw that you sprained his ankle and was worried that you might be injured, so I took him over and asked. Hei Tongan also gave up his origin and pointed to Broly, who was also following behind him, to explain the situation. Did I sprain my ankle? Asakusa Fujino looked down and found that his ankle was a little swollen. This is not bad, it seems that I have to go to the medical room. Hei Tongan also squatted down to check the situation and said. Fono, why don't you say it if you sprain your ankle? It hurts very much, right? My friends around me were worried about her situation and asked some questions. This. Asakami Fujino didn't know how to explain, she had no feelings since she could remember. When she was a child, she could not feel the pain even after doing hand cutting. But my mother would hold her in her arms and comfort her with heartache. Although I don't understand what pain feels, Asakusa Fujino doesn't hate the feeling of being cared for. Similarly, she subconsciously didn't want others to know that she didn't feel this. Maybe the adrenaline rises while running, temporarily blocking the pain. Hei Tongan also made inferences. Yes, that's it. The girl with a single ponytail went down the donkey and said to her friend next to her. How about you, can you still walk? Hei Tongan also raised her head and asked. Ah, I can still leave. Not to mention leaving, it's okay to run away, after all, there is no pain. Then, I'll take you to the medical room for treatment. I'm going to cheer for someone. Asakusa Fujino hesitated a little. Fono. The girl next to her was a little moved. It is rare for friends who have to cheer themselves up if they are injured. If you leave this kind of injury alone, it will become more and more serious. Hei Tongan also reminded. No problem, I know how to treat this injury. Broly raised his hand from behind and said. The people around him looked at him in surprise. Don't look at me like this, I'm just becoming a doctor after a long illness. The Saiyan boy explained. You're often injured. It's not that I'm injured, but that I let others get hurt and help with the treatment. In terms of bruises and injuries, Darkness contributed a lot of massage techniques to Broly to correct bones and promote blood circulation. The boy is very confident. Anyway, you have the confidence to treat her sprain, right? Hei Tongan also asked. The boy nodded. This child is very honest. I believe he is capable. Sister Qian Shang, would you like to let this child treat you a sprain on your feet? Hei Tongan also endorsed Broly. Seeing that the girl with her name on her clothes was covered with, she asked. Fono, let's go to the medical room. The friend next to the girl was a little suspicious of Broly's ability, but this person could not be blamed. No one could easily believe a child who looked 7 or 8 years old and had the skills to cure bruises and injuries. I would like to treat him. If it doesn't work, I can go to the medical room again. Asakusa Fujino agreed to the boy for treatment, not for other reasons, but because the other party saw that she was injured. Come here. Kurokigan and Asakusa Fujino's friend helped the girl to sit down in the chair in the rest area next to her. Immediately afterwards, the girl's sneakers were taken off by the boy who squatted down. Asakusa Fujino's feet are very slender, and their toes are as round as grapes. But after being held, she didn't react at all. She didn't feel itchy and had some instinctive reactions like Sakura and others. However, Broly didn't care. He just helped to straighten the bones skillfully, then grabbed Asakusa Fujino's foot with one hand, dragged his palm on the instep with the other hand, and pushed it into the swollen part of his ankle. Woo! At this time, Asakusa Fujino's mouth made a low cry, his body tensed, and his feet were subconsciously trying to withdraw, but they were firmly held. Does it hurt? The friend next to him asked quickly, but was worried that the child who treated Asakusa Fujino's feet would not know anything and just did it randomly. It doesn't hurt, it just makes you feel strange. Asakusa Fujino, who has no feeling since she can remember it, is difficult to tell what the feeling is, but there is no doubt that she has experienced something called feeling now. Broly's massage technique was mastered by Akia, but now he has long incorporated his own skills in using chi. Using chi can speed up the recovery of the damaged position of massage. In addition to this, chi has another function, which is to amplify the touch of the massaged part of the person being massaged. It would be fine if Asakusa Fujino was born with a painless patient, but the problem was not. Her painlessness was caused by drugs. It was her adoptive father, Asakamiya, who hid after she had neuromyelitis optics and deliberately asked the doctor to prescribe painkillers to her and use the medicine to seal the supernatural powers of Asakami Fujino, a descendant of the Asakami family. But obviously, this seal of closed feeling was now swept away by Broly's anger, which directly made the girl feel It is normal for you to feel numb and itchy when your injury recovers. I'll just rub it for you. If it were darkness, it might be better to place the other party, but Broly doesn't know what the situation is like in front of him. So I adopted a more conservative approach, and I pressed and rubbed my little palm on the girl's ankles and calves. As the boy's massage, Asakusa Fujino's face gradually turned red, and even his breathing began to become a little rapid. But she was patient, just like when she didn't feel anything, subconsciously concealed herself without feeling. When she felt something now, she was subconsciously concealing her feeling something, but her other leg could instinctively lean over and clamp the base of her thighs. Hei Tongan was also observing Broly's massage technique, but as he looked, he suddenly realized that something was wrong with the girl. As an ordinary person, he had learned physiological knowledge and instantly realized something, so he quickly grabbed the boy's hand. Broly looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? I think she should be well. If you continue to massage like this, there may be problems. What's the problem? Anyway, it's a big problem. I'll give you some popular science in the future, but now, Broly, you'd better stop. Hei Tongan also pushed his glasses and said. How do you feel? Although Kuroki Kenya said this, Broly asked the owner of the calf in his hand and asked what was happening to Asakusa Tengno now. My feet no longer hurt. Asakusa Tengno answered honestly, but when the boy put down her calf, she felt a little lost. I really want the other party to continue. The girl with a single ponytail thought. The pants seemed to have to be replaced. Then, she noticed the situation in her sports shorts. My name is Broly. Broly introduced himself. I'm Asakamai Fujino. The girl responded subconsciously. Would you like to make friends with me? The boy asked directly. Well. Don't you? No, I do. Okay, then are you willing to agree to be my wife in the future? I would, hey. Hei Tongan also covered his face. He had seen a boy looking for his wife twice, but he still felt that Broly's way of finding a wife was very direct. It's not something that ordinary people can imitate, but now he still speaks and helps the middle school junior college student who was frightened by the boy's words translated. What this child means is to be very good friends with you. If you don't carry the elements of love, you can't even talk about a lover's relationship. Is that true? Asakusa Fujino looked at the boy. Well, that's right. My wife is her best friend, although Broly has many best friends. Then I do. Asakusa Fujino is not very sure. Do you want to eat? After getting the girl's consent, Broly asked immediately. What should I eat? Asakusa Fujino looked at him in confusion. Delicious stuff. Broly answered, and couldn't wait to feed his new wife food to improve the happiness value. Come with me and take you to have delicious food. At the same time, I will introduce other wives to you to know. The words against the will of heaven were spoken from the simple boy. Everyone around me looked at me sideways, but when I saw that it was a child's joke, I thought it was a child's joke. Broly, please let her put on her shoes first. Hei Tongan also reminded him. Oh, then you can wear shoes quickly. Broly urged, and after Asakusa Fujino put on his shoes, he immediately pulled the girl to run towards the lawn. That senior girl, Sui Shang, didn't apply for other track and field events, right? Hei Tongan also looked at the girl next to her and asked. No. Asakamai Fujino's friend shook his head. That's good. Hei Tongan also left with confidence. He went to the president of the student union, told the other party that he wanted to leave his post temporarily, and then headed towards the teaching building. He was going to find books on physiology classes, thinking about giving some unsense knowledge to some boys to gain some knowledge. Stop the other party from doing something that will make the girl embarrassed in public. Chapter 339, Miss Flowers who were targeted, uncontrolled, and were forced to join. However, when Hei Tongan also came to the edge of the playground, he met the senior from the previous club, and the other party called him. Hey Tong! What's wrong with Senior Bai Chun? Have you been dating Lian Ji's classmate recently? Bai Chun Lizuo asked directly. Hei Tongan also. He didn't understand why he was a friend scholar and a senior in the same club as a senior in the first year of high school, cared about such things. No, Lian Ji and I are just ordinary friends. How could Senior Bai Chun suddenly ask me such a question? So that's it, Hei Tong, don't get me wrong. I'm just hearing some bad rumors about Lian Ji, and I'm just worried about your safety, Junior. Bai Chun Rio explained, looking at Kuroki Ganya's eyes were very gentle, as if he was really just caring about his juniors who were once in the same club. Bad rumors. Is the senior talking about Lian Ji's gangster family background? That's not something she can choose. Lian Ji is actually a very good girl. Hei Tongan also spoke for the girl. I'm not talking about this, Hey Tong. I wonder if you have heard of some murders that have happened in Guanbusa City recently. I wonder what the senior is talking about. Hey Tongan also asked back. Are there many murders? Bai Chun Ryu was a little stopped. Not many, but if it is included in the entire Guanbusa City, there are still some every month. Senior, you know that I have an uncle who is a criminal policeman. Sometimes he will tell me some cases and ask me to help reason, so I will know more about this. Bai Chun Ryu. Hey Tongan is also ordinary but not ordinary. When he joined the mystery club in the first grade, others were discussing the case of mystery novels as reasoning material. But this guy used realistic materials as reasoning materials, and he might eventually know that his reasoning materials are scary, but he took the initiative to withdraw from the reasoning club. I'm talking about the street corpse dismemberment that only appeared at the end of last year. Oh, it's this. I know. I heard that the murderer has not been found yet, and the motive for the crime is unknown. Each victim was killed by a sharp knife. When he pieced together the victim's body, the police also found that some of the whereabouts of the corpses were unknown. Hey Tongan also nodded, and he was not afraid when talking about this sensational case of corpse dismemberment. In fact, his uncle Akimi Daisuke is investigating the case. According to what he learned, several similar cases have occurred recently. Since you know, that's great. I'm also interested in these cases and have asked someone to investigate some situations. Among the information I investigated, an important information was found. Near the places where some victims were killed, someone had witnessed a girl in a kimono passing by. Before Bai Chun Ryu finished speaking, he was interrupted by Hey Tongan. The kimono girl mentioned by the senior doesn't mean Lianji, right? I don't know, but one night when I was shopping at a convenience store outside, I happened to meet Lianji's classmate walking outside the street at night. And when I met the two angels, a case of corpse dismemberment near the school site was discovered the next day. What's more coincidental is that Lianji came from the direction of the crime site. You said she was the murderer. I didn't say that, but people should always stay away from possible dangers, right? Hey Tong. Thank you for your warning, senior, but I believe that Lianji must have just happened to pass by the crime site. Don't get me wrong. I just saw that you were getting close to Lianji, so I came over to mention it to you. Hey Tongan also thanked him again. Bai Chun Ryu did not continue to stop him. The seeds of suspicion had been planted, which was enough. After Kurokigan also left, Bai Chun Ryu stood in place and looked towards the distance to the lawn. He knew the location of the two rituals, and it was not an accidental encounter outside. But earlier, when the girl had just entered the school and went to the school, she accidentally glanced at her and saw the empty appearance of the other person. Bai Chunlixu was a little moved. He was not bad looking and confessed to the two rituals last semester, but by no surprise, he was rejected by the girl. The girl's original words were that she did not want to date a weak person or a novice character like him. Therefore, Bai Chun Liu was hit. He was a little depressed and had an argument with a customer who was having sex with drugs while working, trading, during the holidays. He planned to prove that he was not a weak young man by beating someone, but he didn't expect to kill the other party by accident. When he was exposed to death and his spirit was on the verge of limit, he suddenly realized his essence. With the help of Huangjai Zonglian who arrived later, he voluntarily awakened his own origins and became a psychopath with the characteristics of eating. Then the man named Huang Yazonglian told him that he was induced to instinct because of the qualification to awaken the origin of the soul and the existence of a girl who had the ability to approach the root without authorization. In other words, the reason why he killed people was affected by the two rituals. However, Bai Chun Ryu did not blame the girl. On the contrary, he was happy that he could become an alien being like a girl. From the holiday to the start of school, he killed several people one after another. The reason for doing this was not only to want to eat, but also to show his abilities to girls who are also aliens. Even after meeting again, the two rituals had completely forgotten who he was. Bai Chun Ryu didn't find it strange, let alone feel uncomfortable. Until he found out that his junior Kurokigan also seemed to be obsessed with the girl, and the new female intern in the girls' class seemed to want to change the two rituals, and it seemed that he had also changed it successfully. Bai Chun Ryu, a psychic who had become a murderer, broke his defense. In his opinion, he embarked on the road to becoming an alien for the sake of the two rituals. He thought that the plot of aliens and aliens would be attracted to each other in the future, but in the end the two rituals were heading towards the direction of normal people. How could he bear this? I won't let you get normal, Lianji, I will let you re-recognize your own essence, a hidden murderer. He put his hand in his pocket and touched the dagger that had many human bodies dismembered inside. Bai Chun Ryu's face showed a flushing look. The next victim, just choose that guy. The man muttered to himself and left the place. Before, he randomly selected victims to kill them on the route of 2 ritual night walks. But this time, he needs to choose a target to kill, but he needs to prepare well. Otherwise, it would be bad if others suspect you. Broly, what are you looking at? On the picnic mat, Tozaka-rin saw the boy suddenly looking towards the teaching building and found nothing strange along his gaze, so he couldn't help asking. Just now, there seemed to be a rush of energy over there, locking us. Broly answered honestly. Who? Tozaka-rin asked afterwards. I don't know, that chi is a bit weak, and there is too much chi here, so I can't tell which creature is emitted, but it feels like some kind of predator. Predating creatures, what kind of predating creatures can be found in the school? Could it be animals such as wild dogs, wild cats, or crows and snakes? Sakura asked. Maybe it. Broly thought about it and nodded. In the past, when he was barbecuing meat in another world, he would also attract some predators, such as dangerous species in the killing world, monsters in the sicking world, etc. Their chi locks are actually quite different. But compared to those dangerous species and monsters who were eyeing their barbecue and eventually became ingredients on the grill, the aura just now was too small. Perhaps it was sent by some small animals in this world, so Broly didn't care much. Sakura, why are you eating cookies? This is the snack Sakura made last night. Broly handed the snacks in his hand to the single ponytail girl. Thank you. Asakusa Fujino subconsciously took it, put it in his mouth and started eating. Originally, her taste was a bit dull, but now she can clearly taste a fragrance. This made her body tremble a little. What's wrong? Are you choking? I'll pour you tea. Seeing this, Sakura hurriedly poured hot tea for the girl and handed it over. Thanks. Asakusa Fujino subconsciously reached out to pick it up, but the next moment, the stainless steel cup lid of the thermos handed over by Sakura was then an invisible force was twisted. B.A. Rin Tozaka's reaction was quick. After discovering the abnormal magic power around him, he immediately slapped his sister's hand, poured half a cup of hot tea and fell to the ground. It had been twisted into a twist, and the steaming tea water wet the picnic mat. This is Twisted Demon Eye, Qian Sheng, are you from Qian Shen family? Rin Tozaka was knowledgeable. When she recognized the situation, she asked. Xiao Shen's family. The girl with a single ponytail spoke out in confusion and looked at Rin Tozaka. Did you mean it? The gems she carried with her were taken out by Rin Tozaka. She threw out 2 of them and arranged sound insulation and cognitive barriers around her, and then used a gem to arrange defensive magic around her. The invisible twisting power and defensive magic confrontation formed some magical changes in light and shadow that could be seen by human eyes in the air. What's this? Asakusa Fujino also saw the changes in the light and shadow in the air, but her face looked at a loss. Anyway, close your eyes first. Tozaka-rin observed her silently for a while before she said. Okay. Asakusa Fujino said, and quickly closed his eyes. After the girl closed her eyes, the magic light and shadow phenomenon of fighting in the air disappeared immediately. What the hell is wrong? Broly asked in confusion. The scene just now happened suddenly, and he didn't understand what happened. You ask me, I still want to know. Rin Tozaka said angrily, paused before explaining what had just happened. This girl named Asakamai Fujino has a pair of magic eyes that twisted objects. For some reason, she attacked Sakura. To put it correctly, I attacked Sakura's lid and handed it to her. Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough and patted Sakura's hand open, otherwise she might be injured. However, looking at the girl's appearance, she didn't seem to know the power she had. Speaking of this, Tozaka-rin looked at the kimono girl next to her and asked, Ryo, both of the 4 major demon-repelling families. As a member of the Lianji family, don't you know her situation? The 4 major demon-repelling families have long been missing. For the Qian Shen family with twisted demon eyes, I only know that the family was already annexed by myself many years ago. As for more situations, I don't care or know anything about it. A family that has fallen. Tozaka-rin's head hurts a little, but she still takes out the top quality gem and asks the single ponytail girl, Ms. Asakusa, can you understand your situation now? Asakusa Fujino nodded, I heard you, my eyes can twist objects. It's good to understand. So, in order to avoid your uncontrolled magic eye power, it may hurt others. I am now preparing to seal your vision for the time being. Do you agree? Asakusa Fujino just hesitated for a moment and nodded. I can only deal with this for the time being. As for how to let her learn to control her magic eyes, I can only talk about it after I understand her current family situation. After Tozaka-rin sealed Asakusa Fujino's vision with magic, she said to others. So, what exactly are you? Is it the unknown side of this world that is hidden? At this moment, Hai Tong Flower asked excitedly, but she watched the unscientific scene that just happened. "Ba." Rin Tozaka slapped her forehead and took out another gem. "I almost forgot that you, an outsider, are here." Rin Tozaka approached Kurotsuki Flowers. "No, what are you going to do?" Kurotong Flower quickly distanced Rin Tozaka. "Don't be afraid, just be in a daze, you will forget what happened just now." Tozaka Rin comforted. "I don't forget." Hai Tong Flowers were about to run away, but the next moment she was tied up by magic chains emerging from the ground. "I know too much, it's not good for ordinary people. I'll help you clear unnecessary memories." Rin Tozaka approached. "I won't tell anyone, can I not clear my memory?" Hai Tong Flower found that she could not struggle to open the magic chain, so she quickly started discussing. "Give up, Huas Hang, you don't want to be brought to the door one day by a dangerous person you don't know and then kill someone to silence you. So dangerous." "Certainly. Wait a minute, will I become your own person and my memory will not be cleared? If you are your own person, you will naturally have the right to know." Rin Tozaka stopped and looked at the girl tied up by magic chains on the ground. Hai Tong Flower found the chains on her body and had no intention of letting go of herself. The people around her ignored the abnormal situation that was happening here. It was obvious that this place was in an abnormal state. And Rin Tozaka in front of him looked like he wanted to get a clear attitude. Kurokiki Flower gritted her teeth and looked at the boy next to her. "Broly, I'm willing to be your wife. Can you let her go of me?" "Hey, have you changed your mind? I won't Changekin the idea work? She wants to clear my memory? But your heart does not belong to your brother forever." Broly was a little curious and asked. "The heart can be my brother's, but the body cannot be given to you. If you can let me understand you in depth." "Rin. Okay, I won't make fun of you anymore. As long as you don't promote it to the public, it's not a big deal to let you understand the mystery a little." Rin Tozaka let go of the Kurotsuki Flowers and told her about the magician. "Then are you all magicians?" "Sakura and I are, but Ilya is not. However, she comes from a magic family. As for Karen, she is a nun of the church and has connections with the magic world." "What about Broly?" "I'm a Saiyan." "What is that?" "You can treat brother Broly as an alien from another world," Sakura explained. Black-tongue Flowers. What's going on with this damn heartwarming feeling? I have liked girls who are abnormal since I was a child, but now I only feel my heart beating. Where are the two rituals? Is she a magician? Black-tongue Flowers changed the topic and ask again. The people in the demon retiring family are quite special. Some of them are magicians, but the two rituals are not. The Lianji family tries to create an almighty person by putting multiple personalities in the same body. She is a multi-personalist. Rin Tozaka introduced. Do you have any special abilities? Hai Tong Flowers asked. Is it counting to use props to destroy objects? The two rituals cut fruit when the girl saw it. This is a very special way to cut the apple, and it was just a knife. Bai Chun Rio's plot has been modified, so it is better to treat it as the butterfly effect created by Broly's arrival in the moon world. Chapter 340 The Attitude of the Qian Shang Family. After temporarily satisfying Kuroki Flower's curiosity, Tozaka Rin asked Asakusa Fujino's situation. Miss Asakusa, please tell me about your family's situation. Asakamai Fujino was relatively simple, even if he was not wary of the person he had just met. He nodded, as long as I know it. Did anyone in your family teach you the knowledge of twisting the magic eyes? No, I only realized today that I have such ability. Asakamai Tengno was born with a twisted demonic eye, but unfortunately her memories from childhood were already blurred. What about the mystery? What is that? Rin Tozaka's rhetoric question to her was not surprised. What about your relationship with your family? Only my mother at home cares about me, but others only regard me as non-existent heir. Rin Tozaka frowned, and the operation of Asano's family made her unable to understand. The owner of the magic eye will not be treated as heir in any magic family. This may have something to do with me not being my father's biological daughter. However, the girl's last sentence answered Rin Tozaka's doubts. Asakusa Fujino was remarried by his mother. And her stepfather was a little indifferent to her attitude. Although she didn't have enough food and drink, she didn't give her a share of her stepdaughter, Asakamai Fujino, in terms of family affection. When I was in elementary school, I saw that others had full marks and were able to get praise from my parents, so I tried hard to get full marks. When I brought my father the full marks test paper, I got a word from him is it, and he didn't care about my academic performance. However, my mother praised me. Although she seemed a little cautious and would look at her father's face, her father did not stop her from doing so. That is, after my mother and father had a new child, she no longer praised me like she did when she was a child. The girl's voice was very soft, telling the story of a reorganized family and a resolute child being ignored in a new family. This story sounds a bit sad, but there is no expression of sadness on Asakusa Fujino's face. On the contrary, because she was gnawing on the snacks that Broly puts from time to time on her hands, after tasting the taste of various snacks, her face still looked a little happy. After the false painless seal was washed away, the taste of the taste was completely restored, making Asakusa Fujino feel that the things that were constantly put into his hands were very delicious. From your situation, your demonic eyes may have suddenly awakened today. Rin Tozaka said. Hey, can you suddenly have this abnormal ability? Haitong Flowers pointed to the lid of the twisted cup on the ground. The world is so big that it is all kinds of wonders. Normal people suddenly awaken their origin ability. This is not something that doesn't exist. Then can I do it too? Tozaka Rin looked at her speechlessly. I don't know about you, but can you please stop talking? I'm solving her problem now. Oh. Haitong Flower sat back on her raised butt. The question now is, what attitude will the Qian Shang family have towards you who suddenly awaken the demonic eyes? On the positive side, Asakusa Fujino will be valued by Asakusa's family. But to the worse, will Asakusa Fujino be afraid? After all, the Asakamai family annexed the Asakamai family of the main family as a division, and the Asakamai Fujino, who was remarried by his mother, can be said to be the potential successor of the Asakamai family. From the perspective of the head of the aristocratic family, will the head of the Asakamai family, the other party's stepfather, worry that the girl will restore the annexed home in the future? If you are really afraid, it is not impossible for the girl named Asakamai Fujino in front of you to die by accident. Of course, the girl has now been confirmed to be a reserve member recognized by Crystal Palace and promised to become Broly's wife. The probability of an accident on the other side is definitely greater than that of Broly's entire family. I don't know what my father's attitude will be, maybe he doesn't have it. After all, I'm not an important member of the family. If you were ignored in the past, it does not mean that you are now also ignored. Well, if you want to figure out what attitude you are in towards you now, you have to figure out whether there was a grudge in the past when the Qian Shang family annexed the Qian Shen family. What should I do? Go and ask directly. Haitong Flowers asked. If you come to the door and ask directly, will others tell you the truth? Rin Tozaka asked back. If you don't tell the truth, I can help. Broly rolled up his sleeves. No need to do this, we have a better way. What method? Miss Ayazaka's Gallon Hall is also an intelligence agency. For things like investigating intelligence, it is left to professionals to do. Tozaka Rin decided to go to Gallon Hall to inquire about the information about the Asakamai family. Can I go together? If you want to go there is nothing good at sports meetings anyway. Rin Tozaka's words were approved by others. My things haven't been packed yet. Knowing that he would be taken with him, Asakusa Fujino hurriedly said. I'll go and help you clean up and say hello to Sister Tenkan. Broly volunteered and went to the Fujimura Daihi. After explaining the situation to Fujimura Okawa, the intern female teacher waved her hand. You go, don't forget to bring me some food tonight. Broly nodded, then ran to the other side of the field again, found Asakusa Fujino's friend just now, and explained to her that the girl was going to leave early. After getting the girl's help to explain to the teacher, she packed up Asakusa Fujino's things and ran away. Fono, can I call you that? Sakura asked. Yes, that's okay. The girl nodded. You can see it now, I'll help you go. I'll help, too. Ilya came over and walked with Sakura on the left and right, holding Asakusa Fujino. Thanks. The girl thanked her. Although she temporarily lost her vision, the recovery of touch and the feeling of being held by both hands made her feel that her existence was so real. By the way, Lianji, can you ride so many of us in your car? Tozaka Rin asked the two rituals. It should be possible. My car has a lot of space inside. At the entrance of the school, an extended black sedan drove over and stopped. The butler Kai Along came down to open the door, and a group of people got into the car, not crowded. Where are people? At about this time, Hei Tongan also looked for all physiology courses. When he came back from the teaching building, he found that there was no one else on the Broly's side. Turn left over there. Rin Tozaka sat in the passenger seat to help navigate. The car turned left and right in the city, and soon arrived near the unfinished building of Kalen's Hall. The gap in the building that Broly made when he first came here has now been stamped with steel plates and painted with wall paint similar to the wall. Just from the outside, you can't tell the difference between the unfinished building of Gallon Hall and other unfinished buildings. Ms. Tozaka is here to inspect the progress of the research project. When the group walked into the unfinished building, the owner of the gallon hall had already discovered their traces. When Tozaka-rin went upstairs and pushed the door open and walked into the office, Orange Ayazaki was already wearing glasses and sitting on the other side of the desk waiting. It has nothing to do with this. I'm here to inquire about the situation of Jian Shang family. Tozaka-rin said straight to the point. For no reason, what did the Jian Shang family do? Ayazaki Orange was a little curious. This is the stepdaughter of the Jian Shang family. She may have awakened today. She cannot control the power of the magic eye for the time being. As a friend, I am going to help her, but I don't know what the Jian Shang family is about to treat her as the magic eye owner. Rin Tozaka explained concisely. As stepdaughter, then she used to be a member of the Jian Shen family. Well, the Jian Shen family doesn't like the Jian Shen family in the past. Ayazaki Orange stopped when she said this and didn't continue. Rin Tozaka understood and asked directly, tell me, how much do you want in the intelligence fee? This is not some secret information, but it is difficult for ordinary people to know the inside story, 200,000 yen. Card swipe or cash? Everything is okay. Orange Ayazaki took out the POS machine, and Rin Tozaka took out the black card. As soon as the black card was swiped, the thank you sounded thank you for your patronage in Ayazaki Orange's mouth. Then, the puppet teacher in front of him spoke the corresponding information like a bamboo tube pouring beans. And this what is worth mentioning here is about the situation of the demon retiring family. The world of Shadow Moon has an existence called demon, so there is also a demon retreating force that hates demon. The most famous one is the Holy Church, but this is the Western power to retreat from the devil. In the extreme east, the most famous one in the past was the four major demon-repelling families. The so-called retreat from demons is to correct the twisted species. The power used by demons and devils are both natural interference methods under the same rule. Retreating demons can correct the natural distortion of demons, but cannot interfere with the distortion of human beings themselves. Therefore, there is a lack of effective response methods for species that are mixed with demons and humans. As a human being, it also gives birth to a mixed race of demons. Sometimes it becomes a collaborator for repelling demons, and sometimes it becomes the biggest hostile force for repelling demons. The Jian Shen family is a family that advocates the use of demons to control demons among the four major demon-repelling families. This family advocates mixing blood with demons and overwhelming the demon nature of demons with human nature, thereby creating a stronger demon-repelling person. In the past, they obtained powerful demon-repelling power and status. But with the development of the times, the naturally distorted demons are no longer revealed to the world, and society has less and less demand for the business of devil retreat. While the devil retreat family is seeking new ways out and changes, the Jian Shen family still spends a lot of money to maintain the concept of mixed blood, and decline has become a matter of course. 4 years ago, the Shen Shen family declared bankrupt due to poor management. The Shen Shen family assumed the debts of the Shen Shen family on the condition of obtaining land property rights, and the Shen Shen family was merged into the Shen Shen family. So, there is nothing dirty here. Is it a peaceful handover? I don't know if there is any dirty thing, but there is no dispute on the surface, it is a situation of peaceful integration. Then what do you think of that family, who will see the demon-eyed owners who appear again in their family? The demonic eyes are also distorted things. The Jian Shen family has paid the price of family decline for this. With the Jian Shang family now actively embracing the style of the normal upper class in society, they probably wouldn't want to see a demonic person appear in their family again. For many magicians, the magic eye is something that is popular with them, but for the well-known Jian Shangjia in society, the appearance of the demon eye owner is not welcome. It represents mixed blood and the reason for the decline of the main family. The situation is not optimistic. Tozaka-rin looked at Asakamai Fujino and said, however, she did not refer to the girl, but to the Asakamai family behind the other party. With Broly's attitude of beating his old father, once he figured out the disadvantage of Asano's family might be to Asano's Fujino, he probably wouldn't be polite to Asano's family. It's a bit unoptimistic, but don't be pessimistic. Since the Jian Shang family did not deal with the mixed race of the Jian Shen family at the beginning, it means that their attitude towards the mixed race is not mainly about elimination. After saying this, Orange Ayazaki asked Rin Tozaka, you need me to be an intermediary. Do you help you contact the head of the Asakusa family? I have helped the other party a little, and there is still a friendship, but it only requires a little agency fee. Rin Tozaka felt that the agency fee actually had to be paid by Asa's family, but forget it, who said that she was more virtuous. Okay, you can help contact me. After swiping the black card again, Ayazaki Orange showed his attitude of serving the customers. After checking the blind girl, she drove into her classic car and took a group of people to Asakusa Konfyo Kenko, Ltd. At the front desk downstairs of the company, I took out the business card of President Akasaka and made an internal phone call. After getting the approval, I greeted a group of people and took the elevator directly to the top of the building. Miss Ayazaki, why do you have time to visit me? The person who wanted to visit Mr. Asakamai this time was not me, but the daughter of Tozaka family from Toshiki City. I was just entrusted to help me be an intermediary and make a match. He was introduced into the office by the female secretary. Orange Ayazaki stepped forward and greeted the middle-aged man. After explaining the situation, he gave up his position. The Tozaka family, a famous family in the magic world, has been very popular with the Holy Grail war that blooms everywhere in recent years, and Yasuzo Asakamai has also heard of it. It's just that I don't know why the daughter of the Tozaka family suddenly came to me. I wonder if Miss Tozaka came to visit me. Arasahi family should no longer be considered a person from the inner world, right? Head of the Qianshang family, I'm here to visit you for your daughter. Rin Tozaka faced the middle-aged man's eyes, and said, I walked forward. My daughter. The man was a little confused, as if he didn't remember who it was for a while. Until, Tozaka Rin raised her hand and pointed at the single ponytail girl who followed her in. Seeing the other person's face similar to his wife, the man reacted. Fono, why are you here? Katsura Asanoka frowned. Father, I was brought here. The girl quickly responded to the man's words. What's wrong with your eyes? But the right direction of the eyes when speaking was not right, which made the middle-aged man notice the abnormality and asked. Your daughter awakened her demonic eyes and was out of control. I temporarily closed her vision. Rin Tozaka answered. Is Miss Tozaka coming here for Fujino's magic eyes? The man asked. In his opinion, the only reason for the Asakusa family is now being visited by the magician of the Tozaka family. You don't seem to be surprised by your daughter's awakening of the demonic eye. Did you know Qianshang a long time ago what happened that Fujino had a magic eye? This has nothing to do with you. Okay, I don't covet your daughter's magic eyes. In fact, she and I are still very good friends. Rin Tozaka opened her mouth and came. After all, she couldn't say that it was her own boy who fell in love with Asakusa Fujino and wanted her to do her wife's business. I was a little worried about the attitude of your family towards her after she woke up the demon eye, so I entrusted Miss Ayazaki as an intermediary to bring her over to visit you. Upon hearing this, Asanakama Yasuzo was stunned, and his serious face then calmed down. I'm rude. I thought Miss Tozaka just now, you have some intentions for the little girl's eyes. This person's attitude seems to be a little different. I can understand, but what I can't understand is that you know that she has a magic eye, but why don't you teach her to control the power of her magic eye? Tozaka Rin asked, and told him about Asakusa Fujino's magic eyes, and he almost hurt his sister today. If I hadn't been here and I had controlled her magic eye in time, maybe it would have caused a disaster in the academy caused by the out-of-control magic eye. Faced with the accusation of Tozaka Rin, Asakamai Yasuzo solemnly thanked, I am very grateful to Miss Tozaka for your help. In terms of sealing the power of the little girl's demon eyes, there is indeed a mistake in our family. We are willing to give a lot of money as a thank you. I'm not short of money, I just want to know how you will treat her later. Tozaka Rin pointed at the girl with no eyes and asked. We will reseal her demonic eyes. Asakusa Yasuzo glanced at his stepdaughter and answered. Mr. Qianshang, I'm blunt, the power of the demon eyes cannot solve the problem by sealing alone, let alone your seal, which has also caused other side effects. Before coming here, Oko Ayazaki had inquired and inspected Asakusa Fujino, but then he interrupted and said. Miss Doll Master collects money to do things. Although the introduction work has ended, as the mother of the financial supporter, Rin Tozaka always has to say a few words from the girl's standpoint. What do you mean, Miss Tozaka? Although he didn't know how his stepdaughter hooked up with the daughter of the Tozaka family, Asakamai Yasuzo could see that the girl in front of him was talking to his stepdaughter, dissatisfied with his original way of dealing with the stepdaughter's demon eyes. I plan to teach Fujino how to control the demon eyes. I wonder what the head of the Asano family thinks. Rin Tozaka expressed his opinion. Fono and you may be friends, but she is even more from the Azaf family. Her business is my Azaf family's private affairs, so Miss Tozaka doesn't have to bother with her. In response to this, Asakusa Yasuzo refused very decisively. Wait, why did you refuse? My proposal is not good. Before she finished speaking, Tozaka Rin stopped and she realized the reason for the other party to refuse. Head of Qianshang family, I will first make it clear that I do not mean to covet your Qianshang family. In response to this, Asakusa Yasuzo expressed his belief in her words. But the attitude of rejecting Tozaka Rin wanted to help her stepdaughter and mastering the power of the magic eye is still obvious. I insist on using our Qianshang family's own methods to seal the demon's eyes. Even if this will make your daughter lose her feelings. It's just a physical feeling. I've been here for so many years, and I believe Fujino has become used to it. The girl who was temporarily blind took a step back. She didn't know that she didn't feel it, and it was caused by the side effects of sealing the magic eye. Obviously, she is not used to it and doesn't want to. On the panel of the Crystal Palace, the decrease in Asakusa Fujino's happiness value made Broly roll up his sleeves. He believed that as long as he sincerely convinced Lao Dun in front of him, the other party would definitely change his current rejection attitude and humbly accept the advice of his wife Rin Tozaka. Oh, Broly, don't do it, leave it to me. Tozaka Rin hurriedly stopped the boy. Do you do it, does this child still want to hit me? Katsura Asanakami only found it a bit funny. Even if the boy is a magician, he probably can't master a few magic tricks at this age. Chapter 341 Broken Claws. Broly does not know how to use his own fists and feet, but he is good at using his fists and feet, which means he is dissuaded by Rin Tozaka, otherwise Asakusa Yasuzo would definitely be beaten. The boy looked at Rin Tozaka and wanted to know what the girl could do. However, Rin Tozaka chose to retreat for a while after thinking about it. Head of the Qianshang family, my seal magic will take effect for a while. I hope you can give me some time before the seal magic fails. Give you some time, what can you do? I will find a way to convince you and give you a condition that cannot be refused. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Did you agree? Rin Tozaka didn't argue, but just looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Anyway, it will take some time to prepare to reseal the demon eyes. After thinking for a while, Katsura Asakusa agreed. However, he only gave Rin Tozaka 1 week. A week later, if Rin Tozaka couldn't convince him or change his idea of not accepting help from outsiders, then, the Qianshang family will re-enclose it in their own way in Asaka Fujino's demonic eyes. Fono, since your vision is temporarily blind, I will ask the secretary to take you home later, and then ask your mother to call the school and ask you to leave for a week. Asakami Yasuzo prevented his stepdaughter from leaving with an outsider. The female secretary beside him walked forward and felt the reluctance of the girl beside him. Broly frowned and was about to take action again, but was stopped by Rin Tozaka. Fono, let your mother clearly explain your thoughts. It will take 2 or 3 days to get faster and a week to get slower. We will change your father's thoughts. Tozaka Rin comforted Asakusa Fujino and asked the blind girl to rest assured, and then he invited the others to leave together. After leaving the construction company and on the street outside, Sakura asked in confusion, Sister, why don't brother Broly take action? Will it be faster to change Fujino's father's idea? Broly looked over with some confusion. Except for the 2 rituals and Kurotsuki flowers, everyone present looked at Rin Tozaka. It will indeed be more efficient to threaten others to change their minds with force, but after using force, how do you want that girl to deal with it? Rin Tozaka asked in reverse that her mother was still a little scared of Broly because Broly almost killed her father. If the Asano family regards Asano Fujino as a tool, they are ruthless and unrighteous. If they don't want such a family, they don't want it. But after just now, although the head of the Asanas family did not value the girl, to a certain extent he also regarded Asanas Fujino as a member of the family, he was alert to her, an outsider's covetousness for the girl's demonic eyes. Asakami Fujino has a bad relationship with her stepfather, but she still has feelings for her mother, which makes it easy for Bro to use force to force the man to change his mind, but the subsequent interpersonal relationships with the girl will be very troublesome to deal with. Tozaka Rin was not in a good mood when she saw her mother being afraid of a boy. When she is in a bad mood, the output of happiness points will be reduced. Therefore, she prevents the boy from doing things not for the girl, but for the boy's happiness. The reason why Tozaka Rin said that beating someone will cause a girl's family relationship to become awkward was recognized by people around her, but the problem also arises. If you don't plan to use force, how can you convince the head of the Qianshang family? That's a stubborn guy. Ayazaki Orange was a little curious. She didn't think that she could easily convince Asano Kazuzo with words. Didn't the Qianshang family bear the debts of the Qianshen family? Have those debts been paid back now? Rin Tozaka suddenly asked. It shouldn't be. That's the debt that can make the Qianshen family, one of the 4 great masters, declare bankruptcy and voluntarily give up the debt of land merged into the division. Ayazaki Orange answered. Since I haven't paid it back, it's easy to deal with it. Miss Ayazaki, can I entrust you to investigate the identities of the debtors and their relationship with the Asaga family? What? Miss Tozaka plans to contract those creditors and become the creditor of the Asahi family. In this world, there are also financial resources, in addition to force and force. Coincidentally, my family is relatively rich. Tozaka Toshiko was not dead. The Tozaka family's huge connections are still there, and the wealth that Tozaka Rin can mobilize is amazing. I'm not respectful, it turns out that I'm a person with money ability. However, I have to remind Miss Tozaka that although the Asakusa family's assets are not as good as the Tozaka family, they also have certain strength. Your financial resources may not necessarily make the Asakusa family head surrender. If it doesn't work, just let Broly beat him up then. The boy is not allowed to take action because there may be an optimal solution, but if you really can't find the optimal solution, you can only let the boy take action. Anyway, after her father Tozaka Toshiko was beaten, she got along well with Broly. At most, she was in a bad mood when she saw her mother showing fear to the boy. Sister, you. Sakura wanted to speak but stopped. Let him take action be a guarantee. I am the limit of the game. Let the new members who join in will be happier in the future. After explaining it, Rin Tozaka got on the car of Orange Aozaki. You go to have a meal first, I'm going to go to the business investigation company to entrust it. Flowers, do you want to have dinner with us tonight? Sakura asked the girl next to her. Ah, no need, my parents said they wanted to make a big meal for me. Black Tongue Flowers waved their hands quickly. By the way, Sakura, your sister is so cool. Seeing this along the way, Kuroki Flower only felt that Rin Tozaka was so mature and her way of dealing with problems was very organized. Then I'll let Kai Along take you back first. Lianji said that her family did not prepare any big meal for her, and she would eat alone in the room when she returned. It would be better to eat with Broly and the others outside. After sending the Black Tongue Flowers home, Broly and others decided to go for a barbecue meal tonight. After finding a good barbecue restaurant in the city center, they put in a large compartment. Sister, we are. Sakura sent the specific location of the restaurant to Rin Tozaka on her mobile phone, and Broly ran out to take Fujimura Okawa here. Why would I ask Kai Along to bring teacher Fujimura over? The two rituals proposed. No, I'll take it faster if I'll take it myself. Broly waved his hand to refuse. He took the people by himself, which was much faster than driving a car on the ground. Sister Lianji, what do you want to eat? At this time, Ilya handed over the menu, causing the two rituals to fail to ask the question of how can people take people faster than car people. I have known each other for more than a month. Liang Qi only knows that the boy is good at it and is a self-proclaimed alien. As for other things, such as the boy being able to fly, I don't know. This is because Fujimura Okawa makes Broly lower key and don't do too many extraordinary things in front of normal people, so as to avoid trouble by people from the Magic Association. Of course, it is mainly because Fujimura Okawa is worried that the people from the Magic Association may be beaten to death by Broly when he is in trouble. Dong, done. As night gradually fell, footsteps sounded in the stairwell of the apartment building. And the only one who can come back so early is Fujimura Okawa, who is a teacher profession. White-collar workers say it's 9 to 5, but who doesn't work overtime? In today's recession, the 8th end is the norm. Even those at 11 or 12 p.m. are not without them. When he arrived at the floor where he lived, Fujimura Okawa did not find the corner of the stairs. At this moment, he was quietly staying with her upstairs. After Bai Chun Ryu heard the door of the room be opened and closed, he walked over with the box in his hand. He was now wearing a postman's outfit, which looked like a postman's boy. Teacher Fujimura, you are really unfortunate. The teacher profession has a earlier time off work than office workers, and you have not yet gone out to have dinner and drink with other teachers. However, this saves me some effort. Bai Chun Rizuki's idea of killing people was born in the afternoon, and he followed Fujimura Okawa to go home in the evening. In his opinion, the changes in the two rituals were the fault of the intern female teacher Fujimura Okawa. As an intern teacher, why don't you just spend your time catching your grades? Instead of caring about your students' mental health? Seeing that the two rituals were withdrawn, I found some friends for the two rituals, which was simply meddling in other people's business. Ding dong. Bai Chun Ryu, wearing a mask, rang the doorbell of the door in front of him, and the knife had been taken out of his pocket and hidden under the empty cardboard box. He wanted to see how long it took for such a warm-hearted female teacher to cool down after her intestines were taken out of her broken belly. The murderous intent is boiling, saliva is overflowing, and the appetite gradually rises. Who? In the door, the female teacher's inquiry came from the door. Hello, Miss Fujimura, I have your email, please open the door and sign for it. Bai Chun Ryu said, revealing his figure holding the box in front of the cat's eyes. He was very sure that he could not see the knife in his hand from the angle of the cat's eye of the room. My email. Fujimura Okawa felt strange and walked over to the entrance. Who sent it? She asked. The only thing that says family is written in the mailer column. Bai Chun Ryu answered without panic at all. Fujimura Okawa. Her family does sometimes send her things, but when Broly came to this world and it didn't take long to travel between Toki City and Gwanbusa City, her family still sent her things in this way? Okay, I'll get the stamp, you can wait. Fujimura Okawa shouted and quietly put on his flat shoes at the entrance. Thinking about some news about robbery I saw on TV a while ago, I picked up a wooden knife next to me. After thinking about it, I felt that the wooden knife was still a little bad and was easily misunderstood, so I ran back to the house and took out a full metal baseball bat. If it is a real postman outside, it would be okay, but if there is a guy with ulterior motives outside, then she would let the other party know the value of the 18-year-old Kendo 9th St. Click. The door was opened, and the excitement in Bai Chunlixo's pupils became stronger and stronger. He threw away the cardboard box in his hand as a disguise, and held the knife in both hands and was ready to dive and stab. However, when he had just taken the steps, the door was already wide open, but the people inside did not appear at the door, but kept some distance from the door. Bai Chunlixo's idea of opening the door to kill was shattered. His knife wanted to stab someone, and at least 3 steps forward. But at this time, Fujimura Okawa had already seen the knife in his hand, and he could fully react at 3 steps. He held the baseball bat directly and hit Bai Chunlixo with his knife-holding hands. Clang, click. The sound of the knife colliding with the metal baseball bat first, and the sound of the knife and the bones of the hands that were holding the knife were broken by the metal baseball bat. The severe pain came. Bai Chunlixo didn't bother to shout, subconsciously retreated and raised his head, awakening the wild beast's instinct after its origin, helping him avoid the following step and stabbing of Fujimura Okawa. The top of the baseball bat fell to the wall behind, making a dull thud. The recoil force made Fujimura Okawa's hands numb. Bai Chunlixo, who had just avoided the attack, didn't dare to say anything, and got up from the ground in a hurry and ran towards the stairs. Stop, bastard in front, don't run away. The recovered Fujimura Okawa chased after him, with a fierce look, as if she was the one who wanted to kill him. One side of man. Bai Chunlixo didn't dare to look back at all. The dangerous instinct told him that the guy chasing behind him was like a tigress in anger. As long as he dared to look back, he must be his own death. Don't let me meet you again, bastard. After chasing 3 streets with a stick, Fujimura Okawa, who was carrying a heavy burden, finally had no strength to continue chasing. He cursed and could only watch the bad guy who wanted to rob the house in front of him and rushed into the alley at the entrance of the street, and his figure disappeared. Bai Chunlixo ran a long distance until he confirmed that no one was chasing him behind him, and then he sat down in an alley. What's going on with that guy? Why are he prepared? And why is he so strong? I feel like he can't beat him at all. My hands and bones were discounted. I didn't feel it when I was eager to escape, but now I just felt it hurts. After rolling on the ground for a while, Bai Chunlixo got up, like a wounded beast, hiding into the darkness. He had to deal with his injuries, but he had no place to go, so Bai Chunlixo planned to find the person who helped him awaken the origin. When Broly came here, Fujimura Okawa was still cursing. What happened, Sister Tenkan? It's nothing, just a little thief just now wanted to rob me. Hearing this, Broly looked at him and asked, do you need my help? No, I've beaten away that person. If the other party hadn't been running fast, I would have beaten him down and taken him to the police station. Just as Broly looked at the direction where Fujimura Okawa was coming and wondered if he had a destructive energy bomb in this direction, he heard Fujimura Okawa ask, what food did you bring to me tonight? I didn't bring anything to eat, but I want to take you over and have barbecue together tonight. Is it barbecue? I haven't eaten it for a long time. I'll go up and close the door. The world is big and the biggest meal is not the biggest. Fujimura Okawa quickly left the bad guy who came to him, and even Broly didn't care. Take Fujimura Okawa to the city center and find a barbecue restaurant to start grilling. Not long after, Rin Tozaka also settled the Business Investigation Commission and rushed over to the barbecue restaurant. For you, the roasted pork belly. So hot. Blow it before eating. Kai Along, you can sit down and eat together. Chapter 342, Teaching the Cause and Understanding the Truth and Solving Doubts. Miss Tozaka, the investigation you commissioned has already been found. The business investigation company's efficiency is very fast. Only in the afternoon of the next day, Rin Tozaka received the corresponding news. Overall, the assets under the name of the Qian Shang family have suffered a certain impact after experiencing the bursting of the bubble economy. However, compared with those companies and banks that have gone bankrupt, they still retain a considerable amount of economic strength. Nowadays, the biggest project of the Qian Shang family is the bridge construction project obtained from the municipal government of Gwanbusa City. Asakamai Construction Co., Limited advanced a large amount of money for this and even borrowed a large amount of loans from local banks. This news made Rin Tozaka very happy. He immediately started to contact the creditors of the Asakusa family before the Asakusa family. Through banknote power and bargaining eloquence, he acquired the Asakusa family's creditors at a price lower than 2% of the creditors'. That is, I am relatively in a hurry, otherwise, with the current social environment, a girl with foreign currency cash flow will probably be able to lower the price again. At present, cash flow is the king. As for debt, who knows how much the currency was worth of the original denomination when the Qianshang family paid back the money. It took almost 2 days to make these preparations. On the third day, Rin Tozaka visited again and met Yasuzo Asakusa again. Head of Qianshang, you don't want your family to owe so much foreign debts. The bank that has now borrowed money from you to build a bridge will know. Rin Tozaka made the contemporary head of the Asahi family unable to hold back with just one sentence. Aren't you a magician? Why do you use dirty economic means? Looking at the girl who had just taken out a debt contract and spoke threatening words, Asakusa Yasuzo could not believe that the other party was using this method to convince him. Asan family can take over the land and debts of the Asan family, and I, Rin Tozaka, can naturally take over the debts of the Asan family from others. How about it? Asan family head, consider my proposal for your daughter's magic eye treatment. Men really want to be tough, but there are so many people in Qianshang's family who have to eat. What should they do if the company is bankrupt? As for playing with external tricks, the other party was from a prestigious magic family, and their Qianshang family had already abandoned the business of retiring the demons and returned to the secular world. The one who is really worried about playing outside the game is actually their Qianshang family. What kind of debt is the old man? It doesn't exist at all, and it doesn't matter who the creditor is. That's a magician. If a magician is really unscrupulous, a magician will slaughter their whole family and seize the body, soul, and life to pay off the debt. If there is a debt contract, I'm afraid that when the people from the Magic Association come, they will have to turn a blind eye. What is this called? This is called a master who is famous. However, he surrendered so much, Asakusa Yasuzo felt. Head of Qianshang family, I know what you are worried about. This is a high-level magic contract sold outside the clock tower. I don't mean to take advantage of you Qianshang family, as long as you agree, I have priority arrangements and planning rights for your stepdaughter Asakusa Fujino's future in the future, I can sign this guarantee contract with you. Before Asakusa Yasuzo was caught in a big tangle, Tozaka Rin gave the other party a ladder first. Of course, the debts I acquired need to invest in your construction company and get corresponding rewards from your bridge construction project. Speaking of this, there are not many choices left for Katsura Asano Katsura. However, he actually had another choice, which was to sell his stepdaughter's magic eye to the magic eye train. A pair of high-level magic eyes are very expensive and may even solve the debt problem. But Asakusa Yasuzo just thought about it and gave up this approach. Whether it is concerning the face of the family or the agreement with the Qianshen family. Miss Tozaka, can I ask a question? After signing the contract, Asakusa Yasuzo, who had already succumbed to the ability to make money, couldn't help but ask. What do you want to ask? Tozaka Rin was in a great mood and looked at him. What I want to ask is, since Miss Tozaka does not covet Fujino's demonic eyes, nor does she covet my Asakusa family, why did you achieve this level? I can't explain it to you, but if I insist on saying it, I do it for someone's happiness. Tozaka Rin's answer made Asakusa Yasuzo a little surprised. But then, he showed a sudden enlightenment. Then I'm here, I wish Miss Tozaka and my daughter happiness in the future. Well, if you need my friends to attend the wedding scene in the future, please don't be polite. Yasuzo Asakamai decided to sell his face. The stepson-in-law's financial resources were amazing. He could fully understand the distorted sexual orientation. Is the wedding? Rin Tozaka was a little imaginative, thinking that the boy would grow up and everyone would marry him, so he was really looking forward to it. Okay, if the wedding is really held in the future, I will definitely invite the head of the Asahi family and Mrs. Ling to attend. Rin Tozaka agreed without realizing that the middle-aged man in front of him misunderstood his sexual orientation in his heart. Asakamai Fujino was picked up after staying at home for 3 days. Broly sent her to Tozaka house. Tozaka Toshimoto used to be Sakura's father, but now he has no problems as a teacher who teaches others to master the magic eyes. The new wife who is the partner of raising her daughter, Toshiko's mood was a bit complicated, but looking at Asakusa Fujino, who is the same age as Sakura and has a little similar temperament, the elegant Quack King still put his heart into it, as if he wanted to make up for the debt he owed to his younger daughter. In just 1 week, Asakamai Fujino learned to control his twisted demon eyes under the guidance of Toshiko. The vision and perception have been restored, and the relationship with my family is not as cold as before. All of this makes Asakusa Fujino very grateful. If you want to be grateful to Broly. He chose you, so I will help. Asakamai Fujino didn't know why the boy chose her, but she knew that she should repay the boy. When she was practicing with Tozaka Toshiki in Toshiki City, she also became a member of taking a bath together and sleeping in bed together every night. Now, there are only 2 rituals left to take a bath or sleep together. Just when Broly was thinking about when he invited the 2 rituals to come together to bathe together and sleep with everyone, he was also found alone by Hei Tongan. He is busy with Asakusa Fujino's affairs. Broly has been taking the meal away in a hurry these days, and he has less time to eat together. What are you looking for me? Do you do it? Broly called the boy his name directly. It's not a big deal, I just want to give you some science to popularize physiological knowledge. Hei Tongan also said. Physiological knowledge, what is that? Broly looked at the boy and asked in confusion. Physiological knowledge, also known as sexual knowledge, includes introductions to male and female organs, the necessity of maintaining sexual health, as well as sexual education, morality, and other content. I have compiled a part of it. Of course, what I want to tell you first today is the content of sexual organs. Hei Tongan also took out a thick notebook, which was some physiological knowledge notes he had made recently, in order to make this knowledge easier to be absorbed by boys. Sorry, I'm not very interested in this. Broly waved his hand and was about to leave. This is knowledge that makes people feel happy, don't you want to learn it? Hei Tongan also pushed his glasses and asked. Talk about it in detail. As expected, the boy who left moved back and wanted to listen to the class. First. Hei Tongan also smiled slightly, and soon took out the cut pictures and told the boy about the introduction of the sexual organs with the most basic physiological knowledge. I know this, you don't have to tell me. Hey, Broly, you know. Well, Sister Tenkan taught me before. Has teacher Fujimura taught you? Right. How did you teach? I taught myself, and now I scrub Rin and the others every day. I still know all parts of the female body, but I didn't know the names of those parts before. Broly answered seriously. Hei Tongan also heard it and felt a suffocation. He is a theoretical school who has been single for more than 10 years in the mother and the fetus, and teaches a practical physiological knowledge of action-derived hands. This feeling is like a person on earth wants to teach God in heaven to be God. Where is classmate Lianji? Have you ever been rubbed into the shower with her? Hei Tongan also asked. That's not, but I was about to ask her if she wanted to take a shower and sleep together at night. Ah, you won't ask. Why? This. Hei Tongan also thought for a while, then turned his notebook to the moral page. Any intimate behaviors performed against women before they are determined to be intimate is immoral and disrespectful to women. Hei Tongan also said seriously, paused and pointed out, things like sleeping together in a bath must be done after confirming the intimate relationship. Otherwise, if you ask without permission, it will be a kind of presumption and may reduce the favorable feelings of women. Is this the case? Broly was a little confused. But Lianji agreed and was willing to become my wife in the future. Then you have to wait for her to really become your wife. But others have already. Lianji is different. She is already a beautiful girl, but others are still children like you, so they are different. Is that true? Absolutely, you can just ask a strange girl if you want to be scrubbed by you and sleep with you. Without practice, it is difficult to get the truth, and Broly actually ran to ask. Little brother, you want to take a shower with your elder sister and sleep with your elder sister. Okay, after all, you are very cute. It's okay, she said it's okay. Broly pointed at the hot girl whom he didn't know, and turned his head to say to Hei Tongan behind him. Hei Tongan also. Is it so big for students of the same level? Or can children really do whatever they want? Hei Tongan didn't know either, but in order to prove that he was not wrong, he also practiced it. I want to take a shower with you and sleep with you. Don't you know if it's okay? He asked, passing by, and he didn't know a female student. BA. Look, they treat you as a child, so they don't care about it, but if they treat you as an adult, they will be like me. The boy with an anus mark on his face and a tissue stuffed in his nose proved this with his actions. You said, do students from Lianji treat you as an adult or as a child? I have no idea. Broly shook his head. Then do you want to make her angry? In no mood. So, do you still have to ask? Broly shook his head quickly. It was difficult to increase the happiness value of the 2 rituals, and it would make him feel uncomfortable if he got rid of it. I'll leave this notebook that records physiological knowledge to you. Broly, remember to read more if you have time. There are many behaviors that cannot be done to girls you meet for the first time. Hei Tongan also handed over the notebook in his hand and instructed him. Good. Broly nodded seriously. As for when you have time, it's hard to say. He is very busy every day, busy with a group of wives. Watching Broly leave, Hei Tongan is also preparing to return to the classroom. But on the way, I met Bai Chun Rio with bandages wrapped in his hands. Senior, what's wrong with you? I fell down the stairs at home and accidentally broke my bones. Please pay more attention to safety. Bai Chun Rio. I can do it. By the way, Hei Tong, are you still dating Lian Ji's classmate? We are still friends, what's wrong? The cases I told you during the last sports meeting. I went to investigate. There is indeed the citing information you mentioned, but I believe the prisoner is definitely not a classmate of Lian Ji. She is a very good girl. Ring. Class is coming, Senior Bai Chun, I'll leave first. Looking at the boy leaving, Bai Chun Rio's face was a little distorted. Suspecting that the seeds did not work, and the two rituals were not regarded as suspects. Damn it, I have to destroy her, I have to destroy her. That night, someone was injured again, and he was an office worker woman. Her body seemed to have been bitten by something, and her skin was painted with blood. What's more coincidental is that the place where this person died was seen by two ceremonies when he had just finished his walk at night and was about to go home. The girl in the kimono stood in front of the corpse without fear. But because of the sudden death, an indescribable feeling began to arise in my heart. This feeling is hard to describe, but if you insist on saying it, it is probably a yearning for it. Hey, policeman, are you here? The girl stopped in front of the corpse for a while, and then continued to walk back home. However, when passing a telephone booth, she stopped to put coins and made a call. However, she had no intention of staying there and went straight back home. However, the mood that was gradually returning to ordinary people was turbulent because of the corpse. I didn't kill people, why do you care about so many people? Isn't it really you killed? You don't know yet, is it? It's time to go to bed. The girl muttered to herself and completed the dialogue between the two personalities. Chapter 343 The Correct Way to Solve the Impulse of Murder, Fog. I slept well, but the two rituals didn't take the dead person I met last night to heart, but... Kai Along, has anyone touched my towel? When the girl went to the bathroom to wash and was about to wipe her face with a towel, she found the dark red color on it. Although it is a dark red color, the two rituals can be smelled, which is the smell of blood. Not, what's wrong? Outside, the housekeeper Kai Along replied. It's nothing, it's just that there is a mosquito on it. It accidentally bleeded a lot of blood. Then I'll go get a new towel. The butler Kai Along is a life steward. His task is to do his best to take care of her daily life when she watched her growing up. Isn't it really you? After Kai Along left, the girl looked at herself in the mirror and asked again. Have no idea. This time, the girl in the mirror did not answer immediately, and after a while, she talked to herself. Miss, the towel is here. Take the blood on this towel for testing, I want to know who it belongs. After exchanging towels, the two rituals gave a message. Although the butler Kai Along didn't know why the eldest lady asked for such an order, he still agreed. Remember, avoid the police. The bathroom door was pulled up, and after a while, a new sound came out. This incident did not bring too much trouble to the two rituals, and life was still like this. Until 3 days later, the girl met a new victim while taking a night walk. At home, the sword she used to practice sword with her father on weekdays, but blood scabs were condensed on it. Miss, the blood on the towel has been detected, and Chu Long didn't say anything, because he also saw the blood-stained sword. Will anyone come in this kendo room on weekdays? No, only you, master and miss. Will my father use my sword? The master has his own sword. What else do you want to say just now? No, no. The butler Kai Along shook his head. I'll go and clean up the blood on the sword for you. As he said this, he quickly took the sword he used to practice and walked out. An accident happened, and today's sword training schedule was temporarily terminated. After learning that the murder weapon appeared at home, the father of the two rituals did not say much, but just put the people in the family on guard to prevent the possibility of outsiders sneaking into the house and prevent some dangers from suddenly appearing at home. The Lianji family is always creating multiple personalities, and those with multiple personalities are not very stable. Some people who have gone crazy will be sent to the mental hospital invested and opened by the Lianji family. It is said that they are receiving treatment, but in fact they are detained. Although Shiki is the heir identified by his father, if he suddenly goes crazy and starts to kill people, the father of Lianji Shi, as the temporary manager of the family, for the sake of the Lianji family, he can only send his daughter to treat the disease and let his unqualified son take office. He asked the housekeeper Kai Along to pay more attention to his daughter's situation, and the father of the two ceremony left without looking back. Miss, are you going out for dinner with friends as usual today? It has become a habit of having dinner with friends on weekends. Let's not go, wait. If you don't go, it will make people worry about me. I'll go. The girl first refused, but after Chu Long responded, she quickly changed her mind. Lianji, what happened? But after coming to the mall and meeting Broly and others, the boy asked directly. No, what can happen? The kimono girl immediately denied it. But you seem to be in a bad mood. You are the one who promised to be my wife. I have to care about your situation. Broly said seriously. Sister Lianji, just tell me if you have any worries. We will become a close family in the future. You don't have to worry too much about us. Sakura said from the side. Yeah. Ilya echoed. Rin Tozaka and Fujino Asakusa looked over. When he heard that his sister was going out for dinner with Lianji and others on weekends, Hei Tongan, who was shameless, also wanted to ask. But I felt that I was not very good at speaking when so many girls gathered, and I couldn't help but poke my sister in the waist. Hai Tongxian Hua glared at him, and she knew that her brother was interested in the two rituals. She was very unhappy with her brother's fickle behavior. It was obviously her sister, but she still helped her ask, but this question was a bit subtle. That's right, Sister Lianji, you will be Broly's wife in the future. How can you say things to two families when sleeping in the same bed? You should open your heart and truly embrace your family. Later, Hei Tonggan's face turned black when he heard this, and knew that there was another powerful obstacle on the road to pursuing the two rituals. And the fact is right, this is the black tongue flower what I thought. As for her attending the weekend dinner of her wife group, she became extremely curious about Broly, who had an abnormal identity, and then after receiving a call from Rin Tozaka, she easily accepted the invitation to have a dinner. Of course, I was surprised by my brother, and I also discovered the other party's pursuit of the wife's rituals mentioned by the boy Broly. However, with her pure love for the god of war Hei Tong flowers, she guarantees that her brother will never succeed if he wants to gain favorable feelings for the two rituals. Two rituals. In the original work, she did not receive so many attention and care from people, and this was a change after getting to know Broly. So, do you suspect you killed someone? In a burger restaurant, Liang Qi told me about what I had encountered in the past few days and my suspicions. The two rituals nodded to Rin Tozaka. But, Sister Lianji, have you really killed someone? Sakura asked. I don't know, I don't have this part of my memory, but there were indeed murderous weapons and blood-stained towels at home. The bloodstains on the towels were the same as the victims found on the police. The butler Chu Long took a towel to test. The person who tested was from Lianji's family, but he was also serving the police. The Lianji family happened to be tested by the police, and the police were in front and the Lianji family was behind, so I knew. Student Lianji is definitely not a murderer. Hei Tonggan also said at this time. Hey, brother, do you have any basis? Hai Tong Flower asked. No, I just trust her like that. Hei Tonggan also shook her head. He just likes the two rituals and believes in each other unconditionally. In the original work, I saw the girl appearing at the murder scene, and even was almost killed by the girl later, but I still believed that the girl was not a fool who was the murderer. It is rare in this world. Hei Tonggan is also a man who really pursues the two rituals with his life. He can be called the most warm man in the shape of the moon. Don't talk nonsense about things without basis. If it's a pity. He said to his brother that the black tongue flowers were collected in time. Her origin is taboo, and murder is also a kind of taboo. In her perception, it is not incomprehensible to kill people with two rituals for excitement. Can someone frame you, Sister Lianji? Sakura asked. Who would do this, and what is the purpose? After thinking about the two rituals, they shook their heads. People always have to have motives when doing things. Framing her is the murderer. Is there any problem? The Lianji family is not a good family. As the leading old family in Guanbuzi City, do you really think that they have never done anything that they have killed people in the mountains? Although Lianji, as the eldest lady of the Lianji family, has never done such dirty work, it does not mean that she has never heard of it. Her brother Lianji said to her before, it's great. The family heirs in the future don't have to do such dirty work as killing people. It was a bit sarcastic, but after being taught a lesson by her father, her brother Lianji had never said such a thing. The man became taciturn and didn't talk much to her. Sometimes when he met at home, he would give way and bow to her slightly. The attitude towards her gradually became similar to that of her father and her grandfather. They were not like the masters of the Lianji family, but more like servants of the Lianji family. It seemed that in the family named Lianji, only she and her grandfather were the masters. When talking about frame up, He Tonggan thought of Bai Chunlai reminding him of the dangerous rituals. Of course, he didn't doubt Bai Chunlai for this reason, but he just felt that he should talk about this matter. Brother, stop interrupting. But as soon as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by his sister. So, even if you really kill someone, so what? In just a moment, He Tonggan heard Broly and asked this question simply. And the way of asking questions is like killing people, and it is actually not a big deal. Broly, killing is a serious matter, it is a crime. He Tonggan immediately started to popularize the science, while He Tonghua looked at the boy with bright eyes. The brother and sister responded differently to his questions. It is normal to do it, flowers are abnormal, and the origin is two people with ordinary and tabalic. It is hard to believe that they were born by the same parents. Oh, I understand, but can't people commit crimes? Or will they feel unhappy after committing crimes? Broly nodded and asked again. Crime is a wrong thing, and people should not do wrong things. As for whether they will feel unhappy after committing a crime, as long as they are normal people, they will definitely not be happy about it. He Tonggan also answered, not knowing that among the people present, he was the normal person who was a bit abnormal. I don't know, but when I saw the body, I couldn't calm down. I could be sure that it was not fear, but it was not happiness, so I didn't know. The two rituals shook their heads and answered. By the way, is it really okay for you to discuss this kind of issue at a hamburger restaurant? Karen started to complain. Everyone looked around and found that the guests around were beginning to look at each other with strange eyes. We are from a reasoning club and are talking about a crime script. He Tonggan also explained, and then the strange eyes of passers-by were withdrawn. Then you see why do you feel unhappy? Broly asked. I'm just worried that if I really kill people unconsciously, will one day unconsciously hurt the people around me. Unlike the love gained in the original work, what she gained in the two rituals now is friendship, and there are so many friends. She did not hide or turn her friends around the bush, but directly explained her situation to everyone. This is also the reason why her happiness value has decreased because she is worried about hurting her friends. Definitely not. I believe you, Lianji classmate. Sorry, my brother is talking nonsense again. Is it nonsense, but it's very nice. Lianji commented and continued to say as he looked at the boy. Hai Tongjun, as a friend, you are willing to trust me, which makes me very happy, but... As soon as her voice changed, her personality changed from a female style to a male weaving. What do you know about us? Liang Yi began to talk about his multiple personalities, and He Tongflower's eyes became brighter. I just felt that it was true that I came to have a dinner together today. I heard the abnormal information about Sister Lianji again. When people were young, they didn't know anything. They always felt that the people they met loved themselves, and being loved was taken for granted. However, ignorance is a very necessary thing. Even if it is just a misunderstanding, the feeling of being loved will accumulate into experience, and people can begin to be gentle to others, because people can only show the feelings they have. But I am different. I have understood others from birth. Because she has me in her heart, she has also understood the ugly people since she was a child, and she has no way to love others. The experience we have is denial and rejection. Another girl from a family without love. As a personality that suppresses thoughts in the form of acceptance, I sometimes have the impulse to destroy some affairs. And if this impulse is directed towards people, do you know what kind of emotion it is? That's right, it's the urge to kill. Sometimes, I really want to kill some people. Now, do you know? Lianji was happy because of He Tonggan's trust, but also angry because of this trust. After all, it is really a bit self-righteous to say things that people who don't know anything about trusting themselves. But aren't you worried that you will hurt the people around you? Are you feeling distressed? He Tonggan also asked. Indeed. Lianji did not deny it. I still don't understand why I accept a group of human friends. This is the doubt of the two rituals, weaving. I am a Saiyan, and there are aliens from another world. Broly hurriedly said. Brother Broly, are you and Sister Lianji telling any humorous jokes? Sakura started to complain. Maybe this is Iwu and Wu. Style, Weaver, accepted Broly, so Weaver accepted other people. I have to say that this is a coincidental misunderstanding of the two personalities of the girl Lianji. They both thought that the other party accepted others, so they accepted others. They have two external personalities, but do not realize that there is a deeper personality hidden in their bodies, with a rooted existence. So, if you want to make you happy again, you have to solve your murderous impulse. Broly asked. So that's it. Lianji nodded. But there is almost no way to do this, because it is the impulse of my personality, unless... Erase your personality. Rin Tozaka answered. What, Broly, are you going to erase me? Lianji asked jokingly. No matter which personality you are my wife. Broly shook his head directly in response to this. Yet, at this moment, the male personality were to look at the boy's eyes as soft as a woman's style. But the problem must be solved. If it is not solved, she feels that she is an unstable factor. If you really kill someone here, that is something that may make you regret for your life. Everyone was helping to think of their ideas. Broly suddenly thought of Tongjian and gave him a notebook a few days ago. There are some ways in which teenagers correctly handle some reactions during their agitation period. So, the boy gave advice on using his hands to solve the impulse of murder. Puff. The girl who was drinking coke squirted out. What? I thought there was something wrong with my ears, but I heard it wrong. Chapter 344 The Simple View of Life of the Saiyans. Lianji thought she had heard it wrong, but after asking the boy, she realized that she had heard it wrong. No, how did you know this? The kimono girl asked, then looked in the direction of Tozaka Rin. I didn't teach him something like this. Rin Tozaka waved his hand quickly. She took a bath and slept with the boy, and they all felt that it was a large-scale behavior. How could it be possible to teach Broly such inappropriate knowledge? I'm teaching you if you do it. Right, thus, Broly directly refers to the person who teaches himself this knowledge. Tongan was also a little confused. He looked at the girls from the group of wives and felt very stressed. Broly, please don't make such a joke. How could I teach you this? Tongan also denied it. It's what you taught. If you don't believe it, I can show you the evidence. Broly said, and immediately took it out of the space. The other party gave him the notebook he had given him some time ago. Turning to the number of pages in the middle, pointing to the content with the title Sexual Health. Put the notebook on the table and show it to everyone. Appropriate self-defense techniques for men and women can reduce stress and help regulate the restless body and mind, but excessive self-defense techniques may affect health and require restraint. They also need to consider issues such as time and place, develop good living habits, exercise more, and change underwear frequently to maintain health. Looking at the contents on the notebook, the girls looked at each other. This is the knowledge in the physiological textbook. I just think Broly might need to understand this, so I compiled a note like this for him. Kurokigan also explained. Tozaka Rin looked at him with a strange look, but he picked up the notebook on the table and flipped through it. It was indeed full of normal physiological knowledge. What's wrong? Is there any problem with the knowledge here? Broly asked. No, there is no problem, on the contrary, it may be really useful to you. Rin Tozaka shook her head and replied. Can it help Lianji relieve the urge to kill people? Broly asked. This. Tozaka Rin was a little stopped and looked at the others. But after seeing the confused or dodging gaze, she suddenly realized that not everyone could do self-defense. For example, Ilya was a little confused, and Asakusa Tengnun knew even more about what self-defense skills were. Instead, Karen, the youngest, looked confident, and as for her sister Sakura, she was a little dodged. The most normal thing here is karaoke flowers. The other party showed a serious expression of thinking. After seeing Rin Tozaka, he expressed his thoughts seriously. I think this is something that can be tried. After all, desire is one of the 3 instinctive desires of the human body, and this is not comparable to the impulse of killing. The impulse of murder can actually be regarded as an addictive behavior. If you want to quit addictive behavior, the easiest way is to find more addictive behaviors to replace it. Even if you can quit your addiction to D, it seems that it is not impossible to use X, one of the 3 major human desires, to ban the desire to kill. But, I don't know this. The kimono girl was a little difficult. She used to hate humans, but she even hated herself. Generally, teenage girls would learn skills without a teacher, but she had an ability in a strange field. Of course, she knew nothing about it because of the physiology class in school, but she had never practiced it before. Sister Lianji, it doesn't matter, this is easy to learn. Sakura whispered. Yes, as long as this and that, it's fine, and I really don't know, I can also use props. Kalyan said in the way of an old SIG. Although she is the youngest, she knows the most tricks, all of which are from some unreasonable comic books. Is this and that? I think it's a bit difficult. If you can use props, what props can you use? Knowing that this might solve her murderous impulse, the kimono girl asked for advice from other girls who knew about it carefully after squirting about coke at the beginning. People who understand say everything they say. The topic doesn't sound very serious, but the scene looks very serious, just like an academic seminar. Tongan also wanted to speak but stopped. The cold image of the kimono girl was somewhat broken at this moment, but the reason was that he gave Broly the physiological knowledge notebook. But compared to the serious and excessive murderous impulse, the self-defense technique in physiological knowledge has become an indescribable thing. Whenever the gender of the two rituals changes, from another perspective, it can be considered a murder, or the kind of killing billions of creatures a day. Props, you can use Broly, a living prop. His massage technique is very powerful. You just need to lie on the bed and let him do whatever he wants to do to your body. Karen said indifferently that the large-scale comics she had read gave her a wide vision. Well, Lianji, I'm very awesome. When the kimono girl looked over, Broly raised her right arm and patted her left hand on her firm biceps, indicating that she was very good. Then please. Before Lianji could finish his words, he was interrupted by Hei Tongan, who suddenly stood up. No. The girls looked at the boy, not understanding what this person means. Brother, Sister Lianji is talking about her own words, why are you talking? Black tongue flowers are finished with timely rest. Hei Tongan also. He looked at his sister, who did not take any of his own side, and then at the Broly's wife girls who cast strange sights at him. Look at the passerby who was giving strange gazes toward him again. He held it in his mouth and finally put on a sentence: this kind of thing is not suitable for doing it in public. It's right to do it. This matter cannot be done in public, because you may be embarrassed by Lianji. Broly agreed with what Hei Tongan said, but instead said. However, we can find a place without outsiders to do this, why not go to your house? Hei Tongan also. He didn't mean that, but he had no position to continue to refute. After all, his relationship with the two rituals was just a classmate and ordinary friends. What the two rituals want to solve now is a more serious murderous psychological problem. Good. The kimono girl thought about it and nodded. It would be better if her murderous impulse could be solved in this way. After eating hamburgers and fries, they took everyone to their car for the two ceremonies. Brother, where are you going? Hai Tong Flower saw that his brother wanted to follow him, so she grabbed him and asked. I just want to keep up and take a look. What are you watching? Are you watching the scene? Ah, no, I don't. Hei Tongan also blushed and quickly waved his hand to deny it. Since there isn't, just go shopping with me. The black tongue flowers are changed directly, and they would rather sacrifice the opportunity to watch the exciting scene than pull their own brother away to avoid disturbing other people's good things. Let's go, Kai Along. I didn't care much about the departure of the brother and sister, so I asked the butler, who was the driver, to drive. Not long after, the car returned to Lianji's house. Lianji's family is very big, with a bamboo forest as its backyard, and the car cannot be driven in. Often the car will go to the front yard, but I prefer to get off at the backyard. Stroll alone on the bamboo forest path and enjoy the feeling of being alone. The girl in the kimono walked in front and talked about her preferences. Sister Lianji, do you like loneliness? Sakura asked. I used to like it, but now, I seem to like the lively situation more. The two rituals answered in a gentle voice, and she was changed a lot. This is my home. When you walk to the back door, you will see a simple and elegant Japanese-style house, which has a very historical sedimentary feeling. Generate than my family, I deserve to be the eldest lady of the Lianji family. Rin Tozaka looked at it and said that she still liked this ancient architecture very much. Is this big? Asakamai Tengno showed a puzzled expression. The Asakamai family is a big landlord, and the Asakamai family is similar, and her family is from a large manor. Well, it's not big. I used to live in a big place and there are valleys. However, I don't think it's a good place, it's better to have a smaller home. At this time, Ilya said that she prefers small houses than big houses. It is best if everyone can live in the small house. Then, we live and play together every day, worry-free. This is the happy life she longs for. Can you have to be a little smaller at home? Broly scratched his head. His family was the largest, and the whole Wampa Star came. On weekdays, except Kai Along, few people will approach here. Broly, you can help me here. After the Lianqi brought everyone into his room, he said this, paused, and then asked again, by the way, do I need me to take off my clothes? Do you need to take it off? Broly asked Carlin. He was just good at massage and bathing, and it was the first time he helped people work. It's best to be able to take off. Karen gives professional advice. Wait, do you want to watch it here too? Halfway through the robe, she found something was wrong. After reacting, she asked the other girls around her who were watching her. Other people's eyes are actually good ingredients, you don't have to care. Karen said. Is that so? The two rituals felt that the white-haired nun was fooling herself, but they were both familiar friends. The only man was Broly, the child, so he didn't say much. Okay, what should I do? The first step. Put the untied bandage aside and ask at the 2 rituals. First of all, Broly gave you blood-activated massage to stretch your body's touch sensitivity. Kalyan commanded. Then what? After a while of massage, I felt warm all over the 2 rituals, as if I had practiced swords with my father, but I was not tired. Then, it's the main show. The old Sig and the young nun talked, and the other girls widened their eyes when they heard it, while Broly was more obedient and acted according to their words. But the specific way is to rely on you to exert your imagination. The author who manually turns on the sage mode will not write, and the great master of the river crab does not allow the author to write. In short, under the behavior of performing special magic rituals, the 2 rituals reached their first realm. How is it? Do you still feel that you still have the urge to kill? Rin Tozaka asked a question. I don't know, but it seems that there is not much change from before. The 2 rituals answered honestly. Hasn't it changed? Broly, you do it again. Good. After doing it again. Now, is there any change? I don't know. Come again. Is there any change? I regain 2 rituals. After experiencing many ups and downs, I was asked again about whether there is any change. The girl named Lianji finally gave the correct answer. Form is emptiness, emptiness is color, I no longer have worldly desires. With his hands folded, his eyes were already empty and envious. Facts have proved that X desire can replace killing desire. However, it is a bit harmful to the point that can be replaced. It already belongs to the category of excessive indulgence. So, still not. No, if you use Qi to recover, she will restore her normal state of mind. If you don't need Qi to recover, it will be very harmful to your body. Everyone became a little distressed. They found a feasible way to solve the murderous impulse for the 2 rituals, but it seemed that this method was a bit useless. It was a type that treated the symptoms but not the root cause. As long as the 2 rituals were still worried that they might hurt people unconsciously, it would be difficult to solve the problem. What should I do? For the sake of the present, I can only stay away from me. The girl who was revived by being poured into the aura of life was somewhat helpless to say this method. She doesn't want to hurt the people around her, so she can only keep the people around her away. No, we actually have another way. What method? The girls looked at Broly, wanting to know what their boys have. That is, when Lianji has the urge to kill someone, I really find someone to kill her. Broly said. The women spoke in surprise. What are you wondering? Broly was a little puzzled by everyone's surprise reaction. I really want someone to kill her, Broly. Isn't your way of solving the problem a bit too extreme? Rin Tozaka asked. Extreme. Broly scratched his head. If you are hungry, you have to eat. If the urge to kill people in the 2 rituals is similar to the situation when you are hungry, then isn't killing equivalent to eating? Isn't it natural to kill people? Ah, brother Broly, how can eating and killing be the same? Why aren't it different? I used to have to hunt for food, and killing people was also hunting. The same is hunting. Is there any difference? Of course it's different. One is a human and the other is a wild beast. But aren't wild beasts and humans the same life? Broly's rhetorical question made Rin Tozaka realize one thing. Rin Tozaka thought about it carefully before asking, Broly, in your eyes, is there any difference between different creatures? The lives of different creatures are no different except for my wife, friends, and individuals who are good to me. Broly answered this question honestly. In his eyes, the lives of strangers that he did not recognize were no different from those of the ants in the grass on the roadside. At most, he would not deliberately step on ants, nor would he deliberately harm human life. But that's all. When needed, for example, what Broly shows is a little indifferent attitude towards strange lives. There are many people in this world. As long as we don't kill our own people, wouldn't it be better to kill others? Broly's simple answer made Rin Tozaka laugh and cry. The 2 rituals, or the 2 rituals, look at the boy's eyes, is a bit subtle. Because of the boy's words, she was tolerated with the urge to kill. But if I kill other people, it won't solve my impulse to kill. Lianjiazi asked. Have you ever killed someone? I don't know, but I may have killed it without consciousness. Then try killing another one when you are conscious. Who should I kill? I can go outside and catch someone to kill you. Broly said. Hey, don't be so casual. Rin Tozaka interrupted. Don't worry, Rin, I'll just catch the guys I hate. Although the lives of strangers are not much different in Broly's eyes. But if you want to catch and kill, you can also order it. What is the guy you hate? Well, those guys who want to rob me. I used to kill a lot of guys, and I feel that it's okay to kill them. Broly talked about his past killing experience and was about to go out to play jungle, but this time the jungler was human. Unfortunately, he was stopped before he could walk out. This matter needs to be discussed. Rin Tozaka said seriously. Liang Yi did not object either. Broly felt very satisfied with this attitude. That was the feeling of being recognized by the boy as an abnormal side. In short, your murderous impulse is caused by multiple personalities. So, let's change the magician's perspective to see if it can solve your problem. Chapter 345 Coincidentally, we are walking together. What, do you want to use the magician's method to help solve the murderous impulse of the two rituals? Kalen's domain was hired by Rin Tozaka. As a technical consultant, Orange Ayazaka looked at the girl in front of him with a strange expression after learning about the situation of the two rituals and what Rin Tozaka wanted to do. Is there any problem with this? Rin Tozaka asked, and the gaze of the puppet master looking at her was a little subtle. The Lianji family has passed on the inheritance of no less time than your Tozaka family, and it has been prosperous during this period. Miss Tozaka, do you think if there is really a solution? Will the Lianji family not want to solve this problem? Will there be so many people from the Lianji family who have failed to implant multiple personalities and are imprisoned in a mental hospital by the Lianji family? Ayazaki Orange asked a question. Well, Rin Tozaka was stopped by the question. Orange Ayazaki felt that she could not treat the financial owner like this, so she said, her impulse to kill is not only a problem of multiple personality, but also from her own origin. And what is the origin? Origin is the first form of the soul. In the world of shape and moon, all things in the world flow out from the vortex of the roots and form a specific form. The soul that forms the form will be recycled and reused by the vortex of roots after its life ends. When it flows out again, it will form a new life or matter, which can be regarded as a strange reincarnation. But unlike other people who are reincarnated in normal reincarnation, the previous head of the Lianji family was very bold. Before his baby was still formed in the mother's abdomen, he used a secret ritual to sacrifice the unborn child's body to the vortex of the root. The only child who was done this was finally alive and she had a self-awareness. As for the other children either died or had no consciousness, they became born into vegetative people by the rituals of the Lianji family. Wait, Miss Orange, are you saying true? Rin Tozaka interrupted and asked. You have paid all the money, can I still lie to you? Ayazaki Orange gave the girl a blank look. Is this too much? Sakura covered her mouth and said. Asakusa Fujino echoed next to him, but Ilya didn't say anything. From the perspective of a normal person, this is indeed too much, but from the perspective of a magician in a family of demons, this is just a normal exploration of their own family philosophy. The Lianji family tried to create an almighty person with multiple personalities, but they were willing to sacrifice their own children for this, and it was difficult for outsiders to blame anything. Ayazaki Orange's attitude fully demonstrates the cruelty of this world and the supernatural class. Have the Lianji family succeeded? Karen asked curiously. I don't know, but from the perspective of wanting to create an almighty person, the Lianji ceremony is not like a successful work produced by the Lianji family. Regarding Ayazaki Orange's evaluation, the Lianki sitting beside him did not make any statement. She did not think she was an omnipotent, nor did she care about the idea of Lianji's pursuing the creation of a multi-personal omnipotent person. She just asked, Miss Ayazaki, do you have a way to solve my problem? Your soul is the existence that your family sacrifices to your body, and is directly obtained from the vortex of roots. It has no shape before it is born. In other words, your origin is nothing, and what nothing means nothing, and nothing can also be regarded as the concept of death itself. Judging from the current situation, although you have not awakened the origin, you have been affected by nothing. And your impulse to kill comes from this. Didn't it cause it? Liang Yishi asked, and her words were a little vague, but Ayazaki Orange understood. I'm not sure, after all, your personality is more extreme, and your positive and negative emotions are facing one side, just like a yin and yang fish. Well, then do I have to cure it? If you want to solve your murderous impulse, you have to change the initial shape of your soul. The problem is that the initial shape of your soul is yourself. Going forward is the root and the existence of nothingness. So the question is, how can you change the shape of an object that does not exist? So, my impulse to kill cannot be cured. Ayazaki Orange nodded. This is just like a person must breathe when he is alive. The impulse to kill is also a girl named two rituals. Emotions that will definitely arise when you survive. Then I will arrest someone and kill her. Can I solve her impulse for murder? Broly asked at this time. So, but it can only alleviate the problem, not solve the problem. And as the number of people killed increases, she will become more and more bloodthirsty, and eventually becomes a non-human existence like a murderer. In fact, most of the demons in the world are born like this. Will Lianji hurt the people around you after becoming a murderer? Broly asked again. Your question is well asked, it is valuable for research. As Aozaki Orange said this, spreading his hands to show that he didn't know. I am studying doll technique. Although I have a little bit of knowledge about the origin, I am not proficient in it. After a pause, she continued, but I have an old classmate who studies the origins. I may be able to help you contact each other. The old classmate in Aozaki Chenzi's mouth was Huang Yazonglian, but now she doesn't know Huang Yazonglian, who is now the person who is secretly using the two rituals to make physical ideas. However, even if she becomes a murderer, she will not attack the people around her, but as she kills too much, the guy who becomes a murderer will definitely be targeted by some demon retreating forces. Of course, the Lianji family itself is one of the forces to retreat from the demons. Maybe then, her family will take action to eliminate her who has become a murderer, and this may be possible. What? Upon hearing this, Broly couldn't calm down. Then I will first deal with all the demon-repelling forces in this world, and start with the Lianji family. The boy stood up and said. Broly, it's not that bad, things haven't reached that point. Tozaka Rin hurriedly stopped the boy, fearing that he would fly back to Lianji's house and send all the family members of Lianji to reincarnation. 2 rituals. Suddenly, I felt that Broly's impulse to kill seemed to be stronger than myself. Of course, Broly should be the impulse of killing. Because my wife may be threatened, I intend to eliminate the guy who may be threatened in advance. The Lianji family may not take action, but the power of repelling demons in the world is more than the Lianji family. Broly. Although you are very strong, those guys are not something you can easily destroy. Miss Orange, please stop talking. I'll ask you to contact your old classmate who studies the origins. I will pay you a considerable agency fee. Rin Tozaka interrupted Miss Doll Master for fear that if she continued to say this, the entire world's demon retreating organization would suffer. Okay. Hearing that he had made money again, Orange Aozaki hurriedly shut up, took out his POS machine to swipe the card for Rin Tozaka, and then took out his cell phone to call his old classmate. Mao Jianhan and Ogawa apartment were recording the dolls in the apartment, as usual, and Huang Yazonglian, who had been alive and died all day long, became a little confused after receiving a call from Aozaki Orange. Aozaki, what's the matter? The man pressed the answer button and asked in a low voice. Yellow, I haven't contacted you for a long time. I have something to do here to ask you for help. On the phone, Aozaki Orange said. I'm not available. Huang Yazonglian originally wanted to refuse. That's a pity. I have a big money owner who can afford money, from the Tozaka family. But I heard this. There was a Tozaka family next to the 2 rituals. Is it about the origin? That's right. Whose? Don't you know you've heard of the Lianji family? As expected. I've heard of it. This is about the origin of the eldest lady of the Lianji family. After learning about Aozaki Orange's request for help, this monk, who was always serious, had rarely changed his expression. Since it's an old classmate's entrustment, I'll take the time to go over and help. What's the time to meet after 1 day? Good. After receiving the confirmation from Aozaki Orange, Huang Yazonglian hung up the phone. Will people always encounter some good things when they are alive? Huang Yazonglian whispered, remembering some things from the past. Donor, why can you still laugh when you live in such a bad world? In the distant past, when he was a monk of Tiantai sect, he met someone. Master, although this world is bad, at least we are still alive, but as long as people live, they will always encounter some good things. I will meet you, Master, you are rescued from the robber by Master, and I survived. This is a good thing, and I am just happy about it. Although the man had become a dry bone in a chaotic world when he met again, Huang Yazonglian still believed what the other party said. Many years ago, it was a good thing to meet a girl who had reached the roots in Guanbuzi City. Now, in order to solve the mental problems, it is also a good thing for the other party to find his own side through Aozaki Orange. Compared to inducing others to interfere in the 2 rituals, it would be a better thing to interfere in the personality of the 2 rituals by yourself. The only problem is that he has been targeted by suppression because he has opened the road to the roots many times. If he leaves this Ogawa apartment with a large number of isolated barriers, he may be attacked by the guardian of the balance that suddenly descends to the world. Although there are risks, this risk is worth taking. There are still some spare bodies. Even if the body that goes out is broken, you can still replace it with a new one. Some rigid and serious men talked to themselves, and their bodies gradually integrated into the ground inside the Ogawa apartment. The experts who study the origin will not come tomorrow. Where are they going next? After leaving the hall of Kalin, Rin Tozaka asked the others. It's getting late, I'm going home. The two rituals looked at the sky, and it was almost dusk, but they said. I plan to go home with her and be with her tonight. As soon as Broly said the words, the kimono girl directly refused. I don't need you to accompany you, please leave me alone. But, Broly, don't make me feel uneasy. The attitude of the two rituals was very firm. Before solving her murderous impulse, she didn't want anyone to get too close to her. Broly, if you are worried about Lianji, then we will be near her house tonight and find a hotel to stay. Rin Tozaka patted the boy on the shoulder and said. All right. Broly nodded. The distance nearby is actually no different from the close fits distance for him. The two ceremonies were back home. Tozaka Rin took his men to open a large suite in a hotel near Lianji's house. Broly, where are you going? In the evening, after having dinner, taking a shower, and having already reached bedtime, Tozaka Rin found that the boy was about to go out, so she couldn't help but find that ask him. I'm going out for a walk to see if I can meet some people who were killed by Lianji. Broly answered honestly. Don't it mean that experts who have research origins will come tomorrow? I always have to make some preparations first. If an expert comes tomorrow, I can't solve the problem of Lianji, so I will use my own way to make her feel at ease. Brother Broly, I'll go out with you. No, you guys go to bed, I might have to spend the whole night outside. Broly, you're still a kid, remember to avoid the police. Rin Tozaka thought of something and quickly said to the boy who was about to go out. Broly made a okay gesture and left the hotel room. The streets that were not yet late at night were still busy. Broly wanted to find a bad guy, but for a moment he didn't know where to look for it. So he opened the group chat room and asked a question. Where are the more bad people? There was still someone in the group chat room, and Akia was one of them. She asked about the situation. Broly didn't save this happiness point either. He beat the two rituals and explained that he was going to find the bad guy he hated more and as the target for killing the girl. Other wives who were diving in the group chat room came to the surface because of his speech. Humph, has the bloody blood buried inside the body awakened? Do you still have to choose evil people to kill? Is this the dark hero enforced justice at night? No problem, I will answer you this question. The only one who can say such words is Huai. However, although she was saying some middle school words, she still gave some good suggestions for finding bad guys. Evil is always hidden in dark places. You can drill wherever there is darker. Those evil people with bad intentions will come up on their own. Broly felt that Huai was right, so he walked directly into the dark alleys in the city, and chose some places where there was energy. On the way, he met a mouse stealing food from the kitchen, a wild cat quietly approaching the mouse, a bat flying overhead, an addict trading special drugs in the alley, and a middle-aged man thrusting his crotch quickly behind a woman with heavy makeup. Broly was curious and approached to observe. Just as the men and women in the alley were about to reach the limit, he asked. Then, two screams of shock sounded, and Broly saw the man withered, while the woman hurriedly picked up the clothes on the ground. Neither of them could care about him, but left here as if they were running away. So, this is the embarrassment in public, right? Broly came to this conclusion. Along the way, he found that there were many people who looked at him with bad eyes. However, I didn't meet someone who really came to do something wrong with me, and I was a little disappointed. However, this is also natural, for two reasons. First, he was a child at first glance. How much money can a child have? Secondly, there have been many murders in the city recently, which has caused the city's police to tighten the police, and there are police cars patrolling everywhere. Although Broly avoided those patrol places, others did not want to cause trouble. If the child was extorted and shouted a word by the child and was caught by the police, it would be really unlucky. Just when Broly thought that he might not be able to find a suitable person to be killed tonight, Bai Chunlixu, who came out to cause trouble at night, found him. It's him, the child from the relative of the female teacher. Bai Chun Ryo hadn't attacked the child yet, but he recognized Broly and knew that the boy was a child from a relative of Fujimura Okawa and was also one of the culprits who helped the two rituals become normal. When he thought of Fujimura Okawa, his recovered hands felt a little phantom pain. He stared at the boy walking in front of him, his eyes changed a little, and the rationality in his eyes was gradually replaced by cruelty. Damn it, I can't kill you, I can't kill a child. Bai Chun Ryu decided that he would kill the child in front of him, and then the body would be thrown at the home of the two rituals. It's like he killed someone, leaving traces on the towels of the two rituals, and using the knives that practice kendo in the two rituals to kill people. I think that after seeing the corpse of a familiar child appear at home, it will definitely bring greater shock to Lianji. Bai Chun Ryo became more and more excited the more he thought about it, and his pace began to uncover, making Broly turn around. I'm sorry, little kid, who made you go out for a walk alone when you don't sleep at night? Bai Chun Ryo smiled grimly at Broly. The sky was very clear tonight, and there was a star on his head, shining brightly. What do you want to do? Broly asked curiously that the person who approached him quickly and was wearing a kimono similar to Lianji. What do you want to do? Of course you are kidnapping you. Little kid, follow me obediently, otherwise I will chop off your hands and feet. Bai Chun Ryu took out a knife and threatened him. He didn't think that a child had any ability to resist in his hands. Hearing this, Broly's eyes lit up. After walking many detours tonight, he finally met a decent good person. A coincidence, we are walking together. I want to kidnap you too. At Chapter 346 just now, I'm having sex. You want to kidnap me too? Bai Chun Ryo asked as if he had heard something funny. Right. Broly nodded seriously. It's good, little kid, I'll kidnap you, but how about you have to go to the same place with me? Where to go? I eat on weekdays. Will it be inconvenient to kidnap you to the place where you eat? Why is it inconvenient? That's simply too convenient. After all, you are my very important VIP tonight. You want to treat me to eat. What, do you want to have a midnight snack? I want to eat, but I'm sorry, after all, I'm going to kill you. A coincidence, I want your life too. We must have many common topics. Come and follow me. The knife was pressed against the boy's neck, and Broly was wearing a hooded dress tonight, which just covered Bai Chun Ryo's hand holding the knife. Faced with the kind invitation from the good guy I met, Broly did not refuse. After all, it's late at night and quiet, and the wives are sleeping. You can't take people over to disturb their dreams now. It's better to follow and see what the other person wants to do. Two figures, one big and one small, were shuttled through the dark alley. Not long after, Broly was taken by Bai Chun Ryu to a nearby abandoned factory. Crash! The door of the abandoned factory was opened. There was a click. The light inside was on and the electricity was still on. You little dear, you are not afraid of me. You really didn't make a fuss along the way, so you followed me here obediently. After entering the abandoned factory, Bai Chun Ryu's mood became much calmer. He even put down the knife on the boy's neck, came to a freezer in the factory, took out 2 bottles of Coke from it, and threw one of them to the boy. Broly was not polite either. After taking it, he opened the Coke and started drinking it. After drinking it halfway, he stopped and asked, "So, what do you want to do to me next?" "It's nothing, it's just that I'm a little pika and want to order something to eat with you." "Did you kidnap me because you were hungry?" After drinking the other party's Coke and hearing the reason for this kidnapping, Broly was a little shaken. "Ignorance and fearless kids are really good, and I don't know if your meat is delicious." Bai Chun Ryo licked his lips. "Hey, it turns out you want to eat me." Broly suddenly realized and immediately became firm in his heart. The other party was indeed the person he was looking for. "Don't worry, because you are very cooperative, my knife will be very fast and will not make you die too painful." Bai Chun Ryu took out a whetstone and sharpened the knife in front of him. "Then you are such a good bad guy," Broly praised. Bai Chun Ryu didn't say anything else, walked over with a sharpened knife, stopped in front of Broly and asked, "Have you finished drinking your soda? If you finished drinking it, you should go on the road. There's a little more." He raised his head and drank rumbled. "Now I'm finished." Broly poured out the empty Coke bottle and showed it to the person in front of him. Bai Chun Ryo nodded, aimed at the boy's neck, and suddenly shot a knife. However, the bloody scene of the blade cutting his neck did not appear. The boy raised his hand and easily pinched the blade with just 2 fingers. Bai Chun Ryu tried hard, but found that the knife in his hand was not enough to make progress. It was also at this moment that the expression on his face that had control over everything had some changes. "No wonder you dare to come with me." Bai Chun Ryu let go of the fixed knife, pulled out a new dagger from his waist, and stabbed it into the boy's heart. "For the sake of your invitation to me to have a Coke, I'll let you stab you." Broly said this, and he neither dodged nor avoided nor blocked him, and let the dagger in front of him stab him in his heart. And his heart was not as hard as steel, but the toughness and strength of his breath-filled skin also made the dagger stuck on it unable to break the defense. Bai Chun Ryu's arm muscles swelled up, and the man used all his strength on the dagger, but his shoes and clogs kept sliding backwards on the ground because of his own force. With his body slanted, the man was 1 head taller than Broly, with a ruthless look flashing in his eyes. He gave up his heart and slashed his dagger, trying to pierce the boy's eye socket. But before he could stab in, his hand was caught by Broly. The Saiyan boy was a little dissatisfied. I said, "I'll only let you stab you." The boy's little hands were like steel pliers. Even if he couldn't hold his wrist, it made him unable to continue moving forward and unable to pull away. After discovering this, Bai Chun Liu's ferocious expression began to calm down, and then gradually changed from calm to smiling. "Hate, I'm just kidding you, don't take it so seriously. Come on, let go of my hand and I will invite you another bottle of Coke." This man learned from Prime Minister Cao and began to say, "I just played with each other. I can buy Coke myself to drink, but it's hard to find someone like you, so I'd better be kidnapped by me." Broly refused to joke, and closed his hands and heard a click. Bai Chun Liu's face turned pale after brushing, and his hand bones had been pinched. Ah! He struggled and exploded to eat the wild power of origin, trying to break free from the Saiyan boys. However, those who can't even use a knife to hurt Broly are useless just by punching and kicking. Broly grabbed his hands and feet, but broke them one by one. This man said he wanted to chop off his hands and feet before, but now he has just broken off his hands and feet, which is very fair. What is a little unfair is that this man opened his mouth just now and wanted to bite him. He subconsciously grabbed his jaw and crushed it. Looking at the kimono boy who had fainted from pain, Broly scratched his head. He only knew how to treat fractures, but he didn't know how to treat fractures. "Forget it, I may die tomorrow anyway. It's okay to have a jawbone or not." After injecting some air into this person a little to ensure the safety of the other party's life, he took a dark red hook claw iron chain from the shelf next to him to tie the person tightly. Broly threw the unconscious Bai Chun-ri to the ground and looked at the freezer next to him. "When a person is going to die, things are ownerless things, I'm not robbing." With a muttering sound, Broly jumped up and opened the freezer directly. In the freezer, in addition to Coke, there is also some raw meat. Some can't tell what meat it is, but some can tell what meat it is at a glance. Unfortunately, Broly didn't eat people and was no longer interested in taking a look. After drinking the Coke in the refrigerator, the Saiyan boy left the abandoned factory and continued to wander outside. But in the middle of the night, Broly, who was wandering outside, did not meet a new good person, but instead met a really good person. "You little devil, why are you swaying outside at night?" It was a woman dressed in tight clothes. When Broly met her, she was selling white medicine powder to some street people late at night. When she saw him walking over, the woman caught up after finishing her business and grabbed his hand directly. Her tone was a little bad, but Broly couldn't feel any malice in this person. He was scolded by the woman, and after asking for his temporary address, he was forced to send back to the rented hotel by the other party. The woman took him to the hotel door and did not go in again, but stood outside the hotel and watched him enter, then turned around and left. Broly felt that he would not meet a new good guy tonight, so he stopped going out to stroll. When he returned to the room, he saw a free space in Tozaka Rin's arms on the bed, so he slept in the girl's arms and fell asleep. The next morning, Broly was awakened by the feeling of depression. When he opened his eyes, he found his pale yellow suspender underwear, but his head was held in front of his chest by Rin Tozaka. "When did you come back last night?" "I don't know, I didn't look at the time." Broly raised his head and exposed his nose, took a breath of fresh air in the girl's slightly augmented chest before saying, "You haven't found someone you hate?" Rin Tozaka asked. "No, I found it." "Hey, where is it?" "In an abandoned warehouse." Broly got up and told about the experience of meeting Bai Chun-rio last night and being taken to an abandoned warehouse. Brother Broly, we haven't had breakfast yet." Sakura felt a little troubled when she heard it. Her brother Broly seemed to never know what a heavy taste was. When you first meet, you can get rid of the jewels, and now you can tell the story of the meat frozen in the freezer in the early morning. Fortunately, there are no ordinary girls in the suite, but no one is scared by this topic. I went out shopping last night and you could catch a guy worth killing. Could it be that you have any evil-absorbing constitution? Karen complained and went downstairs after washing up. In the morning, Broly and others' breakfast was settled at the hotel, and they rented a large suite and received 5 breakfast vouchers. Rin Tozaka used the money to make up 2 meal tickets, and Broly packed a piece for Fujimura Dekawa to deliver it. After returning, a group of people went to Lianji's house. When we arrived at the door of Lianji's house, it was just 8:30 in the morning. Hei Tonggan and Hei Tonghua came here one step ahead of time, but were trying to knock on the door. "Good morning, Broly, Miss Tozaka." After seeing a group of people coming over, Hei Tonggan took the initiative to say hello and asked about the solution to the problem of murder in the 2 rituals. "My brother is a kind-hearted guy. He is worried that his few ordinary friends are healthy, so he pulled me here early in the morning." When talking about ordinary friends, Hai Tong Flower specially increased the volume. So, what's going on now? Sister Lianji's situation. Turning back, Hai Tong Flowers also asked curiously. I'm not optimistic, but we've hired the corresponding experts and we'll see it today. Rin Tozaka replied. What, do you want to arrest someone and kill Lianji? Next to him, Hai Tonggan suddenly exclaimed. Hearing this, the Black Tongue Flowers hurriedly looked over. Squeak! Just at this time, the door of the Lianji family opened, and it was opened by butler Kai Along. A group of people were invited in. After seeing the two rituals, the girl's spirit is pretty good today. Don't worry, my situation is much better. She said this, but it was more like she had made up some kind of determination. As soon as he sat down, Hai Tonggan asked about arresting people and killing them. In fact, I have already caught the right person. After learning that Broly had caught someone suitable for being killed by a girl last night, Hai Tonggan was also a little numb. The only good news is that the person caught by the boy should not have died yet, but was just interrupted by the boy and temporarily tied up and arrested. No, you have to save someone. If that person really dies, you will be in trouble. The reaction of Hai Tonggan yet is the reaction of ordinary people. What's up? The Saiyan boy was a little puzzled and didn't know what he could do. This is a crime, and once the police find out, they will arrest you. Hai Tonggan also said seriously, and suddenly felt that he had to popularize his legal knowledge with the boy. Then I'll just stop the police from discovering it. Broly said it with confidence. Not being discovered does not mean it is not a crime. Broly, you have to know that hurting others is a wrong thing. But that person also wants to hurt me, but I am quite powerful and he just failed. Broly said. Well, but you can't be the same bad guy as the person who wants to hurt you, right? Hai Tonggan also said patiently, but this is too ordinary but natural to refute. This is a person with a very positive outlook on his own. The girls who were attending the audit came to this conclusion. Broly was a little confused. Hai Tonggan also lived in a peaceful era. As an extremely normal ordinary person, he had never been exposed to anything he had ever come into contact with. He felt that the other party said something reasonable, but it seemed that it was unreasonable, and a strange message appeared in his mind that good people should be pointed at by guns. Broly, Hai Tong is right, you shouldn't be a child who hurts others. The two rituals opened and they stood there on the side of Hai Tonggan. The urge to kill is your own problem, and Broly should not be allowed to do bad things for him. I have already recognized your kindness, but we are still the place where you detained the person you caught, let the person you caught. The kimono girl said this. No, it's not letting go. If the person who was arrested really attacked the underage child last night, we should call the police and arrest the other party. Kurokigan also corrected the two rituals and was influenced by his criminal police uncle Akimi Daisuke, who was a more righteous young man. After both rituals said this, what could Broly say? He could only take a group of people to the abandoned factory he took to buy Bai Chun Ryu last night. Before the two rituals could be watched, they had to help deal with the person who was caught by Broly and was about to kill him. When they arrived at the abandoned factory, everyone who got out of the car heard the sound of hitting the door from the abandoned factory. The sound is so loud that the people inside are obviously strong. But this makes people a little confused, because according to the boy, the person who was caught was broken by him. The door of the abandoned factory was opened, and an iron-shelled pupa rushed out, but it didn't hit the door and fell directly to the ground. The dazzling sunshine made Bai Chunliu narrow his eyes. When his eyes adapted to the light of 10 o'clock, he found that he was being watched by a group of people. Ah, Senior Bai Chun, how could it be you? Seeing the appearance of the people on the ground, Hai Tonggan was also surprised and spoke out. It's you. The two rituals narrowed their eyes, but also recognized Bai Chun Liu on the ground. Bai Chun Rio. He relied on his eating and recovered his ability to move, but now he seems to have lost the ability to speak. Broly lifted the man up, walked into the abandoned factory, and turned on the light inside. This guy attacked me last night. He planned to kill me and eat my meat, but his strength was too weak. I cleaned him up, pinched the broken hand bones and the lower jaw bones, and tied them up. But for some reason, his bones seemed to have recovered. Lianji, don't you really try to kill this person and relieve your impulse to kill? Broly asked the kimono girl. Or, let's ask about the situation first. The kimono girl was silent for a while before she replied. A question arose in her heart. Chapter 347. The previous impulse to kill may be an illusion, but the current impulse to kill is real. Senior Bai Chun, can you explain why you attacked Broly last night? Hai Tonggan also asked. I have nothing to say, I'm doing it. You have good reasoning skills. Why don't you try to reason about it yourself? My motivation for doing this. Bai Chunlixu wanted to argue, but this was his eating place, and there were many traces of it. It was probably useless to argue, so he gave up resistance. In my understanding, senior, you are a gentle person. I don't know why you came to attack Broly, a minor child at night. Looking at Bai Chun Rizuki's kimono clothes that were very similar to Liang Yishi, recalling what the other party said to him on the day of the sports meeting, Hei Tonggan actually had a guess in his heart, but he didn't want the guess to be true. Is he a minor child? Listening to Kuroki Ganya's words, Bai Chun Ryo looked at Broly and couldn't help but complain. Is your underage child invulnerable to swords and guns? This is a real monster. Last night, I stabbed him in the heart with a knife, but I couldn't stab him in half. If I hadn't had enough strength, I might have cut the knife and wouldn't have hurt him anymore. I'm not a monster, I'm a Saiyan, but you can call me a demon, I can afford it. Broly interrupted. I knew you were a demon. Bai Chun was relieved, and it would be unfair to lose to the devil if he was not defeated. What Broly is doesn't matter, what matters is why you attack him. I don't want to reason, I just want to know the reason from you. There is no other reason. I encountered him on the road and attacked him. Unfortunately, I walked too much at night and finally met a real ghost and capsized in the gutter. Senior Bai Chun is the murderer of many cases of dismemberment. Hei Tonggan also asked in a statement tone. Well, it's me. Bai Chun Lixuo admitted it very easily. Why? At first, Lianji refused to confess to the weak on the grounds that he didn't like the weak. Later, in order to prove that he was not a weak person, I accidentally killed someone. After experiencing the feeling of killing, I began to lose control. You confess me, I don't remember this kind of thing. Everyone looked at the two rituals, and the two rituals directly denied it. Of course you don't remember that you should not be close to the first grade of high school. You don't care about anyone except yourself. You are like an alien. Bai Chun said wisely. So, Senior Bai Chun, you are rejected because of your confession and are unable to love, so you want to frame Lianji's classmate. Is he the murderer of the corpse dismemberment case? Hei Tonggan is also an ordinary person, and he also makes the reasoning of ordinary people. Although this kind of thing that makes people hate because of love is a bit outrageous, the reality is that such a case has not happened. You were wrong. At first I didn't plan to frame her. It was a recent thing to have such thoughts, and it's all because she's getting closer and closer to you and is gradually becoming normal. What a terrible reason. Tozakarin asked with a frown. I discovered that you are not normal people, so you must have heard of Origin. Those who awaken Origin will reach another realm. The two rituals are originally people from another realm. In order to get close to her, I took the initiative to go to that alien realm, but she was leaving the alien realm and wanted to go back to the normal world. How can this be done? I am just making her return to the same appearance she should have. So, is this why you guy hinted at school many times that I killed someone and attacked Broly last night? The two rituals asked. I didn't hint you that some people were indeed killed by you. Bai Chun Ryo grinned. The next moment, the man was slapped. Several teeth were knocked away. Tell me honestly, did you get the blood-stained towels and knives at Lianji's house? After the boy slapped, he said something ferociously. The two rituals have thus reduced the happiness value. Bai Chun Ryo originally wanted to refute it, but felt the boy's more straightforward murderous intent. Worried that lying would be beaten to death, I honestly confessed. I did it, the purpose is to let her know. Before Bai Chun Ryo finished speaking, he was interrupted by the boy. Your purpose is not important. Well, Lianji, you actually don't kill anyone unconsciously. Broly said to the kimono girl, very happy. Lianqi looked at the boy's happy appearance and nodded at him. After knowing that someone was framed by her, she felt relieved. The mental anxiety that I was originally worried that I would unconsciously hurt the people around me would disappear. Since that's the case, I'll call the police now. Having figured out the situation, Hei Tonggan also took out his cell phone. Although you beat him like this, I have a criminal police officer who will understand the situation clearly with him. Broly slapped her casually, and half of her face was swollen. According to the law, murderers also have human rights, but this can be adapted. Are you going to let the police take this man away? The phone was not dialed because the kimono girl stopped him first. He committed a crime. We don't have the power to enforce the law. Isn't this a matter of course for granting the police who have the power to enforce him? Hei Tonggan was also confused and looked at the kimono girl. Hei Tong, you're right, but what if I don't want to let this person go so easily? The lynching is wrong. He killed so many people, and the death penalty is certain, so there is no need to do so. Hei Tonggan also persuaded him. Classmate Hai Tong, you may not know that before this, Aedo was ready to sacrifice himself, and the guy who made this decision was such a guy who created the illusion of murder and made me feel extremely anxious. If Broly hadn't caught this man last night and we now know the truth from this man's mouth, I might have really lost the weaving, do you know? The sound of the two rituals is very soft. There was no serious expression on her face, but it made people clearly feel that she was angry. But such a bad thing hasn't happened yet. What didn't happen does not mean it doesn't exist, it's just that I'm lucky, but this is not a reason to forgive him. The law will impose sanctions. The sanctions of the law cannot calm my anger. Weaving is a personality that has been with me since I was born. Although her existence always reminds me that I am incompatible with the normal society, she is still the person I am closest to, my brother, my sister, and an important part of me, called the two rights. The girl closed her eyes and opened them again. There were red and blue lines in her eyes. Now that she clearly had murderous intent, her straight death demon eye has been upgraded. The blue lines are the color of the cave of Galan, and the red lines are the dead lines of all things. If the previous murderous impulse was just an illusion caused by the anxiety he brought to me, then my current murderous impulse was undoubtedly a true and unmistakable emotion caused by my personality called the two rituals. He did a lot of things for her that she was unwilling to do. Now, it's her turn to do something for the weaver. I'm going to kill him. The two rituals declared this. The knife she carried with her was suitable as a murder weapon. Get out of the way, Hei Tong. I can understand your anger, but I just want to vent my anger and kill someone. Even if this person is the murderer, it is not right. I can't get out of the way, because I can't watch you become. Woo. Before Hei Tongan could finish his words, he was punched by a kimono girl in her lower abdomen. The fist strength of the two rituals was not very strong, but unexpectedly, he turned into a bent shrimp. Don't be the murderer. He tried to grab the two rituals' hand, but was stopped by Broly. She has decided, don't stop it, otherwise, be careful, I will beat you up too. Don't you stop her. Kurokigan had no choice but to look at the girls such as Rin Tozaka. Why are you stopping me? Lianji is just taking revenge and revenge. Tozaka Rin could not quite understand Kuroki Kitanya's idea, but she was firmly standing on the side of the two rituals. The same goes for girls such as Sakura, because they are the companions and are all the wives of brother Broly. If you kill me, you will start to desire to kill and eventually become a murderer. Bai Chun Ryo was twisting on the ground, trying to stay away from the two rituals coming towards him, but after finding that he was twisting away at the speed of the sword-holding girl approaching him, he turned over and said to the kimono girl. It fell into the hands of the police, and it might be possible to escape before the death penalty comes, but now that I die, I am really dead. Biological have instincts, and seeking to survive is one of the instincts. After discovering that the two rituals really want to kill themselves, he is seeking to survive now. Isn't this the development you are looking forward to? Let me return to an abnormal state. Two rituals asked back. Hearing this, Bai Chunlixo was stunned. This is indeed what he is looking forward to. Abnormal state is a very terrifying thing. You always feel that you are out of place with ordinary people. Even if you walk on the bustling streets, you feel like you are alone. Now, Lianji, don't you feel scared? Bai Chunliu's expression changed a little, and eventually became a panic look when he was killed for the first time, making it difficult to tell whether he was pretending to survive or showing his true feelings. It's really not good to be alone, but I've never been alone. In the past, I was with me, but now I have more friends around me, and I already know that they will tolerate my abnormality. So, I don't know what your fear is, and whatever it is about to end. The girl squatted down and raised the knife in her hand. Ah, I can be free from the abnormality in this way. The knife fell, and Bai Chun Ryu, who was tied up by the iron chains, suddenly expanded his muscles, but he still could not break free from the constraints. His eyes turned into beast eyes, could only watch the coming of death. Cut off the deadline. The end of life. Holding the blood-stained knife, the breathing of the two rituals became heavy. She reacted some when she was deprived of her life for the first time. Really, I can't just do this kind of thing. The next moment, the abnormal reaction disappeared, and Ji looked at the corpse on the ground helplessly. She asked her to do what she hated to do before. Unexpectedly, this time she refused to come out and took over, but she did something she didn't like. The girl's mouth curled up and showed a slight smile, and she felt a little happy. Compared to the girl's pleasure, Hei Tongan, who recovered from being punched, was a little sad. Because he failed to stop the girl and became the murderer. Seeing Kurokigan squatting on the ground and looking a little guilty, Tozaka Rin comforted the man. The person who awakens the origin cannot be said to be not a human, but the guy who is obviously already killing and eating people cannot be a human, but a so-called demon. The Lianji family was also a famous family of demon retreatment. Strictly speaking, killing the guys on the ground in 2 rituals is not considered a murder, but a demon retreatment. This is her family's ancestral business. I don't understand humans and demons, but I know that Lianji did a bad thing something about. Hei Tonggan also shook her head. Are you bad? Broly looked at the girl's happiness value on the panel of the Crystal Palace, and was a little confused. Hei Tong, if you feel guilty, just call the police and arrest me. I will be responsible for this matter. At this time, Lianji said carelessly, she was not afraid of the police. The police are reported, but it's not your fault. I will make it clear to my uncle. Before that, we have to deal with the scene, at least make it look like we are the victims. We killed the murderer of the serial murder case out of counterattack. Hey, don't you think killing is wrong? Of course it's wrong to kill people, but they've already been killed, what else can I do? Although Hei Tonggan also prevented the murder of 2 rituals, he was not a person who could not distinguish right from wrong. With the fact that the matter had come to this point, the young man showed his experience in reasoning about criminal cases, but he skillfully handled the situation on the scene. In this way, we are killing the murderer in a fight with the murder suspect. Seeing the scene where Hei Tonggan was skillfully directing Broly to lie down and redesign the scene inside the abandoned factory, everyone felt that his contrast was too big. No, Hwa, your brother can't accept the act of murder and revenge, but can he accept the act of sheltering the criminal? Looking at Kuroki Ganya who was teaching Broly to say confession, Tozaka Rin came to Kuroki Ganhua and asked. My brother is such a person. When I was a child, I made a mistake. When he took the blame for me, he silently made up for the mistakes I made. Hei Tonggan also called the police. The police arrived here soon. After seeing the meat in a freezer, they were shocked, but they didn't doubt anything. The team led his uncle Akimi Daisuke, and Kurokigan also kidnapped the boy. They found it and came out to search for it. Finally, they came to the abandoned factory and had some conflicts with the murderer who killed the serial killer inside, and finally said that they accidentally killed the murderer. You are just telling a story, but as long as you confirm that the meat in the freezer matches the DNA of the victims of many bizarre corpses and confirm that the dead guy is the murderer, then the other party's death is not a problem, whether you are intentional or manslaughtering. Did you see it? You guy is okay in reasoning for criminal cases, but the scene was arranged a bit too deliberately. I'll go to your house for a meal in the evening. You'd better explain the situation of this matter honestly. Akimi Daisuke patted Kuroki Ganya on the shoulder. He did not treat the 2 rituals of killing Bai Chun Ryo in public as a suspect for his trust in Kuroki Ganya. However, it is still necessary to bring a group of people back to the police station to record confessions, but not long after, the Lianji family sent a lawyer to bring the group of people who came out. For the head of the Lianji family, after knowing that it was not his daughter who killed people by randomly, but just killed a murderer who framed himself, it was no problem to deal with the police. One of them is the Lianji family, one is the Asahi family, and the other is the one who can still make a call. The Tozaka family is thousands of miles away. Well, just with this connection, as long as you make sure that multiple cases of corpse dismemberment have nothing to do with the group of girls brought to record confessions, then even if the guys who died today were deliberately killed by them, it would be fine. Why did that boy Hei Tong know so many friends with connections? Chu Si Defa couldn't understand it after thinking about it. The problem of murderous impulse has been solved. It is a misunderstanding. Will you still go to see an expert in the afternoon? It was already noon after leaving the police station. While having lunch in a restaurant, Karen asked curiously about the 2 ceremonies. I have made an appointment, but I can't tell Miss Ayazaki about refunding the money. I think I should go and check it out. The 2 rituals wanted to say no, but when they heard Rin Tozaka say this, they did not refuse. During this period, Hei Tonggan also inquired about the demon. After lunch, he took the initiative to leave, saying that he wanted to go to his criminal police uncle to explain clearly. Although things are bizarre, he likes bizarre cases. I'll tell him that we can also let him know that we are innocent. Flowers, don't you go with your brother? No, I'm going to accompany you to see the origin expert. Broly went to deliver lunch to Fujimura Okawa, while Tozaka-rin and others went to Gallon Hall first. In the hall of Gallon, Ayazaki Orange held tea and placed it in front of a man with a stereotypical face. Yellow, have you entered the realm you want to reach? Ayazaki Orange asked. Not yet, but it's too soon, I'll get the answer in my heart soon. Huang Yazonglian answered this question and asked again. What about you, Ayazaki, are you going to take that last step? Ha, I'm not interested in hiding in the barrier for the rest of my life before reaching the roots. As the crown puppet master, Ayazaki Orange is actually only one step away from reaching the root. But if she really stepped out, there was no doubt that she would be targeted by 2 major inhibitory forces. This puppet teacher is not interested in attracting restraint while being sealed and designated. Chapter 348 Master Origins Scriptures and the Encouragement of Future Brother-in-Law. As soon as a cup of tea was finished, a group of people arrived at the Hall of Galan. This is Huang Yezonglian, a classmate from my London era, a magician who has lived for more than 200 years. He was a monk before and was proficient in origin knowledge. This is Miss Tozaka. The employer who hired you here this time is next to the two rituals. Because of the special origin, the girl who has a murderous impulse is also the target of your help to solve the problem. Aozaki Orange introduced it to both parties. I'm Huang. The man nodded slightly to the girls. However, Karen and Rin Tozaka, who heard his voice, were a little stunned. Why look at me with this kind of gaze? After being cast by the girl and the girl with subtle gazes, Huang Yezonglian's expression did not change much, but she asked. We have an acquaintance, and the voice is very similar to Master Huang Yi's voice. It's not just similar, it's simply a voice actor, full of pleasure. Apart from your voice, your temperament is also very similar. Rin Tozaka continued. Araya Zonglian's overall black long windbreaker dress is very similar to Yanfeng Kaire, who is wearing a black priest robe. Except for one hanging a rosary and the other hanging a cross on the neck. If you turn your back and only look at the back and listen to the sound, you will even think that this is the same person. The world is big. Two people who are exactly the same may not exist, but two people who are extremely similar have them. It is not surprising. If I take the person in front of me back to meet my father, I wonder if it would be interesting. Kalyan thought to herself. The sound and temperament are just a small episode. Please stretch out your hand, I will use the magic of souls to explore your origin. Huang Yezonglian got to the point and said to the two rituals. This is actually a misunderstanding. Rin Tozaka interrupted and looked at Orange Aozaki, which explained what happened in the morning. It turned out that someone set up a plan to frame Lianji, which caused her mental anxiety, which made her mistakenly think that it was an impulse to kill. Aozaki Orange frowned. In this way, wouldn't he, an old classmate who studies origin, invite him here in vain? Don't worry, I will give you the appearance fee for Master Huang Yat, and I will not miss you any of your introduction fee. Rin Tozaka waved her hand and said boldly. Hearing this, Miss Doll Master's brows stretched out. Has Bai Chun Ryu's chess piece been killed? Huang Yezonglian thought, but her expression did not change. Mental anxiety may indeed be mistaken for the impulse of murder, but if the origin is a vain existence, it may also cause the impulse of murder. The master makes sense. Do you want to consult you? What do you want to ask? Lianji. Rin Tozaka looked at the two ceremonies. I don't have anything to ask. The girl in the kimono shook her head. Now, I'll ask you, how do you feel after killing the person who framed you? Huang Yezonglian took the initiative to ask. Happy. Of course, it is a pleasure to kill the enemy with your hands. But there is still a little disgusting. The girl's tone changed and she added. Have you switched personality? Araya Zongren thought about it, and then listened to Tozaka Rin's question. Master, is there any problem with Lianji's mentality? There are problems, but not serious. It's just that her soul has gone one step further from the origin of awakening. Huangjai Zong's Lotus Way. Wait, what is the awakening of origin, isn't it bad? Will it change your personality? Bai Chun Lexu is the lesson of the past, so the black tongue flowers have this question. The origin only determines the direction of a person. As for whether it is good or bad, it depends on what origin is. For example, my origin is stillness, and awakening it has not had much impact on my personal spirit. On the contrary, my life has been stagnated and I can live from the era more than 200 years ago to the present. Huang Yezonglian patiently explained. No wonder I think the anger in you is very strange. Before the girls arrived at the Hall of Galan, Broly had already delivered the meal. When he saw Huang Yezonglian for the first time, he thought this person was a little strange. If it weren't for the eyes that could accurately capture the other party's existence, Broly thought that there was no one else except Aozaki Orange in the unfinished building's office. Because the other party's chi is completely motionless, just like a pool of stagnant water, closing your eyes to sense it is simply no different from a dead object. Gas. Huang Yezonglian turned her head and looked at the boy. This child can detect the breath of life when biological activities are active, and your breath of life is infinitely close to stillness, so he may think that you are a little strange because of this. Aozaki Orange helps explain. I see. Huang Yezonglian nodded, not caring much. After living for more than 200 years, he has seen many children who can sense the breath of life. 150 years ago, he may still be interested in the other party and observe the other party's actions. But now, he only cares about when he can reach the origin. What is certain now is that the girl who connects the origin of the two rituals, the soul of the girl who has no external personality collapses, took the initiative to synchronize in the direction of the body. Her origin is nothing. If awakened, I'm afraid I'll think about turning everything in the world and its own existence into nothing. This is a very dangerous origin. Since it is dangerous, how can we stop the origin of Lianji's awakening? Ordinary people do not have the qualifications to awaken their origins, and qualified people will be affected by their origins. The better the qualification, the greater the impact, and she belongs to the type of person with very good qualifications. It is almost inevitable that her awakening of the origin, and the only difference is the time. So, I'm destined to die. The kimono girl started to talk to herself. I won't let you die. Broly said immediately. A person will die. Huang Yezongliandeo seemed to comfort the girl, but also seemed to refute the boy's words. What the magician who lived for more than 200 years old said is really unconvincing. Karen complained. Ilya and Sakura nodded repeatedly, agreeing with this. Asakusa Fujino was following herd mentality and followed her to point her head together. I'm not afraid of death. Liang Yi shook his head and said that the female personality has been changed back. But I'm afraid of doing some regrets before I die. What can the master teach me? The two rituals asked for advice. Broly wanted to say something, but the girl smiled and touched her head to stop her. All things have no form, everything is born from the heart. Huang Yezonglian nodded and took out a Buddhist scripture from her arms. This is the Lotus Sutra, you can take it. After taking the Buddhist scriptures, the expressions of the two rituals were somewhat subtle. The master wants me to be a nun. It is not just a nun, but a nun that cultivates wisdom through Buddhist scriptures. When you can use your subjective consciousness to control your own self-consciousness, even if you awaken your own origin, you can restrict your own various self-consciousness behaviors. Root form, 6. Huang Yezonglian now teaches two rituals, weaving, two external personality, which is how to control the inner personality, roots form. Of course, in the case of self-awareness in the root of the ID, it is impossible to achieve control. But Huang Yezonglian did not know the existence of the root form, and the two rituals, weaving, did not know that there was a third personality in his body. However, the treatment of this problem caused by the origin was carried out very professionally and perfectly. After Huang Yezonglian prescribed a prescription for Buddhist scriptures and said that other things that can cultivate one's body and nature can also be used as treatments, he received a reward and left the Gallon Hall. Tozaka, I will transfer the cost of this treatment to you later. We will be the closest family in the future. What are you talking about, outsiders to me? I actually don't mind charging one more portion. Ayazaki Orange said at this time. No, Miss Ayazaki, do you want to be so greedy for money? There is no way. Compared with you ladies who have family support behind you, I am a dilapidated house who has been abandoned by the Aokai family. Now I have to earn all the expenses myself. Ayazaki Orange shrugged, and if she had bought less strange collections and not so generous in spending money, she might have been a rich woman long ago. Finally, the two rituals settled the accounts with Rin Tozaka. The friendship was the friendship, but the money for consultation on the treatment of the disease still had to be paid back by yourself. After all, the Lianji family is not short of this little money. On May 21st, Bai Chunluxu's case has been closed. In the case, the two rituals of killing the murderer were also characterized as self-defense. If the Lianji family had a gangster background and was relatively low-key, the Guanbuza municipal government might have given the girl a good citizen medal to be brave and brave. The two rituals returned to normal life, and if you want to say anything different from before, it probably means that she always reads a Buddhist scripture with her in her arms. The whole person's temperament became more and more extraordinary, giving Broly a feeling of meeting for the first time. In addition to the changes that occurred in the two rituals, there was another person who was also changing. That's Hei Tongan. The other party was no longer at school and came to have lunch with them. Even though the new weekend came, Broly brought his wives from the two cities to have a dinner together. Even he and his sister invited him, only Hei Tong Flowers came here. My brother can't come if he has something to do, he only came to me. What's wrong with that guy Hei Tong? I always feel that he seems to be avoiding us recently. Lianji felt a little strange. Are you still struggling with the last time, Sister Lianji, you are trying to kill that bad guy? It's possible. But the police say I'm in self-defense, and that guy is still so scrupulous. This may be a matter of principle. Well, Brother Hua's personality is indeed a bit too serious. Broly looked at his wife, and was a little troubled by the change in his friend's attitude. That night, he ran to Haitong's house and found Haitong Ganya as he was angry. Dong dong. Hei Tongan was also lying on the bed, and suddenly heard the sound of knocking on the window and quickly got up. "Hey, Broly, why are you here?" Opening the window and seeing the boy outside, the boy was not surprised how the boy was. The balcony that came up was just a little strange that the other party was looking for him. "You have been a little abnormal recently, and she is a little worried." Broly straight to the point. "Hey, exception, what's wrong with me? At noon at school, you didn't have much to eat with us." The boy pointed it out. "Isn't this not to be your light bulb, leaving space for you and Lianji alone? What's the use of leaving that space alone? Hey Tongan also. I almost forgot that this kid has no common sense. You and Lianji are lovers. When your lover is alone, you will definitely be closer than if you have an outsider present, and your relationship will heat up faster." The boy explained. "Is that true?" Broly asked, not sure. "Generally speaking, that's it, but you're a little unusual because you have more lovers." Hey Tongan also nodded and shook his head again. "No, then how could you come over before and have lunch with us as a light bulb?" Broly discovered a blind spot. "This is because before, I also wanted to pursue Lianji." Hey Tongan also told the truth. Hearing this, Broly widened his eyes and looked in disbelief, questioning the boy. "Hey Tong, were you fighting with me before? Don't you see it at all?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hey Tongan slapped his forehead. It was normal for Broly to not see it. "Well, I meant to compete before," he said very poorly, but when the Saiyan boy's eyes became dangerous and he might take action to clear his enemy, the enemy who robbed his wife, Kurokigan also said again, "However, I have given up on the competition. Because I found that Lianji chose you is not wrong." "What's the meaning?" Broly looked at him in confusion. "Compared with you, I am too ordinary. Last time I stopped the show and killed Senior Bai Chun to avenge the revenge on Ji. After thinking it through afterwards, I knew that I had lost and continued to pursue her qualifications. Don't know." Don't you understand, it doesn't matter." Hey Tongan also scratched his head, squatted down and looked straight with the boy, and said seriously, "Anyway, Broly, you only need to know that I have given up competing with you and will not pursue Lianji." "Oh." Broly nodded, but could understand this. He was hesitant about whether he would kill Hey Tongian with one punch, because this sentence was dispelled. "But does this have anything to do with your alienation from us?" Broly asked again. "It's a bit too difficult for me to be a lover anymore, so it's still a little bit too difficult for me to get closer." "What's the meaning?" "That is, I'm a little disappointed when I look at you guys and me. I'm heartbroken." "Can you understand the feeling of heartbroken?" "What is that?" How do I tell you, it's almost the feeling that you want something, but you know you can never get that thing." Broly thought about it carefully and felt uncomfortable when he thought about the feeling of having just obtained normal food before, but because of insufficient happiness points, he wanted to lose it. "Broly, look at your appearance, you probably understand. Now, do you know why I intentionally stay away from you and Lianji?" "I see. I think we are friends, you won't make me feel uncomfortable, right?" "Won't. Please make it clear to Lianji, it will be like this in the future." "Good." Broly agreed. "However, although we are not close, you and Lianji are still friends. If you have anything you need to help, don't be polite. If you can, please help." The boy breathed out and added. "Well, I have a favor and need your help." "What's the busy thing? Does your sister mean to be my wife?" Broly asked. Hey Tongan also. "You must not ask her this question yourself. Last time she said she could give her body to me, but her heart will always belong to you." Broly answered honestly. Hey Tongan also raised his hand, rubbed his achy head, and then started to popularize the science. "Broly, I have to give you some ethical knowledge. Flowers are my real sister. No matter how much she likes me, she will never be my wife. If you like her, you should pursue her boldly." Encouragement from my brother-in-law. Chapter 349 Killed. Flower has been a child who likes extraordinary things since she was a child. When she was a child, she would always search for old things in the warehouse. Some old things have some bizarre stories that make children feel scared when they hear them. But flowers never feel scared. If you want to pursue that child, you can start from this aspect. Hey Tongan also gave advice. After Broly wrote it down, he said goodbye to the other party and went to Lianji's house. When Broly came over, he had already taken a shower and changed into a pink kimono. He was flipping through the Lotus Sutra by the desk in the room. Since Broly slowly flew in through the window and did not make any noise, no one was found in the room during the two rituals. Broly did not bother her. She stood in the back, quietly watching the Japanese classical kimono girl, looking through scriptures under the desk lamp, a quiet and focused model sample. Although Broly could not understand Buddhist scriptures, he could feel the chi of others. When reading Buddhist scriptures, the chi on his body was a bit like a cloud floating leisurely in the air, giving him a very ethereal and light feeling. Broly did not read Buddhist scriptures but read a girl, but she could feel relaxed. After reading the other person's appearance of reading Buddhist scriptures for less than 20 minutes, Broly opened his mouth and yawned, causing sleepiness. The yawn was not loud, but he could be noticed by the focused girl in the quiet room at night. Broly, why are you here? When the two rituals turned around and saw the boy, they asked curiously. I went to find Ganyi. I already knew the reason why he alienated us. Come and tell you. Broly answered yawning. Just for this, you ran to Haitong in the middle of the night and then came to me again. The two rituals felt a little funny, and reached out to pull the yawning boy into his arms, and there was a warm feeling in his heart when he held the boy in his arms. The boy remembered what he said during the day, and he ran to help ask what the situation was. The boy was very concerned about him. Humans have many distracting thoughts, and what they do is always accompanied by various desires, but only this child is very pure. Although he can feel that he wants to get something from himself, it is true that he is good to himself and caring for himself. So, why did Haitong alienate us? The two rituals asked curiously. He is. Broly did not hide it and told the other party's reply he got to go to Haitongan tonight. After knowing that Haitongan was also interested in pursuing herself, the girl's expression became a little subtle. Hey, I think he is a friend. He actually has a bad idea about me and wants to pursue me. This tone was obviously woven, and she said a little indignantly. Iron, do you hate being pursued? Broly asked. Of course I hate it. It's troublesome to communicate with others. If you refuse others' pursuits, you may even make a crazy guy like Bai Chun Ryo. Liang Yi stopped talking about this. She felt the boy in her arms stiff, so she turned to explain, of course, that's targeting someone I don't like. As for Haitongan, that guy, I was just angry that the other party wanted to let my friendship down. Broly relaxed, and the happiness value of the girl on the Crystal Palace panel did not decline. What about me? I shouldn't let you down. Broly asked afterwards. Of course there is no more, but that's because I don't have friendship with you. Liang Jiazi said very decisively. She continued as Broly widened her eyes and looked up at her in her arms. Because there has been love between us. Speaking of the back, the girl's voice changed from hard to soft, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. But Yao was embarrassed to say the following words, so he dived and finished his words. He rubbed the boy's head without feeling ashamed because of this. Is love better than friendship? Broly didn't understand the difference between the two, so he asked a question in the arms of the kimono girl. If it's a relationship like you and me, then love must be a better relationship than friendship. The two rituals answered, picked up Broly's little hand, passed through the gaps of his fingers, and held it with his fingers crossed. If it was friendship, I would definitely not do this, but we are love. It will make me feel very comfortable doing this. The happiness value of 243 points in the two rituals rose by another 1 point at this moment. What about this hand? Broly raised his left hand, which was still empty, and signaled to the two ceremonies. Come on, I'll hold it for you. The two rituals spread their left hand and let Broly act on his own. Broly looked at the tender and delicate palms in front of him, and learned how to hold his hand in the two rituals, crossed his fingers and held the girl's other hand. If they are all young people, the next scene will be a affectionate scene, maybe kissing, stroking each other, and then moving on to the next step of development. It is also possible. But Broly was petite and leaning against the girl's arms, but now he seemed to be sitting on a human sofa. The two pairs of hands holding cross-shaking have no room for further imagination, and it is more like the older sister is taking her little brother to play. The two rituals shook their body gently, and after shaking the boy in his arms like a rocking chair for a while, I felt a little tired, so I got up. I am going to pursue flowers and try to make the other party my wife, and I also say that she likes extraordinary things. Does Lianji have any extraordinary things in your family? Broly asked again after he stood up. Does I count as an extraordinary thing? But you are not a thing. But Hua likes me very much, and I also like Tozaka and Sakura and the others, Broly. You don't actually need to use other foreign objects to pursue each other, because I and others will help you pursue each other. It can even be said that Tozaka is already doing this, and flowers have not refused. Rin Tozaka every time he went out to a party, he would take the initiative to invite Haitong flowers to come out together, hoping to help the boy win over his wife's heart. In fact, it was seen long ago, so Broly still remembered the girl's reason for refusal and did not do anything to bother. It was on the day of the sports meeting that Haitong Flower had regained his thoughts on what he said was a human-friendly thing. By the way, Broly, do you want to stay here tonight and sleep with me? The two ceremonies were invited, and she knew that Broly often slept with Tozaka and the others. I'm going to ask, but I can actually take you back to Tomoki City. Rin and Sakura will definitely not mind you joining in and sleeping together. Broly invited him back. But now, the number of people we sleep in is 6, and Sakura's room is a bit small, so we have to change to a larger room. Then it's not trouble. You can go back to sleep tonight. When you have time, bring Tozaka and the others to my place to sleep. My room is quite big, and sleeping with 6 or 7 people is not a problem at all. Okay, I'll ask Lin and the others when they will come together to sleep. At that time, I will call Sister Tang village to sleep together. Broly now does not refuse to sleep with his wife. On the contrary, he has fallen in love with the lively bedtime atmosphere. Everyone is lying in bed in pajamas and chatting, and sometimes they also play interactive games such as Word Solidar. There is no content that is not suitable for children, but it is just normal interaction, but it is also interesting enough. It has a very good relationship and a dormitory night chat atmosphere with common topics. I think when I come, I can experience a lively night with both rituals. Broly, go to bed early, see you tomorrow. As the two rituals spoke, they approached and kissed the Saiyan boy on the cheek. After Broly left, she read the Buddhist scriptures for another half an hour. I only plan to rest after feeling a little sleepy. Kai Along. She called out the butler's name, but there was no voice outside the room to respond to her shouting. The two rituals felt a little strange. Kai Along was the butler who took care of her since childhood. The other party always arranges daily life in an orderly manner. Generally, if she doesn't sleep, the other party won't sleep first. Even if there is something happening sometimes, Kai Along would say hello to her, but today I don't know what happened. The two rituals stood up and walked towards the sliding door. As soon as they opened the sliding door, a rough big hand appeared in front of her. Quiet. The low voice sounded a little familiar. When the body was gradually being moved by external forces, the two rituals saw the master of the palm through the gaps of their fingers. Master Huangjai, why? The two rituals did not understand why the other party appeared at home, and they did not understand why the master of origin in front of him had to do something to himself. Everything is to reach the root and answer the confusion in my heart. Two rituals, I need to use your body to open the way to the root. Huang Yezonglian answered the girl's question. He noticed Liang Ji's eyes, glanced at the butler lying on the ground next to him, and continued. Don't worry, this person is not dead. I just used a still way to make him faint. The two rituals breathed a sigh of relief and did not say anything. The death demon eye has been unfolded, but I can't see the deadline in the palm in front of me. However, even if she saw it, it was useless. She was sneak attacked by Huang Yezonglian, and now only her fingers could move. And with the ability to originate still, it was completely applied to the body, but the girl stopped thinking about how to deal with the current situation. Huang Yezonglian put down his hand, stopped his ability to stop, took a step forward, and hugged the girl who was about to fall to the ground in a princess hug. The next moment, he hit at the door with his figure in Lianji. He set up some barriers inside and outside the Lianji family many years ago. His static origin ability allows him to move in the barrier with the concept of static objects, achieving a teleportation-like effect. Just as he sneaked into the Lianji family, no one noticed it, and when he left the Lianji family with Lianji ceremony, no one noticed it. In the lobby of Xiao Chuan apartment, a wave suddenly appeared in the air, and Huang Yezonglian walked out of the wave with two rituals. Seeing Huang Yezonglian appear, the blonde young man who was sitting on a chair in the lobby to touch the poodle beside his legs stood up and greeted him. Yang Yat, is this the body you prepared for yourself? It doesn't look special. The young man in a red suit looked at the two rituals of fainting and said to Huang Yezonglian. This body has not been fully awakened yet, but it can already be used as a material to open the road to the roots. Waiting further will only increase the difficulty of my body. Huang Yezonglian explained and asked, Aruba, you came here a lot earlier than I expected. Ah, that's of course. I can't wait to kill Aozaki. Cornelius Aruba is an old friend of Aozaki Orange in the London Magic Association, but this person has always been jealous of Aozaki Orange, who is younger than himself but better than himself. You are no match for her. Huang Yezonglian reminded that he didn't want the help he hired, and would run out to attack Aozaki Orange. I know this kind of thing, but aren't you still there? The red magician shrugged and restrained the somewhat sickly expression on his face. Aozaki is only likely to become an individual who is inhibiting and hindering me from going to the root cause, and I will only be when she came to stop me. She took action to solve the other party, but if Ayazaka didn't come to stop me, the killing of her would be invalid. Aruba, can you accept it? Huang Yezonglian reiterated his conditions. Can. The Red Magician nodded. But, can you deal with Ayazaki alone? Although I don't want to admit it, her puppet skills are better than mine. Not one level, but one realm. Huang Yezonglian thought, but he did not express his thoughts. In this barrier, Ayazaki will not be my opponent. He just said that. Then add me, she will be dead. Aruba was very happy. No, I don't need you to deal with her, I just need you to guard against other possible obstacles for me. Who? A magician from the Tozaka family, a girl from the Asakusa family, and some warriors with good physical skills. Tozaka family, do you think Tozaka Toshiko? The Red Magician frowned. Toshiko Tozaka is also a veteran magician and has a great reputation in the Magic Association. The magic heritage of that family comes from the Gem Man. It's not the current head of the Tozaka family, but the other party's daughter. Aruba made a question sound in his nasal cavity. What do you mean is to let me, the next dean of the monastery of Benheim, beware of the juniors trained by a magic family? He felt a little insulted. Don't underestimate young people. With Ayazaka's attitude towards the other party, the girl is obviously a capable magician. The girl from the Asakusa family has awakened the twisted magic eyes and was also taken to the gate wall to guide the use of magic eyes. During this period, Huang Yezonglian was doing investigations. He discovered that he might become the person he was hindering from his side in the two rituals. Forget it, it's okay. As long as you help me solve Ayazaki and let me help you. If Ayazaki doesn't come, it's just that others come, I can handle it myself. Aruba had a conversation with Huang Yezonglian, and Huang Yezonglian asked, do you need me to help you in the apartment and open a room to rest? Haha, I don't have the habit of living with a bunch of dead bodies. The Red Magician chuckled and left Ogawa's apartment with his poodle. When I left outside, I could see some figures moving in some rooms with lights on at Ogawa's apartment. But that was just a manifestation. In this apartment, there were no other living people except Huang Yezonglian and the girl who had just been brought in. Will Ayazaka come? Haha, I will let her come. Chapter 350. You're finally here. Broly, do you know what's wrong with Lianji? The next day, when Broly took lunch to deliver food to Fujimura Daha, he was asked by Fujimura Daha. What's wrong with Lianji? Broly looked at Tenkan-Dehi who was wearing a plaid shirt and short-sleeved t-shirt today, and asked a little puzzled. Don't you know, Lianji didn't come to school today. Fujimura Okawa was also a little surprised. Broly didn't know the girl's situation. Ranji doesn't need me to send breakfast. After I deliver breakfast to you in the morning, I will go back to Tomoki City directly. Broly explained. He stayed in this world every day, and in the morning when he needed to go to school in the two rituals, he mostly worked in Toki City. So that's it, but can't you feel the anger of others? Didn't you feel that Lianji didn't come to school in the morning? Fujimura Okawa nodded, and was a little surprised, and asked. If you can see things with your eyes, but don't stare at me, Sister Tenkan, you know the direction I point now. Is there anything there? Broly asked, pointing behind Fujimura Okawa. I don't know. Fujimura Okawa shook his head. Similarly, I will not expose my chi perception very much on weekdays, because if the chi perception is expanded, I will have a lot of chi. Although it won't make me feel uncomfortable, just like looking at the distance with my eyes, it will distract me from close range, and thus may ignore what is happening around me. Therefore, generally when I am in a ground city, my chi perception will only be maintained at a distance of a few meters around my body. Only when I fly at high altitudes, I will expand the range of chi perception, but that is to avoid the situation where my speed is too fast and may collide with other flying lives in the air. So that's the case. Fujimura Okawa suddenly realized, but asked again, then don't you feel that Lianji is not in school now? Everyone's chi is different, and although I remember Lianji's chi, I can only discover her chi in an open place. But if she is in a place with biological dents, I need to tell her anger. Of course, this is not a difficult thing, but, am I going to deliver food to Sister Tenkan first? Broly raised the large lunch box in his hand and said. Okay, then wait and see Lianji and ask her why she didn't come to school today and if she was sick. After taking the bento, Fujimura Okawa said so. Get ill. Hearing this, the boy reacted a little. The perception of chi directly expanded and headed towards the Lianji family. Then, he frowned. What's wrong? Fujimura Okawa saw his expression and couldn't help asking. Ranji is not at home. Go out. Guanbuzishi didn't notice her anger either. Did you leave this city? Broly felt it carefully for a while, then shook her head and said, it seems she has left this planet. Cough. Hearing this, Fujimura Okawa, who had just eaten a bite of rice, almost choked by the rice in his mouth. It is very simple to say that God trademark leaves the planet, and it seems that leaving the planet is a very simple thing. Of course, this may be simple for Broly. But for humans, it is not something that can be done easily. Can it be that your perception is wrong? Fujimura Okawa asked. Broly felt that it was possible, so he used chi sensing to sweep the Busa market several times, and then roughly sweep the planet several times, but he still found nothing. I can't really feel the anger of Lianji. Broly's little face was already serious. Broly, don't worry, maybe Lianji just went to a crowded place. I'll call her house and ask. Seeing the boy's face becoming serious, Fujimura Deka quickly put down the bento, took out his cell phone and called Lianji's landline phone number. The phone was connected. Hello, I am the teacher at Guanshang Academy, named Fujimura Okawa. What's wrong with Lianji's classmate? Why didn't I come to school today? Mr. Fujimura? Sorry, my lady is feeling a little uncomfortable. Is it right that Lianji is not at home now? Wait, who are you? Did you kidnap our lady? Broly heard the sound from the microphone. I'll go over to the Lianji family and take a look. The boy couldn't stay and ran out of the office. I'm really a teacher. Fujimura Okawa explained. Before she could prove her identity, Broly had already arrived over the Lianji family. Bang! He smashed directly into Lianji's house and landed in front of the man in suit who was in sunglasses and was picking up the plane. The noise caused the Lianji family to run out to check the situation. A group of strong men from underworld turned their attention to the strange boy. His Excellency Broly, are you here? This group of people wanted to attack the boy who was suspected of invaders, but was stopped by the butler Kai Along. The head of the Lianji family, the father of Shishi, did not stop the housekeeper from taking his own initiative after hearing the boy's name. He knew that most of the friends his daughter was dating now were not ordinary people. Sister Tenkan, I'll contact you again after you have news about Lianji. Broly spoke to Fujimura Okawa in the microphone, and followed the butler Kai Along and the head of the Lianji family into the room next to him. Other underworld members did not follow in. After sitting down, the butler Kai Along told him about the girl's situation. Simply put, the two rituals disappeared. The time of the disappearance was last night, and the place of the disappearance was in his room. As for why it was confirmed that it was missing, rather than the girl ran away from home by herself, it was because the butler Kai Along was discovered by the servant from the Lianji family in the morning and fainted at the door of the Lianji room. We have already started to act after we found out that the lady was missing in the morning, but we still can't find the lady's trace. From the current situation, the person who kidnapped my daughter may not be an ordinary person. You are my daughter's friend. If her disappearance has nothing to do with you, then I hope you can help find her. No need to say, I will find her. Hearing this, the head of the Lianji family twitched, which was the first time he and the boy had officially met. But just by a little contact, I feel the boy's strength. However, being stronger means being capable. Then, please, you are the one who will continue to search for traces. Broly promised the head of the Lianji family to find the two rituals, but when he could not sense the chi of the two rituals, how to find someone was another difficult problem. However, when he thought of Haitong Ganya's words, he returned to Guanshang Academy and found the boy who was about to return to the classroom. After learning about the mysterious disappearance of Lianji, Haitonggan decisively asked for leave and was brought to Lianji's house to check the situation on the scene. However, if clues could be found in a normal way, the Lianji family would have found it long ago, and the boy had no choice. This is an unusual disappearance case, so you have to ask Tozaka and the others to help. But the boy also gave suggestions. Broly decisively returned to Dongmu City to bring rescue soldiers. Professional things must be done by professionals. We are not detectives, so go to Galan Hall. After checking the two rituals, Rin Tozaka said this after he found no clues. Did Miss Ayazaka still take the job of a private detective? Sakura asked. Her firm has undertaken many commissions, which can be said to be a house of everything. The group went to Galan Hall again, and Ayazaki Orange was having lunch. Miss Puppet with instant noodles received everyone. Miss Ayazaki can't do anything. After learning about the situation, Ayazaki Orange showed a hint of embarrassment. Ilya saw it and asked. No, it's just that I'm not good at finding people personally, so I have to find someone who specializes in finding people. Who are you looking for? The mother of Guanbuzi. Who is that? That was a fortune teller with a top futuristic vision. He was active in this city, but he wanted to find her, so the other party was willing to see us. Where is the other party? Broly asked. The other party is usually. Aozaki Orange told the location of Guanbuse's mother's business, while Broly flew out with the city map. After arriving at the place, he saw an obese woman dressed in a witch. The man was sitting in a dark dead end with a simple divination table. Broly fell from the sky. And some obese mother Guanbuse saw him, but she didn't have much surprise expression. I know what you want to do when you look for me, but unfortunately, I can't find the person you want me to find through divination. However, fate has been arranged, and you should have an answer after you go back. Guanbuse's mother spoke first. After seeing the boy continue to walk towards her, she quickly changed her words and said, Okay, I'll go with you, but I don't want to be carried by you, and I'm a little embarrassed to fly in the sky. As Guanbuse said, she moved her bloated body and sat on the divination table. Hey, I'm ready, you can carry my desk and take me back in this decent way. The man seemed to have a premonition, completely predicting Broly's arrival and his actions to take him away. If I hadn't confirmed that this future was inevitable, I wouldn't have wanted to set up this stall today. Guanbuse's mother sighed, and was taken empty by Broly and the divination table, and transported back to the Gallon Hall. When we returned to Gallon Hall, the people in the firm were discussing who might be the murderer of the two rituals. Faced with the mysterious disappearance case, Hei Tongan also proposed an investigation idea, which is to find out all the people who were motivated to start the two rituals. However, there are more people who doubt this, such as the Demon Eye Hunter, or the Demon Retiring Force. When Broly came back, he happened to hear the names of some forces who were motivated to kidnap and go through the two rituals. At the same time, the forces mentioned by Aozaki Orange, who have powerful divination or future vision, suddenly felt a sense of disaster. There is no doubt that the source of this feeling is Broly. If the murderer of the two rituals cannot be found, then the Saiyan boy would never mind doing this world, all the forces that might have kidnapped the two rituals. If you are beaten up, or if you can't find someone, you will promote all those forces. Broly, calm down. Having said that, can't you find Lianji through the Crystal Palace? After the boy had this intention, Rin Tozaka stood up to stop him, but asked a question. It is not an official member of the Crystal Palace and has no positioning function. Broly had tried to find someone using Crystal Palace, but unfortunately he got the prompt that Crystal Palace denies it. The only ones that can be positioned are already formal members of the Crystal Palace. It is also necessary that the other party who is a formal member is willing to share his position with him. Everyone in the office looked at Guanbuse's mother. Don't look at me, I don't know where the person you are looking for. Guanbuse's mother waved her hands. Then what's the use of you? Broly was a little angry. You must bring me here. I just saw this in my future and was worried about being beaten, so I didn't resist. Guanbuse's mother is a little helpless. Being able to see the future is sometimes a headache, especially when she sees a certain future but cannot change the future. Fortunately, in the present and future, you will not take your own life. If you cooperate well, you will not even be hurt. As for what you ask me, my use is probably to count down for you, for example, now, 3, 2, 1. Guanbuse's mother counted down and raised her hand to point to the cell phone on the desk. After counting down, Aozaki Orange's cell phone rang. Aozaki Orange picked up his phone and connected it, and pressed the amplifier key. Aozaki. Aruba. Are you looking for a girl? How did you know? Don't worry about how I know, you just need to know where I know her. Where is it? Tonight, I will meet Maomi in Hama Ogawa's apartment. I will tell you after seeing him. After the call was over, Aozaki Orange looked at Guanbuse's mother and asked, is the person who called the phone kidnapper? I don't know, the future I see is only here. As for the more distant future, I honestly can't see it. Guanbuse's mother told the truth. Is this possible with the future that you are called the Eye of God that cannot be seen even in the future? Aozaki Orange was a little suspicious. How is this impossible? Like this child, I can't see his future at all. Guanbuse's mother chuckled and pointed at Broly and said. What about my future? Aozaki Orange asked. I can see what the person who called tonight said, but what will you go through so, I don't know this. The place that person guides you to seems to be isolated from the outside world, and even my future vision cannot penetrate it. Is the future vision of the Eye of God the barrier? Wait, Huang Zhonglian. Aozaki Orange's face suddenly became serious. Huang Zhonglian is a master of barriers and has also been in contact with the two rituals. In addition, the other party pursues the path to reach the root, the object of doubt is directly present. By the way, you will send me back, right? At this time, Guanbuse's mother suddenly asked. But at this time, the Scion boy was already downstairs with the map. Obviously, I was preparing to go to Ogawa apartment on the side of Maojian-han. Broly, wait for me. Others hurriedly followed. Why don't you stay here or go back by yourself? After Aozaki Orange took out a suitcase from the room and put it in the office's cat, he asked Xiang Guanbuse's mother. I just knew it was. Guanbuse's mother twitched the corners of her mouth, but she still carried her divination table. She didn't want to stay in someone else's magic workshop. Before nightfall, Broly and his group came to Ogawa's apartment. It's just that during the day, there is no difference between Ogawa's apartment and other normal apartments. Even the puppets moving inside are no different from normal people. There is no chi of Lianji here. Entering Ogawa's apartment, Broly felt it carefully and said. The other party just made an appointment for the meeting place, and did not say that Lianji was here. Aozaki Orange was a little helpless. Where is the person who called? Broly asked afterwards. I don't know, the other party is just a classmate of mine, and we haven't contacted each other for a long time since we graduated from the clock tower. You mentioned Huang Yazonglian just now. Was that guy kidnapped and left the two rituals? According to the current situation, it is very likely that it is the other party. Where is the other person? Broly didn't ask about the reason for the kidnapping at all, he just wanted to know where the other party was. Have no idea. Aozaki Orange shook her head. Now there is only Aruba's clue, so we can only wait until we see each other in the evening. Broly had no choice. The CG could not jump at this incident, so he could only wait until sunset at Ogawa apartment. In the evening, I found a restaurant nearby for dinner and also delivered a dinner to Fujimura Dakawa. After returning, Broly stared at the panel of Crystal Palace just like in the afternoon. On the panel of the two rituals, the happiness value that did not change for a day made him feel a little bad. Brother Broly, what are you thinking? Seeing that he was a little silent, Sakura came over to ask after buying a drink. I was wondering what I would do if Lianji was killed. Broly told the truth. No, Sister Lianji must be fine. Sakura comforted her. But if something really happens, Broly, what would you do? Kalyan was a little curious and asked. I will leave a place to pick you and your family up there, and then clean up the planet from beginning to end to ensure that there will be no more individuals who threaten your life. Broly answered seriously. Cleaning the entire planet from scratch, how do you plan to clean it up? Orange Aozaki leaned against the wall next to him and smoked. After hearing the boy's words, he felt something interesting and started asking. Use this. Broly opened his palm and an energy bomb gathered out on the palm of his palm. The energy bomb was not very bright, but Aozaki Orange felt a great horror from it. The puppet master swallowed and couldn't help but ask, how many things can you make out like this? I don't know, but cleaning this planet should be no problem. Two major inhibitory forces, oh no, it should be said that only the Alea consciousness is a little stressful at this moment. If Rin and Sakura hadn't been to continue to survive on this planet, I would have considered destroying this planet. Alea consciousness, if 99% of human beings die, then the remaining 1% of human beings do not need to live, and I will die with you. Gaia. The wind near Xiaochuan apartment stopped for a while, and then started to blow again after two major inhibitory forces reached a consensus. Aruba, who had to stroll outside for a while, suddenly had a whim and walked towards Ogawa's apartment in advance with his poodle. Oh, Aozaki, have you come here so early? Miss Master, who was sweating on her forehead, suddenly felt like she had a life of surviving after hearing the voice of her old classmate. Aruba, you are finally here.